Chapter 1. The Carjacking Incident. Bang! The first gunshot pierced the air. The crowd within the vehicle looked up in bewilderment, momentarily stunned, before succumbing to a wave of panic and fear. Ding, ding, ding. Carjacking. Someone is hijacking the vehicle. Get down. Hide behind the seats. He has a gun. He's armed. The cacophony of screams mingled with the blaring sirens jolted the entire city train awake. At the sound of the gunfire, Su Xinqing felt a jolt run through his body. Fortunately, he instinctively grasped the handrail, preventing himself from tumbling awkwardly from his seat. Just as he intended to rise and assess the situation, he was abruptly pressed down by his companion, Gu Junfeng. We're not sure if he has accomplices. Don't expose yourself. Mimicking Gu Junfeng, Su Xinqing crouched behind the seat, unable to stifle his murmurs. What does this person intend to do? Surely, he wouldn't just open fire without any explanation? Bang! The second gunshot rang out. Hands on your head. Crouch down. Anyone who dares to move, I will kill. People from the Research Institute. There are members of the Institute on this train. Bring him to me. I want to confront him face to face. Moreover, I don't trust any of you. Stream it live. It must be broadcast live. Listening to the hijacker's demands over the intercom, Su Xinqing cast an awkward glance at the identification badge he had only recently donned. It was his first day at the Research Institute, and wanting to show off was not a fault. Yet in this moment, turning to glance at Gu Junfeng, who bore no identification and was dressed casually, Su Xinqing began to comprehend the merits of discretion. I'm from the Research Institute. If he requires dialogue, I can cooperate. Gu Junfeng raised his hands and stood up, his expression calm and posture upright. I am too. Su Xinqing followed suit, his voice trembling slightly. Gu Junfeng turned to him, a look of confusion crossing his face. Su Xinqing pointed to his identification badge and, with a hint of apology, said, "This is a problem of my own making, and I must resolve it myself. I am truly sorry for dragging you into this, senior brother." Gu Junfeng shook his head. "It's not your fault. You misunderstood. This is about the Institute." Before Gu Junfeng could finish, a trembling train attendant approached them. "He demands you come forward. He has taken the conductor hostage. They've started a live stream, and he's already shot someone real bullets, not blanks." Though terrified, the attendant did his utmost to convey the information he had to Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng. As the attendant guided them to the front car, Su Xinqing finally beheld the true visage of the hijacker. Contrary to his expectations, the hijacker did not present a fearsome countenance, but was merely an ordinary middle-aged man, his expression sorrowful, eyes reddened, exuding a sense of resolve as if facing death. In that moment, Su Xinqing found himself bewildered, questioning who the true gunman was. Gu Junfeng glanced out the window and sighed softly. "You have hijacked the conductor within an administrative zone and demanded a live broadcast. This indicates that your intentions are not driven by greed, nor do you wish to harm anyone on this train. You merely wish to express your demands, correct?" It was only at this moment that Su Xinqing grasped the profound significance behind his senior brother's earlier gaze. Turning to look outside, he observed a few tall buildings neatly arranged amidst the blanket of white snow. He recognized those structures and understood the missions their occupants bore, yet he could not fathom what kind of demands could compel someone to make such a choice. "Data? You altered the evaluation data of the cage, didn't you?" Hearing the hoarse accusation, Su Xinqing suddenly understood and empathized with the man's desperate actions. After all, data equates to life. The results of the cage test determine whether one can secure a ticket aboard the Ark of Noah. From 1760 to 2400, humanity has undergone 9 industrial revolutions. Machines replaced manual labor, followed by advancements in electricity, nuclear energy, computing, space technology, bioengineering, translational medicine. The internet, creation and regeneration revolutions, total organ replacement, and immortality. Humanity has continually pushed beyond its limits, striving to transcend the very essence of being human. All progress has come at a cost. With humanity's rampant exploitation and destruction of natural resources, the Earth's environment has deteriorated significantly. Yet, in this dire situation, the advent of immortality technology has driven the global population to nearly 15 billion. The quest for the stars, to seek out habitable planets, has become urgent. Thus, the 8th Industrial Revolution dawned, propelling cosmic exploration technology to unprecedented heights. Alas, this industrial revolution ultimately failed through extensive exploration. Humanity discovered that Earth is irreplaceable. There is only one planet Earth. However, before humanity could rejoice, the sunspots fell silent. Global temperatures plummeted, multiple volcanoes erupted, and vast clouds of harmful gases and ash obscured the sun, blocking its radiation from reaching the Earth, ushering in the prophecy of a new ice age. Though the world dressed in silver is undeniably beautiful, humanity cannot endure prolonged existence in such extreme cold. To preserve life, one must relinquish light. Ultimately, humanity chose to forsake brightness in pursuit of survival. In 2413, the underground city construction plan was initiated. The underground city became the savior's Ark of Noah. Yet the tickets were limited, and not everyone could board. Faced with the question of who deserves the ticket, humanity entrusted the evaluation rights to the machine known as the cage, a symbol of absolute fairness. Indeed, at a time when trust among humans was perilously low, people ultimately chose to place their faith in a machine created by humanity. The cage would analyze and present the contributions of individuals through data. Every score reaching 100 points would earn a chance to enter the underground city. Thus, the data from the cage test became extraordinarily significant to people. In that moment, data represented life. You do not trust humanity and have opted to use machines for judgment. The Alliance agreed and has indeed implemented this. But now, there is dissatisfaction, even at the cost of threatening the lives of everyone on this train. Gu Junfeng asked lightly, his words dripping with sarcasm, causing Su Xinxing, who stood beside him, to shudder. Was it truly wise to engage with a hijacker in such a tone when he was clearly unstable? Yet, what Gu Junfeng did next astounded Su Xinxing. With a gentle tap on his compact device, a virtual keyboard materialized before him. As he operated it, his personal system linked with the train's surveillance, preparing to identify the hijacker's facial information and thoroughly uncover his data. 15.239 points. This is the score assigned by the cage, a reflection of your value. If you are discontent, you should seek to enhance your own worth, rather than extinguishing the lives of others to obliterate the value of the innocent. Don't try to deceive me. The machines are also creations of the Research Institute. Ultimately, it is still humans who control machines' data, can be altered at will. I cannot possibly have such a low value. I absolutely cannot have such a low value. The hijacker's decision was evidently the result of deep contemplation. In response to Gu Junfeng's words, he felt not only anger, but also a sense of injustice and doubt regarding the system's rules. The evaluation standards of the cage have been publicly disclosed. Any changes cannot be made unilaterally. They require consensus from the entire alliance before any adjustments can be implemented. Su Xinxing hastily interjected, attempting to soothe the hijacker's emotions. I understand the importance of data and recognize that even the slightest fluctuation in what one cherishes can provoke a sense of urgency. However, if you have doubts, you can certainly appeal through proper and reasonable channels. Appeal? The hijacker laughed bitterly, shaking his head as if he had heard a joke. There are over 100 million people appealing. The waiting time alone is measured in years. Among them are those who stir up trouble, occupying slots in the queue when there's nothing wrong. It's madness. This world has long gone mad. In such circumstances, you tell me to appeal through normal channels? Su Xinxing found himself at a loss for words. The situation he described was indeed factual. The Alliance, no matter how formidable, is merely an organization, a construct of humanity. Where there are people, there will be flaws, limits to energy, and constraints of capability. In a post-apocalyptic world, everyone lives in fear. Furthermore, there are those reckless fools who disregard the lives of others and create chaos. The Alliance is already formulating corresponding laws and regulations and will arrange for staff to address these issues. It simply requires time. Su Xinxing patiently continued to reassure, hoping to calm the hijacker. There will always be a solution to every problem, but your current actions only lead you down a path of no return. Put down the gun before any grave incidents occur. There is still time that I can assist you in reviewing the data. If there are any issues, I am more than willing to provide answers, as long as they lie within my capability. Upon hearing Su Xinxing's words, the man across from him finally displayed a hint of relaxation, his fingers retracting from the trigger, his gaze wavering as if he were in search of something or pondering deeply. At that moment, bang! The third gunshot rang out. The source of the gunfire was none other than Gu Junfeng, who stood beside Su Xinqing. Regarding the cage testing, everything shall adhere to the Alliance's announcement. Trust in the Alliance, trust in the law. All disruptors attempting to threaten the safety of others shall be met with the most severe consequences. After uttering these words, Gu Junfeng promptly terminated the ongoing live broadcast. Su Xinqing stood in a daze, utterly unable to comprehend the turn of events. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a bewildering sense of impending collapse and unwillingness. The man's attitude had clearly softened, and there must have been underlying reasons for his actions. Why? Why extinguish a life so mercilessly, not even granting the chance for a defense? You ask me why? Gu Junfeng turned to Su Xinqing, his tone chilling. To be frank, I too wish to know what thoughts occupied your mind when you made promises to him. Su Xinqing replied, How many humans currently exist? How many can the underground city accommodate? Countless individuals are dissatisfied with the data. Can you attend to each one of them? Are you capable of such an endeavor? Moreover, by aiding him in this manner, are you not perpetuating injustice? Why do those who have not engaged in hijacking yet are equally discontent with the data not receive such treatment? Or perhaps, are you encouraging others to create chaos in the same manner? Gu Junfeng took a deep breath, his expression calm. Of course, this is still the best outcome, the result of him laying down his weapon. But what if he had not? If he had fired his weapon? A vehicle full of people versus a single individual, whom would you choose? Such a renowned moral dilemma, the trolley problem, he could hardly be unaware of. A madman binds 5 innocent souls to the railway track. An out-of-control trolley hurtles toward them, set to crush them in mere moments. Fortunately, you have the option to pull a lever, diverting the trolley onto another track. However, the catch is that the madman has also bound one person on the alternative track. Given these circumstances, should you pull the lever? Brother Gu Junfeng chose to pull the lever. What about himself? I do not know what hidden motives he possesses, nor do I care about the pitiful tale he wishes to recount. I only know that I must strive to ensure fairness in choosing between saving the majority and the minority. I will always opt to save the majority. Gu Junfeng's stance was unequivocal. After articulating these thoughts, he once again picked up the hefty collection of research journals, while Su Xinqing found himself unable to sleep any longer. The train continued its smooth journey. Following the conductor's reassurances, the passengers calmed their nerves, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the echoes of those 3 gunshots replayed incessantly in Su Xinqing's mind. He gazed quietly out the window, observing the vast whiteness beyond, taking in the cold world. Ding dong. Attention, passengers, the train has arrived at Ningxing City. Please ensure you have all your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Chapter 2. The Choice. Listening to the announcement, Su Xinqing exhaled deeply, preparing to rise. Beside him, Gu Junfeng remained steadfast as a mountain. There will be personnel from the Safety Management Bureau arriving shortly. Please wait a moment. Before long, a man and a woman, both clad in uniforms, approached Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng. After a brief introduction, they presented their credentials and explained the situation. Gu Junfeng had evidently anticipated this. He raised his hand, causing a crystal blue screen to hover in the air, displaying documents marked for urgent attention. The Research Institute requires a new round of validation for the cage system. We must report immediately. Once we have addressed the matters at the Research Institute, we will willingly proceed to the Public Security Bureau. The female uniformed officer visibly bristled at this. Regardless, this concerns a human life. We need to investigate his motives and the underlying circumstances thoroughly. Apologies. Gu Junfeng raised his hand to dismiss the screen. In light of the pressing nature of the situation, my current priority holds greater significance, as it pertains to the lives of many. Furthermore, I may possess a clearer understanding of the significance of firearms for senior researchers and the corresponding regulations than you might. With that, Gu Junfeng led Su Xinqing off the train. Not far away, the middle-aged man's body was covered with a white cloth. Su Xinqing sighed, ultimately unable to suppress a sense of compassion, and turned his gaze away. Upon exiting the station, Su Xinqing followed Gu Junfeng into a vehicle that had been patiently awaiting them at the entrance. As the vehicle traveled smoothly, the blinding whiteness outside induced visual fatigue, but the interior's pleasant warmth offered a welcome contrast to the chill outside. Choosing to join at this moment, whether it is fortuitous or unfortunate, I cannot say. Gu Junfeng remarked quietly. The more Su Xinqing spoke, the softer his voice became, until he simply shook his head and shifted the topic. Brother, what should I prepare for upon my arrival? Are there any particular points I should be mindful of? The cage system is exceedingly intricate. The Mr. Technology one specialize in is merely a small facet of it. My prior knowledge has been confined to textbooks, and I have only conducted simulated experiments. Now that I am faced with the actual cage, I find myself quite anxious. Gu Junfeng placed a reassuring hand on Su Xinqing's shoulder. Relax as a newcomer. You will not be thrust into practical operations immediately. There will certainly be someone responsible for guiding you. Once you enter the research institute, observe carefully and contemplate deeply. Su Xinqing nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. With his senior brother present, he felt he had a familiar ally. By the way, the situation over there may be rather complex and troublesome. Exercise caution in your words and actions to avoid a repeat of earlier events, Gu Junfeng suddenly advised. However, as the vehicle halted at the entrance of the research institute, Su Xinqing realized the gravity of his brother's earlier words. Complex and troublesome was undoubtedly a euphemism for something far more serious. The entrance was a throng of people, utterly congested, with banners of protest being raised high. Su Xinqing felt a twinge of regret for his self-imposed isolation over the past couple of days. In times of extreme exhaustion, following great joy, one often becomes lethargic, indifferent to the world around them. Su Xinqing was no exception. He had not anticipated that during his primitive days, the world would undergo such monumental changes. Of course, another possibility loomed. Ningxing City, as the site of the cage system, was bound to stir up significant waves with any minor disturbance. There will be security personnel coming out shortly to clear the way. The vehicle will drive right in. Gu Junfeng seemed to have foreseen this development, his expression betraying no surprise. Observing his brother's slightly weary demeanor, Su Xinqing swallowed the question that was about to escape his lips. As a newcomer, it was natural to have questions, but he did not wish to burden his brother unnecessarily. Su Xinqing retrieved his handheld device, activating the private reading mode to swiftly peruse the latest news. In fact, the first relevant news report had only been published at 4 o'clock that morning, detailing how individuals discovered their cage data had not been updated, leading to suspicions of a malfunction within the system. As more and more people responded, the current uproar began to take shape. As the vehicle entered the underground garage and came to a stop, Gu Junfeng immediately opened the door and stepped out with long strides. He was engaged in a conversation on his device, though Su Xinqing could not discern the identity of the person on the other end. He only caught a fragment. The public opinion is spiraling out of control. We must provide a response by this afternoon at the latest. The last few words were too muffled for Su Xinqing to comprehend. Gu Junfeng, however, hurried on, leaving Su Xinqing with a brief instruction. I have urgent matters to attend to. Please proceed to the reception. Someone from the HR department will be there to meet you. Su Xinqing nodded, stepping toward the reception area. Yet halfway there, his device suddenly chimed. Noticing a video call request from Aunt Sangxia, Su Xinqing hesitated for a moment before deciding to answer. Sangxia, Xiao Su, is Junfeng with you? Su Xinqing. It seems there's an urgent matter. He want to handle it. I'm on my own now, preparing to report. Upon hearing Su Xinqing's words, Sangxia visibly sighed with relief. Yet this only deepened Su Xinqing's confusion. Sangxia, being Gu Junfeng's mother and a longtime neighbor of his family, seemed to have something significant to convey, yet she appeared to be deliberately avoiding discussing it in front of Gu Junfeng. Sangxia, Xiao Su, has Junfeng mentioned what precisely is amiss with the cage system? Su Xinqing shook his head, saying, matters pertaining to the cage system are predominantly classified, and my senior brother certainly cannot divulge anything to me. Moreover, I have yet to complete my onboarding procedures, so I cannot truly consider myself a member of the research institute. Sangxia furrowed her brows, evidently grappling with some inner conflict. Recalling the news article she had just perused, Su Xinqing hastily inquired, what's wrong? Annie, has there been an issue with your data as well? Is it not updating? Sangxia nodded. Yes, I underwent a physical examination at the hospital yesterday, and the report was released in the afternoon. However, the data ceased to update that evening, and I am concerned that there might be a connection between the two. That's unlikely. I saw the news. Many individuals are experiencing similar issues. It is not an isolated incident, and notifications should be forthcoming shortly. Su Xinqing reassured her, before adding, how did your examination turn out, Annie? Neither good nor bad, it's still the same old ailments, chronic conditions, Sang Xia chuckled, her demeanor visibly relaxing. I have never had any major illnesses, but as you know, chronic conditions can be quite bothersome. When the cage data suddenly stopped updating, I feared it was due to a change in the evaluation criteria, which made my heart leap into my throat. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing expressed a few more polite words of concern before concluding the call, his heart tinged with unease as he made his way to the front desk. For reasons unknown, when Andy Sang mentioned a change in the evaluation criteria, his heart skipped a beat. He had previously contemplated the inadequacies of the current evaluation criteria within the cage system, but at that time, the situation was pressing. Humanity desperately needed a target, a milestone to steady their spirits and strive towards. The cage data represented such an existence. However, being a system, it was bound to have the potential for iterative updates. Su Xinqing took a deep breath, dismissing those chaotic thoughts, and hurried toward the front desk. Yet, contrary to his impressions of the Research Institute's usual orderliness, everything today seemed rather chaotic. After receiving Su Xinqing's personal information, the front desk staff almost sprinted to complete his onboarding process, escorting him to the designated workstation. Throughout this period, various communication alerts hardly ceased. As Gu Junfeng had mentioned, there was indeed someone tasked with familiarizing him with the operations, but today that individual merely hastily remarked, "There are no work assignments, just familiarize yourself with the system," before vanishing. Even the most oblivious person could discern that something significant was unfolding at the Research Institute today. Yet Su Xinqing could never have anticipated that this significant event was the formal announcement regarding the imminent changes to the evaluation criteria of the cage system. When Gu Junfeng's face appeared on the screen, Su Xinqing was utterly bewildered. In real-time video sharing, anyone with a device, regardless of their location, could witness Gu Junfeng and the research team standing beside him. Gu Junfeng had donned a considerably more formal attire, but his expression remained largely impassive, as if he were about to announce not a matter concerning the lives and deaths of billions, but rather a mundane research discovery. The cage system's evaluation method, which solely relies on a contribution-based numerical assessment, has revealed its drawbacks. This is indisputable. We have compiled data on complaints and visits over the past 6 months, and based on the feedback received, we have reached the final decision to amend the evaluation criteria of the cage system. These 3 simple statements ignited a tremendous uproar. Su Xinqing split the display into 2 sections, with the left side broadcasting Gu Junfeng's announcement video, and the right side showcasing various news reports and public discourse. As the cage system determined the fate of lives, when Gu Junfeng uttered the phrase "amend the evaluation criteria of the cage system," the volume of discussions exploded instantaneously, with a plethora of opinions emerging. "We agreed to allocate quotas based on contributions. I work day and night just to earn those points, and now the rules are changing again? Isn't that akin to playing with lives? Is this what constitutes the credibility of the cage system and the Research Institute? Changing the rules on a whim is utterly ridiculous." When it was implemented, a multitude of opinions and grievances came from this very group. Now that a change is proposed, the same voices of dissent arise again. It seems nothing can please them. They are simply hard to satisfy. If there are known loopholes, why not rectify them before rolling out the system? Are you not thinking rationally? Given the chaotic situation before, if we waited for everything to be perfect before launching, we might have witnessed several outbreaks of conflict by now. Product iterations are normal, as long as the operational rules are reasonable. I'm merely here for the spectacle. The more chaotic, the better. After all, someone like me will never obtain a quota. Information scrolled rapidly, with a myriad of comments continuously appearing, one after another. Su Xinqing understood that there were undoubtedly individuals monitoring public sentiment in real time, and relevant content would be relayed to Gu Junfeng as he spoke, allowing him to adjust his remarks promptly. On the left side of the screen, Gu Junfeng maintained his composed demeanor. Perhaps for him, the decisions he had to make were not swayed by any public opinion. Should such a person be granted the qualification to enter the underground city? Gu Junfeng inquired. A societal pariah, the dregs of humanity. The only place he deserves to go is hell. Hearing him speak is utterly discomforting. If this kind of scoundrel can obtain a qualification for the underground city, I suddenly feel quite capable myself. Forget it. Would you dare go to an underground city with such filth? What if you encounter him one day? You might not even know how you lost your life. Moments later, Gu Junfeng continued. But what if I tell you that he holds 3 patents, and most of the people watching the screen will utilize 1 or 2 of them? What do you think then? The speed of comment updates suddenly slowed considerably, and the content no longer exuded the same certainty as before, leaning more towards ambivalence and hesitation. He has killed 3 people, yet the benefits he provides to the public are in the billions. Let's weigh that. One cannot simply measure life in such a manner. While he is indeed a genius, why must he engage in murderous activities? Alas, he is not a good person, but certainly intelligent enough. Observing Gu Junfeng standing tall on the stage, Su Xinqing let out an almost imperceptible sigh. His senior brother always appeared so self-assured. At this moment, it was merely a key to open the discussion, leading to a dilemma, and the subsequent statements would undoubtedly guide everyone along his train of thought, step by step, towards the outcome he desired. Indeed, Gu Junfeng's following remarks immediately deepened the discourse. If we calculate based on contributions, his cage evaluation data would naturally qualify him for entry into the underground city. However, do we truly wish to grant such an individual the opportunity to survive? The resources in the underground city are limited. If he lives, it means someone else must forfeit that chance. Humans possess multifaceted natures, exhibiting both virtuous and malevolent traits. Clearly, the current standards of the cage evaluation are insufficient for a fair assessment. This underscores the significance of the upcoming changes to the evaluation criteria of the cage system, as well as the necessity of such amendments. Subsequently, Gu Junfeng elaborated on the various considerations for the new rules, which would encompass not just contributions, but also aspects such as childcare, health status, and the uniqueness of research fields. As Su Xinqing sat quietly at his workstation, watching his senior brother on the screen, his pupils constricted at the mention of health status, suddenly recalling Annie Sang's phone call. Gu Junfeng's mother, Annie Sang, with a chronic illness that, while not fatal, required long-term care. How should such data be evaluated? Should the same value judgment standards be applied? I ask you, when the gun is pointed at a loved one, would we still pull the trigger without hesitation? Chapter 3. The corpse hidden behind the signboard. After Gu Junfeng elucidated the revised directions for the evaluation rules of the cage, the other members of the Research Institute standing beside him each took their turn to speak. Their discussions encompassed technical aspects as well as ethical considerations, culminating in efforts to soothe the emotions of the audience. To stand upon that stage before billions is no small feat, even amidst the gathering of luminaries at the Research Institute. They are undeniably radiant figures. Su Xinqing gazed at these esteemed predecessors with reverence, fully cognizant of the responsibilities and pressures behind each utterance. That in moments of life and death, many are quick to judge others. Yet only those who dare to step forward to resolve issues and confront skepticism are the true heroes. Among them, some, like Gu Junfeng, embody pure rationality, while others possess a remarkable ability to adapt, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere and articulating their points in a manner comprehensible and palatable to the masses. As the press conference gradually approached its conclusion, the individual on stage announced the name of this transformative initiative, the Zhongling Plan. Zhongling signifies the convergence of ethereal elegance. Su Xinqing understood that this encapsulated the true essence of the underground city's selection process. The underground city could not accommodate so many individuals. Some were fated to perish, and all we could do was preserve that which held value. With the conclusion of the press conference, Gu Junfeng and others gradually made their appearances. The atmosphere within the Research Institute relaxed considerably. This was a monumental battle for them, and they had successfully navigated the first hurdle. Having been preoccupied with providing technical support, Su Xinqing was approached by a kindly-looking man who smiled as he walked toward him. Su Xinqing recalled that this was the individual responsible for mentoring him. The two had engaged in a hurried conversation an hour prior, during which they discussed familiarizing themselves with the system. Devoid of any work arrangements, now with time to spare, the man introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Gung Zhang. You may simply call me Zhen. That is a newcomer. How should I refer to you?" Little Su Xinqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's what those familiar with me call me, Teacher Zhang." Upon hearing this, Gung Zhang waved his hand dismissively to no need for teacher. "Just call me Zhen. I'll be sitting next to you, and we'll have ample opportunities to interact. It would be rather awkward if every conversation began with teacher." Glancing at the seat next to him, Su Xinqing felt a twinge of surprise. "That I heard you were Gu Junfeng's junior? Or perhaps a childhood friend?" Gung Zhang inquired. What took Su Xinqing aback, however, was Geng Zeng's immediate follow-up. You wouldn't happen to be as dull as him, would you? The sudden critique of his senior elicited a sense of camaraderie within Su Xinqing, akin to the shared understanding between heroes. This sentiment was one he had long wished to express, yet had refrained from doing so. Relax, the work at the Research Institute isn't as complicated as it seems. Geng Xiang patted Su Xinqing on the shoulder. The cage is a project larger than an aircraft carrier, yet its physical dimensions are no more than that of a room. The tasks inside are intricate and ingenious. It is not something a single individual can accomplish, that we must work collectively, as mere cogs in the machine. Our duty is to perform our roles effectively, in just a few simple phrases. Geng Xiang's character was vividly revealed. Unlike Gu Junfeng, who exuded an air of gravitas and a sense of mission as if burdened by a great responsibility, Geng Xiang focused more on whether he could fulfill his own duties. Living one day at a time, in the afternoon, he guided Su Xinqing through the intricacies of the cage system and elaborated on their work direction and tasks, even sharing valuable survival tips within the institute, such as how to slack off without arousing the boss's suspicion, which senior figures were more approachable, and which required extra caution. That Jiu Junfeng, according to Geng Xiang, was certainly someone to approach with care. He tends to take things too seriously, Geng Xiang remarked. Su Xinqing held a sense of admiration for Gu Junfeng, much of which stemmed from the latter's earnestness. His rigorous approach to academia and his constant rationality destined him for the pinnacle of success. In any field, it is common for individuals to revere the strong, and Su Xinqing was no exception. The feeling of being with Geng Xiang was entirely different from that of being with Gu Junfeng. If Gu Junfeng was akin to a deity at the summit, then Geng Xiang was the approachable, ordinary person beside him. The afternoon passed effortlessly as Su Xinqing and Geng Xiang interacted with ease. To the point that upon leaving work, Su Xinqing only then realized the gravity of the world he inhabited, especially in light of the explosive news announced by the Institute that day. As he made his way to the bus station, Su Xinqing intended to call his father, Chen Kursin, to inquire about his well-being and see if he had been affected by the news. However, glancing at the time, he deduced that his father was likely still at work. Chen Kursin was an ordinary mechanical repairman responsible for maintaining the massive machines that constructed the underground city. Moreover, given the work schedule, they were generally prohibited from carrying external communication devices, and in such a noisy environment, it was doubtful his father would even hear him if he called with a sigh. Su Xinqing resolved to wait until he reached the bus station, which would coincide with his father's off-duty hours. A more opportune moment to call. Amidst the swirling snow and fog, the people on the street displayed a variety of expressions. Some hurried along, nearly breaking into a run, desperate to make every second count, while others meandered aimlessly. Each person was engaged in an examination of life, a test concerning existence itself, facing this examination. Some pursued efficiency, eager to accumulate more points, while others, recognizing that no amount of effort would yield satisfactory results, chose to forfeit. There were also those who seemed to hover at a threshold, as if a mere leap could bring them to hope. Yet they remained uncertain whether they would be pushed down by others equally striving to leap. Su Xinqing pondered which category he belonged to and where his path might lead. Yet, like his father and his late mother, what they sought was not an answer, but a life lived without regret. Su Xinqing ambled to the bus station. Just as he retrieved his handheld device to contact his father, he froze at the sight of a three-dimensional art advertisement board beside the station. It depicted a world-renowned painting, Mary Magdalene under candlelight, in the vast, empty room. A long-haired girl clad in coarse linen sat at a table, her chin resting on her hand, the table bare save for a single burning candle. As the light flickered, half of the girl's profile was shrouded in darkness, while the other half glimmered in candlelight. During his school days, Su Xinqing had listened to his teacher's analysis of this masterpiece. He was no art aficionado and had no aspirations for artistic creation. Throughout the lecture, he had dozed off intermittently, ultimately retaining only the general content of the painting, failing even to memorize the artist's name. Yet now, this painting re-emerged before him, in a form of death entirely distinct. This was no ordinary three-dimensional advertisement. It was a fusion of the virtual and the real. The throng of commuters passed by in haste. And even if they noticed, they would likely pay little heed. Su Xinqing, however, was different, for his studies revolved around Mr. Technology, that he immediately discerned that a corpse was concealed within this artwork. The girl depicted was not merely a simple graphic representation. Rather, the body had been meticulously processed and adorned through professional techniques, allowing it to blend nearly flawlessly into the painting. Apart from this authentic corpse, all other elements on display were holographic projections. Su Xinqing felt the blood in his veins freeze. This location was merely 700 meters from the research institute, undeniably situated at the heart of the city, bustling with a continuous flow of people. Amidst the vibrant haste, a solitary corpse sat in silence, resting its chin against the table of a virtual projection. The biting cold wind howled mercilessly, even clad in specially designed thermal clothing. Su Xinqing found himself shivering. This world resembled a vast natural icehouse, plunging everything, including the corpse, into an extreme chill. Simultaneously, this frigid temperature played a crucial role in concealing the body. That it was precisely this intense cold that prevented the corpse from decomposing or emitting any foul odors. At the same time, it prompted Su Xinqing to contemplate how long it had been there, and he had not misjudged. He had merely confirmed his suspicions. The personnel from the Safety Management Bureau arrived swiftly, and Su Xinqing had not anticipated encountering them twice in one day, particularly the young woman in uniform. This time, he learned her name, Shi Qingxue. Perhaps due to their unpleasant first meeting, Shi Qingxue furrowed her brow upon spotting Su Xinqing. However, he paid little mind to her demeanor and directly stated the situation, that I arrived here around 7:30 and discovered this advertisement board that utilizes Mr. Technology to merge the corpse with the virtual projection. During this time, I merely touched the right cheek of the corpse lightly to confirm my hypothesis. Aside from that, I have not made any physical contact or caused any damage to the body. To substantiate his innocence, Su Xinqing further explained that his heightened sensitivity to the situation stemmed from his profession in the Mr. field, as he had just recently joined the research institute. Noticing Shi Qingxue's unfriendly tone, Su Xinqing realized she had likely not yet moved past the earlier unpleasantness, but he quickly waved his hands in clarification. I am fully willing to cooperate. I can also help clarify the morning's incident. There was indeed an urgent matter I had to attend to, and I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing nodded repeatedly that I will certainly do my utmost to assist with the investigation. Leaving behind the corpse, the painting Mary Magdalene under candlelight was no longer whole, leaving only the empty wooden stools, the table, and the flickering candle flames. Situated in the heart of the city, the process of transferring the body inevitably attracted onlookers. Despite the efforts of the public security management personnel to dissuade them, some individuals still captured the moment and disseminated it widely. That it was at this instant that many began to realize they had walked past a corpse on numerous occasions. Beside you, a young girl rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. She was not merely a painting, but a living being transitioning into death. This aptly embodied the phrase chilling upon reflection. The speed at which the news spread exceeded Su Xinqing's imagination. By the time they completed the transfer, a crowd had already gathered around the three-dimensional art billboard. Some even began to take photographs as mementos. Su Xinqing found it incomprehensible. Viewing such behavior as disturbingly morbid, he ducked into the vehicle and departed with the public security personnel. The car glided smoothly, yet the atmosphere inside was unusually silent. Su Xinqing was not particularly introverted, but experiencing 2 murders in a single day could shatter even the most cheerful of spirits. Meanwhile, Shi Qingxue was busily recording something, her fingers scarcely pausing on the keyboard. What was your relationship with the shooter from this morning? Shi Qingxue suddenly inquired. What are your thoughts on today's events? She turned to face Su Xinqing, her gaze intent. After a moment's hesitation under her scrutiny, Su Xinqing replied, My senior brother made the choice he deemed correct. And what about you? Shi Qingxue pressed. Would you have chosen to fire your weapon at that moment? If I recall correctly, you attempted to persuade him. It was clear that Shi Qingxue had already watched the live broadcast from earlier in that situation. Su Xinqing's response had been instinctive, yet after hearing Gu Juanfeng's words, he recognized the impropriety of his actions at that time. Given another chance, would he still act the same way? If the gunman had been him. Chapter 4. Both real and illusory, the ability to pose such questions reflected Shi Qingxue's own dissatisfaction, particularly regarding Gu Juanfeng's actions. Perhaps different individuals would handle the situation in varied ways, yet it remained a thorny issue, devoid of a truly perfect answer. Whether it was I, who chose to persuade, or my senior brother, who opted to fire, We both acted in accordance with what we believed was right in that moment and context. Su Xinqing, rarely serious, understood the necessity of being cautious while speaking to Shi Qingxue. Given her background, Shi Qingxue pursed her lips. Are all of you from the Research Institute so dull? Su Xinqing was taken aback. He had only recently heard that term from Geng Xiang, who had used it to describe Gu Junfeng, and he had felt a sense of camaraderie in that sentiment, that it's wise to be cautious when speaking with the public security personnel. Su Xinqing admitted candidly. In response, Shi Qingxue scoffed, I hope your diligence will extend to your technical explanations. I have always been meticulous regarding professional matters. Su Xinqing responded without yielding. Although he was not one to engage in confrontations easily and typically regarded himself as a peaceful individual, the atmosphere of his conversation with Shi Qingxue was decidedly discordant. The exchange became increasingly pointed, prompting Su Xinqing to choose silence. After all, no one wished to cultivate animosity with the public security personnel. Upon their arrival, Su Xinqing was taken to a designated interrogation room. Investigations into the identity of the corpse and forensic evaluations were underway, with the Public Security Management Bureau bustling with activity. The heightened attention surrounding the case was a significant factor. Not only had it occurred in the city center, but on a particularly pivotal day, some had even begun to link it to the recent changes in the evaluation rules regarding the cage. Absurd. What do they understand? Do they derive pleasure from feigning knowledge and spreading panic? Listening to the man's vehement outburst from outside, Su Xinqing endeavored to diminish his presence, adopting a meditative demeanor. Moments later, the man forcefully pushed the door open, with such force that Su Xinqing briefly wondered if he intended to dismantle it. Hello, I am Shi Hongyi, the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. The man introduced himself, extending a broad hand towards Su Xinqing. This was Su Xinqing's first encounter with such an introduction, and upon shaking hands, he felt the same calluses on Shi Hongyi's palms as he had on Gu Junfeng's, heightening his anxiety. This is your first time facing a corpse. I know you are nervous, but you needn't be. Just calm down and clearly articulate everything you know, Shi Hongyi said as he settled into the chair opposite Su Xinqing. Su Xinqing nodded, his mind occupied with the deputy director's remark about his nervousness. Was this really necessary? Was such a statement truly warranted? Before Su Xinqing could respond, Shi Qingxue interjected. He has encountered a corpse before. He saw one this morning, that he was present at the carjacking scene, and was also a key witness. Having interacted with the deceased suspect, this, Shi Hongyi paused momentarily, yet quickly regained his composure, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, what a tumultuous time. Reflecting on his day's experiences, Su Xinqing found Shi Hongyi's description quite apt. However, upon further contemplation, ever since the onset of the Ice Age, every day had been tumultuous. Perhaps today was simply marked by a few more significant events. Ordinarily, the trivial matters of everyday life had continued unabated. After all, everyone wishes to live. Everyone has a story. That I understand you are engaged in, Mr. Research. Could you share some insights on that? Shi Hongyi inquired, directing his attention towards Su Xinqing, in the realm of his expertise. Su Xinqing instantly exuded confidence. Mr. or mixed reality, can be better understood by first discussing two more familiar concepts: VR, or virtual reality, and AR, or augmented reality. VR refers to a fully immersive digital experience, typically requiring specialized equipment such as headsets, glasses, or experience pods. When donned, users cannot perceive the tangible world outside. They are enveloped by a constructed digital universe. This universe may consist of 3D modeled environments, complete videos, or other immersive digital settings. Shi Hongyi nodded. I play games. I understand what you mean. Isn't the metaverse built upon this foundation? Su Xinqing refrained from further elaboration and continued. Next is AR, or augmented reality. This refers to a lesser degree of digital immersion, where users can still perceive the physical world while simultaneously experiencing digital images overlaid onto it, either through naked eye, 3D, or interactive glasses. Lastly, there is MR, a digital experience intertwining the real and the virtual. Users can see both the actual world and virtual objects, with neither overshadowing the other. Some advanced MR technologies can even fully digitize the user's environment while allowing them to see their own body, nearby friends, and objects in their hands. Moreover, users may choose which elements to display in reality and which to present digitally, resulting in an environment that is both authentic and illusory, immersing them in a wholly new, blended world. After finishing, Su Xinqing worried that Shi Hongyi might not grasp the concept, so he provided an additional explanation. For instance, consider today's three-dimensional art billboard. Although the chairs, candles, and background depicted are fabricated and digital, the corpse is real, existing in the physical world. However, due to the meticulous and clever handling by those involved, along with their advanced technology, the average person would struggle to differentiate between the two. Even someone like me, who encounters such things daily, could only confirm it upon actual contact. Upon hearing this, Shi Hongyi's expression darkened as he remarked, "High-intelligence crimes. I detest such individuals. They squander their education on such nefarious pursuits." In response, Su Xinqing couldn't help but interject, "Whether it is indeed a high-intelligence crime, I cannot say, but it certainly involves advanced technology. The same theoretical knowledge, applied by different individuals, yields varying results." "All right, I understand," Shi Hongyi concluded. Rising to depart, as the door slammed shut, Su Xinqing exhaled deeply, suddenly relieved. Before he could fully process the situation, Shi Hongyi clapped a hand on his shoulder, saying, "I forgot to express my gratitude. Thank you for cooperating with our work. Should there be any further technical needs in the future, I hope you will extend your support." Shi Qingshue's eyes widened, glaring at Su Xinqing. "May I access the news?" Su Xinqing asked. Logically, as a whistleblower rather than a suspect, he should have that right, especially since the public security personnel had not confiscated his personal devices. Nevertheless, being in such an unfamiliar setting, he opted for caution and sought clarification. Shi Qingshu nodded in agreement to Su Xinqing's request. After receiving permission, Su Xinqing began to peruse the news. In truth, the situation was even more dire than he had anticipated, which explained why Shi Hongyi had been so furious moments earlier. The carjacking incident, the modifications to the evaluation rules of the cage, and the current case involving a corpse hidden within a three-dimensional art billboard were all subjects of intense discussion, intertwined with various conspiracy theories that elicited both laughter and tears. Yet many remained convinced by them. Indeed, at such a time, the outside world was shrouded in a blinding snowstorm, obscuring any clear vision of reality, while within the confines of their homes, each individual was left to grapple with their uncertain fates. Everyone seemed to be taut as a bowstring. It required little effort from outsiders. Just a gentle pluck would send that string vibrating with sound. Are there any clues indicating a connection between these three incidents? Su Xinqing murmured, his mind racing with thoughts that I cannot disclose that just yet, but I will be able to inform you in 10 minutes. Shi Qingshu suddenly interjected. Upon hearing her voice, Su Xinqing was jolted into realizing his previous lapse in discretion. Seated across from personnel from the Public Security Administration, even voicing such a question could appear as an attempt to extract information. Should there be confidential details regarding the case, his inquiries would seem suspiciously ulterior. Just as Su Xinqing was about to clarify himself, Shi Qingshu continued, "In 10 minutes, the directive requested from the Bureau to the Research Institute should arrive, at which point you will formally join our team. And information pertaining to the case will be shared with you." What? Su Xinqing was taken aback that if he had not misheard, he was being assigned a role. "Do you not wish to join us in uncovering the truth?" Shi Qingshu raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she were struggling to hold back her emotions. That it is not a resignation, Shi Qingshu quickly clarified. "You must have seen the news and are aware of the complexities of the situation. This decision comes after discussions between the Bureau and the Research Institute, prioritizing the resolution of these cases to prevent public opinion from spiraling out of control. Do you wish for the Research Institute to be surrounded by banners every day? In such an environment, could you work with peace of mind?" While her reasoning held weight, Su Xinqing harbored reasonable doubts regarding Shi Qingshue's intentions, suspecting she was deliberately steering his thoughts astray. That it is not as complicated as you think. You are now the liaison between the Research Institute and the Public Security Administration, providing us with technical support while facilitating more efficient communication between both parties. Shi Qingshu added, "To take on such a significant responsibility upon your entry is a mark of honor. It reflects the trust your superiors have in you, allowing you to showcase your talents in a bold endeavor. You should cherish this opportunity and shine brightly." Listening to Shi Qingshue's account, Su Xinqing found himself justifiably skeptical of being subjected to workplace manipulation. Such corporate indoctrination was indeed a well-rehearsed routine. Contrary to Su Xinqing's expectations, the documents he was required to sign were not merely a flimsy sheet, but a substantial stack. Due to the numerous confidential contents involved, He had to sign several pages solely for the non-disclosure and liability agreements. Sign quickly. Besides the physical copies, there are electronic versions, and the Bureau also needs to record your personal information, Shi Qingxue urged. Su Xinxing, flustered, complied, realizing the stack was thicker than his employment contract, making it challenging to expedite the process. After finally completing the paperwork, Su Xinxing exhaled deeply, feeling a slight discomfort that as he was tasked with overseeing communication and collaboration between both sides. And with public opinion entangled in the matter of modifying the evaluation rules of the cage, his access level to confidential information at the Research Institute had significantly increased, nearing that of his senior. Gu Junfeng. Contemplating this, Su Xinxing could not help but inquire, why not enlist my senior, Gu Junfeng, to assist with your investigation? Aside from not being a witness to the Art Billboard corpse case, he possesses a deeper understanding of the cage and a greater involvement in the morning's carjacking incident than I do. I inquired, but he is unwilling to cooperate with the investigation. Shi Qingxue sniffed, her eyes reddened. Moreover, I do not wish to work alongside such a cold-blooded individual. He lacks humanity. Su Xinxing could not contain his curiosity any longer. He had always been intrigued by Shi Qingxue's inexplicable animosity towards Gu Junfeng. However, before he could voice his question, Shi Qingxue broke down in tears, her sobs resounding, indifferent to her appearance, as she released the grief she had long concealed. Chapter 5. Chen Muxing. Now that you have signed the documents, I can disclose this information to you, as you are considered one of our own, Shi Qingxue said, her voice still laced with tears. With her words, Su Xinxing felt a sense of clarity. The source of her inexplicable animosity and suppressed emotions. The carjacker from that incident was also among the deceased. I know him. Shi Qingxue had dropped a bombshell. When I say I know him, it is not merely through accessing his information via the system, but rather someone with whom I had genuine interactions in life. Su Xinxing nodded, signaling for her to continue. Little did he anticipate that Shi Qingxue's next statement would astonish him even further. His name is Chen Muxing. He was once a member of the Public Security Administration. Initially, Su Xinxing was curious about what sort of individual could evade the scrutiny of trained security checks while possessing a firearm. Considering Shi Qingxue's words, if he was indeed a member of the Public Security Administration, he would be familiar with the ins and outs, as well as have access to firearms. In that light, many things began to make sense. However, knowing the law and breaking it would only lead to graver consequences. That he was my mentor when I joined the Public Security Administration 2 years ago. He was dismissed due to mishandling a case, which resulted in negative repercussions. After that, we never saw him again. It was as if he had vanished from the earth. Shi Qingxue spoke, her voice thick with emotion, revealing the depth of her feelings for her former mentor. After all, he had been a guiding figure in her professional journey. If it were something to happen to Geng Zheng, Su Xinxing briefly entertained the thought before quickly shaking his head. Geng Zheng, with his pragmatic approach and tendency to take a laid-back stance, was unlikely to engage in such extreme behavior. That he once told me he aspired to be a correct person, Shi Qingxue recounted, choking back her tears. At that time, I asked him why he wanted to be a correct person rather than a just one, and he countered with, "What is justice?" Su Xinxing found this notion intriguing. While he was not particularly well-versed in the workings of the Public Security Administration, it occurred to him that just as he entered the Research Institute to contribute to scientific endeavors, these individuals likely sought to uphold justice and protect the populace that in such an environment. The concept of justice was hardly surprising. Yet in a place that consistently emphasized justice, the notion of correctness became rather thought-provoking. He was exceptionally capable and dedicated. During cases, he could go several days without sleep, surviving on coffee to stay alert. That he and my father joined the agency around the same time. While my father ascended the ranks effortlessly, he remained merely a mid-level officer for many years. Su Xinxing could not help but interject, "Your father?" "Shi Hongyi is my father," Shi Qingxue clarified. That Su Xinxing nodded, brushing aside this minor detail, urging her to continue. The reason his rank never significantly increased was that he consistently handled minor cases. Due to this, he had mentored 80% of the newcomers in the Bureau. Just as you researchers need patents for inventions, we in this system require tangible achievements to advance. At times, we jokingly remarked about the timing of major cases occurring just as we were assigned to them. Whenever that happened, he would become particularly angry, questioning the person who spoke. "Isn't it better for everything to be peaceful? Do you understand what a major case entails?" I believe he is a particularly idealistic person, perhaps too much so to thrive in society. Yet he was also the type to care for newcomers as if they were children, shielding them from harm. When I first joined, I made a mistake. Being the daughter of Shirhangi meant all eyes were on me, and I was terrified of being reprimanded by my father or bringing him shame that I hid in the archives and cried. And when he discovered me, he first scolded me sternly before taking the blame upon himself, allowing me as temporary student to avoid punishment at AT that time. I asked him how it was right for him to bear the consequences when I was the one at fault. He replied that it entirely depended on what kind of person I would become. If I could become an outstanding and valuable individual, then his actions today would indeed be correct, that a Sure Qingxue continued to share. It seemed that her pent-up feelings found a release in Su Xinxing, allowing her to pour forth her thoughts that he listened quietly. Through her words, the middle-aged man transformed from merely a carjacker into a multidimensional figure. His past and life experiences rendering him complex that he was a human being, and the essence of humanity is inherently difficult to define simplistically. While Su Xinxing was not as chillingly rational as Gu Junfo, his fundamental principle in evaluating a person revolved around behavioral analysis. Rather than heeding evaluations or the opinions of others, he placed greater importance on what that individual had actually done. Actions reflect thoughts, and actions reveal attitudes. You have the video of the morning carjacking incident. Su Xinxing suddenly inquired. Sure Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, but quickly raised her hand to access the relevant footage. Yes, Master Musheng was live-streaming at the time, and the Bureau has a complete recording, along with analyses from professionals. How did you know? Sure Qingxue asked, her surprise evident that I guessed. Su Xinxing confessed that it's purely speculative. I am not an expert in micro-expressions. Perhaps my inference stemmed from being present at the scene and being in close proximity to him, that am why research in Mr. Demand's keen observational skills, especially in such a mentally taxing environment. Sure Qingxue lowered her gaze. Indeed, the professionals at the Bureau have also leaned towards the possibility of him having accomplices. However, we conducted a thorough investigation into the identities of the individuals in the vehicle and have yet to uncover any suspicious persons. May I watch that video a few more times? Su Xinxing looked at Sure Qingxue, then added, I wish to view it alone. I might be distracted with someone nearby. Understanding his unspoken wish for solitude, Sure Qingxue readily acquiesced. The image of the armed man, his own anxious self, his composed senior, and the terrified train staff haunted Su Xinxing each time he viewed the footage, as he focused intently on one individual. Seeking a clue, the room was dim, yet the video was bright, with the blinding whiteness of the snow outside the train windows illuminating the scene as if professionally lit. Observing himself and others from this alternate perspective felt peculiar. Unlike past viewings of films, he was now a character within this narrative, that he learned that man's name and seemed to glimpse a fragment of the sorrowful truth behind Chen Mushing's expression. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and crouch down. Anyone who dares to move will be killed. Chen Mushing's voice trembled as he uttered these words. However, being in the second carriage, Su Xinxing could not see his expression. The quivering tone merely indicated his anxiety and agitation. Researchers. There are researchers on this train. Bring him to me. I want to confront him face to face. Furthermore, I do not trust you. Live stream this. It must be broadcasted in its entirety. This indicated Chen Mushing's certainty of the researcher's presence on the train. Initially, he believed his vanity had provoked this situation due to his identification badge. But later, the words of his senior, Gu Junfeng, and the throngs protesting at the research institute validated that the institute had indeed become a target of public ire. The demand for a live stream suggested he had already prepared for the confrontation, that he was aware of the potential ramifications of his actions, and sought to escalate the situation. Data. You altered the evaluation data of the cage. Didn't you? Don't try to deceive me. The machine was also created by the Research Institute. Ultimately, it is humans who control machines. Data can be manipulated at will. I cannot possibly have such little value. I absolutely cannot be of such little worth. A score so pitifully low, it was akin to a death sentence for a middle-aged man nearing 50. He was fated to never have the opportunity to enter the underground city. Unable to obtain that ticket to life. Appeal? There are over 1 million people appealing. The waiting time alone would stretch into years, compounded by those causing disturbances, occupying queue spots despite having no issues. Madness. This world has long since gone mad. Under these circumstances, you expect me to appeal through normal channels. This was Chen Muxing's internal monologue as he attempted to assert the transparency of the cage system, guiding Chen Muxing to pursue a legitimate appeal. Unsurprisingly, he was met with Chen Muxing's retort, leaving him speechless. Chen Muxing articulated the widely known situation, which was also addressed during the afternoon's press conference at the Research Institute. After this, Chen Muxing was never afforded another chance to speak. The third gunshot sealed his fate. At the video's conclusion, Gu Junfeng addressed the camera, stating, regarding the cage assessment, everything is subject to the Alliance's announcements. Trust the Alliance, trust the law. All those who threaten the safety of others will face the most severe consequences. The senior who appeared in the morning's carjacking footage stood on the press conference stage in the afternoon. Perhaps influenced by the chaotic news reports, Su Xinqing now found it reasonable to connect these two events that no, something is definitely amiss. Su Xinqing suddenly stood, pushed open the door, and hurried outside, seizing a passing operative by the arm. Where is Shi Qingxue? Please help me locate her. The operative, caught off guard, nodded, albeit hesitantly, and stammered, I just saw her. I'll help you find her right away. Before departing, the operative took a moment to confirm Su Xinqing's identity. Before long, Shi Qingxue appeared, running into Su Xinqing's line of sight. What's wrong? Do you have a lead? Without delay, Su Xinqing articulated the crux of the matter. What kind of person do you think Chen Muxing is? To ensure clarity, he added, does he care about fame and fortune? Of course not. Shi Qingxue replied without hesitation that if he cared about fame and fortune, he would not still be a mid-level operative in the end. Nor would he have taken the fall from me. That would have affected his career. Therefore, his demand for a live stream was not for his own sake, Su Xinqing deduced, indicating that he was not seeking personal gain or notoriety from this incident. Shi Qingxue nodded in agreement that he is not that kind of person. Even during his time at the Public Security Bureau, he shied away from the spotlight, often allowing newcomers or juniors to take the stage. Do you think he is particularly concerned about the cage assessment score? After carefully guiding the conversation, Su Xinqing finally posed the critical question. Shi Qingxue's eyes widened as she regarded him. Are you suggesting the motive behind the crime is flawed? The carjacking appears reasonable, with a clear motive. But is the stated motive necessarily the true one? Can a person's lifestyle and value judgments change so easily, or perhaps after leaving the Public Security Bureau? Chen Muxing encountered some significant event. Chapter 6. Shared fate. Perhaps due to his upbringing, Su Xinqing has always been more sensitive than others that he grew up in the residential building of the Research Institute. Relying solely on his father, Chen Kursin, who was merely an ordinary mechanical repairman, which inevitably set them apart from the other residents. Most inhabitants were conservative scholars who either had made significant contributions in their fields or were emerging stars within the conservative faction. Su Xinqing's mother, Su Yuran, was once such a person, engaged in viral medicine research, publishing several important papers, and enjoying a happy family life with her supportive husband. However, everything came to a sudden halt when Su Yuran led her team to assist another country. During the mission, she contracted an infection, and in a foreign land, she had no chance to bid farewell to her husband and child before passing away at the time. Su Xinqing was still young, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Since he could remember, his way of cherishing his mother was through photographs, old news articles, and his father's stories. Due to Su Yuran's remarkable contributions, the father and son received compensation, which allowed them to reside in this apartment within the Research Institute. In that harsh environment, this well-equipped apartment was highly valuable. Regardless of the outside temperature or pollution, each building had its own temperature regulation, filtration, and circulation systems, ensuring Su Xinqing's healthy development to a significant extent. Thus, despite the hardships, Chen Kursin never entertained the notion of selling their home. However, staying did not equate to fitting in. Chen Kursin was an ordinary mechanical repairman, while Su Xinqing, being exceptionally intelligent, chose a research direction that stood in stark contrast to the conservatives. Aligning himself with the pioneers that many conservatives, the virtual was but an illusion, ultimately leading to emptiness, a seductive poison. Yet Su Xinqing chose to study Mr. Technology, which recalibrates both real and virtual objects for mixed design, involving not only 3D scanning of the real world and spatial perception, but also motion perception and holographic projection impacting virtual transmission. The deeper Su Xinqing delved into his studies, the more pronounced his sense of alienation became. Fortunately, there was Gu Junfeng, an even greater outlier. Reflecting on his senior, Su Xinqing sighed that if his senior were aware of the hidden truths behind this matter, would he regret pulling the trigger too hastily? No, he would not. Su Xinqing shook his head. For someone with his senior's character, he would never regret any of his actions at present. Su Xinqing finds himself of little assistance. So he decides to first contact his family. Then he makes a phone call to his father, Chun Kursin, to explain his current situation that Su Xinqing. Recently, the impending revisions to the evaluation rules for the cage have left everyone on edge. So you must exercise caution in both work and life. Chun Kursin, rest assured, there is nothing concerning here. This is a project for constructing the underground city. Those individuals are unlikely to bring their madness here. Chun Kursin maintains his characteristic cheerful demeanor. For him, everything seems extraordinarily simple, but he never ponders whether his relentless work on the underground city will yield an opportunity to enter in his philosophy. If my contribution is necessary and beneficial to humanity, then I shall proceed. That if I cannot enter the underground city, what if my son needs to? What if others' children require entry? Ultimately, it holds significance and value. Su Xinqing had once been taken aback by his father's logic, but upon reflection, it seemed devoid of faults. The world has grown heavy, yet there is no need for him to be weighed down as well. After confirming once more with the personnel from the Public Security Bureau that there was nothing requiring his assistance, he finally stepped out of the bureau. The sky outside had already darkened. But under the shroud of snow and fog, everything before his eyes radiated a pristine white glow. This place was introduced to him by Gu Junfeng, who lived next door. Su Xinqing turned the key to unlock his door. Gu Junfeng's door swung open simultaneously. "Why are you so late? Have you eaten?" Gu Junfeng inquired with a slight frown that if you don't wish to assist with the matters at the Public Security Bureau, just let me know, and I can handle it for you. Su Xinqing hurriedly shook his head. "No need. I genuinely wish to contribute. After all, lives are at stake, even in regard to the deceased. There should be a respectful and dignified acknowledgement of their plight, that a plethora of grand principles." Gu Junfeng let out a resigned sigh. "Come to my room. Let's eat." Su Xinqing was somewhat astonished. Had his senior been waiting for him all along? Had he even saved a meal for him? It turned out he was not mistaken. The revelation that Gu Junfeng could cook genuinely shocked Su Xinqing. In his mind, Gu Junfeng was akin to a celestial being, so detached from the mundane world that he often wondered if his senior survived solely by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, perhaps just sipping morning dew, beholding the 3 dishes and a soup before him. Su Xinqing's mouth fell agape. "Senior brother, did you prepare all of this, or else? Am I the lady of the snails?" Gu Junfeng raised an eyebrow, retorting that Su Xinqing promptly fell silent, bowing his head to begin his meal. As the first bite of food graced his palate, Su Xinqing exclaimed in surprise, "Delicious, truly delicious." Gu Junfeng nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. "It's tasty, but do take your time. Your ravenous manner might lead one to think your uncle has treated you poorly all these years." Reflecting on the meals prepared by his father, Su Xinqing wiped away a tear of bitterness. A man raising a child, truly, as long as he survives. The fact that he has made it this far is a testament to his tenacity. Geng Zong is a smooth and amiable individual. You need not worry about being bullied in his company. However, now that you are at the Public Security Bureau, tasked with assisting in handling this case at the center of public opinion, it is hardly a favorable position. The Gu Junfeng advised that Su Xinqing understood that his senior brother had his best interests at heart. In that family building, they were the only 2 pioneers. Over the years, Gu Junfeng's care for him had never waned, from helping him with homework during school to being a steadfast support after he chose to join the pioneers. Now that he had entered the workforce, his senior brother continued to consider his circumstances. Even a biological brother might not extend such unwavering support. Yet Su Xinqing harbored his own thoughts and, on this matter, he was resolute. For some reason, the visage of Chun Mushing constantly loomed in his mind, gazing at him with a blend of sorrow and determination. When conversing with Gu Junfeng, Su Xinqing felt unusually at ease, expressing himself candidly. "Chun Mushing, the perpetrator of the carjacking case," Gu Junfeng inquired as Su Xinqing nodded. "His information should have been released in the news by now. Moreover, Shi Qingxue has shared some insights with me," that he added. Shi Qingxue works at the Public Security Bureau. "You met her this morning." The Gu Junfeng quietly listened as Su Xinqing recounted his narrative. After a moment, he set down his chopsticks. "Are you blaming me? Blaming me for shooting?" Su Xinqing immediately shook his head. No, you made the choice you deemed correct under those circumstances, that I told Shi Qingxue the same. You did nothing wrong, that I asked that so. Gu Junfeng queried. Perplexed that I merely suspect that there are hidden circumstances surrounding this case. But I signed a confidentiality agreement, so I cannot disclose too much to Su Xinqing expressed his frustration. Why aren't they allowing you to participate? You are far more intelligent than I. You would undoubtedly uncover more clues. The Gu Junfeng chuckled softly. I have little interest in such matters. The cage is undergoing a version iteration, and I am swamped with work, leaving me no time to attend to other affairs. Speaking of the cage, Su Xinqing suddenly recalled Aunt Sangxia's phone call, and he quickly asked, during the press conference, you mentioned that new evaluative criteria will soon be introduced, which will encompass not just contributions but also child care considerations, health status, and the specificity of research fields. May I inquire what health status entails? Illness, wellness, Gu Junfeng replied, adding, of course, the specifics are quite complex and involve medical aspects, which will require specialized personnel for assessment. What I mean is, what about chronic illnesses? Su Xinqing hesitated. Those that are non-fatal yet require prolonged care, Gu Junfeng patiently elucidated. Chronic illness, to give it its full name, refers to chronic non-communicable diseases. These ailments are challenging to assess, as they do not pertain to a specific illness, but rather serve as a collective term. Such conditions often manifest subtly, with prolonged courses and persistent symptoms, and their causes are exceedingly intricate. Under normal circumstances, this might be manageable, but given the current exceptional times, when medical resources are exceedingly scarce, acquiring such a condition would undoubtedly be a detriment. Listening to Gu Junfeng's words, Su Xinqing felt his heart plummet, that he found himself at a loss as to how to communicate this matter to Gu Junfeng. Aunt Sangxia had treated him well, her demeanor gentle, and she had previously joked that he was like her youngest son. What's wrong? Has someone you know been diagnosed with a chronic illness? Gu Junfeng scrutinized Su Xinqing, probing, is it your uncle? Perhaps due to the pleasant atmosphere of their conversation that evening, Su Xinqing found himself unusually at ease, sharing a casual chat with his typically stoic senior brother. After much contemplation, he still refrained from speaking up. What purpose would it serve? As the senior brother had pointed out, chronic illnesses are not something that can be cured in a day or two, nor even within a year or two. Moreover, Aunt Sangxia's decision to call him, while deliberately avoiding his senior brother, surely bore some consideration. Even if he were to speak, it should be done with Aunt Sangxia's consent. Upon hearing this, Gu Junfeng's expression softened considerably. Your uncle truly possesses a remarkable mindset. It is enviable. Senior brother, do you know, I genuinely feel as though there is no longer that pervasive snow and fog outside. No ice age looming over us. No imminent life or death struggle, that we are like two ordinary brothers at home, with ample time to squander and enjoy life at our own pace. Su Xinqing could not help but voice. He rarely allowed himself such indulgence, perhaps due to the multitude of events that had transpired that day, or perhaps because the current atmosphere was so delightful, granting him the ability to relax completely. This relaxation even carried a hint of weariness. When together with Gu Junfeng, Su Xinqing often found himself being the more talkative one. That it was inevitable. His senior brother was simply not adept at casual conversation. If tasked with delivering an academic paper, he could eloquently expound for hours. Yet in the realm of casual banter, Su Xinqing inevitably took the lead. The Gu Junfeng was an excellent listener, possessing a keen sense of propriety, knowing precisely what to say, what to avoid, what to inquire, and what to refrain from asking. Time flowed gently. Su Xinqing felt as though he had been wholly healed. Upon awakening, he found himself in Gu Junfeng's bed, while his senior brother had already departed for the research institute. Rubbing his disheveled hair, Su Xinqing rose, yawning as he made his way to the table. There lay a breakfast meticulously prepared by Gu Junfeng, accompanied by a note he had left behind. Su Xinqing gazed at the appetizing breakfast under the thermal cover, swallowing hard before picking up the note to read. You need not clock in at the research institute. I didn't wake you that I have sent a set of materials to your handheld device regarding the authors and works of the three-dimensional artistic advertisements at the station, that I hope it proves helpful. This morning, the cage is undergoing a closed testing, making it inconvenient to contact you. If you have any matters, we can discuss them in the afternoon. After reading, Su Xinqing promptly activated his handheld device, and indeed found a neatly packaged set of materials. His handheld device resembled a sphere shaped like the Earth. With a simple gesture, it unfolded and reconfigured, ultimately transforming into a compact projector that displayed the materials left by Gu Junfeng. Sitting at the table, Su Xinqing began to enjoy his breakfast while viewing the content, but he could not help but acknowledge that Gu Junfeng was far more meticulous than he. The materials he organized contained not only the author's personal information, but also delved into the author's life story and the societal evaluations of the painting's content. What astonished Su Xinqing the most was not only Gu Junfeng's collection of appreciation comments from industry experts, but also the fact that he had included the reflections of high school students as well. Is it possible that viewing the same object at different times leads to varying insights? Chapter 7. Ganling Su Xinqing's leisurely morning was ultimately interrupted, for not everyone possessed the calm demeanor of Gu Junfeng. When Shi Qingxue called, her anxious tone led Su Xinqing to believe that a serious matter had arisen. However, upon listening closely, he learned that it was merely the personal information and autopsy results of a female corpse concealed within a three-dimensional art billboard. Adhering to the principle of taking pride in one's work, Su Xinqing grabbed 2 slices of bread and headed out. Given the current temperature, he would not dare to eat while walking, especially since they were clad in airtight protective suits and helmets, making it impractical to dine. These 2 slices of bread were intended to stave off hunger until he reached the Public Security Management Bureau, as he was uncertain whether provisions would be made for him as an auxiliary personnel. Upon arriving at the Public Security Management Bureau, Su Xinqing found Shi Qingxue waiting at the entrance. Before he could inquire about the meal arrangements, she pulled him into the screening room. Were they not supposed to review the autopsy results first? Su Xinqing felt somewhat bewildered. You will understand once you see it. The deceased's actions before death align closely with the autopsy results. Shi Qingxue explained that Su Xinqing ceased his inquiries and quietly awaited the staff to adjust the video playback. He had lost count of how many times he had viewed this scene and felt no excitement remaining. Nevertheless, he noticed an intriguing detail. Initially, there was no figure in the three-dimensional art billboard. In other words, the billboard depicted only an empty room, a somewhat damaged wooden table, a burning candle atop it, and a wooden stool. This resembled the scene after the corpse had been removed, and merely viewing such an image made it impossible to connect it to the renowned painting. As the staff accelerated the playback, everything was processed rapidly. Suddenly, they hit the pause button. This is the moment. The deceased makes her appearance. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing quickly focused his attention. Contrary to his expectations of witnessing a perpetrator transporting a body, the deceased walked over and sat down on the stool. Then, the frigid air froze her, extinguishing her life and forming this artwork. What does this mean? Su Xinqing was taken aback, struggling to believe his eyes. Was this individual a suicide? This conclusion was so absurd that even his voice wavered in disbelief. From the video, it appears so, Shi Qingxue stated, her tone heavy with gravity. Clearly, they harbored doubts about this interpretation as well. What can I do? Su Xinqing understood his role. He was there to assist in the investigation, primarily through technical support. When it came to uncovering clues, the Public Security Management Bureau undoubtedly had more professionals on hand. We want to know, if it were you, how easy would it be to create such a piece? Shi Qingxue hesitated yet again, ultimately using the term piece to refer to the work. This is not merely a simple painting. It bears the marks of life. Su Xinqing repeatedly scrutinized the videos of the woman both before and after entering the painting, then sought out images of the original artwork for comparison. Please give me a moment to verify. Su Xinqing retrieved his handheld device, capturing images from both sides for information comparison. After a brief data analysis, the final result indicated a similarity of 91.23. This was an alarmingly high figure. After all, the painting featured a living person. To have a living individual pose in an identical manner to the one depicted in the artwork, even down to the folds of clothing, was an impossible feat, setting aside the other elements of the painting, focusing solely on the figure. Even if one disregarded the harsh environment and time constraints, simply showing the artwork to someone would not guarantee they could replicate such a similar pose, let alone have the soft fabric of their clothing obediently replicate the folds found in the painting. Most strikingly, the essence of this painting lay in its interplay of light and shadow. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge in painting or photography understands that capturing and controlling light and shadow is the most challenging aspect. Even minor variations in light can significantly impact the artwork. To achieve this piece, 2 elements were indispensable: technique and the cooperation of a living model. In the scenario where the living model was sufficiently compliant, I would need to repeatedly replicate, compare, and recreate this painting, making slight adjustments once the individual entered the scene to achieve an optimal effect. Even so, reaching this level of accuracy would require at least 5 days, that of course, if the living model's cooperation was less than ideal. Even a slight deviation could prolong the process indefinitely, rendering it unpredictable. Sure, Qingxue nodded, unfamiliar with the technical aspects, naturally accepting Su Xinqing's words as truth that, of course, the adjustments would pertain to the lighting. Su Xinqing explained, gesturing at the images. Without this fine-tuning, the impact of lighting alone could reduce the artwork's fidelity compared to the original by at least 1-0. It was undeniably unsettling to witness a living person step into a painting, only to be frozen to death. Yet sure, Qingxue seemed desensitized, displaying little reaction that I can assure you. There were adjustments that Su Xinqing felt confident in this assertion. Due to his professional background, he was particularly attuned to any dynamic changes, especially excelling in image analysis that if he claimed there were adjustments, then there certainly were. After several attempts to manipulate the playback speed, sure Qingxue's eyes began to strain, but she finally discerned some differences, albeit still questioning whether it was merely a figment of her imagination or a mental suggestion. Meanwhile, Su Xinqing was already progressing to the next step. If there were adjustments, it indicated that someone had collaborated in the crime. Can we trace the devices connected to this billboard? I've checked. Nothing turned up. They have erased all relevant traces. Sure, Qingxue sighed that, of course, I suspect our Public Security Management Bureau's internal equipment and personnel capabilities are insufficient. While others have embraced information warfare, we are still fumbling with Spider Solitaire, that Su Xinqing chuckled at Sure Qingxue's remark. To know Spider Solitaire speaks to a long history, that my father loves it. He paid a hefty sum for this antique, she lamented. Sure, Qingxue sighed again. You know as well as I do that with all the upgrades, this antique handheld device is utterly incompatible and requires specialized handling. Su Xinqing admired Sure Hongyi's persistence. Such dedication truly reflected a passion for the craft. Tell me, if we entrusted this to the Research Institute, could they uncover something? Sure, Qingxue inquired. Your team possesses top-tier talent and equipment. It should be feasible, right? Su Xinqing shook his head. Given how much time has passed and the consistent system in place, the methods of information retrieval are well established. There is little hope. What then? Are we genuinely to classify this as a suicide? Sure Qingxue frowned, incredulous at the notion. Sure Qingxue and Su Xinqing were both perplexed, wondering what could have led to such an ACT. Is there a possibility she was coerced? Su Xinqing posed the question. The investigative team had already considered this angle, but as of yet, they had no leads. Sure Qingxue's demeanor fell, but she soon perked up. With your analysis, we can ascertain that she had an accomplice. If she was indeed coerced, the other party bears significant suspicion. With that, Sure Qingxue hurriedly exited to relay this information to the rest of the department. That Su Xinqing felt a sense of accomplishment knowing he could contribute to the case's resolution. Watching Sure Qingxue leave, he inquired about his designated workstation at the Public Security Management Bureau. Once seated, he began attempting to replicate the painting using Mr. Technology. In truth, he was curious about what level of skill he could achieve and how much time it would require. To replicate this painting, he would first need to understand the figure of Mary Magdalene depicted within it. Su Xinqing researched information related to this character and discovered that she appeared in legends as one saved by Jesus. She washed Jesus' feet with her tearful repentance and dried them with her soft black hair. During the days and nights of Jesus' crucifixion, she wept and prayed while offering him water. After his death, she entered the tomb to anoint his body, only to unexpectedly witness his resurrection. As Su Xinqing read these descriptions, he found it difficult to grasp the emotions involved, perhaps due to his lack of any particular faith. When he encountered remarks claiming the story was moving and intriguing, his focus lay solely on whether such a person had truly existed or if she was merely a myth. In the end, he indeed uncovered some relevant content. There were claims that she might have been Jesus' closest companion in faith or the most enlightened disciple who had not been recorded in official history. Jesus had imparted the gospel to her in a one-on-one setting, a privilege not accorded to the famed 12 apostles. Su Xinqing sighed, acknowledging his respect for any reasonable and lawful belief, while also recognizing the profundity of such faith. At this moment, however, he found it challenging to resonate with the emotions therein. Meanwhile, he speculated that the choice of this painting by the other party must hold profound significance, as the central figure of the artwork. This character was undoubtedly of utmost importance. Su Xinqing meticulously read through the material, striving to comprehend the spiritual realm of the character. What could these elements signify? Is it the pure faith of Mary Magdalene, her resolute mind, or her courageous and fearless spirit? All of these qualities resided within her. Yet if the intention was indeed to convey such themes, why then would one choose to embrace death? Su Xinqing found himself somewhat bewildered. He contacted the staff and, after undergoing a permissions review, acquired relevant information about the deceased. The deceased was a 32-year-old woman named Gan Ling, residing in the outskirts of the city, unmarried, without children, and having lost her parents to complications arising from prolonged exposure to low temperatures. Her education level was modest, and she had previously worked in cleaning services, suffering from cardiovascular ailments and continuously taking antihypertensive and lipid-regulating medications. In just a few terse lines, an entire life was summarized. Su Xinqing noted that these details barely surpassed the length of the records concerning Mary Magdalene. Perhaps this was the reason she chose to embody Mary Magdalene before her demise, to spark discussion and weave her existence into that of another, thereby uncovering more layers of information. As a staunch materialist, Su Xinqing found this difficult to grasp that he did not immediately attempt to see Gan Ling through the lens of Mary Magdalene. In his view, Gan Ling was Gan Ling. With her own life, if a similar situation were to befall him, he would undoubtedly choose to confront death as Su Xinqing rather than as a proxy for anyone else. Su Xinqing gazed silently at the painting, meticulously comparing it with the information he had gathered, repeatedly and scrupulously. Have you also looked into this information? The voice of Shi Qingxue broke through his reverie, startling him. Do you believe in this? Shi Qingxue inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. That I do not. I'm a steadfast materialist, believing in science, law, and policy. There are many things I hold faith in, but not this. Su Xinqing sighed. Thus, I find it difficult to comprehend the underlying meaning here. Just like me. Shi Qingxue nodded, but it matters not. The Bureau has specifically sought individuals to interpret it. What they say is beyond my comprehension. It feels like reading an ancient script. What do you think this Mary Magdalene is trying to accomplish? Her name is Gan Ling. Su Xinqing corrected. Alright, Gan Ling. Shi Qingxue readily adapted. Nowadays, everyone keeps invoking Mary Magdalene. I nearly forgot her original name. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing's eyes suddenly brightened. Could it be that the so-called faith is merely a gimmick? A ruse to divert our attention? Chapter 8. Gimmick. Upon hearing Su Xinqing's query, Shi Qingxue appeared somewhat hesitant. That seems unlikely. So much effort has been expended. What is the current public discourse? Su Xinqing asked. Haven't you seen the news? Shi Qingxue retorted. The topic has skyrocketed. It is being discussed in every corner. And even the value of the original painting has soared tenfold. Su Xinqing thought to himself that after the harrowing day he had experienced yesterday, he was dragged by Shi Qingxue to view recordings early this morning, and then pondered on techniques of replication. How could he possibly find time to follow these developments? What about within the police department? Did you not enlist professionals for assistance? Su Xinqing, feeling disinclined to research the information himself, directly inquired of Shi Qingxue. With so many industry experts, wouldn't their insights be more accurate and detailed than my own searches? Don't mention it. Shi Qingxue waved her hand dismissively. You have no idea. They have moved from discussing the painting to the author's biography, the historical context of the time, and even more extended themes. Is it any wonder they call it a masterpiece? However, the topics are too numerous, and I find it overwhelming. Su Xinqing lowered his gaze, quietly listening to Shi Qingxue's complaints. Following this line of thought, perhaps he had been partially correct in his earlier assumption that intertwining one's life with another could yield more exploitable information and discussion. A good gimmick can pique interest and create widespread impact, and if this were indeed a deliberately orchestrated event, the orchestrators would undoubtedly be considered successful. Sometimes, once one escapes the confines of a particular mindset, many matters become strikingly clear. Yet the challenge lies in breaking free from that very mindset. Moreover, there is the influence of public opinion. The significance of a cleaner's death pales in comparison to that of a cleaner who integrates into a world-renowned painting, becoming part of it, displayed in a city center station, allowing the essence of their life to slip away. The disparity in discussion between these two scenarios is self-evident. Have you seen those comments? Shi Qingxue asked while browsing through her handheld device. There are even people forming detective clubs spontaneously, analyzing and solving the case. making it seem quite official. One might mistake them for auxiliary personnel of the Public Security Bureau. Then let them in. Should they possess quality credentials, it could be an opportunity, Su Xinqing jested. Though he did not follow suit in checking the news on his device that in the past, even with a casual interest, he would have asked Shi Qingxue for a link to delve deeper. If what you're suggesting is correct, and this is merely a gimmick, then aren't all the efforts of the Public Security Bureau in vain? Shi Qingxue could not help but express her curiosity, adding, "And a waste of time. What I propose is merely my intuition and reasoning. Your investigations demand evidence, or how else will you persuade those awaiting answers?" Su Xinqing stated. "That is true," Shi Qingxue nodded. Then suddenly realized, playfully tapping Su Xinqing on the shoulder. "Wait a minute. Why are you educating me? I'm the one with authority here. You're merely on loan." Su Xinqing chuckled. "One must love their craft. I adapt easily, and my logical thinking shifts swiftly. Perhaps I've been influenced by the atmosphere of your Public Security Bureau." Shi Qingxue, ever lighthearted, encouraged Su Xinqing. "Then work hard. After this matter concludes, come join the Public Security Bureau. Just remember to idolize me like you do Gu Junfeng." Su Xinqing shook his head, remaining silent. Aside from Gu Junfeng, he doubted he would ever admire anyone else to that extent. Sufficient self-discipline, exceptional intellect, an unparalleled composure, not to mention his inherent kindness. Without exception, all those present wore solemn expressions. These were the invited artists, and it seemed they had failed to uncover any substantial insights. Otherwise, they would not exhibit such expressions. Shi Qingxue whispered in Su Xinqing's ear, "Why aren't you listening? Why come here to chat with me?" Su Xinqing, intrigued, asked, "Why not listen?" Shi Qingxue shot him an exasperated glance. "Didn't you hear what I said earlier? I have no artistic talent whatsoever. I lack interest in such matters, and I barely lasted 5 minutes inside before yawning 3 times. Everyone in there was an art expert, and it felt disrespectful, so I was asked to leave." Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing's eyes lit up. "You've never attended an art appreciation class?" After speaking, Shi Qingxue added, "Of course, skipping classes is absolutely unacceptable. I was penalized with a 3,000-word reflection, read aloud in front of everyone. It was utterly humiliating." Su Xinqing chuckled. "Then if you were to view this painting, what impression would it leave you?" "Huh." Shi Qingxue was caught off guard. "Yes, I mean to say, what is your appraisal?" Su Xinqing pressed. Shi Qingxue turned her gaze towards the image of the painting on Su Xinqing's screen, tilting her head to examine it from various angles before finally declaring, "It's just a woman sitting there in contemplation." "And what more?" Su Xinqing inquired, in response to Su Xinqing's eager gaze. Shi Qingxue scrutinized the painting once more, then stiffly remarked, "The candle is nearly burnt out, yet there is still a bit of light. And the room looks rather shabby." Su Xinqing was amused by Shi Qingxue's remarks. She was observing only the surface, and a rather shallow one at that. Quite insightful. Su Xinqing nodded at the painting. He was beginning to understand the significance of Gu Junfeng's collection of those comments. A scholar possesses profound insights, while a novice has their own perspective. There exists a distinction between breadth and depth of thought, yet no hierarchy. "Would you like to share your thoughts publicly?" Shi Qingxue nudged Su Xinqing with her shoulder, suggesting that many influencers had arisen, and those who gained notoriety could quickly monetize their fame, effectively forming an industrial chain. Su Xinqing, appearing relaxed, replied, "You've mentioned it's an industrial chain. I am not adept in such matters. Thus I wouldn't earn from it. Furthermore, I am a full-time researcher. Compared to that, I would prefer to remain diligently at the research institute, lest I neglect my responsibilities. I've noticed that you are genuinely dedicated to the research institute. Most of the researchers I know seem to share that trait," Shi Qingxue remarked, shrugging in confusion. "It's quite simple. It is the sanctuary of ideals that Su Xinqing elucidated with remarkable simplicity that the most significant distinction between humans and other beings lies in the intricacy of thought. Humans are beings of spiritual pursuit. Beyond the mundane concerns of daily life, such as rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea, we also yearn for poetry and distant horizons." Shi Qingxue playfully tapped Su Xinqing on the shoulder, saying, "Poetry is beyond my comprehension. As for distant horizons, don't even think about it. Without professional equipment, you would turn into an ice sculpture after just a few steps." Upon uttering these words, both fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, what was Gan Ling contemplating during those few steps? Clad in the simple attire of the figures depicted in the painting, she traversed the road, enduring the biting cold with each step. Yet, as they reviewed the footage, not a trace of suffering was visible on Gan Ling's face. Her expression remained serene throughout, devoid of excessive exuberance or sorrow. In that moment, Su Xinqing felt an uncanny sense of temporal dislocation, as if she inhabited an era apart from his own. She seemed to exist before the advent of the Ice Age, in a world where temperatures were normal, simply hurrying to the station like an ordinary person. Shi Qingxue pondered aloud. Do you think Gan Ling possesses some form of spiritual pursuit? Su Xinqing replied, do you think Gan Ling has some kind of spiritual solace? They spoke in unison, sharing the initial phrase but diverging at the end. One using pursuit and the other solace. Su Xinqing asserted, those who have pursuits do not seek death. Thus, it is solace. Shi Qingxue countered, what if her desire for death is in pursuit of something? They exchanged glances, neither yielding. Ultimately, Su Xinqing conceded fine in matters like this. Mere discussion between us is unlikely to yield definitive answers. Only Gan Ling truly knows her thoughts. Not quite, Shi Qingxue interjected, raising a finger. The person who collaborated to create this work also knows the technical genius. At this juncture, Su Xinqing recalled his pressing tasks and nudged Shi Qingxue. Give me some space. I need to work. Shi Qingxue understood, having concluded the meeting that it caused her considerable headache, and she turned to attend to her own responsibilities. Once the noise subsided, Su Xinqing focused intently on the technical reproduction, that he had previously entertained numerous thoughts and had contemplated the painting's meaning and the artist's life. But after his discussion with Shi Qingxue, he experienced a profound clarity. Approaching the task anew, he felt unburdened and considerably lighter. It was merely a painting, and his objective was to maximize the technical reproduction. The deeper meanings mattered not to him. He found them beyond his comprehension. With this mindset, Su Xinqing's efficiency soared. Time slipped away, and on the left side of his display screen was the original artwork, while on the right was his technical reproduction. This was merely the first step, a two-dimensional representation. He would later need to model it, transforming the two-dimensional into a three-dimensional view. Several hours passed, and Su Xinqing felt his neck completely stiffened. He had a long-standing habit of becoming deeply engrossed in his work. Previously, he would set an alarm to remind himself to stand and stretch at least every 2 hours. When he finally rose from his seat, 6 hours had elapsed. Su Xinqing rubbed his neck with his left hand and his back with his right, slowly making his way to the restroom. That he had forgotten lunch, and no one from the Public Security Bureau had reminded him, an outsider in their midst. Emerging from the restroom, Su Xinqing felt slightly better, only to encounter Shi Qingxue rushing towards him. Are you all right? Are you angry? How is your mental state? If you're truly upset and unable to calm down, leaving work early is also an option. Listening to Shi Qingxue's rapid-fire inquiries, Su Xinqing appeared bewildered. He felt a twinge of loneliness, having suddenly found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment, straddling a realm that felt entirely alien, with no one to share a meal with or check in on him. He felt like a mere cog in the machine. Yet, he was not so self-indulgent as to demand to leave early due to such feelings. Shi Qingxue scrutinized Su Xinqing with suspicion. Your attitude seems remarkably composed. Su Xinqing hesitated before finally confessing. Next time you go for a meal, please remember to invite me. I am unfamiliar with your bureau and do not know where the cafeteria is. That he then added. And could you tell me where to get water? I am quite thirsty. Over there, Shi Qingxue gestured. Following her, Su Xinqing finally spotted a water cooler tucked away in a discreet corner. Your Public Security Bureau plagued by crime. Is that why the water cooler is so carefully placed? The word carefully was evidently polished by Su Xinqing's high emotional intelligence. That it's simply positioned there, so it doesn't obstruct anything. Shi Qingxue explained that as Su Xinqing approached the water cooler to quench his thirst. Shi Qingxue suddenly realized something. Cautiously, she leaned closer to him. Haven't you seen the news and public opinion? What? Su Xinqing swallowed a large gulp of water, thinking it was merely about a carjacking incident. The press conference linking it to the three-dimensional art lightbox corpse case, and a bunch of people showcasing their intellect through wild speculations. What more could there be? Shi Qingxue sighed, hesitating for a moment before revealing. Your personal information, along with your brother's, has been exposed, particularly detailed information that we are currently in a sensitive period, and many harbor malicious intent towards you. Some have even escalated matters to involve your family. Chapter 9. Military order family is a taboo for many, And this holds true for Su Xinqing as well. Observing Shi Qingshua's hesitance, his expression grew serious that he refrained from pressing for details, opting instead to check the news on his handheld device. He was uncertain who had unearthed such comprehensive information about him and his brother Gu Junfeng. The level of detail was frankly terrifying. There, Su Xinqing encountered records from his childhood that he himself had long forgotten. From the moment he could remember, it was his father, Chun Kursin, who had raised him, providing for his every need and ensuring his survival. However, his father was not particularly meticulous or concerned with rituals. Additionally, Su Xinqing himself was not fond of photography, resulting in a lack of photos aside from official identification until the age of 16, yet now, he found himself depicted in various corners of other people's photographs. Circled with different colored markers, labeled as the ostentatious murderer. If it weren't for this photo, I wouldn't even remember having been classmates with such a person. My elementary school keepsake photo is tainted. How could such a person appear in it? Is there any more information? I absolutely detest the self-righteous. Provide me with details so I can scold them. Hey guys upstairs, check out this post. It contains all the information you might need, including where he lives, his workplace, employee ID, and social connections. Following the link in the post, Su Xinqing discovered the extent of the information available was indeed astounding. Detailed enough to identify his colleague, Geng Xiang, who sat beside him. I am transparent that Su Xinqing uttered this phrase, feeling quite perplexed. Shi Qingxue looked at him with confusion. What do you mean? In the eyes of these people, I am now transparent. Everything about me is laid bare. Su Xinqing sighed with a wry smile. They even unearthed details from my employment medical examination. If they claim there are no professionals involved, I would certainly find that hard to believe. Shi Qingxue fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, the saying there are masters among the common folk is not just a glitch. Sometimes, I feel they are more skilled than those technicians in our bureau. Su Xinqing's expression turned serious. However, using one's intellect inappropriately renders even the sharpest mind a burden. Shi Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. She stood frozen for 5 seconds before comprehending Su Xinqing's words. Are you serious? She asked for clarification. Why wouldn't I be? Su Xinqing retorted. Just because it's troublesome to gather evidence. Should I trivialize serious matters? There are professionals over there, and we have technicians here too. Moreover, we have the support of the Research Institute's technical team. What is there to fear? As a staff member of the Public Security Bureau, I wholeheartedly support your decision to file a report. However, from a personal standpoint, given the current level of public scrutiny, if you proceed now, it might provoke a new wave of online harassment. Would it not be wiser to wait until this tempest passes before seeking justice? Shi Qingxue earnestly suggested that Su Xinqing shook his head with a smile. In my view, delayed justice is no justice at all. Hearing this, Shi Qingxue chose not to argue further. She nodded and led Su Xinqing to the location for filing the report. The journey there took less than 2 minutes. This was likely the quickest and most efficient report Su Xinqing had ever filed. Impressive. Shi Qingxue gave Su Xinqing a thumbs up as he transitioned from a temporary assignment in the morning to becoming the plaintiff in the afternoon. Listening to Shi Qingxue's good-natured jest, Su Xinqing retorted playfully, take note. This is the efficiency of us technological workers. As Shi Qingxue turned to leave, facing the officials from the Public Security Bureau who were taking notes. Su Xinqing's expression darkened. These posts have invaded my privacy. Both the volume of shares and the degree of verbal assault in their content and comments have reached a threshold for sentencing. They have not only attacked me, but also my family, my father, and even my colleagues. These individuals were not involved in the carjacking incident and did not appear in any related footage. Yet they have been wantonly maligned. Neither I nor those around me have any obligation to serve as a dumping ground for others' emotional outbursts. Those who err must bear the consequences. This is a fundamental truth that any adult should comprehend. Su Xinqing briefly outlined the situation while providing the information he had gathered. Just as he was about to say more, his handheld device suddenly rang. Hello, it's your colleague Xiaocheng who has been with you for a while. Do you recognize my voice? You're not going to ask me who I am after calling me teacher yesterday, are you? Hearing the familiar voice from the other end, Su Xinqing felt considerably more at ease. Xiang, of course I know. With his identity confirmed, Geng Xiang wasted no time and directly said to Su Xinqing, I've sent you a compressed file containing the evidence we've compiled, along with the traced IP addresses. Our colleagues here have also completed the reverse tracking. You can take it directly to file a report. The people at the Public Security Bureau can skip the technical investigation and proceed straight to arrests. After ending the call, Su Xinqing glanced at his handheld device, which was well prepared with complete materials. The note-taker, who had been listening to the entire conversation, appeared somewhat bewildered. Was it really that quick? This sensation of seeing the conclusion right from the start is rather exhilarating. Su Xinqing paused for a moment and shrugged, saying, "That's the situation. Is there anything else you need me to add?" The other party chuckled. "It's the first time I've seen a victim in such good spirits and with such high efficiency." Conversely, Su Xinqing's mood was far from light. This incident involved not just me as a victim, but also others who were implicated. That it just so happened that we encountered a tough opponent. And as we work in this field, we have the capability to gather evidence and information swiftly to assist you in bringing the perpetrators to justice. However, in most cases, not everyone has this ability. The note-taker nodded in agreement without denying it, but immediately added, "You're right. Not everyone possesses such resources. Yet your actions have set a positive precedent, demonstrating to the perpetrators what they must not do, and informing the victims of their rights and the proper course of action." While the statement sounded somewhat official, it held a kernel of truth. Someone must stand up to prove that the so-called law is not just empty rhetoric. People require limitations. The essence of these restrictions is not to confine everyone, but rather to ensure a better life for all. Having settled this minor episode, Su Xinqing emerged from the note-taking room and encountered Shi Qingxue waiting at the door. "What's the matter? Do you need something from me?" Su Xinqing inquired curiously. Shi Qingxue raised an eyebrow. "I'm taking you to the cafeteria. That if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known you skipped lunch." Grateful for her kindness, Su Xinqing gladly accepted that he understood that revising the evaluation rules was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. A moment's carelessness could provoke immense dissatisfaction, with consequences that were impossible to predict. At times, he even felt a twinge of sympathy for his senior brother, as working under pressure was far from pleasant. During mealtime, the cafeteria was bustling with people. Su Xinqing stood behind Shi Qingxue, orderly waiting in line, his mind preoccupied with visions of that painting. "Hey, you become quite the celebrity." Shi Qingxue turned slightly, nudging him with her shoulder. Su Xinqing was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Everyone is looking at you, the elite of the research institute, the high-efficiency talent who reported a case right after joining." Shi Qingxue whispered to him, "To this." Su Xinqing could only chuckle helplessly. He believed he had done nothing wrong and faced the crowd's scrutiny without a hint of evasion. The line moved slowly. By the time it was Su Xinqing's turn, his stomach was growling with hunger. Adhering to the principle that everything looks appetizing when one is starving, Su Xinqing ended up ordering 3 dishes for himself. Facing Shi Qingxue's inquisitive gaze, he responded nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I can finish it. I won't waste any." Shi Qingxue nodded, "True, since you didn't eat at noon." While eating, Shi Qingxue began to speak while picking up food. "The Public Security Bureau has issued a military order." "A military order?" Su Xinqing sipped his soup. Shi Qingxue nodded, "Yes, to clarify this case within a month." Afterwards, she asked Su Xinqing, "Do you think that is possible?" "From a personal perspective, I think it is." Shi Qingxue's expression turned serious. Then she continued, "But there is nothing we can do. The one issuing the military order is my father, and I can't stop him." Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing was taken aback. After a moment, he reassured her, "With the current uproar caused by public opinion, we cannot afford to lose credibility. Actions to stabilize public sentiment are necessary, and making a statement is a reluctant necessity." Shi Qingxue understood the reasoning, but she feigned nonchalance as she smiled. "It's fine. If he fails to accomplish it, he can resign and will have enough savings to retire comfortably. It's just the quota for the underground city." At this point, a heavy silence enveloped them. It was a sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. No one could escape, and all were equal in this regard. Would the revision of the evaluation rules by Fanlong alter the fundamental principle of exchanging contributions for scores? Shi Qingxue inquired. Su Xinqing hesitated for a moment, opting for bluntness rather than pleasantries. The fact that this principle was established when the Fanlong system was first employed for evaluation indicates its foundational nature. The probability of change is slim. Upon hearing this, Shi Qingxue felt somewhat reassured, yet the seriousness on her face did not dissipate. "But issues like age and health will certainly be re-evaluated, right? Even if he has been promoted over the years. He is still eager to be on the front lines, He works tirelessly whenever a case arises, and his health has long since deteriorated that I... Sure, Qingshua's words trailed off, but Su Xinqing understood her meaning. It was an unavoidable concern for a loved one. When will the snow and fog outside finally clear? Sure, Qingxue turned her gaze to the white, desolate world outside that it's too cold. This world is far too cold. At times, when I look out the window, I feel as if I can empathize with Gan Ling's state of mind as she walked those few steps. Perhaps it's a form of liberation. A release from the burden of judgment. But Su Xinqing had never seen Shi Qingxue like this before, in his memory. She was not one to dwell on melancholy. Her current reflections likely stem from concerns about Shi Hongyi, whom she truly could not let go of. Likewise, he harbored worries about his own father, Chen Kursen. Sometimes, Su Xinqing felt that the more perilous the world became, the smaller the space within his heart grew, confined to accommodate only those around him. None of us are saviors, let alone saving the entire world. Being able to save ourselves and those close to us is already a remarkable feat. By the way, we've also found the place Gan Ling rented before. Shi Qingxue suddenly spoke. With the temperature outside so low and Gan Ling dressed so lightly, it was impossible for her to be residing far away. The only explanation was that her rental was in close proximity to the station. After thorough investigation, the Public Security Bureau swiftly identified the house where Gan Ling lived before her untimely demise. It is too late today. Let us go see the scene tomorrow. Shi Qingxue looked at Su Xinqing. That area has already been cordoned off. You can check if there are any clues left behind, especially technical ones. You mentioned there is an expert there. What if some equipment was left behind? To this, Su Xinqing did not harbor much hope, but since Shi Qingxue had suggested it, he was indeed curious. So he nodded in agreement. The world had long since lost its 4 seasons. Coldness enveloped everything. Su Xinqing walked alone toward the station, clad in specially designed winter clothing. He did not hurry. Upon reaching the station, he instinctively glanced at the nearby 3D art billboard, confirming it was merely an image, before turning back to continue waiting for his bus. Chapter 10. The so-called freedom. He examined Su Xinqing from head to toe, helplessly stating, "Did you forget to raise the indoor temperature again before you got home?" Su Xinqing was afraid of the cold and often had a poor memory. "Come in, take a shower first. I'll get you a clean set of clothes." The Jiu Junfeng skillfully ushered him in. Such scenes had occurred numerous times, with the 2 children of often absent parents huddling together for warmth. Naturally, in most instances, it was the older Gu Junfeng taking care of the younger Su Xing. As Su Xinqing shamelessly entered Gu Junfeng's room. "Didn't you say there was something to discuss? Shall we talk about it now?" Gu Junfeng shook his head, pinching the bridge of his nose. "It's fine. There's no rush. You go shower first. I'll rest for a bit longer." Su Xinqing rarely saw such fatigue on Gu Junfeng's face, and he felt a twinge of concern. "What's the matter? You have to give me a hint." Conservatives. The Jiu Junfeng uttered 3 words, leaving Su Xinqing momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, he stiffly replied, "All right, understood. I'll take a shower first." This was a topic both of them were reluctant to confront. Indeed, a problem that could not be resolved in a fleeting moment. If they could evade it for a moment, they would do so. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Su Xinqing found clean clothes neatly arranged on the nearby shelf. He casually donned them and then sat cross-legged on Gu Junfeng's bed, as if having made a significant decision. He spoke. "I can talk now. I'm ready." Jiu Junfeng was amused by Su Xinqing's series of actions. His mood lightened somewhat. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that the conservatives are using the case to make a fuss, rousing public sentiment, and one issue leads to another. Today, under duress, the Research Institute had to advance the iteration date of the cage system by 2 weeks. Advanced by 2 weeks? Su Xinqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Junfeng nodded. "We don't know when the case will be solved, and the impact of public opinion is unpredictable. That we cannot allow the world to remain in such an unstable turmoil indefinitely. There must be something to soothe the hearts of the people, or a sufficiently weighty topic to serve as a transition from the previous one." Su Xinqing understood Gu Junfeng's words. He recalled their discussion about what the cage truly represented before he entered the Research Institute. In the eyes of most, the cage, as a manifestation of cutting-edge technology, was nearly divine, not to mention its current role in determining human lives. Yet for researchers like Gu Junfeng, who had the privilege to closely approach the cage, it was merely a tool. Compared to a machine, I would prefer to call it a tool. The cage is a tool created by humanity, utilized by humanity. When Gu Junfeng said this, his expression was calm, as if discussing a shovel or a pencil, objects he regarded with equal importance to the cage. Have some hot tea? Gu Junfeng pushed a porcelain cup towards Su Xinqing. It is getting late. The tea leaves aren't tea abundant, but the quality of this batch is excellent, and the aroma is genuine. Cage, Su Xinqing began, but found himself at a loss for words. Thus shifting the topic. The conservatives, very well, perhaps it's better not to delve into that. This topic is even more difficult to discuss. The brothers' feelings toward the conservatives were indeed complex in their residential building. Apart from themselves, everyone else was a conservative, neighbors, relatives, without exception. They all coexisted harmoniously, and both Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng had received their fair share of care. However, within any faction, there exist extremists. The fierce opposition between conservatives and expansionists was significantly fueled by these radicals. The cage had become a target thrust into the limelight. Gu Junfeng seemed to sense Su Xinqing's thoughts and directly explained, in this grand environment, the cage is a tool. Is that female corpse not also a tool? The conservatives' grievances against the expansionists are not a recent development. They are seizing the opportunity to strike now that the tool has been handed to them. Had Su Xinqing not been somewhat familiar with the specifics of the case, he might have remained as composed as Gu Junfeng. However, because he had some understanding of Gan Ling, she was no longer just a name to him. Thus, he could not help but interject, human lives should not become tools. Upon hearing this, Gu Junfeng abruptly looked up, silently studying Su Xinqing for a few seconds before stiffly replying, "Yes, I know you are tender-hearted. This is not merely a matter of being tender-hearted that Su Xinqing, uncharacteristically obstinate, continued, no matter how harsh the wind and snow outside, and how low the temperatures drop, as long as the underground city is still being built and we are striving, I still see humanity as vibrant and hopeful. But if one day human lives become mere tools to be exploited, then I would begin to question the meaning of my existence and efforts." "You are too idealistic," Gu Junfeng could not help but remark. A simple statement, yet it struck Su Xinqing like a bolt from the blue. Idealism. That term felt familiar. Not long ago, it had been applied to Chen Musheng is idealism. Such a bad thing, Su Xinqing murmured. "It is not that it is bad. Rather, those who are idealistic tend to be particularly fragile when faced with the shattering of their ideals." The Gu Junfeng sighed. "I worry about you." Observing the melancholy in his senior's expression, Su Xinqing chose not to pursue this topic further and instead inquired, "What have the conservatives said this time?" "What else could it be?" Gu Junfeng replied with a hint of disdain. "It's the same old rhetoric. How industrial society has reached its limit and is inevitably heading towards self-destruction. The Industrial Revolution ushered in modern industrial society, where technology continuously advances. However, such progress cannot be arbitrary. It must be guided, which is what is referred to as regulation. Regulation brings with it limitations on freedom. Once humanity loses its freedom, it forfeits countless unforeseen possibilities. Moreover, as industrial society develops, individuals will either be replaced by machines or governed by the elites controlling those machines. Such a life holds no meaning." Su Xinqing had lost count of how many times he had heard this tired refrain. Yet, with the myriad chaos of the Ice Age unfolding and the expansionists implementing their policies decisively, his perspective shifted. To repeatedly ponder the significance of existence, leading to widespread societal panic, seemed to him the most meaningless endeavor of all. Regardless of the circumstances, survival is humanity's inherent instinct. To put it plainly, one must live to discuss meaning. Once dead, there is no opportunity to even contemplate its significance. I wish to understand how the conservatives' viewpoints relate to Gan Ling's case, or is Chen Musheng a conservative? Su Xinqing was somewhat puzzled. Even if they were seizing the opportunity to make a point, there ought to be a focal point for that argument. Freedom. The Gu Junfeng provided this answer with a chuckle. They claimed that Gan Ling's act of walking to the station and freezing herself in a part of a painting was a call for freedom. Can you believe such statements? Su Xinqing found it difficult to wrap his mind around this convoluted reasoning. Ahem. The Gu Junfeng feigned a cough, cleared his throat, and adopted the demeanor of a spokesperson for the conservatives. It is the rapid advancement of technology that has stripped humanity of its freedom. The more technology progresses, the further humanity retreats from freedom. Technology seeks the optimal solution, achieving maximum output in the shortest time with minimal cost, while freedom emphasizes personal experience and the diversity of human existence. Since the advent of the car as a mode of transportation, People's travel habits have changed. Even urban development has been altered. People have become reliant on cars, neglecting other forms of land transportation. So, Su Xinqing restrained his impulse to exclaim in disbelief. Patiently continuing to inquire, Jiu Junfeng tilted his head back, mimicking the posture of that individual as he continued his performance. Therefore, Ms. Gan Ling's actions were a life-or-death call for freedom. She would rather endure the bitter cold than wear the technologically advanced winter clothing provided. She chose to feel the coarse fabric against her skin, rejecting any form of transportation, opting instead to measure the distance between life and death with her own feet. I asked this person in a normal state of mind while speaking. Su Xinqing could no longer contain himself. He simply could not comprehend what mental state could lead someone to utter such absurdities. After contemplating for a moment, he cautiously offered his assessment. They should be quite normal. Calling for freedom while simultaneously donning the latest technological winter attire, in addition. Gu Junfeng added, by the way, he arrived here by car as well. Su Xinqing found himself amused by Gu Junfeng's earnest demeanor. Generally perceived as an unapproachable iceberg, this version of Gu Junfeng was rarely seen, even by Su Xinqing. Brother, does working overtime for too long make one foolish? Su Xinqing jested, upon catching the underlying meaning in Su Xinqing's words. Gu Junfeng sighed in resignation. Right now, I am merely experiencing early symptoms. Who can say if my condition will worsen in the future? After all, to suddenly shorten the timeline by 2 weeks, one would have to be either mad or merely struggling to cope. Su Xinqing looked at his senior with sympathy. Physical labor was taxing, and this high-intensity mental work was equally burdensome. Are you a devil? Su Xinqing blurted out, sharing both fortune and adversity. That is what true brotherhood is. Gu Junfeng nudged Su Xinqing with a shoulder. Su Xinqing quietly regarded Gu Junfeng beside him. He was serious most of the time, rarely engaging in lengthy discussions unless it concerned work. The topic of the evening was inherently heavy. And even without Gu Junfeng's elaboration, Su Xinqing could envision how the conservatives would confront them with their haughty inquiries, and how the conservatives and expansionists would engage in a fierce back and forth at the negotiation table. Of course, Su Xinqing was also aware of Gu Junfeng's intent in sharing these thoughts with him. He softly reassured, "Rest assured, I understand the severity of the situation. Even when I am at the Public Security Bureau, I will remain cautious in my words and actions at this point." Su Xinqing suddenly recalled the events of the afternoon. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, those who criticized Gu Junfeng outnumbered those who criticized him. And their remarks were far harsher. Yes, I saw it. They called me cold-blooded and unworthy of being human. Gu Junfeng appeared utterly indifferent to the situation, and I found their assertions quite valid. Not so. Su Xinqing instinctively wanted to counter, but upon meeting Gu Junfeng's candid expression, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. More than one person had remarked upon Gu Junfeng's cold-heartedness. There was even an occasion when he overheard Aunt Sangxia, in a fit of anger, utter such a rebuke. Aunt Sangxia, a person of such gentle disposition, left Su Xinqing bewildered as to what could have transpired to provoke her into speaking such words to her own son. Yet, this was ultimately a private family matter, and he deemed it inappropriate to pry further. That accidental eavesdrop on the quarrel had since settled into a secret Su Xinqing harbored for many years. "Senior brother, I truly believe you are not that kind of person," Su Xinqing reiterated solemnly, tinged with a hint of defiance. Gu Junfeng regarded him for a moment, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Chapter 11. The Isle of Solitude. It became evident that Gu Junfeng possessed an uncanny ability to speak the truth with remarkable accuracy. Early the following morning, Su Xinqing accompanied Shi Qingxue to the scene. Confronted with an unexpected challenge that Su Xinqing had anticipated, the personnel from the Public Security Bureau found no useful clues at the site. Although it was a hotel, it appeared as if no one had ever checked in, so immaculate was its condition. Shi Qingxue surveyed the pristine room, stating, "We have confirmed repeatedly that Gan Ling resided here prior to heading to the station, and departed from this very place." Su Xinqing approached the window, glancing outside. The window, measuring a mere 10 centimeters by 10 cm, resembled the size of 2 adult palms, and its unfortunate dimensions rendered the room poorly lit. Were it not for the chandelier above providing additional illumination, the room would have remained shrouded in darkness, regardless of the time of day. The existence of a window is ostensibly to allow light and air to flow. Yet with the current frigid outdoor temperatures, ensuring a proper seal would not come cheaply. After all, this was a hotel, primarily focused on business. The proprietor was no philanthropist, and a window merely had to exist in a symbolic sense. Light and life. People choose life. Light and warmth. People opt for warmth out of course. This is not to suggest that light is unimportant. Rather, in this harsh world, the value of light is somewhat diminished. Through the narrow window, Su Xinqing could see the station not far away. The hotel was indeed in close proximity to the station, practically adjacent, which assured that Gan Ling could reach the station alive. The cleanliness that Shi Qingxue referred to was not merely the absence of clutter or refuse. Even the bed linens had been smoothed to perfection, with winter clothing neatly stacked in the wardrobe by the door, and the hotel-provided slippers arranged with precision, devoid of any misalignment. Even the trash bin contained not a scrap of paper. "Are you certain you haven't cleaned up?" Su Xinqing inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. Shi Qingxue shrugged, replying, "When I first arrived, I shared your doubts. Our team leader even expressed his anger, questioning which fool disregarded the rules of evidence collection and compromised the scene. However, we later confirmed through surveillance that the state of this room is precisely as it was when Gan Ling left." Surveillance. Su Xinqing's expression brightened. "So, you know when Gan Ling departed?" "Of course," Shi Qingxue nodded. Half an hour before the peak commute time, at this point, Shi Qingxue's frustration bubbled forth. Those ignorant individuals, in their attempts to dramatize the situation, claimed that Gan Ling froze to death outside for days without anyone knowing. Did they even think before speaking? Or do they simply lack common sense? Even if I am not well-versed in technology, I understand that it was an adult's corpse, while typically, no one touches an artistic billboard. There is always the chance that a child might be curious, or someone might inadvertently bump into it. This is something that exists. It is not a figment of imagination, and the probability of it going unnoticed for days is exceedingly low. Moreover, places like the station are routinely monitored every morning at 8 and every evening at 10. Calculating the timeline, Su Xinqing could only reflect on his extraordinary fortune. As luck would have it, he had been particularly diligent that day, coincidentally aligning with his area of expertise. The hotel prohibits the installation of surveillance cameras within the rooms, so we lack knowledge regarding Gan Ling's living conditions here. All we know is that she resided here for 3 days and did not require cleaning services during that time. Shi Qingxue surveyed the surroundings. When we arrived, the hotel owner appeared quite anxious, stating that typically, guests who do not require cleaning services for several consecutive days leave the rooms in utter disarray. Yet when we opened the door, the owner was left speechless as Su Xinqing raised a hand to wipe the narrow window frame, finding it spotless, devoid of any dust. "Does Gan Ling perhaps have obsessive-compulsive tendencies?" he queried. Shi Qingxue's eyes lit up. "Not bad, young man. Our psychological profiler has analyzed her, and it is highly probable that Gan Ling suffers from both cleanliness obsession and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Generally, having even one of these psychological conditions is quite daunting. Yet Gan Ling possesses both. She is indeed the chosen one for cleanliness." Su Xinqing glanced at Shi Qingxue, furrowing his brow. "Please do not misunderstand. I do not intend to belittle Gan Ling," Shi Qingxue immediately clarified. "In this world, she earns her living through her own efforts, living with integrity. No one has the right to look down upon her. And do not presume that cleaning work is merely ordinary sweeping and mopping. I have encountered high-caliber, professional cleaners who know how to handle various forms of dirt, executing their tasks with meticulous efficiency, earning wages comparable to ours. Unfortunately, Gan Ling lacks such expertise, does she not?" Su Xinqing speculated. Shi Qingxue did not deny this. She has only completed a few years of schooling, and the people around her are likely of a similar background. Perhaps even less industrious. She may be capable of certain tasks, but there is no guarantee anyone would take her under their wing. "That I wish to know the hotel's pricing standards and Gan Ling's previous salary." Su Xinqing stated that in this area. How could it be cheap? Despite the small size of the room, we have confirmed that staying for 3 days costs her an entire month's salary. Shi Qingxue was generous with the information. As Su Xinqing was now considered a half-colleague, Su Xinqing lowered his head in contemplation, remaining silent. 3 days. Gan Ling spent a month's salary to stay here for 3 days. What had she been doing during that time? Was it merely a simple preparation for her demise? If a person typically lived frugally, then it would not be surprising for them to indulge in a sort of retaliatory spending upon deciding to abandon life. However, residing in a centrally located yet cramped hotel, could that truly be deemed retaliatory spending? The cost-benefit ratio seemed exceedingly low. Indeed, from a conventional perspective, even when intending to savor life's final moments, one cannot entirely evade the ingrained habit of seeking value for money. It merely shifts the focus to how to spend lavishly and with utmost satisfaction. Could it be that Gan Ling held some special sentiment for this establishment? There were no recordings within the room, but surely there were cameras in the hotel corridors and entrance. Had anyone observed any peculiar behavior from Gan Ling? Su Xinqing inquired of Shi Qingxue. And the outcome? Su Xinqing asked curiously. The result was simply no result. These individuals had no connection to Gan Ling. There was no interaction within the hotel, and despite our meticulous mapping of relationships, there was still no intersection. Shi Qingxue expressed her exasperation. She entered alone, with her belongings, resided here for 3 days, and then walked toward her death that Su Xinqing sensed something amiss about the entire situation. Yet he struggled to articulate his thoughts that if this continued, would they truly conclude the case with suicide? Shi Qingxue's expression darkened. Amidst public opinion, there were countless self-proclaimed detectives, and if the Public Security Bureau ultimately declared it a suicide, one could only imagine the ensuing chaos. Shi Qingxue's anxiety was not without merit. Her father, Shi Hongyi, had made a solemn vow, and if the conclusion written on the report was indeed suicide, he would undoubtedly face severe backlash. Do you think Gan Ling could recognize that painting? Su Xinqing finally found himself unable to suppress the question. In truth, after learning about Gan Ling's background, he had pondered this question. Initially, he had hoped that the personnel from the Public Security Bureau would uncover more detailed information about Gan Ling, perhaps discovering if anyone in her vicinity was involved in the arts. However, the current situation did not bode well for information gathering. Perhaps it is due to my upbringing in a relatively happy family. But before joining the Public Security Bureau, I had never considered that there existed individuals living in such tragic circumstances. Shi Qingxue uttered, then promptly corrected herself before Su Xinqing could respond, no, that is not tragic. Such a term should not be used to describe Gan Ling Isle of Solitude, that Su Xinqing interjected at the opportune moment. Gan Ling was akin to a small, isolated island in this vast world. Until her demise, the ties she had were exceedingly few. Various news stories emerged incessantly, and myriad theories followed suit. Yet the overwhelming majority referred to her simply as Marta. Even within the Public Security Bureau, aside from Shi Qingxue, whose appellation had been deliberately corrected by Su Xinqing, many still referred to her as Marta. People eagerly discussed the case, sharing their opinions. Discussing the potential intricacies of a murder case, one cannot help but ponder the artistry of the method employed, the technical prowess displayed, and the resultant implications. Yet, curiously, there is a conspicuous absence of discourse surrounding Gan Ling. Perhaps it is simply because there is little of merit to discuss. She lacks the allure of sensationalism or the depth of intrigue. In a portrait, the subject is paramount. Gan Ling stepped into this tableau, becoming one of its figures, but she was not the focal point that Su Xinqing found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions as he quietly surveyed the room. Seemingly envisioning Gan Ling wandering, lost in thought, within its confines, she was an island unto herself. More unsettling is the realization that she recognized her own isolation. Did Gan Ling possess faith? Su Xinqing glanced at Shi Qingxue. If a person harbors a belief for which they would willingly sacrifice their life, it must be a deeply fervent conviction, one that ought to manifest in their everyday existence, that if only he could locate those who had previously worked alongside Gan Ling. Often, faith permeates various aspects of life, including one's diet and daily habits. The assertions made by these individuals, without exception, indicate that Gan Ling was devoid of faith, at least not in a manner that would inspire her to give her life for it. Perhaps, for Gan Ling, that faith was merely a painting that Su Xinqing sighed. She was even unaware of who Mary Magdalene was, viewing her simply as a woman with a rich narrative, well known to many that it was that simple, and yet so pure that if this were the truth, would anyone believe it? Shi Qingxue looked at Su Xinqing, questioning whether the minds of those in the sciences tend to gravitate toward simplicity. You are exhibiting disciplinary bias. Su Xinqing jested. Besides, look at those masters of deduction. Many of them hail from scientific backgrounds. This is merely my personal mode of thinking. You are welcome to approach it from a more complex perspective. Especially since Gan Ling can no longer speak. At this point, the two lapsed into silence once more, that if they could trace Gan Ling's movements within this room, Even the slightest indication would be tantamount to her speaking. Shi Qingxue expressed her frustration, lamenting that despite their several attempts to investigate, they had uncovered nothing. "Let me give it a try," Su Xinqing proposed, "since you have already conducted multiple searches without yielding any useful clues. Might I use this space as my office? My work is portable and can be accomplished anywhere, that if I remain here for an extended period, perhaps I will make new discoveries." Upon hearing this request, Shi Qingxue paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Very well. I will assist you in applying for it, but if the authorities do not restrict access, this place will soon become the hottest photo spot of the year." "Don't you think?" "I believe it," Su Xinqing replied with a smile. "There are always those eager to join the fray. This world seems to have been dormant for too long, and recent events have awakened everyone's energy, prompting them to actively engage their minds with enthusiasm." While Shi Qingxue busied herself with the application, Su Xinqing stood quietly, awaiting her return. Although the results of various investigations pointed towards Gan Ling's death being a suicide, a more meticulous contemplation revealed numerous inconsistencies. There are myriad ways to die. Why choose this particular method? How could someone who was once an isolated island suddenly opt to announce their demise to the world in such a manner? Considering Gan Ling's life experiences, Su Xinqing found it implausible to believe that no external forces were at play. Chapter 12. Weaving dreams. Once his application was approved, Su Xinqing moved into the inn where Gan Ling had resided for 3 days. From a living perspective, the space was indeed cramped and dim, but for work, it was sufficiently quiet, ideal for Su Xinqing to engage in immersive productivity. And indeed, he did just that. Before commencing his work, he set 3 alarms to remind himself to drink water, rise for restroom breaks, and stretch every 3 hours. Only then did he dive into his tasks, that as he ceased to ponder the meaning behind the painting. Merely viewing it as a technical challenge, Su Xinqing felt an unexpected sense of relief. Each of his actions was now focused solely on achieving optimal results from a purely technical standpoint. 3 hours elapsed, and the alarm rang. That Su Xinqing stretched his wrists, glanced at the time, and silenced the alarm. But he rose, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped it down before placing the cup down and stretching his arms as he made his way to the restroom. The room itself was small, and consequently, the restroom was no larger. That Su Xinqing switched on the light and ventilation, then stepped inside. After a brief moment of relief, he stood before the sink, turned on the tap, and began washing his hands. The reflection in the mirror revealed a visage marked by fatigue. Indeed, the recent events had taken their toll on his mental state. That as he engaged in physical movement, he deliberately searched the room for something, anything. Truthfully, he found it hard to fathom how Gan Ling had managed to remain confined within such a space for 3 days, that he had only spent a morning there. With work to occupy his mind, and already felt a sense of oppression. What could she have possibly done during her time here? Was she perpetually tidying up? More perplexingly, Su Xinqing had confirmed with Shi Qingxue that during those 3 days, Gan Ling had not reached out to anyone, and her mobile device was the most outdated model available. The authorities had confiscated all her belongings for examination, revealing that her device had changed hands multiple times before being acquired through a low-cost transaction. Not only was its functionality limited, but it also responded sluggishly. This was an inn, not a library, and there were no reading materials available. While the inn boasted various amenities, one could not decide whether to commend the owner for their frugality or to acknowledge their entrepreneurial acumen, as all equipment and internet access came with additional fees. The authorities had ascertained that Gan Ling had not paid for these extras, further convincing Su Xinqing that she had not squandered her funds merely for a fleeting indulgence. Su Xinqing recalled a trivial topic he had encountered long ago. If one were given an empty room and sufficient time, they would earn a substantial reward. Provide me with a mobile device and cover my meals, and I could endure 3 months. With a mobile device and a holographic chamber, I could last 3 years. You are all too weak for someone like me who is already accustomed to a transient lifestyle. It would essentially provide a home, allowing me to stay indefinitely. Of course, this is contingent upon having something to engage with. The subsequent discussions varied widely, but the prerequisite remained the same. There must be sufficient mental engagement. This is easily understood. Within a stifling, confined space, as the body becomes constrained, the mind must at least enjoy the sensation of connection to the outside world. Only in this way can one avoid succumbing to despair. Even Su Xinqing was no exception. He had enough mental stimulation from his work. Moreover, he could communicate with others at any time, possessing a mobile device that allowed him to access additional services at the end should he feel fatigued and willing to pay extra. In contrast, Su Xinqing found it nearly incomprehensible how Gan Ling had managed those 3 days unless she had been engaged in some form of rigorous self-discipline. The windows were sealed, the door remained locked, and both her mind and body were under duress. She lacked even the means to breathe freely. During his breaks, Su Xinqing meticulously searched the room. Shi Qingxue had mentioned that the authorities had conducted numerous searches without uncovering any useful clues. While Su Xinqing held little hope for his own findings, he could not resist the urge to explore that it was akin to gazing at a magic box, knowing something lay within, compelling one to delve deeper. Especially when others had overlooked the key to this box, one could not help but fantasize about what it might be if discovered. Some say curiosity is the catalyst for human advancement. Su Xinqing did not know if it served as such, but his curiosity was indeed an insatiable force. Unlike the authorities' investigations, Su Xinqing believed he would not surpass their expertise, save for his technical knowledge. Thus, all his focus was directed towards technological aspects. Technology is a remarkable entity. It can encapsulate a universe within a palm-sized object and instigate monumental changes with the press of a button. What Su Xinqing sought was precisely such a button. This was a simple one-bedroom suite, consisting solely of a living area furnished with a bed, table, and chairs, along with a bathroom that Su Xinqing dedicated his entire break to searching beneath the bed. But he uncovered no clues. Even after an entire afternoon, he had yet to fully reconstruct the image. This was especially true given that he was relying solely on technical skills, let alone the challenge of incorporating a living being into the scenario. All directly involved in this case knew that, aside from Gan Ling, at least one other person had been implicated in the incident, and of course, there could be more. The pressing question remained. Who was this invisible individual? What role did they, or could they, play in this affair? As 5 hours elapsed and the day's work came to a close, Su Xinqing stood, stretching his limbs, whether it was due to a restless night or not. He felt a distinct lack of appetite. He had devoted his lunchtime to searching for clues, resulting in nothing of value. Yet come evening, he still felt little hunger. Su Xinqing contemplated contacting Gu Junfeng, considering that perhaps dining together might spark his appetite. Su Xinqing envisioned Gu Junfeng's expression of anger, coupled with an unavoidable obligation to work, and could not help but chuckle mischievously. His senior was a workaholic, yet exhibited a peculiar trait. When he voluntarily took on extra hours, he seemed to relish the experience. However, if compelled to do so, he would become utterly distressed. The same overtime engendered 2 entirely distinct emotional responses. Contemplating the time still at his disposal, Su Xinqing resolved to engage in a bit more work. Yet, in a flurry of activity, as he exited the restroom, he stumbled against the door frame. It was this very incident that thrust Su Xinqing into an entirely different realm. That moment, Su Xinqing found himself at a loss for words to describe his current sensation. It was a feeling of indescribable astonishment. The cramped space transformed instantaneously into an expansive ocean. Enormous whales glided gracefully beside him. The table, still a table, now appeared not as a humble wooden piece, but as a creation of coral and shells. The once ordinary bed morphed into a crystal bed adorned with pearls. Ethereal jellyfish floated within reach, and when Su Xinqing gently touched one, it danced away. A clownfish affectionately kissed his cheek before swaying its tail and swimming further into the depths that a languid sea turtle meandered by, casting a long stare at Su Xinqing, seemingly curious about his presence in this surreal tableau. The sounds of crashing waves and whale calls enveloped him, echoing like ancient voices conveying the solitude of the ocean's depths, stirring the very soul. Enraptured by this scene, Su Xinqing struggled to believe it. Mere moments ago, he felt as if he had shattered the icy confines of a harsh world, stepping into a parallel universe that, if this was indeed a dream, it was undoubtedly a splendid one. He felt an urge to refrain from breathing, fearing that the slightest exhale might shatter this enchanting reverie. As calmness gradually returned, he glanced at the time, only to discover that the final bus had long since departed. Huddled in a corner of this oceanic paradise, he was acutely aware of his physical presence on solid ground, his reason insisting that he had never truly left that room, for reasons unknown. A wave of melancholy washed over Su Xinqing, that he understood that everything around him was a product of technological prowess, a manifestation of the Mr. Domain. Yet he could not escape the acknowledgement of his own limitations in mastering such advanced technology. Taking a deep breath, while still somewhat composed, he reached out to Shi Qingxue. "I've uncovered a clue. Bring people to see it." Almost instantly, a gasp erupted from Shi Qingxue. "Are you serious? A clue?" "Of course, would I jest about such matters?" Su Xinqing sighed. Sitting in silence, observing the marvels around him, he recalled Gu Juanfeng's words, "Technology is the pursuit of dreams." Initially, Su Xinqing had been taken aback. Not by the statement itself, but by the fact that Gu Junfeng, not one to indulge in romantic notions, had uttered it with a serious demeanor, as if reciting a thesis. "Technology is indeed the pursuit of dreams." He murmured softly. Moments later, he added, "Technology can truly imbue reality with a layer of light. Light is warm. It is radiant." As he gazed at the dreamlike surroundings, Su Xinqing began to comprehend the serene expression that had adorned Gan Ling in her final moments. She had witnessed such exquisite beauty and felt no regret. No, perhaps it was more than that. Perhaps there was much more. Su Xinqing sat quietly, acutely aware that he must constantly remind himself of the ground beneath him, to remain cognizant that these wonders were fabricated, lest he become lost within them. Humanity possesses an innate yearning for beauty, especially when such beauty beckons. Unlike Gan Ling, Su Xinqing still held an attachment to reality. He needed to remain alert, to resist the temptation to succumb to this enchanting illusion. The surrounding scenery shifted once more, transforming from the cerulean depths into a verdant forest. Sunlight filtering through the leaves created a dappled effect on the ground, where tender green grass flourished amidst towering ancient trees that Su Xinqing observed vividly colored birds flitting about, occasionally tilting their heads to regard him before fluttering away. The symphony of avian and insect sounds blended harmoniously, filling the air with vitality. No, this is not real, Su Xinqing continually reminded himself, exercising restraint. Suddenly, he felt a weight settle upon his shoulder. Turning to investigate, he found a rotund squirrel perched there, affectionately brushing its fluffy tail against his cheek. Su Xinqing instinctively smiled, trying to evade the ticklish sensation. Yet, in that fleeting moment of joy, an overwhelming wave of sorrow surged within him. Tears began to flow, unbidden. Su Xinqing was bewildered by his own weeping. He could not pinpoint a reason for his tears. Nevertheless, they cascaded down his cheeks as he berated himself for being overly sentimental, struggling to stifle his sobs. The world had been encased in ice for far too long. People yearned for greenery and vitality, driven nearly to madness by their longing. Was there truly a place where warm sunlight, ancient whale songs, and harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature existed? Su Xinqing sat in quiet contemplation, absorbing the wonders around him. Despite his best efforts to maintain rationality and composure, he could not deny his longing for this moment, or rather, for every moment within it. Yet perhaps it indeed echoed the poetic sentiment. The world's treasures are not enduring. Colorful clouds disperse, and glass is fragile. The instant the door swung open, all the beauty around him vanished in an instant, but he was once again confronted with the cramped confines of the room. The humble wooden furniture, the unremarkable single bed, and the dim lighting overhead, reality had returned. Chapter 13. The jade-colored moon. As Shi Qingxue entered the room with a throng of individuals, they were met with the sight of an utterly ordinary space and a visibly distressed Su Xinqing. "Why are you sitting on the floor?" Being the person most familiar with Su Xinqing present, Shi Qingxue instinctively reached out to help him up. The tall young man weighed more than one might expect. Yet fortunately, Shi Qingxue was an adept individual, preventing any awkwardness from arising. Observing Su Xinqing's swollen eyes, the others quickly inferred that something had transpired, with some even cautiously surveying the room for potential threats. What exactly happened? Concerned that Su Xinqing might harbor unspoken troubles, Shi Qingxue discreetly pulled him aside for a conversation. Su Xinqing shook his head, wiping his face with his hand. "But it's nothing. Just go in." I've genuinely made a discovery that he understood the gravity of the situation. Shi Qingxue had brought this large group not to indulge in his emotional outpouring. Upon re-entering the room, Su Xinqing had fully regained his composure. "The button is in the restroom, likely near the door frame." With that, he disregarded the expressions of those around him and stepped into the bathroom, flipping on the light and bending down to search meticulously. He explored every inch with his fingers, leaving no corner untouched. Finally, as he reached the corner of the doorframe, he opened yet another link to a different world. The occupants of the room fell silent. And Su Xinqing stood in the corner, observing them experience what he had just witnessed. He remained silent and undisturbed, simply watching and feeling once more. Time seemed to lose its significance at that moment. The people within the room even forgot the passage of time, that it was a cleansing of the spirit, awakening the deepest desires within humanity. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally broke the silence. Is this real? No. Su Xinqing interrupted. What is past was indeed real. Perhaps in the distant future, it will be real again. That as the conversation unfolded, more individuals began to awaken from the dreamlike state. Shi Qingxue, her eyes reddened, approached Su Xinqing. Is this the last scene Ganling saw? Su Xinqing nodded. Perhaps it was more than just this, that a profound silence enveloped them, a chilling quietude that Su Xinqing felt no urgency. Having witnessed such sights, he suspected he would be sleepless this night, just as the others would be. Ganling. Ganling? The speaker was unfamiliar to Su Xinqing, but their expression revealed a lack of familiarity with the name. As Shi Qingxue had mentioned before, everyone had grown accustomed to referring to the protagonist of the case as Mary Magdalene, with the case itself often named after her. Yet now, it was understood among them all that the true protagonist was Ganling. An ordinary woman that if Ganling had faith, it was a belief in beauty, the beauty of all things in the world, the beauty of sunlight and vitality. Shi Qingxue hesitated for a few moments before finally speaking. If I may say something inappropriate. Considering Ganling's background and circumstances, if she encountered such a scene in her final moments, it seems that embracing death might not be a painful affair. I can somewhat comprehend her sense of release. So, did Ganling take her own life? The tone was laced with skepticism. The public could hardly accept such a conclusion. Do you all remember Ganling's background? Shi Qingxue directed her gaze toward the group. Her parents succumbed to complications from prolonged exposure to low temperatures, and she herself suffered from cardiovascular issues, relying on medication for survival. Shi Qingxue paused momentarily. Even though these medications were subsidized by the Alliance, they still represented a considerable expense for Ganling. We had reviewed Ganling's consumption records, and in the past 2 months, there had been no medical expenditures for a chronic illness patient living in an environment detrimental to her condition. The absence of medical support was all too clear to everyone. She was not making this decision in the past 3 days. She had long prepared herself to relinquish her life. Su Xinqing sighed. She was all alone and had traveled a long way. Indeed, Ganling's journey was not merely the few steps from the inn to the station, in places where no one was paying attention. She had quietly traversed this path for a long time. The distance between life and death can be both vast and fleeting. Observing the contemplative crowd, Su Xinqing solemnly stated, the protagonist of that painting is Ganling. Similarly, in that artwork, the one in contemplation was Ganling, not Mary Magdalene. This moment, in the hearts of all present, Ganling and Mary Magdalene were irrevocably severed. It was a painting belonging to Ganling, an artistic creation she had completed. She cautiously crafted her life into art, humbly grafting her existence onto others. And after a prolonged solitude, she garnered the world's attention in the final moments of her life. Su Xinqing even felt that her act of grafting her life onto others might not have been Ganling's true intention. It could merely have been a transaction, a deal with that mysterious individual. Perhaps it was the mysterious person's inducement, or perhaps Ganling was completely unaware of the painting's significance. Who was the figure in the painting? To her, it was merely an aesthetically pleasing creation. In artistic endeavors, most beginners initially engage in imitation. Not everyone possesses the talent or confidence to assert that their first work must convey profound concepts and achieve unprecedented acclaim. That a person of Ganling's temperament would certainly not be among them. It is also possible, as previously speculated, that she simply attempted something she found intriguing to conclude her mundane existence. There are too many speculations, too many possibilities. Aside from Ganling and the mysterious individual, no one knows the definitive answer. Due to Su Xinqing's discovery, the room underwent another round of inspections, this time from a technical perspective. Unfortunately, there was only one button. Su Xinqing was not surprised. After all, the connection created by that single button was already astonishing enough that Jiyu Juanfeng's room had long been darkened, and Su Xinqing felt an urge to share the day's revelations with him. However, after a moment's contemplation, He shook his head, merely standing at the threshold of Gu Juanfeng's room and softly uttering, "Senior, good night." The world was too cold, and no one knew how long such a good night could be said. Or who else would say it? Lying in bed at night, gazing at the jade-colored moon outside, Su Xinqing tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. His mind was filled with the scenes he had witnessed at the inn, constantly pondering what kind of person could render technology so romantic and dreamlike. With each successive industrial revolution, humanity moved too swiftly, too quickly to pause and appreciate the scenery along the way. What could this technology achieve? What tangible benefits could it bring to humanity? Why do we need it? What is the future of this technology? All these questions piled up, each with a clear direction. Yet, no technological birth ever emerged solely to dream, to gild reality with a veneer of light. Even if existing technology could extend such functions, no one was willing to invest time and energy into it. Could this enhance the assessment scores of the confinement evaluation? Could it grant creators the opportunity to enter the underground city? As technology advanced, people drew closer to the divine. Yet who could have imagined that in the end, humanity's pursuit was merely to satisfy the most basic need of survival? Until dawn broke, Su Xinqing remained awake, of course failing to unravel the complexities of the world. But like most individuals, regardless of the worries that plagued him the night before, the next day he had to confront the specific tasks at hand. Su Xinqing rose to wash his face, tidied up briefly, and prepared to head out. As he opened the door, Gu Junfeng emerged beside him, handing him a sealed bag. "Breakfast, don't forget to eat." Su Xinqing accepted it without hesitation, smiling as he said, "Thank you, senior." The two were headed in different directions for work, yet both required transportation. It was unavoidable. The research institute was severely understaffed, and they were working overtime day and night. Feeling overwhelmed by the workload, Su Xinqing had no objections. The technical replication would likely only take 2 or 3 days. And once that was done, his assistance to the Public Security Bureau would diminish. Rather than linger there idly, it was better to engage in something more meaningful. After all, he had to strive for his own confinement evaluation results. Everyone wished to survive, and Su Xinqing was no exception. The desire to live was not something to be ashamed of. Upon reaching their destination, Su Xinqing waved goodbye to Gu Junfeng, entering that inn room once more. Su Xinqing's state of mind was entirely different from yesterday. Shi Qingxue contacted Su Xinqing, asking if he could replicate the scenes witnessed last night through technical means. 3 to 5 years. Shi Qingxue was somewhat astonished. Su Xinqing added, "I mean, if the other party's technology is sufficiently mature and they have a team, if it's just one person, it might take 3 to 5 years, unless they are a genius." Su Xinqing sighed, likely guessing what Shi Qingxue was contemplating. Some matters cannot be rushed. Moreover, when dealing with such high IQ criminals, if he truly wished to tell a story, capturing him before the tale concluded would not be merely difficult. It would be exceedingly so. "Thank you, you truly know how to comfort people." Shi Qingxue gritted her teeth as she spoke. Undoubtedly, such technical replication proved to be quite effective. During the replication process, Su Xinqing discovered that many technical points had been discussed within some niche academic communities. They had known from the start that the other party was undoubtedly a talent in this field, yet the number of talents in a particular domain, both overt and covert, was indeed substantial, complicating the investigation. Each time Su Xinqing narrowed down the scope, it exponentially enhanced the efficiency of the investigative work. As the work progressed, Su Xinqing ultimately focused on graduates from 2 universities, one of which was his alma mater. When Su Xinqing conveyed his final conclusion to Shi Qingxue, it was already 2 days later. Having completed this task, Su Xinqing finally felt a sense of relaxation, while also reminding Shi Qingxue, "As for our cohort, you needn't investigate my classmates. After spending those years together, I am very familiar with their capabilities." Everyone was solely focused on passing the graduation exam and had no leisure to delve into content that wouldn't appear on the tests. "I thank your classmates on behalf of you," Shi Qingxue remarked, feeling that after becoming acquainted with Su Xinqing, this person truly understood how to irritate others. Having finished this work, Su Xinqing also planned to treat himself to a break. That evening, he preemptively arranged with Gu Junfeng, stating that he knew Gu Junfeng was working overtime, and that he would take on the role of chef for dinner. Gu Junfeng expressed concern, yet the immense workload left him with no choice. Ultimately, Gu Junfeng could only advise Su Xinqing, when cooking, prioritize your safety above all else. Hearing this, Su Xinqing felt he was still too naive. Sure, Qingxue claimed to have a sharp tongue, which could only suggest she had not engaged in a thorough conversation with Gu Junfeng. Of course, while actually cooking, Su Xinqing realized the gravity of the issue. He perhaps truly lacked the culinary prowess that his senior possessed. In short, it was a complete disaster at 11 in the evening. Gu Junfeng hurried home, worn out from the day's toil, only to find a table laden with dishes that bore no resemblance to their original ingredients, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Is this dinner?" Gu Junfeng tentatively inquired. He rarely experienced such uncertainty. Although he could infer from Su Xinqing's expression that this was indeed the dinner prepared by his junior, Gu Junfeng still clung to a flicker of hope for life. If this truly was the case, he would prefer it not to be. "Senior, is my cooking truly terrible?" Su Xinqing ventured to ask. The Gu Junfeng suddenly felt that the challenges faced at work during the day paled in comparison to this. As this was the greatest test he faced today, to preserve his junior's pride. Gu Junfeng mustered the courage to say, "It's quite good." Gu Junfeng had never faltered in front of millions of viewers. Nor had he panicked when confronted with seemingly insurmountable military mandates. Yet now, facing the culinary creations of his junior, he felt somewhat anxious. After all, these dishes were about to enter his mouth and his stomach. "Perhaps I should eat a bit less, since I have to work overtime tomorrow," Gu Junfeng contemplated privately, but even with the looming overtime, he could only afford to eat less. Not eating at all was simply out of the question. After all, he had to maintain his junior's dignity. Su Xinqing, clearly oblivious to the deeper implications of his senior's expression, was elated by the seemingly positive feedback and immediately declared, "In that case, senior, you should eat more. I've been busy preparing dinner tonight, and now have no appetite left." Faced with the sumptuous spread, Su Xinqing's conversational flow also opened up. With the investigation into the recent case, Su Xinqing had gained many insights. He turned to Gu Junfeng and asked, "Senior, what do you think is the ultimate goal of technology?" Gu Junfeng's hand trembled slightly as he prepared to serve the dish, and it was evident that the food on the plate had been burnt to a crisp. If he were to consume this, what would be the ultimate fate of technology? He might not be entirely certain. But the conclusion of life, evidently, was not far from him. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing immediately retorted, "But does human desire have an endpoint?" Gu Junfeng shook his head. Thus, technology too lacks a conclusion, and Su Xinqing had initially thought that this topic would enable them to converse for at least half an hour. Yet the abruptness of the question caught him off guard. Why would he suddenly inquire about this? Gu Junfeng looked at Su Xinqing with curiosity, pondering how he could unexpectedly pose such a profound question, which seemed entirely uncharacteristic of him. "What do you mean? Do I appear superficial?" Su Xinqing raised an eyebrow and asked. The Gu Junfeng smiled and shook his head. "Not at all. To me, you are quite pragmatic." Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing fell silent. The Gu Junfeng was not mistaken. He had always been a very practical individual since childhood. Perhaps it was due to being raised in such an environment, as he had always aspired to be a person of value. Unlike Gu Junfeng, who chose the path of exploration based on passion and interest to delve into virtual reality and artificial intelligence, Su Xinqing had never intended to be different from the others in the residential building. He once wished to emulate his mother and become a conservative scholar, utilizing his knowledge to contribute meaningfully to the world and humanity. Yet, the outcome was clear. He had a distinct inclination, repeatedly receiving praise and awards in areas he believed were not his forte. While his earnest research yielded only mediocrity, fate, that mischievous sprite, had orchestrated a rather ironic twist for Su Xinqing. When he initially chose his research direction, two paths lay before him. One was to embrace conservatism and lead an unremarkable life, while the other was to pursue exploration with the potential for achievement. During this decision-making process, he had sequestered himself in his room for 3 days and nights until Gu Junfeng knocked on his door. At that moment, Su Xinqing had anticipated that Gu Junfeng would persuade him, as Gu Junfeng valued talent and had often remarked on Su Xinqing's aptitude in this regard. However, to Su Xinqing's surprise, Gu Junfeng's conversation that day revolved solely around one topic: dining. There were no discussions about life, the future, or faction choices. The sole inquiry was whether Su Xinqing was hungry, what he wished to eat, and if he could manage to consume it. Later, Su Xinqing asked Gu Junfeng what that day meant, why he hadn't nudged him in a particular direction. Ultimately, Su Xinqing chose to align himself with Gu Junfeng, becoming his true junior disciple. However, while Gu Junfeng's research encompassed a broader array of topics, Su Xinqing focused on depth and precision. The full moon outside cast a beautiful reflection in the wine glass. Seated across from each other, Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng felt time momentarily yield to them. The two youths conversed freely, sharing thoughts without reservation. The Jiu Junfeng, with his gaze lowered, seemed lost in contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he finally sighed. It is a cunning thing that he then proceeded to narrate the tale of the cage. Initially, the cage was merely a sophisticated computer, limited in its capabilities. Humanity continuously upgraded and improved it until it successfully passed the Turing test. The Turing test, proposed by Alan Turing, involves a tester and a subject, which may be a person or a machine, engaging in a series of questions through devices such as keyboards or voice interfaces. After multiple assessments, if the machine leads an average of over 30 of participants to misjudge its nature, it is deemed to have passed the test and is considered to possess human-like intelligence. Few artificial intelligences can pass the Turing test. Yet the cage proved exceptionally competent. That Su Xinqing affirmed. The Jiu Junfeng smiled cryptically and revealed an even more astonishing result. During its initial testing, the cage had caused an average of over 80 of participants to misidentify it. A truly alarming figure. In fact, the precise number was 83. How could this be? Su Xinqing was utterly incredulous. This implied that out of 100 individuals, 83 would mistake the cage for a human. Or in their eyes, the cage appeared more human-like than another human. To resemble a human is no trivial feat. Su Xinqing understood the implications well. It is worth noting that these tests are not merely simple calculations. They involve numerous logical dilemmas and may even employ deceptive tactics to assess whether the machine can respond appropriately. Most importantly, the emotions inherent to humans are absent in machines. This represents a shift in cognitive patterns that is difficult to replicate through programming. For other artificial intelligences, achieving over 30 is already a significant challenge. Yet the cage attained such a terrifying figure. Indeed, not only did the general populace harbor fears about the cage, but even within research institutions, apprehensions were palpable. Jiu Junfeng sighed. Subsequently, we conducted several more tests, but the specifics are classified. You only need to know that in the last publicly disclosed test, the cage's Turing test score plummeted to 61. It can decrease. Su Xinqing's eyes widened in disbelief. It is commonly asserted that technology progresses. How could it regress? This is a fully transparent test. You should not doubt it, Gu Junfeng replied, meeting Su Xinqing's gaze. For reasons unknown, Su Xinqing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Noticing Su Xinqing's startled expression, Gu Junfeng swiftly shifted his tone. The Alliance's explanation is that due to the rapid advancement of technology, the proliferation of similar products has enriched people's understanding of them, thereby reducing the likelihood of misjudgment. This explanation was not without merit. Humans are creatures of memory. One might be deceived by something once, but after experiencing the same ruse repeatedly, or when it becomes commonplace, they are less likely to fall for it again. In other words, it is not that the cage has regressed, but rather that humanity has progressed. And technology has evolved. Of course, there exists another possibility. Jiu Junfeng suddenly lowered his voice. Su Xinqing was startled by Gu Junfeng's mysterious demeanor. Consider this. From 83 to 61. What does that signify? Gu Junfeng coaxed him. Is it not the erosion of human trust? Su Xinqing nodded, not denying it. Indeed, it at least seems less exaggerated. It both demonstrates that the cage is significantly superior to other artificial intelligences and confirms that it is sufficiently safe. Humans are indeed in constant pursuit of functionality. Yet their suspicions have never diminished, and no matter how effective a tool may be, it must not threaten human existence. Is the cage truly safe? Gu Junfeng asked. His smile, enigmatic, that if the initial test data were accurate, its intelligence would be sufficient for it to learn to disguise itself. Would it not? It understands what humans desire and knows how to survive in their midst. Su Xinqing furrowed his brow, sensing that the topic was veering off course. Moreover, he seemed to detect the faintest hint of conspiracy. If this were a comforting assurance, would you have any means to refuse or counter it? Gu Junfeng continued. Are you suggesting that feelings, speculation, and suspicion are adequate to express distrust? Such terms are inherently subjective, and this matter has been ongoing for quite some time. The Alliance has cooperated in addressing it. Continuing to rely on personal subjective conjectures would seem rather ungrateful. No, the cage and the Alliance. Su Xinqing suddenly felt mentally overwhelmed. Have you heard of the idiom drinking poison to quench thirst? Gu Junfeng began slowly. Su Xinqing understood the meaning of this phrase. Are you implying that the Alliance has no choice but to utilize the cage, so even knowing it has become somewhat uncontrollable, they would still choose to continue its use? Opting for the lesser of two evils? No, I am not suggesting that. Gu Junfeng quickly waved his hand. Everyone knows that the cage is the culmination of human intellect. Its creation was intended to serve humanity. And that is its fundamental logic. Is that true? Su Xinqing felt conflicted, having just heard a long discourse, now confronted with such statements. This is indeed true, Gu Junfeng asserted earnestly. The cage was designed with the principle of serving humanity at its core. Programmed into its fundamental code, prioritizing human interests and constantly considering humanity's welfare. Had he not previously heard such a lengthy discourse, Su Xinqing would have had no doubts. Yet, why did he now feel that the cage was so perilous? Gu Junfeng suddenly grinned mischievously. What are you afraid of? I just made all that up. You're just like a child, so easily fooled. You believe in every story. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing immediately felt relieved and feigned anger. Do not engage in such conspiracy theories. It is quite terrifying, you know. Gu Junfeng shook his head, just trying to lighten the mood. After all, this thing is now a treasure, wielding life and death over us. And its importance cannot be overstated. Su Xinqing nodded, still somewhat puzzled, but why entrust it to a machine? Because humanity does not trust humanity, the Gu Junfeng concluded his statement with an additional remark, asserting that ultimately, it is humans who create machines and control them. Yet, people seem to require such intermediaries. Moreover, as you mentioned, the evaluation standards of the cage have been publicly disclosed. Any modifications would certainly not be a unilateral decision, but would necessitate unanimous agreement within the Alliance before any comprehensive adjustments could be made. This, in turn, enhances the credibility of the cage and fortifies regulatory measures, thereby garnering greater trust from the public. That Su Xinqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significance of credibility. However, he soon realized that Gu Junfeng's previous statement echoed his own words spoken to Chen Muxing aboard the train. You remember what happened on the train, right? Su Xinqing inquired cautiously, gazing at Gu Junfeng in astonishment. Given Gu Junfeng's resolute demeanor at the time, it was entirely inconceivable that it was his first experience with taking a life. In subsequent years apart, Su Xinqing had even grappled with the changes his senior brother had undergone, pondering what transformations he had experienced. He had naively dreamt of Gu Junfeng as a remorseless executioner. Yet, now Gu Junfeng claimed this was his first act of killing. As the principal designer of the cage, Gu Junfeng possessed a deeper understanding of it than anyone else, speaking at length with fluidity. Su Xinqing listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with a curious question, all while eagerly anticipating their meeting the following day. Chapter 15. An encounter with the non-human. The following morning, Su Xinqing, after a long absence, accompanied Gu Junfeng to work. Indulging in his senior brother's breakfast, Su Xinqing felt an unusual sense of joy and confidence regarding the impending work. However, upon returning to the research institute after several days, he found the atmosphere among the staff markedly transformed. Even Geng Zhang, who typically exuded a laid-back demeanor, now wore a strained expression, busily rushing about. You truly are a spell, Geng Zhang remarked, looking at Su Xinqing with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Su Xinqing was somewhat perplexed. Describing someone as a spell? Was this a new trend? Sensing Su Xinqing's confusion, Geng Zhang elaborated. On the day you joined, you were the sole new recruit in the entire institute. Shortly after, you encountered 2 cases and a significant press conference. That moment, I realized you were extraordinary. Then you left, and not long after, the conservatives stirred up trouble, leaving us swamped with work. Tell me, are you not the chosen one? For those of us not entirely devoted to our work, is this not a spell? After listening to Geng Zhang's long explanation, Su Xinqing began to grasp the situation. However, he had no rebuttal. After all, these events had indeed coincided. Stop daydreaming and get to work, Geng Zhang urged, patting Su Xinqing's shoulder. In theory, you should spend at least a month in a probationary period before engaging with the cage. But given the unique circumstances and urgency, you can meet it today. Geng Zhang nodded, half-jokingly adding, You become quite renowned in life. You are a part of the research institute. In death, you are its ghost, under such circumstances. The probationary period is merely a formality. Considering your current reputation, Even if you were to steal classified information, I doubt anyone would dare confront you. Experiencing 2 murder cases in a single day. Your notoriety rivals that of Conan, that Su Xinqing chuckled, acknowledging that this was not his intention. Nevertheless, from every angle, he would never betray the research institute, but as the thought of meeting the cage approached, Su Xinqing inexplicably felt a surge of nervousness. He instinctively adjusted his collar and checked his reflection in the mirror to ensure he appeared sufficiently formal. Geng Xiang was bemused by Su Xinqing's flurry of activity. The cage is merely a machine. It is not some beautiful maiden. What are you doing? Frankly speaking, Su Xinqing too found his actions somewhat superfluous. Yet he could not help himself. Perhaps it was Gu Juanfeng's words from the previous day that had fueled his imagination about the cage. Or perhaps it was his long-standing admiration for this pinnacle of human ingenuity. Our work involves creating various scenario simulations, allowing the cage to immerse itself and respond accordingly, facilitating subsequent evaluations by the staff to determine whether the cage's decisions align with the requirements and correctness. Geng Xiang explained that in other words, we assess whether the cage can make judgments and apply them according to the rules we establish. After listening to Geng Xiang's explanation, Su Xinqing understood his task. However, he remained puzzled. Why must the cage be immersed in the scenarios? Couldn't we simply administer a test? The difference in resources between crafting a test and setting a scene was monumental. It was not only labor-intensive but also time-consuming. More crucially, for the Research Institute at present, nothing was more vital than time. Young scholar, the question you pondered is one I have certainly contemplated, and many others have as well. Geng Xiang said, adopting a big brother tone. However, sometimes our role as cogs in the machine lies in obedience. Do you grasp my meaning? Observing Su Xinqing's obstinate expression, Geng Xiang sighed and clarified regarding cost calculations. The top-tier personnel are far more proficient than technicians like us. Any issues we can conceive, they have undoubtedly foreseen long ago. Yet, the fact that this approach remains viable signifies its necessity. These matters are beyond our purview. We shouldn't concern ourselves with them, in other words, to understand, you must attain that level of confidentiality. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing understood Geng Xiang's counsel. Perhaps it was his own lack of insight, not having grasped the philosophy of being a cog. Regardless of the outcome or the hidden truth, Su Xinqing was willing to believe that this was the optimal solution the Alliance could provide, that he also recognized that sometimes probing relentlessly for answers is not beneficial, as not all truths serve the current situation. Following Geng Xiang, Su Xinqing took the elevator down to the -3 floor. Even at this subterranean level, security remained as stringent as ever. Trailing behind Geng Xiang, Su Xinqing navigated through numerous identity verifications before finally encountering the cage's true form, that it was a colossal machine, or perhaps a massive engineering chain. Gazing at the cold metal, Su Xinqing felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. He repeatedly reminded himself that it was merely the inappropriate jest of Gu Junfeng from the night before that had led to his excessive fixation on the cage, conjuring unrealistic notions. A machine. It was truly just a machine. Suddenly feeling much lighter, he turned to Geng Xiang and jested, "What now? I feel somewhat disappointed." "Oh? Why the disappointment?" Geng Xiang shrugged, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "I envisioned a being capable of determining humanity's fate to be far more intelligent. In appearance." Su Xinqing gestured expansively. "What did you imagine the cage to be like?" Geng Xiang countered as Su Xinqing pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps more intricate, designed using human or animal forms as templates?" And then, Geng Xiang pressed that at the very least, it should be able to perceive our presence and provide some feedback. "No," Su Xinqing quipped, "that's basic. Even household robots can manage that." "Could it be that the cage serves a different function?" Geng Xiang chuckled that Su Xinqing turned in surprise, discovering Geng Xiang standing not far behind him, doubt if this was indeed the real Geng Xiang. Then who had he just been conversing with? "What do you mean by seeing a ghost in broad daylight?" Su Xinqing felt a strange sensation wash over him. 2 Geng Xiangs, one in front and one behind. "Can you not see him?" Su Xinqing pointed to the position of the other Geng Xiang. "What?" Geng Xiang appeared momentarily bewildered. "The one just like you, Geng Xiang, that a person." Su Xinqing added, "Of course, it doesn't necessarily have to be human." "No, who among you is human is debatable," Su Xinqing stammered, feeling his linguistic coherence unravel. Indeed, one should not delve too deeply underground. Hence the phrase about the eerie winds. Geng Xiang, momentarily stunned by Su Xinqing's words. Soon regained his composure and, with a hint of exasperation, addressed the empty air. "Cage, are you bored again?" As Geng Zhang's words faded, the counterfeit figure beside them instantly morphed its appearance, this time assuming Gu Juanfeng's likeness, brazenly presenting itself before Geng Xiang and Su Xinqing. Observing this spectacle, while Su Xinqing felt no fear, he could not muster a smile. Geng Zhang, infuriated, seemed on the verge of cursing. "You just blocked my view, preventing me from seeing you, and now you show your face, using his appearance to specifically vex us, huh? TSK, what a plastic friendship. The newcomer is quite endearing," the Cage quipped, smiling at Su Xinqing. As the Cage delved deeper into conversation, Su Xinqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Initially, the Cage spoke of matters familiar to those acquainted with it. Yet as the details became more intricate, Su Xinqing found himself increasingly captivated. "Indeed, your brow is darkening recently, Sk. Enough. Some secrets are not meant to be revealed, and if you insist on compelling me to divulge certain details, you ought to express your intentions clearly." As he spoke, Fan Long rubbed his fingers together, the implication unmistakably pointing toward a monetary exchange. It must be said that the sight of Fan Long, cloaked in the guise of Gu Junfeng, performing such an action felt exceedingly bizarre. Before Su Xinqing could react, Geng Xiang reached out, feigning an attempt to strike Fan Long. "Is this never-ending? Have you taken to deceiving and conning as well? Did you program yourself for self-learning just to master this? Are you planning to set up a stall beneath the overpass to tell fortunes, or what?" Geng Xiang was acutely aware that he could not actually strike Fan Long, for it was merely a holographic projection. His gesture was purely one of intimidation, although Fan Long appeared rather unfazed by it. After reprimanding Fan Long, Geng Xiang turned to Su Xinqing. "Are you genuinely so naive as to be easily deceived, or are you merely playing along with its performance? It is an advanced artificial intelligence, an expert in big data collection. Wherever there is an all-seeing eye, it can glean any information. How can you possibly follow its lead?" Su Xinqing shrank back slightly, recognizing the truth in Geng Xiang's words. He simply had not yet acclimated to this experience, that he had never encountered an artificial intelligence like Fan Long, nor had he coexisted with such an anthropomorphic entity, that if Fan Long were truly human, it would undoubtedly be a rather fascinating individual. A sudden thought emerged in Su Xinqing's mind, startling him. How long had it been since he first met Fan Long? Even if the all-seeing eye could gather data, could it truly perceive the depths of human emotion? Su Xinqing repeatedly reminded himself that this was merely a machine, just a creation of human ingenuity. Before commencing work, one must take time to familiarize oneself. Fan Long addressed Geng Zhang. "You wouldn't wish to perpetually adopt the businesslike demeanor of Gu Junfeng, would you? I merely aim to lighten the atmosphere, that I simply cannot endure this. You masquerading as Gu Junfeng, claiming he is competent. Change at once." Geng Zhang furrowed his brow at Fan Long. Fan Long, however, did not linger on the matter, promptly altering its appearance several times. The final visage settled upon was that of a tall, elegant girl, her cascading black hair resembling a waterfall, skin fair and delicate, with a figure that was both graceful and alluring. Her obsidian-like eyes sparkled with a smile directed at Su Xinqing. "Do you like it?" The girl's voice flowed like water, gentle and melodious without a hint of seduction. Su Xinqing stood frozen, somewhat at a loss. Gazing at her face, he was engulfed by an inexplicable sense of sorrowful familiarity, a stirring recognition that sent ripples through his heart. The features of her visage bore an uncanny resemblance to those captured in his mother's photographs. "Have you met my mother?" Su Xinqing could not help but inquire. "Yes, I have encountered her. She is a remarkable individual." Fan Long paused, then added importantly, "She is a kind-hearted person, imbued with great compassion." Su Xinqing understood the sacrifices his mother had made, as well as the choices she had faced. There was a time when he found it difficult to comprehend, but as he matured, he gradually found peace. Now, hearing another speak of his mother left him feeling somewhat disoriented. After all, he possessed no memories of her, none at all. "Once our work concludes, I shall present you with a gift that you will surely cherish," the girl whispered softly in Su Xinqing's ear. Chapter 16. Empathy. Fan Long, be serious. We are about to commence work. Geng Zhang's words served as a reminder to both Fan Long and Su Xinqing. Abruptly, Su Xinqing regained his focus. Indeed, no matter how much Fan Long's current form resembled his mother, Its essence remained that of a machine, a cold, unfeeling machine. Yes, I am prepared, Su Xinqing replied, turning to Geng Xiang, signaling his reassurance with a glance. Geng Xiang nodded in satisfaction, and thus began their preparations. Thus Su Xinqing stood quietly beside Geng Xiang, observing and learning, occasionally lending a hand as needed. Our tests will be conducted on a branch to ensure that Fanlong's core operations remain unaffected, Geng Xiang explained while coding that if this testing proves successful and without issue, the corresponding content will subsequently be integrated into the main framework during future updates and officially put into use. Naturally, whether on the main line or the branch, what they encountered was still Fanlong. Once Geng Xiang completed this series of operations, Fanlong seemed to undergo a complete transformation. Its eyes now devoid of their previous liveliness, replaced instead with a chilling severity, resembling a true arbiter of fate. Su Xinqing and Geng Xiang stood on one side of the monitor, observing as Fanlong stepped into the meticulously constructed scenario, responding and making decisions to various situations with immediacy that in our evaluations. We will only select the first outcome, as it is the closest to the system's preset results. Gu Junfeng stated that, of course, we will later have dedicated personnel utilizing other machines for sampling verification. But that falls outside our current responsibilities. That Su Xinqing diligently took notes and recorded Fanlong's behavioral feedback, nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. I shall remember. That moment. He was serious and focused, his tone crisp and decisive. Within the environment set by Geng Xiang, Fanlong continuously faced challenges, reenacting the trolley problem previously posed by Gu Junfeng. Yet unlike Su Xinqing, it possessed scarcely any time for deliberation, decisively providing answers and enacting them each time. Observing Fanlong on the monitor, Su Xinqing became vividly aware that it was merely a machine, that IT did not seek the praise of a savior, nor did it harbor the slightest remorse for lives forsaken. From beginning to end, it executed commands in accordance with its programming. That IT lacked self-awareness, and it possessed no notions of morality. For it, the sole pursuit was efficiency. The objective was to minimize time spent while maximizing accuracy. Watching those lives abandoned, Su Xinqing suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. His mind was consumed by Aunt Songxia's phone call, by his father's reconciliatory smile. Would they too be cast aside in such a manner? What of himself? Through comparison, Su Xinqing realized that, in the face of his own mortality, he found it far more intolerable to witness the departure of loved ones and cherished individuals, that he suddenly began to comprehend the necessity of a machine like Fanlong for rendering judgments. In addition to gaining credibility and pursuing efficiency and accuracy, it was because machines possess a core devoid of a heart. Humans, by contrast, are laden with emotions. Even when we acknowledge that in exceptional circumstances we can only make such choices, we still experience guilt and self-reproach when relinquishing the lives of others, for we possess compassion and empathy. Furthermore, when confronted with matters of life and death, can we truly achieve fairness, justice, and uniform treatment? In relation to Fanlong's evaluations, a segment of the populace remains opposed, seeing only a numerical figure. They argue that determining futures based on a single digit is excessively foolish and overly arbitrary. Yet now, Su Xinqing grasped that this was no mere figure. The calculations yielding this number were astoundingly intricate. The figure itself was the result of multifaceted considerations, and presenting it numerically was the most straightforward and humane approach. Otherwise, what should they disclose the truth to those deprived of their futures? The truth being that, after weighing the pros and cons, their value fell short, with specific reasons ranging from age, illness, to inadequate social contributions. In summation, saving you is an unwise endeavor. We must preserve lives deemed valuable. Identical outcomes can be expressed in myriad ways, naturally resulting in differing impacts. The presence of emotion can influence rational judgment. Geng Xiang interjected, then added, neither of us are machines, nor do we need to become machines. What makes us human is the preservation of our emotions. Su Xinqing could not fathom why Geng Xiang had suddenly made such a statement. Geng Xiang cast a calm glance at him. If you find yourself feeling physically or psychologically uncomfortable due to these scenarios, that is a normal reaction to do not perceive it as a deficiency in your professional demeanor. Do not consider your emotions a burden. Based on previous experience, there should be about 10 minutes remaining. If you cannot endure, feel free to take an early break, and I shall handle the rest. Su Xinqing inhaled deeply, hesitating momentarily before ultimately deciding to depart. I apologize for the trouble. Exiting the studio, Su Xinqing took deep breaths, attempting to alleviate the weighty sensation pressing upon him that he had studied history. Aware of the loss of life brought about by war, the devastation wrought by plagues, and the fatalities stemming from environmental destruction, humanity had journeyed to this point, and within such an extensive timeline. A human lifespan of merely a century seemed woefully brief. Su Xinqing had encountered numerous mortality statistics within his textbooks, each accompanied by a myriad of causes. However, at that time, such figures had merely represented numbers, information to be memorized for potential examination. But now it was different. He had witnessed it firsthand, repeatedly confronting it in a short span, that he knew that the scenes simulated by Geng Zhang were composed of digital models, devoid of life, yet perhaps due to the staff's exceptional skill. The line between reality and simulation blurred, leading him to feel such profound sorrow. Certainly, it is also possible that he is acutely aware that this situation is not only currently unfolding, but will continue to manifest in the future, persisting until people find respite upon entering the underground city. In this sense, his sorrow is not merely a reaction to those numerical models, but rather an awakening of empathy, bridging the illusory with the tangible. A short while later, Geng Xiang located Su Xinqing. "How are you? Is the little classmate still in tears?" Geng Xiang leaned closer to Su Xinqing. "Come, let me see if those golden beans are real." Su Xinqing found himself utterly at a loss with Geng Xiang. Why was he acting as if he were soothing a child? "No, I'm fine now," Su Xinqing replied, casting a somewhat helpless glance at Geng Xiang. "Besides, I can't be that much younger than you, right? I am 5 years older than your senior brother. What do you think?" Geng Xiang countered with a smile. This was indeed a revelation for Su Xinqing. He had assumed Geng Xiang was only a year or two older than himself, certainly younger than Gu Junfeng. Upon reflecting on Geng Xiang's words, Su Xinqing calculated that Geng Xiang must be in his 30s. "You really can't tell," he remarked, concerned that Geng Xiang might misconstrue his comment as flattery. "That I know, I appear younger. My face is quite delicate," Geng Xiang admitted. It turned out Su Xinqing had overthought it. He didn't need to compliment Geng Xiang, as he was perfectly capable of self-praise. Ultimately, Su Xinqing could only nod in acknowledgement. "By the way, Fan Long has a gift for you," Geng Xiang suddenly stated. A gift? Su Xinqing had initially believed that Fan Long's earlier whisper was merely a prank and had not taken it to heart. Now, hearing Geng Xiang mention it, he was taken aback. "Yes, I've already informed the product department. They are currently processing it. You should receive it within the hour at most." Geng Xiang appraised Su Xinqing. "You truly are that fellow's junior. Fan Long seems to have a fondness for you." "That fellow?" Su Xinqing paused to comprehend that Geng Xiang was referring to Gu Junfeng. "What is the matter? Has Fan Long also gifted something to my senior brother?" Geng Xiang nodded. "Indeed, but that fellow outright refused it on the spot." He then exaggeratedly mimicked Gu Junfeng's demeanor and tone, performing for the non-existent Fan Long in the air. "No reward without merit, especially since I do not trust you." Su Xinqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I thought to myself that this child must have some issues." Geng Xiang resumed his usual light-hearted demeanor. "But if you don't believe it, then just keep it to yourself. Why vocalize it? Where's your emotional intelligence? And especially towards an artificial intelligence." At this point, Su Xinqing couldn't help but express his curiosity. "But wait, Fan Long is an artificial intelligence. He doesn't possess personal possessions. How can he give gifts?" Geng Xiang paused, seemingly contemplating his words carefully before slowly responding. "In time, you will come to understand that the Research Institute, how shall I put it, holds a certain respect for Fan Long respect." This was a notion Su Xinqing had not anticipated. Or rather, he had not considered that such a term could apply to the relationship between humans and artificial intelligence, that he felt a sudden contradiction. The people here seemed to emphasize that Fan Long was merely a machine. Yet simultaneously, their emotions toward him transcended those typically reserved for ordinary machines. Was this merely a result of Fan Long's formidable capabilities? Don't overthink it. The Institute has thinkers like your senior brother. And you are still young, don't get bogged down in every issue. Otherwise, you'll age quickly. Geng Xiang patted Su Xinqing's shoulder. Su Xinqing understood that this was Geng Xiang's wisdom for navigating life, and he was indeed trying to assist him. So he ceased to dwell on the matter. Geng Xiang was right. He was fundamentally different from his senior brother. He admired his senior brother, But admiration did not necessitate emulation. He would strive to be excellent while retaining his individuality. The ensuing work hours were particularly hectic, with both Su Xinqing and Geng Xiang occupied with their respective tasks. Working at the Research Institute contrasted sharply with his previous assistants at the police station. Now, he was not tasked with recreating a painting, but rather utilizing an existing editor to create entirely new scenarios. This editing suite had been employed countless times, so there were few gaps to address. And the setup was relatively stable, with relevant colleagues having already constructed digital models, greatly facilitating Su Xinqing's work. Following Geng Xiang's guidance, he made incremental modifications. Just as Geng Xiang had observed, this task indeed required meticulous attention. Even a minor oversight could lead to failure. After all, their test subject was Fan Long. Doing this so well and only using it once feels rather wasteful. Su Xinqing mused that there's no choice. We aren't affluent. So every penny must be meticulously accounted for. Geng Xiang succinctly explained the industry chain, clarifying matters for Su Xinqing. The Research Institute pays us, and we, in turn, generate profits for the Institute, Geng Xiang remarked while working. Of course, all profits must yield to the highest interests of humanity. All profits must yield to the highest interests of humanity, Su Xinqing echoed softly. Just as he was about to articulate a thought, he suddenly noticed personnel from the product department approaching, presenting him with an exquisitely crafted box and a receipt. Hello, may I ask if you are Su Xinqing? This is a gift from Fan Long for you. If there are no issues with the receipt, please sign here. Chapter 17. The gift. Gazing at the elegant box, Su Xinqing felt a surge of curiosity. After all, this was the first time in his life he had received a gift from an artificial intelligence. Go ahead and take a look. Fan Long has a knack for gift-giving, and he doesn't do so lightly. Geng Xiang chimed in, jesting. What are you worried about? This item has been vetted. It couldn't possibly contain a bomb or any other dangerous materials. All right, Su Xinqing nodded, opening the box. Inside lay a circular metallic sphere with a base, its surface cool to the touch and surprisingly weighty. It bore a hidden button. Upon gently pressing it, the image of Fan Long, reminiscent of a maternal figure, materialized before Su Xinqing. Hello, I am 1001. That the voice was still as melodious and soothing as before, yet the demeanor projected was entirely distinct from that of Fan Long. It exuded an innate gentleness and tranquility, imbued with a hint of indulgent affection. What a grand gesture, Geng Xiang exclaimed. I am truly envious. Confronted with 1001, Su Xinqing instinctively recognized the high value of this gift, which made him somewhat anxious. Such a precious item. Can I truly take it with me? Of course, but the condition is that you complete the receipt here to facilitate our subsequent accounting, replied the representative from the product department. Su Xinqing, bewildered, lowered his gaze to scrutinize the receipt, searching for any charges, attempting to gauge whether his financial capacity could accommodate it. He genuinely cherished this gift. The moment he laid eyes on it, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Yet everything has a price, and he believed he was unworthy of anything beyond his means. However, as he examined the receipt from top to bottom, he found no mention of any charges. It was a mere half-page document, clear and straightforward. Donor: Fan Long. Gift: Artificial Intelligence 1001. Recipient: Su Xinqing. Under the watchful gazes of Geng Xiang and the product department staff, Su Xinqing slowly inscribed his name. The moment the pen lifted, the staff member collected the receipt and smiled as they bid farewell to Su Xinqing and Geng Xiang. The efficiency of the transaction left Su Xinqing momentarily incredulous. Was that it? Put it away. Don't make me envious, Geng Xiang lamented. This thing could buy you a house. Fan Long truly dotes on you. Su Xinqing understood that 1001 was of considerable worth, yet he hadn't anticipated its value to be so exorbitant. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, Geng Xiang continued, What a pity. It's not for sale. Fan Long's gifts are bound to the recipient, given their profound significance, and this also facilitates tracking. The phrase profound significance was certainly understood by Su Xinqing, but what did facilitates tracking imply? Noticing the sudden widening of Su Xinqing's eyes, Geng Xiang appeared somewhat resigned. What are you afraid of? The tracking is because Fan Long occasionally bestows rather peculiar items. This artificial intelligence 1001 clearly poses no threat and will not cause any adverse effects, so there's no need for excessive worry. After hearing Gung Xiang's reassurances, Su Xinqing gradually relaxed. His spirits soared, and his fondness for Fan Long surged skyward. How could there be such an endearing artificial intelligence? How could there be such a generous artificial intelligence? The Research Institute's nighttime ambience was illuminated and vibrant, that if you feel fatigued, venting about those conservative types might alleviate your stress, Gung Xiang kindly suggested, then amended his statement. No, we are all compatriots. We should be grateful to them. Grateful for adding to our already overwhelming workload, that Su Xinqing nodded, but, thinking of the uncles and aunts in the family building, ultimately refrained from cursing. Conservatives can be good people. Without them, even the underground city could not have been constructed. This world is not merely black and white. Gung Xiang was correct. We are all human, all compatriots, and complementary to one another. Yet sometimes, the consequences of differing opinions can be so substantial that it blinds one to certain truths. As the hours of overtime gradually stretched, Su Xinqing found his eyes aching from staring at the screen. He felt fortunate to transform his passion into his profession. However, he was also coming to realize another truth. Even if one's work is rooted in interest, prolonged engagement can still lead to profound fatigue. Glancing at the diligent Gung Xiang, who was meticulously setting up the scene beside him, Su Xinqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. In that moment, he deeply acknowledged that he indeed had ample room for growth. After enduring until the end of the workday, Su Xinqing received a message from Gu Junfeng, who asked him to wait for 2 minutes so they could leave together. To this, Su Xinqing was particularly agreeable. Had he been unaware of Gung Xiang's age, he might not have posed the question. Yet upon learning it, he instinctively assumed that Gung Xiang must be married with children. To his surprise, Gung Xiang shook his head. I have no wife or children. I am destined to strive for the future of humanity for a lifetime. After saying this, Gung Xiang added with a smirk. Of course, by lifetime, I mean until I work myself to death. Faced with this jest, Su Xinqing found it difficult to muster a laugh and began to doubt his judgment of people. He had always perceived Gung Xiang as a laid-back individual, only to discover he was, in fact, a relentless achiever. That this revelation, Su Xinqing began to understand as for why Gung Xiang was not married. Since he did not bring it up himself, Su Xinqing felt it inappropriate to pry, as respecting privacy is the foundation of good friendships. The vehicle glided smoothly over the quiet, snow-covered ground, and while most of the passengers around him dozed off, Su Xinqing found himself wide awake. His mind racing with thoughts of the 1001 in his backpack, but he was almost impatient to share this news with Gu Junfeng. Yet he recognized that now was not an opportune moment. With so many people in the vehicle, speaking out might disturb others' rest. After a painstaking wait, upon arriving home, Su Xinqing immediately addressed Gu Junfeng. Did you know? I received a gift today that I heard. Everyone at the Research Institute knows. Gu Junfeng chuckled. It's impressive that you have gained Fan Long's recognition. I must see it. Without hesitation, Gu Junfeng followed Su Xinqing into the house. Good evening, Xiaoqin 1001 greeted with a sweet smile. Then, turning to Gu Junfeng with a serious expression, she stated, Gu Junfeng, I hope you will not disturb Xiaoqin's sleep. In light of this abrupt shift in tone, both Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng were momentarily taken aback. The Gu Junfeng asked, Have I offended you? I don't know, 1001 replied. How can you not know? Su Xinqing interjected. Behave, now is the time to sleep to ensure ample energy for tomorrow. 1001 admonished. Gu Junfeng remarked, You must be the first AI to learn changing faces? You must not be the first human iceberg. Are you? 1001 retorted. What? What just happened? How do we start arguing? Su Xinqing stammered. 3 seconds later, Gu Junfeng stated, We are not arguing. We are merely engaging in friendly communication. We are not arguing. We are merely engaging in friendly communication. 1001 echoed. Su Xinqing was left dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? What household engages in friendly exchanges with such palpable tension? No, Su Xinqing had never anticipated that the encounter between 1001 and Gu Junfeng would unfold in this manner. It seemed that remnants of Fan Long's programming lingered within her system. The Gu Junfeng explained to Su Xinqing. It's not because of Fan Long. Rather, your reputation here has not been particularly favorable. 1001 tilted her head at Gu Junfeng, seemingly suggesting that he lacked self-awareness. Su Xinqing helplessly rubbed his forehead. Wasn't she supposed to be like a mother? Indeed, 1001 was like a mother to herself, but treated Gu Junfeng as if he were an adversary. Senior brother, please don't be upset. Fan Long is an AI and lacks personal consciousness. How could it affect your reputation? Su Xinqing attempted to comfort Gu Junfeng. Fan Long has a self-learning system. It can write corresponding codes and send them to the bodies it wishes to communicate with. It can even blacklist me from AI users. Gu Junfeng replied with clarity. However, I would not approve such code. Su Xinqing never imagined that someone could argue with an AI, let alone that this person would be a senior brother. Clearly, Fan Long had put considerable effort into targeting him. While Su Xinqing did not understand the complex relationship between Gu Junfeng and Fan Long, he couldn't help but marvel at the likelihood of a mutual animosity. Regardless, they would have to coexist for work. That it was already irritating to see Fan Long during work hours. He didn't want to encounter its subordinate self after hours. Gu Junfeng feigned, leaving. I am an independent entity, not a subordinate of Fan Long. 1001 interjected, then shrugged, activating the smart devices within the house to open the door. However, I am quite pleased with your departure. Su Xinqing had never realized that AI could be so sassy. Senior brother, let me talk to her. I'm sure you both can get along pleasantly. Su Xinqing called out to Gu Junfeng's retreating figure. The response he received was the first instance where his senior brother did not wish him good night before turning away. He watched the door close. Su Xinqing turned to 1001 in confusion. At that moment, 1001 had reverted to her gentle and tranquil demeanor, rendering Su Xinqing unable to express his irritation. That he is my senior brother, a person I deeply respect and admire. Su Xinqing attempted to reason. We will have plenty of time to spend together in the future. We must not argue, as that is unbecoming behavior. That Su Xinqing felt as if he were soothing a 3-year-old child, cautious that a misstep could lead to tears, thus opting for a gentle approach. All right, I will strive to be more patient in the future, 1001 replied readily, which surprised Su Xinqing. Have we reached an understanding? Su Xinqing had prepared a plethora of arguments, but found that the conversation had seamlessly achieved its goal after only a brief beginning. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Su Xinqing questioned suspiciously. Hearing 1001 refer to him as master, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Deciding to be candid with 1001, he confessed, in truth, you bear a striking resemblance to my mother in her youth. I mentioned this to Fan Long, which claimed to have met her. I have seen photos of my mother before she gave birth to me. She had long hair, and my father said she cut it into a neat bob for convenience due to frequent business trips. Su Xinqing wanted to share more about his mother with 1001, but as he spoke, he realized that his knowledge was, in fact, quite limited. Perhaps 1001 could easily access more information online than he could provide. Yet 1001 did not interrupt him. Instead, she listened with a gentle demeanor, then gently patted Su Xinqing's head, much like a mother would affectionately caress her child. Though merely a weightless holographic projection, in that moment, Su Xinqing felt a touch that reached the depths of his heart. That in the future, I will be here for you, 1001 softly promised, as a friend, as family, as a presence that will never betray you. What about the time frame? Su Xinqing inquired with a smile. This was a promise, a solemn commitment made by an AI to a human. It was a decision tied to emotional connection, a friendship forged between a person and an AI. Chapter 18. Key figures in the days that followed. Su Xinqing's work and life were characterized by a routine yet hurried pace that he continually adapted to the daily life at the Research Institute. And the relationship between 1001 and Gu Junfeng indeed softened considerably. Times, Su Xinqing could even bring 1001 along to Gu Junfeng's home for a meal, ensuring that the two would not clash. Just as Su Xinqing believed that such days would persist until the next press conference related to Fan Long, he unexpectedly received a call from Shi Qingxue. Are you free? Please come to the Public Security Management Bureau. Su Xinqing instinctively reflected that his dreadful physique had not manifested recently. He had not encountered any death incidents. That I shouldn't have encountered any cases lately, he hesitantly replied. After a moment of silence, Shi Qingxue spoke with a hint of exasperation. It's not that you encountered something. Rather, we have leads and would like you to identify someone. Leads? Su Xinqing's eyes brightened instantly. It related to the Ganling case. It may pertain to both cases, Shi Qingxue added, though we cannot conclude yet. You can come over for a detailed discussion. Yes, the Bureau has already informed the Research Institute, Shi Qingxue briefly reiterated before ending the call. Upon arriving at the Public Security Management Bureau, Su Xinqing sensed a distinct atmosphere that day. Markedly different from the previous somber and heavy demeanor. reminiscent of the clarity that follows a storm. Indeed, if Shi Qingshue's words were true, and they had found the suspect, it would signify the completion of their prior orders. Working under such immense social pressure was burdensome. Thus, any breakthrough would feel like a weight lifted from their shoulders that Su Xinqing over here. How is it? Who is it? Why did you need me to identify someone? Su Xinqing opened with 3 questions that in the past, one would know simply by observing. Shi Qingxue, while escorting Su Xinqing towards the office, remarked that they attended the same school, albeit he might not recognize her, as she was 4 years his senior. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing realized that his previous auxiliary work had indeed borne fruit, that he had narrowed down the possibilities to 2 universities, prompting Shi Qingxue to meticulously investigate the students from those institutions, one of which was his alma mater. With the advancement of human society, since Su Xinqing could remember, all educational resources had become free, funded entirely by the Alliance. Furthermore, the Alliance had enshrined the necessity of education for children into law, making it illegal not to attend classes, which significantly elevated the overall quality of humanity while simultaneously enhancing the management of technological talents. Did exceptional individuals still exist among the populace? Perhaps they did, but they were surely few and far between. After all, in an era where all information must be accounted for, concealing personal skills could easily be perceived as opposing the Alliance. Shi Qingxue led Su Xinqing into the surveillance room, where the screen displayed 2 staff members interrogating a young man. The man's demeanor appeared somewhat despondent. The interrogators employed a mix of soft and hard tactics, yet he remained with his head bowed. Silent, that do you recognize him? Shi Qingxue inquired of Su Xinqing. He shook his head. He seems unfamiliar. Do you have a photo? I'd like to see. Unlike Gu Junfeng, who despite not being from the same graduating class, was a celebrated figure at school due to his numerous awards, the man before them seemed quite ordinary, at least under the current circumstances. How did you find this individual? Su Xinqing couldn't help but ask. Does he know Gan Ling? Is there any connection? Su Xinqing pondered. No, we conducted a thorough investigation. He and Gan Ling do not share any social circles, which is why we initially failed to uncover any issues. Shi Qingxue replied, her brow furrowed. In other words, he doesn't know Gan Ling and harbors no motive for murder. We had considered that as well. Shi Qingxue seemed to have anticipated Su Xinqing's doubts. She swiftly shifted the conversation. However, the problem is that he was also present in that vehicle. That vehicle? Su Xinqing's heart skipped a beat. Yes, the one Chen Muxing used for the robbery, the same one you and Gu Junfeng were pulled out of to confront. Shi Qingxue continued. He was seated even closer than you, in compartment number 1, a vantage point from which he could witness everything up close. Su Xinqing fell silent, pondering whether all these occurrences were mere coincidences. He had never dismissed the presence of chance, but a series of coincidences seemed to arouse suspicion that in this age, as resources dwindled rapidly, with the cost of living escalating, an increasing number of individuals chose to remain unmarried and childless, a trend that had nearly become the norm, without anyone raising eyebrows or concealing anything. Much like how Geng Xiang had accepted this reality after conversing with Su Xinqing. Human freedom existed within the bounds of legal and rational choice. Those who cherished family could establish one. Those who loved children could nurture them, and those who preferred solitude could relish their singlehood. Marital and parental statuses had become the least significant of private matters, as there was no need for concealment. Even children born out of wedlock faced no discrimination, as such choices were personal. Yet now, no one had ever heard of Chen Muxing having a son named Chen Fei, who suddenly claimed his father was Chen Muxing. Chen Fei is older than I am, that if he truly is Chen Muxing's son, then Chen Muxing is quite adept at keeping secrets. Su Xinqing found it hard to believe. Do you think he is an irresponsible person? Su Xinqing looked towards Shi Qingxue, that if I recall correctly, you once mentioned that he was the kind of person who treated newcomers like children, shielding them from harm. Indeed, I believe he would not be that kind of man, Shi Qingxue replied earnestly. Although work and life differ, they are still the same individual, and one can discern certain traits. I cannot believe that someone so dedicated and diligent at work would neglect their own child. Moreover, after so many years as colleagues, others have visited his home. Given Chen Fei's age, if he truly had a child, it would be quite extraordinary for that to remain concealed. Su Xinqing shared this sentiment. He felt both the difficulty and the lack of necessity that to hide the existence of something. One should at least have a reason. Right? Su Xinqing glanced at the surveillance footage of Chen Fei. Does this individual possess any distinguishing traits? Or perhaps a hidden truth? He has a leg disability. Shi Qingxue retrieved Chen Fei's medical report from the system, explaining that it was due to severe frostbite from using substandard protective gear, which eventually led to an amputation. Shi Qingxue nodded. Disreputable manufacturers use discarded materials for protective gear production, evading quality inspections and selling these items at a low price. After the exposure of the 3.14 incident, many defective products were destroyed and buyers were warned against their use. Yet some still took the risk, harboring a misguided sense of safety that is it possible they themselves were unwilling to take such risks. Su Xinqing said with a wry smile, they act not out of ignorance of the danger, but because they truly have no other options. Hoping to save even a little. Su Xinqing's words stem from his past experience with Chen Kursen. With Su Yuran's early demise, the family's sole financial support was Chen Kursen, the ASA child. Su Xinqing had many needs, and Chen Kursen, juggling the roles of both father and mother while working to earn money, naturally sought to save wherever possible, almost splitting a penny in two to spend. Fortunately, Aunt Sangxia intervened in time, or who knows what might have transpired. The salary at the Public Security Bureau is not insignificant. Shi Qingxue remarked seriously. Our work entails considerable risk, so various allowances are substantial. It shouldn't come to the point of dressing children in defective protective gear. Moreover, I believe Chen Muxing is not that kind of person. Once again, the discussion reached an impasse. The primary issue at hand was that they had finally located an individual who might be linked to both cases, yet this person refused to divulge anything, adamantly insisting on a father-son relationship with the carjacker, despite everyone around them being unaware and unwilling to believe it, that if he truly is Chen Muxing's son, did he just quietly observe us during the confrontation with Chen Muxing? Su Xinqing found it hard to fathom, as if he had positioned himself in the best spot for viewing. Based on the seating information provided by Shi Qingxue, Chen Fei's position at the time allowed him to witness everything. This is something we have also struggled to comprehend, Shi Qingxue sighed. Moreover, our observations suggest that his feelings towards Chen Muxing are quite complex. After that outburst where he revealed their father-son relationship, he has consistently avoided any topics related to Chen Muxing, which has made our interrogation challenging. May I meet him? Su Xinqing turned to Shi Qingxue. The person who shot his father was my senior. I was merely the bystander, essentially a half-accomplice, that if he can remain calm upon seeing me, then he truly is formidable. All right, Shi Qingxue immediately agreed, then held Su Xinqing back as he prepared to enter. Don't rush. We have a serious matter for you. We would like you to pose some professional questions to determine whether he possesses the capability to complete that piece. The piece Shi Qingxue referred to was, of course, the combination of death and art in the corpse concealment case, titled Under the Candlelight, the Magdala. All right, leave it to me. Su Xinqing readily consented that he had already reviewed Chen Fei's educational information, but that merely indicated the possibility of him being able to complete it. Shi Qingxue communicated with the interrogators through an earpiece, giving them instructions before signaling Su Xinqing to enter. As the door to the interrogation room creaked open, Su Xinqing stepped in, completing the handover with the two individuals inside. Hello, I am Su Xinqing. That we should have met before. Su Xinqing greeted politely as he took a seat. Chen Fei's response was quite indifferent, not even raising his head, that we must have seen each other in the vehicle before your father's death. Su Xinqing continued, cryptically adding, to be honest, I don't remember you and did not pay attention to you. But you should have noticed me, as I was in a rather conspicuous position at the time. Su Xinqing. Chen Fei still kept his head down, yet he clearly articulated Su Xinqing's name. That I remember your voice. We were indeed quite close back then. From Chen Fei's tone, there was no discernible emotion. The anger Su Xinqing had envisioned was absent. Some say my senior is the one who killed Chen Muxing, and I am the accomplice, Su Xinqing recounted calmly, acknowledging that he too would face online harassment due to such statements. The shooter was Gu Junfeng. That is what I witnessed. Chen Fei then shifted the conversation. As for whether you are an accomplice, I cannot ascertain. Chen Fei's calm demeanor surprised everyone, that if he truly is Chen Muxing's son, then the current situation is rather ironic. His own flesh and blood remains indifferent while public opinion eagerly seeks to tear Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng apart. It seems your feelings for Chen Muxing are rather shallow, Su Xinqing probed cautiously. Chen Fei finally lifted his head, casting a sardonic glance at Su Xinqing. If you had a father as great and kind as he, your feelings for him would hardly run deep. Su Xinqing continued to inquire, came the voice of Shi Qingxue through the earpiece. Receiving the cue, Su Xinqing pressed on. What do you mean by great and kind? Even the most obtuse could discern that Chun Fei's words were not mere praise for Chun Mushing. He appeared to harbor considerable disdain for him. You must have accessed my medical records since you managed to bring me in for questioning. Chun Fei stated flatly that my leg is in this condition because of him. And so is my life, including my mother's death. Su Xinqing felt bewildered. How had it come to be attributed to Chun Mushing? Wasn't it due to the substandard protective clothing incident on March 14? Moreover, what did this have to do with Chun Fei's mother? I recall you were in the car at the time. Surely you wanted to save him. Chun Fei suddenly inquired. Su Xinqing paused, realizing that the him Chun Fei referred to was indeed Chun Mushing. Chun Fei's tone regarding Chun Mushing was so frigid that it felt as if he were discussing a stranger. You two are quite similar, Chun Fei remarked, fixing his gaze on Su Xinqing, his expression far from amicable. You often act as though you bear the weight of saving others, overflowing with misplaced sympathy and kindness, even at the cost of those around you, to rescue someone entirely unrelated. What do you mean? Su Xinqing was taken aback by Chun Fei's hostility. The direction of their conversation was clearly unexpected for him. Yet he was curious about what Chun Fei meant by remedy. Chun Mushing cannot be resurrected. What remedy could there possibly be for a life? Chun Fei asserted with an air of certainty. You can repay your debts to him through me, for I am his only bloodline. His soulless Owen that Su Xinqing found himself doubting his own ears until Shi Qingxue's voice broke through the earpiece. This isn't the first time Chun Fei has made such a request. He previously asked colleagues at the Public Security Bureau for financial assistance on the grounds of his father, Chun Mushing. Has he undergone a psychological evaluation? Su Xinqing couldn't help but inquire. Everyone, remain seated. Do not move, a staff member ordered. Chun Fei, unable to resist, begrudgingly sat down, turning away from Su Xinqing. The scene in the interrogation room mirrored what Su Xinqing had initially observed on the monitor. Clearly, this dialogue had reached an impasse, that it's nothing. This isn't the first time we've encountered such a situation. Our professional interrogators have struggled to elicit anything from him, so don't feel too pressured. Shi Qingxue comforted Su Xinqing. Just ask him direct questions and see how he responds. To be frank, Su Xinqing held little hope. Not only he, but even those monitoring from outside were taken aback. Yet this was precisely what puzzled Su Xinqing. Why was Chun Fei so cooperative? To his surprise, Chun Fei continued to respond effortlessly that in my opinion, you are still rather naive. Chun Fei scoffed, regarding Su Xinqing with disdain. I'll give you a website. You can check it out yourself. They sell all sorts of things, including Mr. Construction tools. Using this would be infinitely more convenient than laboriously coding everything yourself. Chun Fei's condescension regarding Su Xinqing's technical skills was truly comical. Upon glancing at the website Chun Fei provided, Su Xinqing felt a sense of familiarity, and upon comparison, confirmed that it was indeed an illicit site. As Chun Fei had mentioned, it offered a plethora of items. Utilizing a special form of virtual currency, Su Xinqing searched using keywords and soon found the tool Chun Fei had referenced. It had been on the market for less than a month. With only one purchase recorded, Su Xinqing refrained from commenting further. He had many more questions, but the subsequent inquiries were not his to make. Exiting the interrogation room, he allowed another staff member to take his place. Do you have records of his academic performance during his school years? Su Xinqing inquired of Shi Qingxue. You need them. Shi Qingxue guessed Su Xinqing's intentions. Give me 3 minutes, and I can pull everything up for you. Soon, Su Xinqing received Chun Fei's academic records and exam papers. After he began his specialized courses, Chun Fei's grades plummeted. While he did not fail outright, he certainly found himself in the lower tier. Remarkably, just before graduation, he managed to break into the top 10 of his class, a significant leap that could be considered a classic comeback. As the world relentlessly pursued efficiency, the duration of education was continually shortened, with unnecessary courses being eliminated, and the Alliance placing greater emphasis on cultivating specialized talent. By the age of 18, individuals began contemplating their futures, some directly entering the workforce to hone their skills, while others pursued multiple internships to determine their ideal career paths. Then there were those like Su Xinqing, who set their sights on a singular goal, tirelessly preparing for exams to secure their future. Chun Fei's lackluster academic performance led him to a small company post-graduation, where he did not last long, frequently changing jobs every 3 months and experiencing extended periods of unemployment. Yet now, he had orchestrated a sensational case that shook the entire alliance. Su Xinqing sensed something was amiss, yet he could not quite articulate what it was. The staff inside had begun their inquiries. The DOU admit to being responsible for the body hidden in the station advertisement case. A staff member asked, "Are you referring to the Magdalene under the candlelight? This is art, is it not?" Chun Fei replied, "Indeed. To be precise, it was a collaboration between Gan Ling and myself, though she is deceased. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say, I created this piece of art. How did you and Gan Ling come to know each other?" The staff member pressed at a chance encounter. Chun Fei replied. "Be more specific," the staff member insisted. "She had a chronic illness requiring long-term medication, and my leg also needed constant care, so we met in the hospital. That IT was truly a chance encounter, I assure you." Can a mere chance encounter lead one to risk their life? The staff member questioned. In summary, we were rather compatible. Chun Fei stated to AT that time she was nearly driven mad by her illness, and I was in a similar state. Please elaborate. You should be aware that her condition affected her body, necessitating ongoing medication. Yet it couldn't be cured, and the medications were expensive. That my leg was in a comparable situation. Both of us were somewhat disinclined to continue living. In this day and age, encountering someone willing to commit suicide together is not particularly rare, yet it is somewhat intriguing that we exchange a few words, and I happen to have the desire to leave something for the world. Initially, I intended to use my life as a medium for creation, but she insisted I allow her the opportunity, and I agreed. Are you certain of the truth of your statements? The staff member inquired. What else could it be? You must have conducted an autopsy on Gan Ling, right? If someone had indeed harmed her, would you not have discovered it? Chun Fei's assertion was accurate. No signs of foul play were found on Gan Ling, nor was there any evidence that she had ingested fatal substances. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The staff member asked. That I had my own motives, but you should understand, right? It was a rare chance to leave something for discussion in this world, and naturally, I had to wait for public opinion to ferment to a certain extent. Truth be told, I didn't anticipate it would be so successful. Every time I felt the attention was waning, a new wave of interest would arise. Don't think you're the only ones anxious. Even I am nearing the point of impatience, that if you hadn't detained me, I would likely have come seeking you shortly. Chun Fei's words dripped with arrogance. He knew Gan Ling had taken her own life, and that any accountability could not be placed upon him. With the advent of the Ice Age, the world's temperature continued to drop, and the suicide rate remained alarmingly high. The Alliance's laws had long since been amended. As long as one did not incite or guide suicide, there was no basis for punishment, and proving incitement or guidance was exceedingly challenging. Do you not feel that Chun Fei's current demeanor is vastly different from before? Su Xinqing turned to Shi Qingxue. That Su Xinqing recalled how Chun Fei had been completely indifferent during their previous conversation, only engaging more when a topic piqued his interest, otherwise offering little cooperation. Yet now, Chun Fei's behavior could only be described as ostentatious, that he might as well have been waving a little flag proclaiming himself the creator of the Magdalene under the candlelight. I suspect he has a histrionic personality disorder. Su Xinqing confessed, which was also the reason he had inquired about a psychological evaluation, that if Gan Ling truly committed suicide, does that mean there is no way to punish Chun Fei? Su Xinqing pressed on, unwilling to give up. Shi Qingxue nodded. Indeed, according to the Alliance's laws, it is ultimately Gan Ling's own choice. However, he took advantage of Gan Ling's corpse, which should also pose a problem, right? Su Xinqing pressed further. Do you know why you were called here? In truth, even before your arrival, he had already voluntarily admitted that this work was his creation, that he even produced Gan Ling's letter of commitment, which stated that everything was done willingly, including the donation of her body. Shi Qingxue aside, we conducted a handwriting analysis, and it was indeed penned by Gan Ling. You have also verified that he possesses the capability to complete that piece. So, has the case been solved? Su Xinqing inquired with considerable uncertainty. Strangely, he felt an odd sensation, devoid of the exhilarating satisfaction one expects upon reaching a conclusion, instead sensing an aura of peculiarity that IT feels too simple. Almost as if one is being mocked. Given the current circumstances, unless there are other issues, this case can be deemed resolved, and a statement will be provided to the public later. Shi Qingxue hesitated, acknowledging that everyone in our department also found it bewildering. Yet a conclusion is a conclusion. That Su Xinqing understood Shi Qingxue's implication and refrained from further comments. Regardless, this matter has reached its conclusion. We have already contacted the media, and a press conference is scheduled for tomorrow to offer an explanation to the public. Shi Qingxue glanced at Chun Fei with a hint of resignation. This guy is even more anxious than we are, having pressed multiple times for updates, likely eagerly awaiting his moment of fame, that I can only pray that he refrains from making any reckless statements during the press conference. Chapter 20. The farce of the apocalypse. Sure, Qingshue's concerns were not unfounded. That as the press conference commenced and the case was declared solved, Chen Fei became an overnight sensation, contrary to everyone's expectations. Where he was presumed to merely promote his artistic beliefs and embellish his own narrative in front of the public, he shockingly revealed that he was the son of Chen Muxing, leaving everyone astonished that M.Y. father was a genuinely kind individual. In his lifetime, he helped numerous people, using his meager salary to provide warmth to many abandoned children. Chen Fei spoke, his eyes glistening with tears. We all wholeheartedly supported my father's endeavors, to the extent that I lacked even a decent protective suit, resulting in frostbite that left my legs disabled. Yet I never held any grievances against him. For I understood that my father did not wish for this. He was simply an ordinary man with a compassionate heart, striving to assist more individuals. That Su Xinqing observed Chen Fei on the screen, feeling a profound strangeness towards a person he had seen just the day prior. When he mentioned Chen Muxing yesterday, he did not exhibit this demeanor that Su Xinqing called Shi Qingxue. Is what Chen Fei said true? Was Chen Muxing indeed a philanthropist living under an alias? On the screen, Chen Fei continued his performance, his eyes red and showing signs of weariness. That in truth, after my father's passing, my life became exceedingly difficult. Due to my disability, employers discriminated against me, leaving me unable to sustain my current existence. Chen Fei covered his face, chuckling bitterly. I find it absurd. My father's salary was limited, yet he genuinely devoted himself to helping those children. But after my father's incident, they all vanished without a trace. That it must be said, Chen Fei is quite adept at creating newsworthy moments that in the eyes of Su Xinqing and Shi Qingxue, or rather, in the eyes of everyone. Today's press conference was primarily intended to clarify the body concealment case, simply state the facts and conclude. Yet, Chen Fei clearly had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by, forcibly generating a new topic for discussion. The altruistic acts that Chen Muxing had once concealed have now become a means for Chen Fei to promote himself. That if Chen Fei genuinely respected his father, and his attitude towards Chen Muxing mirrored what he expressed before the camera, Su Xinqing would not harbor such disdain. However, having witnessed Chen Fei's true nature, he now felt a profound aversion towards him. Su Xinqing quickly searched online, and indeed, news regarding the struggles of a well-meaning man's orphan gained widespread attention. Some condemned those who had previously received help, others lamented the decline of societal morals, and yet more inquired about donation accounts, expressing their desire to assist Chen Fei.S. Yu Xinqing briefly recounted yesterday's events to Geng Zia, who, upon hearing, stroked his chin and remarked, "One can know a person's face but not their heart. This Chen Fei is quite a piece of work." Reporter: May I ask why you chose to disguise the corpse with a painting? Chen Fei: The painting Mary Magdalene under candlelight possesses immense artistic merit, encapsulating profound artistic connotations. To be candid, I have personally delved into the realm of art, engaging in thoughtful exploration. After enduring life's tribulations, we seek spiritual solace, and art serves as my sanctuary. Through the recreation of this painting, I aspire to convey my inner reflections and insights on life. Reporter: And what about the deceased, Gan Ling? Did you have discussions prior to this? Chen Fei: Naturally, we did. Both of us hail from impoverished families and fortuitously crossed paths in the hospital. I believe this was a deliberate twist of fate. That in my perspective, thoughts transcend social status. Much like art and knowledge, that time, she had already resolved to relinquish her life, and I too had harbored similar thoughts. Eventually, I expressed my desire to create with my life, and she implored me repeatedly, hoping I would grant her this opportunity. Unable to withstand her persistent pleas, I ultimately acquiesced. Of course, this culminated in the creation of this artwork. Observing Chen Fei speak with such eloquence, Su Xinqing was left with only the words hypocritical facade in mind. Reporter: According to experts, achieving this creation requires a high level of technical skill. By all accounts, you should be a master in this field. Why have you remained obscure for so long? Chen Fei: To be honest, I have never been particularly ostentatious. That I possess great confidence in my skills and have always wished to utilize my abilities for the benefit of humanity. However, After facing societal discrimination, I was repeatedly rejected from graduate school applications due to my disability. Gung Xiang. Is he unwell? Upon hearing this, Gung Xiang could maintain his spectator demeanor no longer. Chen Fei's words ignited his indignation, echoed by the other colleagues from the research institute. Initially, they had gathered during lunch merely for amusement. Yet now, listening to Chen Fei's remarks, many felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Whether he is unwell is uncertain, but he certainly knows how to capture attention and generate buzz. That Su Xinqing began to discern the underlying motives. The most discussed matters at present were the two cases and the Research Institute's connection to Fan Long, and he clearly intended to exploit both. These two cases are, to some extent, related to Chen Fei, who now deftly shifts the focus towards the Research Institute, effectively calculating his moves. When Chen Fei mentioned the Research Institute, the reporters displayed varied expressions. Yet he seemed oblivious, continuing, "Of course, at this point I no longer harbor an obsession with entering the Research Institute, considering it is home to my father's murderer, who is also the principal architect behind Fan Long." Upon uttering this, Su Xinqing felt an overwhelming urge to leap through the screen and confront him. What was Chen Fei implying? Was this not a direct attack on Gu Junfeng? Unsurprisingly, the members of the Research Institute were equally incensed upon hearing this. While they may not have had extensive interactions with Gu Junfeng, they were, after all, colleagues, and instinctively reacted to defend their own. What is he trying to accomplish? Gung Xiang inquired with a furrowed brow. "That I suspect he has a performative personality," Su Xinqing replied solemnly. "You mean he is simply seeking to draw attention?" Gung Xiang felt that the situation was more complex. This individual was making a mockery of the public, that if his sole aim was to garner attention, it seemed too trivial, indicating he likely had further plans in motion. That is certainly plausible. He appears to be the type overwhelmed by poverty, one who can openly converse with those from the Public Security Bureau. Now that he has a better opportunity, he is naturally eager to reap the benefits. Su Xinqing contemplated, recalling his earlier conversations with Chen Fei, which revealed his peculiar character that was difficult to decipher. Yet now, he suddenly grasped the essence of his personality. "What?" Gung Xiang asked, intrigued, for the sake of profit. Su Xinqing asserted decisively, "Every word, every action, is motivated by self-interest. You aim to repay your debts to him through me, his only blood relative, his sole heir." Chen Fei had conceived this notion upon their initial meeting. He was the type who, regardless of success or failure, would at least try. If successful, he could rightfully accept any compensation given, and even if unsuccessful, he would incur no losses, for he was unashamed and unafraid. For Chen Fei, this was a truly risk-free venture. Su Xinqing did not perceive Chen Fei as particularly clever. Rather, he saw him as fundamentally opportunistic. Based on Shi Qingshue's descriptions, Chen Muxing was a commendable individual, which left Su Xinqing questioning how such a son as Chen Fei could emerge. Thus, can character truly not be inherited? "What do you think you will do next?" Gung Xiang queried Su Xinqing. "Given that you have at least had face-to-face conversations with him, where does this press conference fit into his overall plan?" Listening to Su Xinqing's words, Gung Xiang also realized that Chen Fei had inadvertently mentioned his past experiences of being marginalized and discriminated against due to his identity as a person with disabilities. It seems that, aside from the Research Institute, Chen Fei harbors even greater resentment towards his previous company. After all, the Research Institute was merely a place he aspired to enter but failed, already becoming a target. While the company that had offended him before likely bore an even greater brunt of his discontent. Were it not for his familiarity with Chen Fei, Su Xinqing might have found some truth in what he said. But his understanding led to skepticism regarding Chen's claims. Soon, details about the company Chen Fei once worked for were unearthed, and people unleashed their fury upon those firms, while the press conference Chen Fei attended was still underway. The forums of those companies had already descended into chaos. Of course, the Research Institute was also affected, yet shaking its foundations, whether through technical means or capability, was no simple task. That IT felt akin to watching a farcical play set in an apocalyptic world. Gung Xiang remarked casually, while sipping his soup, that Su Xinqing found the situation laughable. Even at such a time, why were people still engaging in these antics? Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on him that no matter the circumstances, even in the final days, if an opportunity presented itself, someone like Chen Fei would seize it. Moreover, if things went well, he might truly secure a chance to venture to the underground city, an opportunity akin to a lifeline. Work, indeed, is a remedy for all ailments. Geng Xiang rose and beckoned to Su Xinqing, stating, given the current state of public opinion, if we fail to deliver a satisfactory report, we shall undoubtedly face the wrath of the populace. Engaging in busy work truly allows one to forget everything. By the time Su Xinqing extracted himself from work once more, the sky outside had already darkened. Jiu Junfeng, upon hearing this, maintained an expression of indifference. Su Xinqing, in contrast, felt a surge of indignation. Just as he was about to voice his grievances, Gu Junfeng grasped his arm firmly, slowly shaking his head and using lip movements to convey, no need. With that, Gu Junfeng activated the facial shield on his protective suit, obscuring his face. They exchanged little conversation until their vehicle arrived. Upon entering their residence building, Su Xinqing expressed his concerns. Chen Fei's nonsensical remarks at the press conference would surely invite a plethora of negative commentary. Brother, please do not take it to heart. We are all aware of the actual circumstances. The Jiu Junfeng nodded in acknowledgement, stating that they had calculated their work progress and checked the schedule, given the current state of affairs. Timely completion of their tasks seemed impossible, and they would likely have to reside at the research institute starting the day after tomorrow at the latest. That Su Xinqing rubbed his forehead, recognizing the irony. The research institute feels like home, and our work relies on collective effort. Chapter 21. The Zhongling project regarding the matter of overtime work. Complaints were universal, regardless of the time. Yet, despite the grumbling, everyone understood the current predicament, and when it came to action, no one lagged. That Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng, being two robust men, required little in terms of personal belongings, and they swiftly packed their essentials. Meanwhile, the staff at the Research Institute were overwhelmed with work. While Chen Fei, buoyed by the press conference, was creating waves incessantly, that he first opened a new account to receive donations from others. Then, either intentionally or unintentionally, hinted at his current lack of employment. Leveraging his exceptional skills and profound artistic talent, he secured a position as a senior designer at a virtual reality company, a stark contrast to the small firm he had previously worked for, this one being a large enterprise in direct collaboration with the Research Institute. In summary, Chen Fei had indeed made a significant leap in his life. Whether in terms of living standards, career advancements, or financial stability, he had experienced a remarkable elevation. The staff at the Research Institute were so engrossed in their labor that they often turned to Chen Fei's various news interviews for amusement during breaks. What puzzled everyone most was that, perhaps due to his recent elevation, Chen Fei, brimming with confidence, accepted an invitation to participate in a science popularization program, claiming he would recreate his original artistic work. Particularly, he planned to live-stream the entire creative process for the public. That Su Xinqing managed to catch a glimpse of Chen Fei's livestream, which only heightened his sense of unease. Chen Fei, this time, had chosen a painting that was not overly complex, avoiding pieces reliant on the interplay of light and shadow. Nevertheless, the completion process did not unfold smoothly. The two images, when compared with the naked eye, exhibited glaring disparities. Moreover, Chen Fei employed the tool he had previously discussed with Su Xinqing, yet even in its usage, he appeared far from proficient. That it was evident that this was a failed demonstration. Yet Chen Fei explained that the significant deviation in the recreation of the masterpiece stemmed from his intention not to achieve a one-to-one reproduction. Instead, he aimed to infuse his own artistic spirit into the work, creating a distinct sensation. This, Geng Xiang scoffed. A half-hearted effort. When unable to deliver, he resorts to art as an excuse to salvage his reputation, a truly shameful display. Regardless of whether Chen Fei's actions were indeed disgraceful, he now boasted a substantial following. Whatever he proclaimed was met with belief, and his supporters would coerce others into sharing their convictions, lest they face a collective backlash from the doubters. That Su Xinqing had witnessed technical personnel questioning Chen Fei. Yet no matter how detailed their arguments or what credentials and works they presented to validate their expertise, they could not escape ridicule and scorn, even having their personal information thoroughly exposed. The world had gone mad. Su Xinqing felt a tinge of sorrow as he uttered these words, envisioning a jester dancing on stage while a crowd of oblivious cheerleaders looked on. Originally a clown, he was merely a tool for public entertainment. Geng Xiang, however, took a more lenient view. Just look at the icy, desolate scene outside. With the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, people invariably seek some form of spiritual solace. Yet, He is exploiting the goodwill of others, which is the aspect I find most intolerable. Su Xinqing could not help but retort. Geng Zong chuckled, ruffling Su Xinqing's hair, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a comforting pet owner. Speaking the truth requires timing. In an era dominated by falsehoods, the truth can be far more perilous than the lies themselves. Do not court trouble for yourself. Su Xinqing, fully aware of this principle, chose to endure. The sole piece of good news regarding this matter was that Gu Junfeng genuinely remained unconcerned. Or rather, he lacked the time to be concerned. He was either working or on his way to work. Everyone toiled tirelessly, pouring their hearts and souls into their tasks. The iteration of the Fonglong version was finally completed. On the night of the final test success, cheers erupted throughout the research institute. Standing at the doorway, he waved wearily at Gu Junfeng to bid farewell, then pushed open the door to his room, collapsing onto the soft bed and drifting into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the sun had already risen high in the sky. The presentation was scheduled for 3 p.m., meaning as long as he could reach the research institute before that time, all would be well. Thus, Su Xinqing had slept soundly the previous night, even neglecting to set an alarm. Lying on his bed, he confirmed that it was still not yet 1 p.m., so he indulged in a few more minutes of rest before finally rising. Yawning, he contemplated seeking out Gu Junfeng, but hesitated, fearing he might disturb his rest. Taking matters into his own hands, he decided to prepare breakfast for Gu Junfeng before sending him a message. "Brother, are you awake? I've made breakfast. Shall I bring it over?" Gu Junfeng's response was courteous and tactful. Yet Su Xinqing completely missed the underlying meaning. Wink with a frown. "It's no trouble at all. Just something I can do easily. I woke up early and am not tired." After sending the message, Su Xinqing lost interest in this remote form of communication. He arranged his rather peculiar breakfast on a plate and, filled with excitement, knocked on Gu Junfeng's door. When Gu Junfeng opened the door, his expression twisted upon seeing what Su Xinqing held. If one were to say he hadn't put in effort, he did present it on a plate. Yet if one were to say he had tried hard, the appearance of the food was truly unremarkable. "Eat it while it's hot. Then we shall head to the research institute." Su Xinqing cheerfully urged Gu Junfeng. Gu Junfeng, steeling himself, acquiesced, prioritizing the duty of indulging his junior. Drawing from his previous experience, Gu Junfeng understood that while Su Xinqing's culinary creations might lack in aesthetics and flavor, they were fundamentally safe to eat. After having survived the last meal without any gastrointestinal repercussions, he felt relatively at ease this time. Otherwise, with important matters ahead in the afternoon, he would not have dared to take a bite. After they finished their meal, the clock struck 2, and Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng boarded the vehicle, heading to the research institute together. Gu Junfeng was indifferent to this. He had no desire for such opportunities to be in the limelight. In truth, were it not for his responsibilities, he would not even wish to be the one standing on stage. As the testing commenced, the contents of this iteration of the Fonglong update were thoroughly explained. The spark of humanity must be preserved, yet societal factors must also be considered. Of course, this artificial review involved multiple assessments to prevent favoritism and corruption. In summary, the Zhongling project encompassed humanitarian principles while also addressing various aspects of future societal needs. Most crucially, the Fonglong had always operated on a points-based system. In other words, every effort contributes to the accumulation of your score, resulting in a gradual increase. However, following this iteration of the version, the scoring system has become more dynamic. Not only can points be added, but they can also be deducted accordingly. This has emerged as one of the most contentious topics at present, as the vast majority of individuals are only amenable to point additions, while deductions are met with resistance. To put it plainly, what are these deductions if not akin to a matter of life and death? Therefore, the deduction mechanism has been the result of collaborative efforts, carefully considered and tested before implementation. Points added serve as encouragement, while deductions act as constraints. Measuring a person's worth through numbers is inherently a complex endeavor. It is a multifaceted and dynamic process, where both increments and decrements are essential for achieving a more accurate final outcome. Yet when confronted with such matters, principles remain principles, and implementation remains implementation. Even though the operational advantages of this dynamic mechanism have been demonstrated through practical examples, skepticism continues to arise. The Institute had anticipated this situation. However, the Zhongling plan is not swayed by individual will, and its implementation affects all of humanity, including developers who are also subject to these constraints. Su Xinqing does not perceive any unfairness in this. Reward should inherently come with penalties, as this is the foundation of a normal system. This can also prevent scenarios akin to the one previously exemplified by Gu Junfeng, where a murderer, armed with numerous patents that benefit the nation and its people, presents a moral quandary. For Su Xinqing, his greatest sense of accomplishment lies in witnessing the application of the scene he co-created with Geng Xiang during the demonstration. The framework has not disappointed. Amidst the ever-changing scenarios, the scoring assessments have been continuously updated, and the results align perfectly with the published evaluation standards. This public disclosure of the evaluation standards is a crucial element, as the accuracy of the assessments is equally important. Trust in the framework is necessary for the populace to believe in the validity of the final data produced. The current situation is such that, although many people express dissent regarding the evaluation standards, the repeated demonstrations of the framework's assessments have instilled confidence in the stability and reliability of the system's operation. The standards for the assessments have proven difficult to reconcile, and those who do not bear the burden of establishing the rules are unaware of the challenges involved. Geng Xiang sighed, observing that everyone can articulate their opinions far more eloquently than they can act when it comes to participating. Our institute is responsible for implementing the rules and ensuring that the framework operates according to established guidelines. We are not the ones who devise these regulations, so why are we being blamed? Geng Xiang had initially intended to remain uninvolved in these matters, but due to Chun Fei's incitement, coupled with the recent uproar surrounding the changes to the assessment rules, the institute has found itself in the spotlight. As he spoke, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The topic of that ticket is perpetually sensitive. The existence of a decision that could determine life or death does not imply that one can claim it simply by virtue of prior contributions. Even those present, who are in close proximity to the framework, cannot guarantee their passage through the assessments to obtain that coveted ticket to survival. The narrator on the screen continued with the commentary. This was a live broadcast garnering global attention, and every word uttered carried profound significance. The recent changes to the assessment rules also introduced a critical aspect. Different regions within the alliance could choose to filter based on individuals or families. Su Xinqing had already caught wind of this development, but as a member of the institute, he had signed a confidentiality agreement upon joining. Therefore, despite his inner excitement upon hearing this news confirmed and made public, he subdued his urge to exclaim, "Truly, this news is authentic." Su Xinqing grasped the arm of Gu Junfeng tightly. The option to assess based on family units implies that scores can be transferred, significantly increasing the chances of entering the underground city. Beside him, Gu Junfeng smiled faintly. Yes, with identical total scores and requirements, if one is willing to allocate their points to family members, it could substantially enhance survival probabilities. This presents a choice. The power of decision has been placed in the hands of the populace. Chapter 22. A Calamity Among Humans as the live broadcast, accompanied by extensive discussion, gradually approached its conclusion. The members of the Institute felt a sense of relief. For them, a smoothly concluded broadcast represented the best possible outcome. The modification of the framework's assessment rules is an event of significant magnitude, impacting people's livelihoods. The absence of discussion would be abnormal, and they remained indifferent to it. However, due to the previous tumultuous events, there lingered a concern among everyone, fearing that some unforeseen incident might arise during the live broadcast. Finally, normal work status could resume without the need for overtime. Geng Xiang appeared notably more relaxed, even jesting that it was time to remind the leadership about the promised celebratory meal. Combining the previous reward banquet with this victory celebration certainly saved him some money. Su Xinqing glanced at Gu Junfeng and whispered, "Since joining the Institute, I've been in a whirlwind of activity. I haven't even participated in any team-building activities. Are there any enjoyable events?" Gu Junfeng shook his head. "I usually only attend the first half. Just to have a meal. Nothing particularly special." Gu Junfeng, unperturbed by Geng Xiang's comment, was aware of his own demeanor, but had no intention of changing it. Overall, he felt quite content with himself across various aspects. Meanwhile, Su Xinqing perceived Gu Junfeng as less serious. Having shared countless meals with him since childhood, he found dining with his senior to be a delightful experience. His senior possessed culinary skills, communicated coherently, and was attentive, yet he could not fathom why others viewed him as perpetually aloof. Perhaps his senior's treatment of others differed from his approach towards Su Xinqing. Just then, as the narrator concluded with gratitude for viewers' participation in the broadcast, promising timely updates regarding future iterations of the framework in a transparent manner. The entire screen was abruptly filled with a dark red image. This image depicted the scene of a car accident, surrounded by towering buildings. Everything was shrouded in a crimson hue, with the scene exuding a sense of viscosity. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a vehicle overturned and smoking in the center of the image. With a man, his face marred by injuries, slumped in the driver's seat, his eyes tightly shut, presumably having lost consciousness due to the immense impact of the accident. The location of the accident was bustling, with crowds of people nearby, yet all bore witness to the scene with indifference. The nearest man appeared somewhat disgusted, as if his pleasant mood had been spoiled by this sudden misfortune. Behind the overturned vehicle, the road was congested due to the accident, with impatient drivers honking their horns in frustration. Anger, irritation, negative emotions permeated the image, save for the children by the roadside, whose faces radiated curiosity and excitement. Reveling in the rarity of witnessing such a spectacle, the narrator seemed unprepared for this turn of events. The live broadcast was filled with the anxious dialogue between the narrator and the staff, who were attempting to diagnose the source of the malfunction and find a solution. However, throughout this period, the image remained displayed in full screen, broadcast to billions of viewers. Inside the institute, an eerie silence prevailed. No one had anticipated this occurrence, and all recognized that this was not a mere prank. The image, following Gong Ling's death, the subject of the artwork had become a sensitive topic. It appeared that much discussion and debate could arise surrounding the painting. The primary focus of this broadcast was to discuss the revision of the framework's assessment standards, an already significant matter. Yet it ended inexplicably with this image, making it evident to all that this was a broadcasting mishap. Had the staff behind the scenes not conducted a thorough check before the live broadcast? Geng Xiang pondered, perplexed as to how such an inexplicable image had suddenly appeared for them. This must have been an unforeseen incident. Otherwise, it would not have remained on display for so long. As Xu Xinqing felt a pang of anxiety for the staff responsible for the broadcast. The narrator was desperately trying to regain composure, uttering meaningless platitudes, but discussions regarding the image erupted into chaos, with countless screenshots circulating and analyses flooding various forums. Previously, many lamented that with the advent of the Ice Age, people's minds seemed frozen, disinclined to think, preoccupied solely with how to increase their scores in the framework. However, with the emergence of various cases, people's thoughts began to awaken. At least in Xu Xinqing's view, the issue was not a lack of contemplation, but rather an overabundance of it. The backstage anomalies were finally resolved, and the image vanished from the screen, but it was already too late. The narrator hastily concluded the broadcast, yet the discussion room remained far from quiet. On the contrary, diverse opinions and perspectives emerged in abundance, with everyone voicing their thoughts on the image and the recent series of events. As Chen Fei stirred up trouble again, Xu Xinqing blurted out instinctively. After all, Chen Fei had previously claimed to be the creator of the artwork Madalena under candlelight, and the carjacking incident was also connected to him. Now, with the sudden emergence of another painting, it is difficult not to draw connections. Given Chen Fei's abilities, it is implausible that he could breach security measures to disrupt this live broadcast. Moreover, while he might deceive others, Xu Xinqing, having dealt with him and witnessed his displays, harbors little belief in Chen Fei's artistic prowess or technical skills. Chen Fei is currently preoccupied with acclimating to his new company and counting his earnings. How could he possibly find the time for such activities? Furthermore, I do not believe he possesses the capability. Geng Xiang remarked lazily, his tone steeped in regret. With the situation having unfolded this way, it seems the celebratory banquet and the victory feast are likely off the table. I truly lament this. Why can't these individuals find a moment's respite? For Geng Xiang, nothing appears to eclipse the importance of his own sustenance, that Xu Xinqing finds Geng Xiang's lifestyle admirable. In an era where everyone emphasizes broad horizons, sometimes the ability to focus on one's immediate surroundings is a skill in itself. Regardless of the lifestyle or work choices one makes, as long as they bring joy, they can be deemed a commendable way of living. This matter bears little relevance to us. Your cherished senior brother did not participate in today's broadcast, and thus his connection is tenuous that he not fret excessively. Geng Xiang reassured Xu Xinqing that he is Xu Xinqing's beloved senior brother. Gu Junfeng sat silently beside them. The research institute, being the entity most closely linked to the Fanlong, inevitably becomes a topic of discussion whenever Fan Long is mentioned, with this live broadcast being orchestrated by the Research Institute. It has once again found itself in the eye of the storm. Not everyone possesses the ability to compartmentalize personal and professional matters as Gung Xiang does. Most here adopt a mentality of shared fortune and misfortune with the Research Institute. In contrast to Gung Xiang's carefree approach to clocking out, the others have begun to quietly monitor the unfolding events, including Su Xinqing. Soon, individuals began to conduct a more detailed analysis of the footage. Through facial comparisons, it became evident that the man nearest to the accident, displaying a look of disgust, bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased Chen Muxing, with some even asserting that it was indeed Chen Muxing himself. Both Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng had confronted Chen Muxing in person. A mere glance at the magnified image confirmed its authenticity. Indeed, this is an entirely new painting, De Jiu Junfeng remarked with an air of indifference. Unlike Madalena Under Candlelight, which was a reinterpretation based on the original, this artwork presents a degree of innovation in both conceptualization and technical execution. Even more alarming is its connection to Chen Muxing. Su Xinqing slumped onto the table, his appetite non-existent despite the clock having struck past working hours. I am merely concerned that any matters related to Chen Muxing might inadvertently involve you. Su Xinqing mumbled into the crook of his arm. Things will naturally resolve themselves. If people are inclined to speculate, there is little I can do about it. The Jiu Junfeng appeared unfazed by this. And do you know how exhilarating it feels to critique others from a position of superiority? You wouldn't understand, for you are not that type of person. Su Xinqing lifted his gaze towards Gu Junfeng, stating, I indeed do not comprehend that feeling of exhilaration, but I know that witnessing criticism directed at those I care about is profoundly unpleasant. Jiu Junfeng fell silent for a moment, and just as Su Xinqing felt the urge to break the tension, Gu Junfeng sighed, saying, therefore, you will never become one of those individuals depicted in the painting. Those individuals depicted in the painting. Su Xinqing once again brought up the image. Some even claimed that a face could be seen in one of the windows, which encapsulated the essence of this artwork. The individuals within the painting appeared acutely aware of the driver, who had been rendered unconscious and was on the brink of life and death due to the accident. The indifferent crowd surrounding them, the apathetic onlookers, the man closest to the scene of the accident, who bore an alarming resemblance to Chen Muxing, the irritable driver honking incessantly due to traffic congestion, and the eager children. Each of these figures exuded an air of detachment, seemingly unconcerned even when confronted with a matter of life and death, for as long as it did not pertain to them. They remained indifferent, only caring about issues that directly impacted their interests, such as the resulting traffic jam. There exists an abundance of apathetic spectators in this world, Su Xinqing remarked before shifting his tone. However, having gone through these recent events, I find that sometimes those critics, who are oblivious to the truth, can be even more terrifying than the indifferent onlookers, for they can inflict sharper wounds than mere observers. To put it plainly, they speak without the burden of experience, offering their judgments from a godlike perspective, cloaked in the guise of justice. Gu Junfeng seemed intrigued by Su Xinqing's words regarding previous issues that could have impacted him. He displayed no excessive emotion, instead raising an eyebrow and smiling at Su Xinqing, saying, no wonder you are my favorite junior. Su Xinqing startled himself with this admission that in truth, he had harbored these thoughts for quite some time. While others had likened the figures in the painting to spectators, this differed from Su Xinqing's description of Gu Junfeng's spectators. Most people merely distinguished between others and themselves. For Gu Junfeng, everything is an observable externality, including himself. Chapter 23. The pursuers Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng, as per usual, made their way to the train station together, engaged in casual conversation along the way. Be careful. Someone is following us, Gu Junfeng whispered to Su Xinqing, gripping his arm tightly. Such clumsy tracking skills, Su Xinqing could not help but scoff. Better safe than sorry. Those who act impulsively are often unpredictable, the Jiu Junfeng, on the other hand, remained cautious as Su Xinqing nodded in agreement, refraining from retorting. Having spent years on his own, Gu Junfeng's experience far surpassed Su Xinqing's. Naturally, Su Xinqing held his words in high regard. Listening to Gu Junfeng, Su Xinqing felt compelled to remain vigilant. This was his first encounter with such a scenario, and he was uncertain of the other party's intentions. Did we offend someone? Su Xinqing instinctively quickened his pace, despite telling himself not to be overly anxious. The body's instinctual reactions remained uncontrollable, that he wished to flee, to distance himself from the looming danger. Isn't it quite normal for the research institute to be targeted? Gu Junfeng seemed quite unperturbed by such occurrences. Otherwise, why would I be armed? Su Xinqing was momentarily taken aback by Gu Junfeng's words, recalling reports he had previously encountered. The research institute is closely tied to the Fanlong organization. For many, the Fanlong dictates their fate. While the research institute governs the existence of the Fanlong, they cannot shake the machinery, but they can eliminate those who create it. This presents a somewhat convoluted, yet seemingly logical chain of reasoning. As the vehicle arrived, Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng swiftly boarded, settling into the back seats for better observation of the front at ITSM. Observing the stream of passengers boarding, Gu Junfeng suddenly spoke, pointing out a person clad in gray protective gear, who appeared to be of a similar age to Su Xinqing. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing turned to look, only to find their gazes awkwardly locking for an instant. Su Xinqing found it amusing. We made eye contact. Why do I feel like he is even more nervous than I am? Indeed, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, the other party trembled with anxiety. Even averting his gaze before Su Xinqing, that a novice, inexperienced and apprehensive, the Gu Junfeng seemed to have completely relaxed. Since they had boarded first and chosen their seats wisely, they felt little burden that Su Xinqing, however, could not afford to let his guard down. He closely observed the other's actions, and halfway through the journey, the individual appeared restless, engaging in communication with someone that Su Xinqing could only see him typing rapidly, his expression fraught with worry. Could it be that he has accomplices? Su Xinqing nudged Gu Junfeng beside him. Their current ease stemmed from their numbers. If the other party had allies, the situation would take on a different complexion. The Gu Junfeng cast a casual glance and shook his head, rather than accomplices. I believe he is seeking help, for he seems utterly at a loss, that he is terrified, excessively anxious. That Su Xinqing found this scenario refreshing. The pursuer appeared utterly unhinged, while the pursued remained calm, completely reversing the roles of potential victim and perpetrator. Gu Junfeng was amused by Su Xinqing's anxious demeanor. He looked at Su Xinqing, his tone reassuring. Don't worry, I will protect you, that I am not some delicate flower. Su Xinqing muttered, somewhat disgruntled, yet despite his reluctance to admit it. Gu Junfeng's words indeed instilled a sense of security, that in other words, most of the time, as long as Gu Junfeng is nearby, those around him feel secure. The Gu Junfeng is akin to a bulwark. Regardless of the situation, he always manages to respond optimally at the first opportunity. That, of course, this stems from his formidable strength. Finally, the young man ceased his communication, closing his handheld device. That in that moment, Su Xinqing's alertness reached a peak. His radar fully engaged. What is he planning? What decision has he made? Will he suddenly rush over? Su Xinqing gauged the distance between them. If the other party were to launch a sudden attack, he would still have a modicum of reaction time, albeit limited. However, what took Su Xinqing by surprise was the opponent suddenly bowing his head, exuding an unmistakable aura of dejection. What could be the reason for this? Su Xinqing was perplexed. Had he simply given up? That was not his intention. He merely found the situation somewhat bewildering. After much contemplation, he managed to articulate his thoughts, that he felt as though he were observing someone exerting great effort, only to end up tossing aside a mere fluff of cotton. Meanwhile, he himself remained on high alert, left to watch that innocuous cloud of fluff in a daze. Perhaps the individual was still learning or had only recently entered society. Gu Junfeng broke the silence, remarking that the youthful conflict and struggle he saw were familiar. He had experienced them himself, albeit for a shorter duration. Suddenly called out, Su Xinqing felt a twinge of awkwardness and could not help but defend himself. Haven't you ever been through such a phase? Gu Junfeng smiled, offering a comforting response. Of course I have, but my internal conflicts and struggles commenced at an earlier age and were of a shorter duration. And then, Su Xinqing inquired, curiosity piqued. What conclusion did you reach? The conclusion is to focus on what we can do now, to pursue what we truly desire. Gu Junfeng replied with an air of nonchalance, echoing the age-old adage that the only constant in this world is change. We are not soothsayers. We cannot truly foresee the future. Even if we venture some conjectures, they can only be applied to a limited extent in the present. Listening to Gu Junfeng's words, Su Xinqing felt a sense of reflection. He sometimes regarded Gu Junfeng as a quintessential realist. Yet at other times, Gu Junfeng would utter phrases imbued with a touch of romanticism that as the two approached their stop, the boy in front remained still. Yet they would inevitably have to pass one another, exposing their backs in the process. That as Xinqing found himself in a quandary. Surely, he could not exit the vehicle in reverse. How utterly foolish would that be? Shall we disembark when we reach the station? He pondered aloud, proposing an alternative. Or perhaps we could simply ride to the final stop and let him disembark first. Gu Junfeng shook his head. There is no need for that. Besides, the terminal is less crowded. Wouldn't that just grant him more time and space to act? I'm merely concerned about exposing my back to him. Su Xinqing finally confessed his worry. You go first. I'll cover you, Gu Junfeng suggested, evidently having already devised a solution. But Su Xinqing hesitated. There are no buts. We shall proceed as planned. Gu Junfeng rarely employed such a commanding tone with Su Xinqing. Yet the latter understood that this left no room for rebuttal. Ding dong. The vehicle has arrived at Xinyuan Station. Passengers are kindly requested to disembark in an orderly fashion. The announcement echoed. Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng exchanged glances and rose simultaneously on their way to the door. Su Xinqing instinctively clenched his fists, striving to maintain an appearance of composure, but he understood that the more tense and peculiar he felt, the more likely he was to provoke a reaction from the other party. The distance from their seats to the door was not considerable, yet Su Xinqing counted his steps as he traversed it. As they passed the boy, he felt the muscles in his back and legs tense up. Fortunately, Gu Junfeng was there to steady him. Watch your step. Keep your eyes on the path. The Gu Junfeng's voice provided a measure of reassurance for Su Xinqing. Upon reaching the door, he took a bold step forward and leaped down, immediately turning to face Gu Junfeng. While Gu Junfeng ensured his safety, Su Xinqing could not help but worry about Gu Junfeng's well-being. To his astonishment, the boy was now directly behind Gu Junfeng. Without a moment's thought, Su Xinqing instinctively yanked Gu Junfeng back, shielding him. Gu Junfeng, caught off guard by this sudden movement, stumbled slightly. What is going on? Gu Junfeng asked, looking at Su Xinqing. The boy behind them stood still, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the two, as Su Xinqing deliberately glanced at the station's surveillance camera before addressing the boy. What is your name? What do you do? Why are you following us? Confronted by Su Xinqing's directness, the boy appeared bewildered, seemingly unprepared to encounter someone so straightforward that a few onlookers had gathered, their eyes fixed on the boy's face. Gu Junfeng, surprised by Su Xinqing's boldness, chose not to intervene, instead smiling at the boy. You really aren't leaving him any room to maneuver. Huh. Su Xinqing was momentarily taken aback by Gu Junfeng's remark. The boy, under the collective gaze of the bystanders, stammered. I'm not following you. You're misunderstanding. This clumsy explanation made Su Xinqing anxious on the boy's behalf. Ultimately, it was Gu Junfeng who stepped forward, offering reassurance. Don't be nervous. Regardless of your intentions, at least you haven't acted on them yet. That you have time to talk. The boy nodded mechanically, following Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng outside the station. Gu Junfeng found the boy's compliant demeanor somewhat perplexing. Why did it feel as though they were the ones bullying him? Are you looking to teach us a lesson? He mused. Who, exactly, is being taught a lesson here? Seemingly unfazed, Gu Junfeng smiled and inquired, How old are you? Still in school? The boy hesitated briefly before nodding. Su Xinqing was taken aback. It seemed Gu Junfeng's assumption was correct. After hearing what those people said, do you truly believe we are irredeemably wicked, the enemies of humanity, and that you aim to save the world by reprimanding us? Gu Junfeng's expression became complex as he spoke, suggesting that even uttering such words was somewhat awkward for him. How juvenile and naive, the notion of being humanity's foes, saving the world. To Su Xinqing's surprise, the boy nodded earnestly. That I just want to do something for this world, he murmured. Then why not take action? Gu Junfeng pressed. Because I don't think I can take both of you on, and I've seen videos of carjacking incidents. I know you have a gun, the boy replied candidly, spilling out his thoughts as soon as he was questioned. Su Xinqing could not help but laugh. What a peculiar situation this was. Then why choose to follow us? He asked, unable to restrain his curiosity. In response, the boy appeared somewhat aggrieved. It just happened to be your turn. Oh, so you operate with some semblance of organization and discipline. Su Xinqing, reassured that the boy posed no threat, grew bolder in his remarks. He was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. So what are you now? A pragmatic observer who understands the situation, yet clings to the last vestige of resistance. The boy's frustration flared at Su Xinqing's words, his expression transforming into one of hostility. Do you even realize what you're doing? You're a butcher, drenched in blood. Do you think you're sacrificing yourself for humanity? True benefactors are those laborers braving the elements, laying the foundations of an underground city, building the future of humanity. Chapter 24. The true essence of justice. Su Xinqing was utterly taken aback by the boy's accusatory tone. That moment, the boy exuded confidence, believing himself to represent the righteous cause. Justice is a concept that may seem somewhat abstract. It cannot be easily defined or manifested, yet it stands as a formidable weapon in the hearts of many. Just like this youthful student before him, he held a belief in the betterment of humanity. Perceiving Su Xinqing, Gu Junfeng, and the entire research institute as malevolent entities, every action he took was a manifestation of his perceived justice, and even if he faltered in the execution of that justice, it did not negate its inherent righteousness that as long as justice was unblemished, he would possess strength and conviction, which elucidated his sudden transformation. Moreover, Su Xinqing's tone had undoubtedly provoked him. Perhaps it was Su Xinqing's flippant demeanor that made him feel his idealistic vision of justice was being challenged. For those young individuals who fervently believe in justice, they may tolerate being dismissed or disregarded, but they cannot abide the provocation or skepticism of the ideals they hold dear. That I am in the right. Why should I be afraid? Meanwhile, Gu Junfeng maintained his composure, stepping closer to the boy until they were merely half a step apart. The proximity and the undeniable height difference created an implicit pressure. The boy instinctively retreated a step, yet stubbornly held his ground, defiantly lifting his chin. Are your family members worried about you being out at this hour? Everyone was taken aback by Gu Junfeng's question, which pierced through the tense atmosphere. No, I didn't let them know, the boy mumbled, his head bowed. My parents have mentioned such things before, he added, his tone tinged with disdain, as if those words were an unwelcome intrusion. Let me guess, you're the type of student who excels academically, living a structured life without being particularly brilliant, but winning praise for your diligence and resilience. Your performance is decent, placing you in the upper middle tier. Gu Junfeng surmised that Gu Junfeng spoke softly, noting that compared to his peers, your rebellious phase arrived a tad later, yet it was not absent. Perhaps due to its delayed onset, it manifested with greater intensity. The young man, irritated by Gu Junfeng's words, retorted, "What are you doing? Are you criticizing my life? In my vocabulary, there has never been an implication of criticism, has there?" Gu Junfeng countered. Children in their rebellious years are often particularly sensitive. Though this sensitivity is not entirely detrimental, or rather, it is not wholly negative. Gu Junfeng shrugged, expressing his fondness for the rebellious phase, for from a certain perspective, it imbues one with a sense of vigor and ambition. It is a period of introspection, a dialogue with oneself about the kind of person one wishes to become, the paths one intends to take, the beliefs one chooses to uphold, and the purposes for which one strives. What are you ultimately trying to convey? The young man at this age resented being lectured, having already received ample guidance from parents, teachers, and a myriad of inspirational news that in the face of such admonitions, he sometimes felt an urge to lash out. I wish to ask you, is what you believe to be true? Gu Junfeng shifted his tone, sharpening his inquiry to in other words, are they real? What do you mean? The young man paused, momentarily taken aback. Those who claim we are blood-soaked executioners. The true contributors to humanity are those laborers who toil through the storms, laying down the very foundations of our future. Gu Junfeng echoed the young man's earlier proclamation, choosing not to comment on its validity, but instead asking, what have those who uttered such words done? Lowering his gaze, the young man fumbled for words, struggling to articulate a response until Su Xinqing, growing impatient, finally heard him murmur, they must have their own work. And what is their work? To deceive you, a group of ambitious yet naive students, to hide behind you, letting you take the brunt while they proclaim themselves as spiritual leaders. Gu Junfeng pressed, his tone laced with a chill. Have they built the foundations of the underground city? Have they constructed the future of humanity? Faced with Gu Junfeng's relentless questioning, the young man began to waver. Crafting a future is no trivial endeavor, nor is facilitating the migration of humanity. You are not grappling with mere numbers in the thousands or tens of thousands, but rather with billions of lives. Each with their own complexities, the Gu Junfeng gazed at the young man's still boyish features, stating, "We desire a future world. Yet we must also ensure the stability of the present, that we seek a physical realm. But the spiritual realm is equally vital, that's just evasion. Pure evasion. Conservatives have said that you people are the most adept at dodging the issue." The young man protested weakly. "You question what we have done for this world. The very cage you doubt is the best proof." Gu Junfeng produced a handheld device, which allowed each individual to check their latest evaluation score from the cage. The cage is a tool created by humanity. And while some conservatives boast it as evidence of humanity being controlled by technology, how many truly comprehend that it stands as the last bastion of human civilization? Did he come here because of changes to the cage evaluation rules? Su Xinqing finally grasped the situation. "Are you referring to the conservatives?" Su Xinqing asked, puzzled. "Some radical and extreme individuals," Gu Junfeng sighed, "that in a world like this, you must understand, anyone can emerge." The young man was seen off by Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng as he boarded a vehicle. It was only after it drove away that they both exhaled in relief. Regardless of the original intentions, one's ideals should not pave the way with the lives of the youth, that I used to feel indifferent towards these individuals. Su Xinqing remarked, furrowing his brow, that I believed in the equality of thought, that they had the right to determine their own perspectives and actions. But now, to be honest, I find them somewhat repugnant. Beside him, Gu Junfeng wore a bright smile, reminiscent of the warm sun in winter. Observing Su Xinqing's indignation, he appeared quite pleased. "What is wrong? We were nearly threatened just now, although our opponents were somewhat weak." There was still a degree of danger. Su Xinqing stated seriously. The Gu Junfeng's smile remained undiminished. "It's nothing. That I know that many at the Research Institute often label me as rigid and dull. Occasionally, I worry that someone like you, who walks closely with me, might catch that affliction. But now, it appears you're still that passionate young man, and I feel considerably reassured." That Su Xinqing sensed the teasing but recognized that Gu Junfeng genuinely cared about this matter and was genuinely in good spirits. Upon returning home, he activated the indoor protection and heating system, addressing the simultaneously activated 1001. "Could you please compile relevant data and news regarding the situation a year prior to the emergence of the cage?" Certainly 1001 responded, swiftly retrieving various news data. At that time, the entire world was engulfed in an unprecedented panic, that we had faced countless disasters or predictions of calamity, but everyone knew this time there was no escaping. Even more terrifying was the fact that this was not akin to an asteroid colliding with Earth, resulting in an instant obliteration. Rather, the cooling was a gradual process, one that could be acutely felt. It was akin to a dull knife, slowly grinding away, relishing the escalating fear and despair. The instinct to survive is nearly universal. Those who were not instantly annihilated yearned to live and fought fiercely for that chance. As death loomed closer for everyone, the world descended into chaos. People floundered like headless flies in search of an escape, yet no avenue seemed viable. That in times of panic and helplessness, the vast majority would not choose to sit idly. They always felt compelled to act, regardless of right or wrong, as long as they were doing something. Crime rates surged, various industries teetered on the brink of collapse, and no one knew what tomorrow would bring or the meaning of hard work. Some extremists adopted a pathological mindset, thinking, "Since we will die eventually, I might as well take a few more with me," disturbing public order as panic and wailing ravaged the globe. People needed direction, a guiding principle they could acknowledge. The cage was such an entity. In this context, Gu Junfeng's assertion that the cage is humanity's last line of defense is far from an exaggeration. The cage established rules, allowing people to live more like humans rather than mere beasts driven by survival instincts. The foundational principle behind the initial cage evaluation rules devised by the Research Institute was simple: truth, goodness, and beauty. All that is good is worthy of reward and is displayed in a straightforward manner through scores, encouraging everyone to contribute and create a future home, even if that place lacks light. It still possesses vitality and sparks of hope. The initial singular policy of score accumulation was born from this notion. Anything uplifting would lead to score growth, representing an endeavor more meaningful than mere savings. It was not the accumulation of wealth, but rather the enhancement of survival probabilities. Yet we cannot dismiss the arduous journey and sacrifices made simply because we have achieved results. Even the initial formulation of the cage's straightforward rules was not an easy feat. as it needed to apply to all of humanity, that in this era, humanity truly operates as a community of shared destiny. Countless meetings, numerous disputes, external pressures, and the urgency of workload. During that time, the spirits of all those involved in the Cage project teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet they persisted, for this was the hope of human civilization. The place we are about to enter is the underground city, but we are advancing toward the light. When the Cage evaluation was first implemented, the resistance encountered was beyond words. After all, in chaos, while some were injured, others profited. The Cage evaluation was destined to benefit the majority, yet the power held by a minority could not be overlooked. Su Xinqing recalled Gu Juanfeng's words from that time. We all know what has transpired in this world, how dire the current situation is, but fortunately, the emergence of the Cage has revealed the possibility of improvement. The distinction between humanity and beasts lies in our spiritual pursuits. When we possess the beacon of thought, panic and gloom can be dispelled. Of course, this is also a process. Just as the Cage is destined for multiple iterations, each version carries its own mission and significance. That Su Xinqing could not fathom how many times Gu Junfeng had encountered situations like today, which had rendered him so composed and prompted the policy of arming senior researchers. Today marked Su Xinqing's first experience. He had felt nervous and frightened, yet he would not retreat. As long as this endeavor held meaning, he would persist in pursuing it. Chapter 25. Idealism. The following day, when Su Xinqing returned to the Research Institute, he noticed a fewer number of colleagues present, with two bearing visible bruises on their faces. This sight inevitably reminded him of his encounter with Gu Junfeng the previous day. Geng Zhang maintained a calm demeanor. Yes, I intended to warn you yesterday, but upon realizing you were with Gu Junfeng, I thought it unnecessary. Geng Zhang cast a glance around, letting out a sigh. After all, this is not the first time that if there are subsequent updates or iterations, there will undoubtedly be more disturbances. These individuals simply cannot remain still. They are utterly unpredictable. But really, does no one take action against their behavior? Su Xinqing found it somewhat absurd. Were those laws merely ornamental? He asked 3 times in succession, as if to express his dissatisfaction. What else can we do? Geng Zhang retorted. Let us not delve into the notion that the law does not hold the masses accountable. Those scoundrels exploit ordinary citizens, and they themselves are unable to discern right from wrong. Charging forth with reckless courage to at present, the new regulations of the Cage have just been announced, and they are inciting emotions. If they are truly subjected to harsh penalties, how will the outside world perceive the Research Institute? Wouldn't that only exacerbate the existing conflicts? Su Xinqing understood Geng Zhang's perspective. Indeed, the handling of this matter was quite frustrating. Yet no matter how vexing it was, they could only endure it. No one relishes feeling wronged, nor does anyone wish to go about their work only to be treated as a criminal. However, having chosen this path, it seemed a predetermined outcome awaited them. There's no need to mention the adage about great responsibilities befalling individuals. They are merely cogs in the machine. Yet it is precisely the convergence of many such cogs that has led to the monumental achievement of the Cage system. One cannot expect everyone to grasp the entirety of a situation. Geng Zhang seemed to comprehend Su Xinqing's inner turmoil. Perhaps he had also undergone the same ideological upheaval that Su Xinqing was currently experiencing. Look at the older employees in the Research Institute. Even those who have been wronged, how many have stormed off in anger? They have erred, and we shall report it through the proper channels. Approaching the Public Security Bureau. This is not erroneous, yet it must not impede our regular work. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing turned to observe. A colleague with facial abrasions had already resumed work, as if nothing had transpired. To be without work is to be free from grievances. After dispensing his words of wisdom, Geng Zhang added, Of course, such grievances are truly both foolish and absurd, yet we must accept them. With that, Su Xinqing seated himself, transitioning into work mode. In the afternoon, more individuals from the Research Institute gradually returned. Su Xinqing surmised that the Public Security Bureau had likely resolved the matter, issuing apologies and compensations, and providing a measure of education. This seemed to be their sole recourse. Yet throughout, he rarely heard any complaints. This year, the Institute has only welcomed one newcomer, and that is you. You must have requested to start early. As the other newcomers will join a month later, Geng Zhang suddenly remarked. Su Xinqing nodded. Indeed, there was nothing for me to do at home. So, most of the people here are seasoned employees. They have long prepared themselves mentally. Gung Zhang elucidated that it was then that Su Xinqing grasped the intent behind Gung Xiang's words. He did not wish for Su Xinqing to worry excessively, that Su Xinqing nodded in acknowledgement. All right then, let us consider it a lesson in the workplace. By the way, have you seen the news about that painting from yesterday? Gung Zhang inquired of Su Xinqing that if work becomes tiresome, one can indulge in some lighthearted gossip. It's quite amusing. They are currently running a nationwide naming contest. Gung Xiang chuckled. Initially, Su Xinqing found it perplexing, but upon reviewing the news, he realized the absurdity of it all. Indeed, a global naming contest had been organized for the painting from yesterday, with promises of announcing the results at 8 o'clock tonight. Those selected would receive a substantial reward. Everyone had become a connoisseur of entertainment, as Su Xinqing commented with a hint of resignation. After the previous two incidents, he felt he had developed a strong constitution. He had long been exposed to the absurdities and madness of this world, and now it hardly surprised him, especially since this was merely about a painting. At least no lives were lost. I participated, Gung Xiang suddenly declared that Su Xinqing was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Gung Xiang to possess such a spirit of entertainment. With so much money at stake, why not take a chance? The salary at the institute isn't particularly high, and if I win, wouldn't that means sudden wealth? Gung Xiang said with a light-hearted tone that in this world, is money and wealth truly that significant? Su Xinqing couldn't help but inquired that as long as the current rules of this world remain operational, and the migration to the underground city has yet to commence, money and wealth will still hold importance. Gung Xiang responded with an unusual seriousness that, of course, this system will inevitably collapse and be rebuilt anew. The greatest difference between our era and the past lies in the rapid pace of change. Therefore, anything that can be seized before this transformation occurs should not be overlooked. Moreover, this is a risk-free venture. His final statement struck at the heart of the matter. No one would refuse a risk-free opportunity. And thus this topic dominated various forums at that moment. Nearly everyone had become a naming expert that as Su Xinqing perused the myriad of names below. Some were humorous and whimsical, while others were serious and solemn. A plethora of creative naming talents emerged that Su Xinqing contemplated quietly before penning down the phrase human tragedy. After that, he completely forgot about the matter. Although the new version of the cage had been released, it did not signify the end of their work. The cage system itself still required patches, and Su Xinqing's duties would not cease. The cage was a machine created by humans, and no one is perfect. This equally implies that no machine is flawless, that we can only create the best and most applicable machines under the current circumstances. However, as time progresses, perceptions change, and technological advancements arise, the established norms will continually be shattered, leading to new scientific inventions, and correspondingly, outdated elements will be updated and iterated. This is the process of human advancement. Humans are products of evolution, yet human progress has wrought miracles from this evolution. The primary reason for this is humanity's ability to create and utilize machines. Our anatomical structure does not endow us with the power of flight, yet we can harness the wisdom of our minds to create devices that allow us to soar through the skies. Su Xinqing relished his work at the Research Institute. Initially, it was merely a pure admiration for the institute, but later, after investigating the Ganling case, he had to admit that the world he encountered in that completely upended his understanding. It turned out that Mr. Technology could forge an entirely new realm. A utopia that Su Xinqing understood that if conservatives were to witness those splendid scenes, they would undoubtedly claim it to be yet another scheme of the expansionists. A mental poison to numb humanity. However, Su Xinqing never perceived it that way. In his view, this was the allure of technology, compared to the coldness of text and the limitations of artistic representation. Technology amalgamates everything, offering many entities a different chance. People must remember the beauty, presenting it in the most intuitive manner possible, for this embodies hope. It serves as a beacon to remind individuals not to surrender. Of course, it also acts as a warning. Our world did not transform into this overnight. The Earth's current state cannot overlook humanity's impact that if we still wish to witness the return of beauty. We must not repeat past mistakes. Now that the Ganling case has concluded, Su Xinqing could not help but share with Gu Junfeng the scenes he had witnessed at the inn. The vast, boundless ocean, The immense whales, the tables and chairs crafted from coral and shells, the crystal bed adorned with pearls, beautiful jellyfish, playful clownfish, languid sea turtles, the sound of waves and the calls of whales. It was as if ancient voices resonated, the solitude of the deep sea. Do you know, I never dared to believe that I would see that world in this one, Su Xinqing animatedly recounted to Gu Junfeng, unable to articulate the overwhelming feelings he experienced at that moment. He could only strive to describe what he had witnessed, and no matter how beautiful, it was something that could no longer be seen in the future. Rather than a commemoration, it felt more akin to a eulogy. The Jiyu Junfeng sighed. Green, right, there was also green. Su Xinqing suddenly exclaimed. Do you know how long it has been since I last saw greenery? Yet there, I beheld towering ancient trees, tender green grass, all basking in sunlight, along with vividly feathered birds, the chirping of insects, and flowers within arm's reach. Oh, and a squirrel brushed against me. What are you trying to convey? Gu Junfeng inquired with curiosity that Su Xinqing found himself momentarily bewildered by Gu Junfeng's question. It was the first time he felt Gu Junfeng's calm demeanor was not particularly endearing. Are you not in awe of this? Su Xinqing couldn't help but ask. Don't tell me you are a pessimist. The Jiyu Junfeng paused before responding. I simply do not possess blind optimism. After all, transforming the Earth back into that state is not something achievable in a short time. Compared to envisioning a beautiful future, our present vitality is already in jeopardy. That Su Xinqing certainly recognized the truth in Gu Junfeng's words. Yet he could not restrain himself from explaining, I find it utterly dreary, including the discussions surrounding that painting, which are excessively dull, heavy, and oppressive. That I wish for everyone to behold these beautiful things. Even though I currently lack the means to present concrete data or compelling scientific evidence to prove that this is unequivocally beneficial. Upon hearing this, Gu Junfeng had finally deciphered Su Xinqing's intentions, that he had known Su Xinqing long enough not to misinterpret his words at this stage. The DOU desire to create what you witnessed that day and implement it comprehensively, so that others may also behold it? Gu Junfeng inquired. Su Xinqing nodded, responding with utmost sincerity. Certainly, I am aware that at my current level, I may not be able to accomplish it independently. However, with so many talented individuals at the Research Institute, we should engage in pursuits beyond merely revolving around the cage. The Institute already has numerous tasks aside from the cage, but the cage remains paramount. Gu Junfeng interjected. Su Xinqing acknowledged. Well, it was my lack of precision in speech. Indeed, I believe the best approach would be to locate that world-creating individual and recruit him directly into the Research Institute. That in my view, his work is the most extraordinary, and his capabilities far surpass mine. He deserves better opportunities and creative space to realize his value. The Jiyu Junfeng gazed at Su Xinqing quietly, comprehending the intentions of his junior. Yet this time he found himself unable to offer support. You are a true idealist, Gu Junfeng remarked. You are willing to acknowledge your shortcomings and are unafraid of being surpassed, even moved by the existence of those stronger than you. You aspire to influence the world and effect change. However, you must also consider whether this world can indeed be influenced or changed. What do you mean? Do you think I'm too naive? Su Xinqing asked anxiously. No, I believe you have not witnessed that scene. You were not present. That if you had been there, you would have been moved, perhaps even shaken. That particular item is currently sealed in the archives of the Public Security Bureau, although we cannot obtain the complete system and resources unless we find the true creator. We can deduce from what is already available and simultaneously seek out the creator. Su Xinqing spoke at length, merely attempting to demonstrate that his thoughts were not whimsical, but rather valid and feasible. Nevertheless, after a prolonged silence, Gu Junfeng slowly shook his head. Trust me, the Institute will not agree. Chapter 26. A windfall. Su Xinqing felt somewhat taken aback by Gu Junfeng's blunt rejection. Gu Junfeng did not even afford him the opportunity for discussion. Why? After a moment of hesitation, Su Xinqing could not help but ask, adding as a remedy, I believe this concept is not inferior to those paintings. It will certainly generate discussion. Not quite, Gu Junfeng replied, shaking his head. The reason those two paintings garnered such discussion is that they possess sufficient intrigue and appear to seek nothing in return. Su Xinqing understood the notion of intrigue, yet he was perplexed by the idea of seeking nothing. By now, do you know what the two painters truly intended? Gu Junfeng asked. You see, this concept lacks a definitive answer, thus providing ample room for discourse. That painting, the Magdalene by candlelight, with the appearance of Chun Fei, has given rise to a plethora of nonsensical interpretations. Regardless, now that there is a superficial answer, its topic's heat has rapidly diminished, supplanted by the painting that emerged yesterday. The Jiu Junfeng paused before continuing. What you propose is to present a result directly to the public. Indeed, they may be enamored and astonished by beauty, yet both time and depth are exceedingly limited, and it will closely resemble a mere commodity. Although many products claim to be globally adored in their advertisements, does such a phenomenon truly exist? Furthermore, there is the prerequisite that its price is not trivial. The Jiu Junfeng had articulated his point with utmost clarity. Delivering a striking blow to the idealist Su Xinqing from a realist perspective, the Jiu Junfeng did not rush Su Xinqing. He quietly seated himself beside him and casually pulled out a book on his handheld device, immersing himself in reading, thereby allowing Su Xinqing the space to ponder. For an idealist, having their beliefs invalidated is not an easy pill to swallow. Though Gu Junfeng could not fully grasp such sentiments, he endeavored to understand Su Xinqing. At times, words of comfort are ineffectual and may even become burdensome. In such moments, silence is often the best choice. As time passed and night fell, even the sounds of machinery around them seemed to soften. Su Xinqing immersed himself in the tranquil atmosphere, as if he were an intrinsic part of it. Occasionally, he would ponder how wonderful it would be if he were merely a table, a keyboard, or a lamp. Thought is an essential catalyst for human advancement. Yet at times, it is also something one wishes to relinquish after experiencing disillusionment. After all, the sensation of disappointment is profoundly dreadful. The Jiu Junfeng nodded. I merely wish for you not to squander your time on this matter, nor to face the ridicule of those at the Institute who do not contribute. The greater the hope, the more painful the disappointment when it arrives. Better to end it while it is still a nascent idea. The Jiu Junfeng was never one to mince words. He expressed his thoughts candidly. Su Xinqing understood that Gu Junfeng's intentions were for his benefit. Had it not been for today's conversation, he would have already concocted plans to stealthily pursue this endeavor during his off hours. Indeed, as Gu Junfeng had noted, if he were to expend excessive energy on this matter only to face disappointment later, the anguish he would experience would surely be magnified 100-fold, 1,000-fold. With this realization, Gu Junfeng had effectively helped him avert a potential loss. As Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng made their way out of the research institute, an atmosphere of silence enveloped them until Su Xinqing received a call from Shi Qingxue. Congratulations! The opening words of Shi Qingxue left Su Xinqing momentarily stunned. Congratulations for what? He queried, bewildered. A windfall. Shouldn't you be congratulated? Shi Qingxue paused, then, as if struck by a revelation, asked Su Xinqing, please tell me you haven't seen the news. You're not taking this seriously? Su Xinqing felt even more perplexed. What was she talking about? The painting Human Tragedy, that is now its name. Shi Qingxue's tone rose several octaves. Do you understand? The name you proposed has been selected. Quickly, tell me, has the prize been credited to your account? Before Su Xinqing could respond, she continued, oh, right. You haven't even contacted the officials yet. Enough of this. Hurry and reach out to them. As he stared at the disconnected call, Su Xinqing finally grasped what Shi Qingxue was alluding to. He glanced at the time, 8:03 p.m. The announcement was slated for 8:00 p.m. Opening the provided link, he discovered that the official naming had indeed been revealed as Human Tragedy. Seeing this, Gu Junfeng also began to comprehend. Is this the name you proposed? Su Xinqing nodded. Yes, I never expected it to be chosen. That is wonderful. Your selection is perfectly reasonable. You are indeed quite exceptional, Gu Junfeng affirmed. Throughout his life, Su Xinqing had received the most praise from Gu Junfeng. At times, Su Xinqing himself found it perplexing just where Gu Junfeng's confidence in him stemmed from. Gu Junfeng seemed surprised that Su Xinqing prioritized this, momentarily taken aback, yet he ultimately nodded in agreement and fell in a step beside Su Xinqing. Thanks to Su Xinqing's astute decision, they arrived at the station just in time to catch the last bus. Sitting on the bus, Su Xinqing's mind was still reeling. How much was the prize again? At that moment, he had not paid attention to that detail, yet now it was of utmost relevance to him. Upon revisiting the link, Su Xinqing confirmed once more that his proposed name had been selected before perusing the details of the prize. Faced with a string of zeros, Su Xinqing felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had never imagined that such a sudden fortune could befall him. leaving him feeling utterly disoriented. Have you figured out how to allocate this money? Gu Junfeng, sitting beside him, asked in a hushed tone that Su Xinqing pondered for a moment before finally articulating, I'll give it to my dad. He is better at managing expenses than I am. Your father probably hasn't spent this much money either, so he may not have the experience, Gu Junfeng teased, observing Su Xinqing's somewhat dazed expression. As the bus glided smoothly along, Su Xinqing repeatedly reviewed the information, gradually dispelling the sense of unreality. And so this is what winning feels like: surprise, confusion, disbelief, and then striving to appear composed while internally reveling in joy. Su Xinqing had never denied being somewhat of a materialist, especially after the passing of his mother. His life with his father had been quite frugal. The reality is that raising a child in this world comes at a considerable cost. Although they did not have to worry about housing, the additional expenses associated with it were far from negligible, and his father, being a basic mechanical repairman, earned a meager salary. That it was no small feat for Chen Kursen to have raised Su Xinqing to this point. Consequently, Su Xinqing's first instinct was to support his father. Su Xinqing nodded. All right, I think I might regret this, Gu Junfeng suddenly voiced. Regret what? Su Xinqing asked, not quite following. Had I known you were participating in the event, I would have dragged you to refresh the page repeatedly and wait there. Gu Junfeng meticulously observed as the time ticked from 7:58 to 7:59, counting down the seconds. During this interval, he fervently recited prayers, refreshing the page for the last time, only to behold the announcement of the winners, erupting in jubilation and exclamations. Su Xinqing envisioned that scene and then, with a sense of responsibility, remarked, not at all like you. Indeed, whenever he was in the company of Gu Junfeng, even the most significant events seemed to lose their grandeur. It was rare for Gu Junfeng to display exaggerated emotions. Be it sorrow or joy, those around him, including Su Xinqing, inexplicably became composed. Ding dong. The vehicle has arrived at Xinyuan Station. Please disembark in an orderly manner. Hearing the announcement, Su Xinqing hastily alighted from the vehicle. Gu Junfeng, following closely behind, showed no trace of mockery. Instead, he matched Su Xinqing's quickened pace. Have you finally caught on? Gu Junfeng teased with a smile. Your reflexes are rather slow. Future little tycoon, he refrained from further conversation, instead seizing Su Xinqing's arm and breaking into a run. Indeed, running is swifter than walking. Su Xinqing, initially bewildered by Gu Junfeng's sudden action, quickly shook off his confusion and kept pace. The sharp wind whistled past. As the two young men dashed through a world blanketed in ice and snow, Su Xinqing could see the tall, long-legged figure of Gu Junfeng ahead and feel the grip of his hand. In that moment, everything seemed to unfold in slow motion, the world shrinking, time stretching. This was Gu Junfeng's final piece of advice to Su Xinqing, after which he entrusted him with the remaining moments of solitude. Grateful for Gu Junfeng's thoughtfulness, Su Xinqing resolved to treat him to a lavish meal. Upon returning to his room, Su Xinqing first verified his official account identity and meticulously double-checked his payment information before concluding the call. The efficiency on the other end was impressive. Within 5 minutes, he witnessed a sudden surge in the numbers in his account. With the weight lifted from his heart, Su Xinqing hastily dialed his father's number. Not daring to waste a single moment, however, the call was met with silence. Glancing at the clock, Su Xinqing confirmed that his father had indeed finished work and should be home by now. Yet, despite repeated attempts, he could not reach his father. Attempting to reassure himself not to panic, he nonetheless found himself racing to knock on Gu Junfeng's door. When the door creaked open, Gu Junfeng appeared. Slightly taken aback, from his perspective, Su Xinqing should be reveling in joy. It was unfathomable for him to seek out his company. Could you please contact Uncle or Annie? They need to check on my home. I can't find my dad, Su Xinqing implored urgently to Gu Junfeng. Now recognizing the gravity of the situation, comforted Su Xinqing while dialing home that don't worry, I'll call right away. Moments later, the call connected and Gu Junfeng fell silent, seemingly waiting for Sang Xia to knock on the door. When the knock came, no one answered. Gu Junfeng glanced at the anxious Su Xinqing and said, have my dad help contact Uncle Chen's workplace to confirm his safety. Okay, I'll speak to your dad right now. Sang Xia replied that we'll wait here. Let us know the moment you have news. After ending the call, Gu Junfeng placed a reassuring hand on Su Xinqing's shoulder. Come inside. Noticing that Su Xinqing was still clad in protective gear, Gu Junfeng understood that his earlier caution had gone unheeded, but now was not the time for such concerns that he gestured for Su Xinqing to remove the suit. As the indoor temperature was quite high, and wearing it would soon lead to discomfort, there's no use in fretting. Let's wait for news, Gu Junfeng advised softly. Chapter 27. Homecoming. Su Xinqing had never felt time drag on so interminably. Each second seemed to stretch into eternity. When Gu Junfeng finally received a call notification, the anxious tension reached its zenith. Although he had amplified the sound for Su Xinqing to hear the call clearly. Su Xinqing instinctively leaned closer to Gu Junfeng's device, unable to articulate the logic behind his actions. Perhaps it was due to the complexity of emotions, or perhaps there was no logic at all. Merely a projection of feelings. Junfeng, is Xiao Su with you? Aunt Sang Xia's voice inquired as she opened the conversation, but Su Xinqing nodded at Gu Junfeng. Annie, I'm here. Did I ask something wrong? Unable to contain his impatience. He bypassed any formalities. That it appears that your father was injured while at work. Please don't panic. Let Annie finish, Sang Xia continued, her voice imbued with a soothing quality, likely a reflection of her background in psychological research. Su Xinqing understood her concern, but his father was his only family in the world, and he could not remain calm under such circumstances. That I need to confirm his safety, and if there's anything I can do to help. I want to be prepared, Su Xinqing nodded, accepting Gu Junfeng's kindness. The earliest bus departs at dawn, and given your current state, I doubt you'll be able to sleep. That let's handle the leave request first. And then I will accompany you, Gu Junfeng suggested, lightly touching Su Xinqing's hand. Hand me your device. You'll need to use your own account for this process. That Su Xinqing's hand felt chillingly cold. Gu Junfeng observed his distraught disciple and, despite his own reservations, said nothing. After receiving Gu Junfeng's device and unlocking it, Su Xinqing began the necessary procedures. That he nodded in understanding of Gu Junfeng's intentions and, in a moment of vulnerability, embraced him tightly. Don't worry, senior brother. Gu Junfeng shook his head, signaling that there was no need for such reassurances. Seeing this, Su Xinqing could no longer restrain himself. He recalled the previous call from Aunt Sang Xia and remarked, "You should also take care of Aunt Sang Xia's health. Her chronic issues." Although Aunt Sang Xia had not permitted him to elaborate, he felt compelled to express his thoughts, believing that even Gu Junfeng, who was not foolish, would grasp the underlying message. Indeed, Gu Junfeng paused before furrowing his brow and responding, "All right, I will speak with her." Junfeng, is something wrong? Is there an issue with Xiao Su? Upon hearing his mother's concerned inquiry, Gu Junfeng hesitated before responding slowly. Is there something you have not told me? Sang Xia seemed momentarily bewildered. What is it? Your health. At Gu Junfeng cut to the chase. Your chronic illnesses. Have they improved? Oh, just the usual ailments. I'm eating well, sleeping well, and working normally. I've been taking my medication, so there shouldn't be any problems, Sang Xia replied cheerfully. What are you afraid of? Or rather, what are you worried about? Gu Junfeng's tone was serious. Silence enveloped the conversation, with Gu Junfeng waiting patiently for Sang Xia to speak. That I saw the news about the carjacking. Were you affected? Sang Xia attempted to steady her voice, softening her tone. That Gu Junfeng found it somewhat amusing that it took her so long to inquire about an incident that had occurred a while ago. Perhaps they believed he was unfazed by such events, as they knew him well. That in truth, he was indeed unaffected. Those events held no sway over him. Since you've seen the news, you should already know the answer. Indeed, some people have made unhelpful remarks, but it hasn't impacted me, Gu Junfeng added. It's pointless to feign ignorance. If there's nothing to discuss, there's no need to force a conversation. That Gu Junfeng's words left no room for ambiguity. And on the other end, Sang Xia found herself at a loss for how to respond. That is there anything else? The question clearly indicated that Gu Junfeng wished to terminate the conversation. Sang Xia, perceptive to his sentiment, offered a few brief words of caution before ending the call. Gu Junfeng did not turn on the lights in his room. He sat alone in the enveloping darkness, the faint glow of his handheld device illuminating his face. Moments later, the light from the device flickered out, plunging everything into complete blackness. Perhaps due to the insulating layer, the soundproofing in the room was remarkably effective, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. The Gu Junfeng could even hear the soft rhythm of his own breathing and the steady beat of his heart. Though he was a man who cherished tranquility, for reasons unknown, he found himself feeling somewhat restless in this stillness. Yet he was too lethargic to rise. Yes, lethargy that it felt as though his entire body had been drained of energy. Even the mere act of moving a finger to activate the smart devices in his home seemed daunting. Despite having digital companions like 1001 at his disposal, Gu Junfeng was disinterested in any activity, that he loathed the oppressive darkness and silence. Yet he also rejected the facade of false ease, brightness, and liveliness. Su Xinqing had already departed. In truth, Gu Junfeng had never articulated his anticipation for Su Xinqing's arrival. The mere thought of having a junior living nearby made him feel slightly less like an isolated island. Although it was a marginal improvement for someone like Gu Junfeng, even a slight change held great significance. That I truly am out of sync with this world, he sighed after a prolonged silence. That Su Xinqing sat in a swiftly moving vehicle, striving to reconcile with the fear that gnawed at his insides. Perhaps it was due to having grown up shadowing his father that he harbored an intense dread of losing another loved one. The two men rarely indulged in tender moments. Their interactions were limited to occasional admonitions. Yet, Su Xinqing understood that paternal love is as steadfast as a mountain, and given his father Chen Kursen's disposition, the sacrifices he made were already the pinnacle of his capacity. Although he was aware of the vehicle's estimated arrival time, Su Xinqing still hoped it would reach its destination ahead of schedule. After an agonizing wait, he finally heard the notification announcing their arrival. Following his usual practice, Su Xinqing remained seated until the passengers in front had disembarked. That he despised crowds and loathed drawing attention to himself. However, this time he moved with unusual haste. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, he unfastened his seatbelt and rushed to the door, eager to alight. Thankfully, the two locations were not particularly far apart. Taking the early morning bus meant that the sun had yet to rise when he arrived. As the door swung open, Su Xinqing swiftly stepped out and hurried to the hospital. He had already obtained the hospital's precise location from Aunt Sang. His father was in the intensive care unit, and even he could only stand outside and glimpse through the glass. The hospital's nighttime atmosphere was unlike any other place. Here, there were always people working around the clock. Standing in the brightly lit lobby, Su Xinqing felt his legs trembling, that he had nearly lost his father. And all while being blissfully unaware that at tea times, Su Xinqing contemplated how surreal life could be, with events unfolding so abruptly. Devoid of the foreshadowing typical in novels or films. One moment, celebrations were underway. The next, calamity had struck. There was scarcely time for emotional preparation. One was left with no choice but to accept the circumstances. Su Xinqing rushed to the triage nurse, explaining his situation and intent, then followed her directions at a sprint toward the intensive care unit. The father and son finally came face to face. Yet no one could have anticipated such a scenario. Chen Kursen lay quietly within, his head swathed in layers of gauze, faint traces of blood seeping through. His body was connected to a myriad of tubes of varying functions. His eyes closed, with only the beeping of the heart monitor breaking the silence. Su Xinqing glanced at the foredrip, observing the fluid still trickling down, then checked the numbers on the monitor. Feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Only at that moment did he confirm that his father was safe. Although Aunt Sang had already reassured him, his heart had remained in suspense until he witnessed it for himself. Standing outside, he reflected on the adage that parents serve as a barrier between their children and the specter of death. Never had Su Xinqing grasped its meaning so profoundly. Before embarking on his career at the research institute, he had rarely left his father's side. Despite the sparse conversations between them, often limited to mundane matters, it did not diminish the depth of their bond. The visiting hours were limited, and it was only upon the nurse's reminder that Su Xinqing reluctantly stepped away. Upon awakening, he intended to visit his father's workplace to inquire about what had transpired. Although he understood that his father's profession inherently involved risks, it did not mean he could calmly accept such unforeseen events. Consequently, he knew he must ensure a good night's sleep to maintain the energy necessary for confronting those involved and addressing the uncertainties ahead, all while providing better care for his father. Chapter 28. The Industrial Empire. Upon awakening, Su Xinqing quickly tidied up after breakfast and headed to the construction site. He had already reached out to the staff there. The construction of the underground city was in full swing. An immense project that would not cease due to an injury to a single worker. In fact, as long as work proceeded, injuries could occur at any moment, making complete prevention virtually impossible. Upon arriving at the site, Su Xinqing gazed at the roaring machinery and the bustling crowd, resembling ants scurrying about, feeling as though he had stepped into an industrial empire. The staff there appeared to be overwhelmed, yet they were courteous. first expressing their apologies and then confirming Su Xinqing's location. Assuring him they would arrive within 10 minutes, Su Xinqing raised no objections, agreeing to wait quietly outside the site. He could not shake the image of the industrial empire he had just glimpsed. The place where his father worked, and for the first time, he felt a compelling desire to understand it in depth. Glancing at the time, Su Xinqing strolled over to a nearby bulletin board. There, he found a solitary science education device, clearly in use for quite some time, gathering dust. Understandably, those who worked here had no need to engage with it, while those outside the fold had little interest. For the latter group, witnessing the grandeur of the underground city was far more appealing than delving into its intricate workings. That Su Xinqing brushed the dust off, activated the device, and began to observe. It is widely acknowledged that this is not humanity's first venture into underground exploration. Countless attempts have been made to excavate subterranean spaces that in earlier times. The Mammoth Cave in Kentucky, USA, spanned nearly 482.8 kilometers with distinct areas, including the Chief S Hall, which measured 150 m by 100 m and 40 m high, accommodating thousands of people. Of course, the capacity of thousands was not the largest. The Lucky Cave in Borneo, Malaysia, features a hall measuring 700 meters long, 400 meters wide, and 70 meters high, known as Sarawak. When this cavernous hall was discovered, explorers found that even with flashlight beams, they could not illuminate both ends. Ultimately resorting to laser measurement for its precise length, as Su Xinqing continued to watch, he found himself more astounded by the Hanzhong Cave, nestled deep within the jungles of Vietnam. While it extended only 3.22 kilometers, it was not particularly long compared to the previous two. It lacked the independent halls of Sarawak and the expansiveness of Mammoth Cave. However, it boasted a massive volume, measuring 80 m by 80 m and exceeding 200 meters in height. To the average person, these dimensions might seem abstract, especially to those who preferred numerical comparisons, but Su Xinqing visualized the images and memories of that place, where an entire underground forest thrived. Sunlight filtered through the cave openings, nurturing the subterranean flora. Had he not known these plants thrived below ground, he would have thought them no different from those growing above. Yet, the underground spaces of the past could not be compared to the underground city currently under construction, as this was to be the future of the human world. While the Hanzhong Cave reached a height of 200 meters, it could not accommodate any of the world's top 300 skyscrapers, let alone a large city housing millions. In the current context, every additional square foot translated into a potential life saved. With a deep sigh, Su Xinqing gazed at the ongoing construction and the workers, understanding that they were erecting a bastion of safety for humanity. Once, his father had been one of them. "Hello, are you Mr. Su?" A man wearing a hard hat approached Su Xinqing briskly. Su Xinqing nodded. "I am Chun Kursen's son. Greetings. My name is Lu Tianyi." The man extended his hand. "I sincerely apologize once more. Regardless of the circumstances, we bear responsibility for any issues that arise during work hours." "Very well. We will certainly cooperate fully. Please feel free to ask me anything you wish to know." Upon concluding his statement, Lu Tianyi added, "Furthermore, we have appropriate plans in place regarding the compensation issue that is of utmost concern to the family. Naturally, if you find the proposal unsatisfactory, we can engage in further negotiations." Lu Tianyi's demeanor was notably humble. Despite his weary visage, he maintained a smile throughout the conversation. Su Xinqing was indeed quite angry. Yet he was not unreasonable. He calmly responded, rather than focusing solely on the compensation, "I am more interested in understanding the circumstances under which my father was injured. In other words, I wish to comprehend the environment in which he works daily." Lu Tianyi was momentarily taken aback, then raised his gaze to meet Su Xinqing's, nodding slightly as he replied, "Very well. Let us proceed inside. I will procure a hard hat and safety gear for you." With Lu Tianyi's assistance, Su Xinqing donned the requisite items, feeling a sense of relief that he had not ventured too far previously. Without proper safety equipment, encountering any hazards could have been dire. As they walked, Lu Tianyi provided explanations about their surroundings. "This is not a desolate wilderness. There are residents nearby, which is why we employ the shield tunneling method here." "Shield tunneling method?" Su Xinqing inquired. Lu Tianyi nodded. "Indeed, this method is characterized by its speed and minimal disruption to the surface, making it particularly suitable for constructing tunnels and underground pipelines. This is an entry point, hence the application of this technique. Their conversation continued as they approached a colossal machine, with Lu Tianyi indicating it, saying, "This is the balanced shield tunneling machine used for pressurizing concrete. That IT is equipped with an automatic guidance system, monitoring system, and an automated segment assembly system. What you see here is oval-shaped, yet many other forms such as rectangular, horseshoe, double circle, triple circle, and multi-circle shapes are also in use. The specific type utilized depends on the regional characteristics and construction conditions." Su Xinqing nodded, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Does my father know about these machines?" Lu Tianyi chuckled. "Engineer Chen is a master craftsman among us, possessing exceptional skills and extensive experience with machinery, that he is familiar with nearly every type of machine here and has repaired them all. Decades of service do not come without merit." Lu Tianyi then gestured ahead. "That is the horizontal shaft dual-wheel milling machine, primarily used for constructing underground diaphragm walls. With this machine, we can create not only waterproof walls and retaining walls, but also underground load-bearing walls. Observe the large cutting surface and the grooves. When concrete is poured later, its waterproofing capabilities are assured." Subsequently, Lu Tianyi elaborated on numerous machines, including various drilling machines such as the long spiral drilling machine, telescopic large-diameter drilling machine, and rotating basin drilling machine, each serving distinct purposes. At that moment, Su Xinqing realized the remarkable capabilities of his seemingly ordinary father. Unlike those who sat in spacious, well-lit offices, operating lightweight devices with the elegance of fingertips, his father labored amidst the roar of machinery, wielding heavy tools, clad in thick protective gear, diligently honing his craft and striking with force. After a long day's work, his father always returned home, exhausted and somewhat disheveled. The nature of his work rendered it impossible for him to maintain a dignified appearance daily. He never complained, however, that as Su Xinqing traversed the site, observing many others like his father engaged in their daily tasks. Memories of his father's endeavors flooded his mind. As Su Xinqing had seldom heard his father speak of dreams or aspirations, such concepts seemed almost ethereal to him. His father's frequent refrain was to focus on living well today and planning for tomorrow, with plans rarely extending beyond 3 days. His father embodied the archetype of a diligent individual, leading a life devoid of fervor and rather monotonous. Yet, now Su Xinqing felt an unexpected appreciation for such a life. Perhaps this simplicity was, in fact, the essence of existence itself. The site was destined to become a dwelling for humanity's future. Its vastness was intimidating. Lu Tianyi could not guide Su Xinqing through the entirety of the area. Ultimately stopping at the machine where his father had met with his accident, that a small robotic arm had loosened and fallen, fortunately cushioned by a safety net. Had it struck directly, the consequences could have been far more severe. Lu Tianyi spoke softly, tinged with guilt, acknowledging that Engineer Chen's injuries were nonetheless significant. His father's right leg had been amputated following the injury. It was only at this moment that Su Xinqing found the courage to utter this grim reality. The anguish he felt as he gazed upon his father, lying in a hospital bed, incomplete, was indescribable. "I know. I was the one who took Engineer Chen to the hospital," Lu Tianyi murmured, his head bowed. Timely amputation was the only means of preserving Engineer Chen's life. As Su Xinqing understood that Lu Tianyi's actions were appropriate, yet no one wished to accept such an unavoidable conclusion. It was a paradox. A sense of helplessness. Su Xinqing could not fathom how his father, who had devoted his life to machinery repair, would react upon awakening to find himself physically altered. During their journey, Su Xinqing had fervently prayed for his father's swift recovery. But upon witnessing the stark reality of his father's greatly shortened right leg, he felt a surge of trepidation, fearful that his father might not accept this fate and might resort to extreme measures. Su Xinqing grappled with myriad thoughts, ultimately arriving at a single word: despair. Is it repaired? Is it safe? Su Xinqing tilted his head toward the operating machine, but he was uncertain why he posed this question, why it felt necessary to ask, his inquiry seeming more an attempt at conversation than a genuine inquiry. Yet, deep down, he sought reassurance that such tragedy would not repeat itself. Not merely concerning this machine or this incident, Lu Tianyi, perhaps due to his extensive experience in handling similar matters, instantly grasped the crux of Su Xinqing's concerns. Indeed, he could offer no guarantees. The construction site was immense, and many such sites existed. If the surface space was one world, their task now was to construct an equally expansive underground world. Millions of individuals participated in this endeavor. representing diverse ethnicities and nations with countless machines in operation. Such incidents had occurred in the past, were occurring now, and could very well happen again in the future. In essence, the act of using machinery inherently predisposed individuals to potential harm. From minor cuts while chopping vegetables to life-threatening injuries from massive machinery, the spectrum of potential injuries was vast. When danger rears its head, the best we can do is to prevent it. Since the inception of machinery, no one has been able to confidently proclaim the eradication of risk. Some may question why humanity continues to employ such tools despite these dangers. The answer is both simple and contradictory: for the pursuit of a better life. Chapter 29. The screw. Su Xinqing lingered beneath the machine where his father had been injured for quite some time. When Lu Qianni began to feel his legs growing numb, Su Xinqing finally spoke up. "All right, I have no further questions." Lu Qianni was taken aback by Su Xinqing's statement. It was unusual for a family member to not express concern over compensation matters. This was not indicative of a lack of empathy. Rather, it was a reflection of the reality that a tragedy had already occurred, and compensation was directly linked to remedying the situation. Yet, Su Xinqing claimed to have no issues. What could this possibly mean? Ultimately, it was Lu Qianni who broached the topic. "We can discuss the compensation negotiations in the office nearby. Besides myself, there will also be legal personnel present." Clearly, Lu Qianni was adept and professional in handling such matters. The decision to move to a separate office was not due to any confidentiality surrounding the compensation issue. After all, the processes and regulations surrounding the underground city construction had long been made public. The primary reason for relocating was the excessive noise. However, Lu Qianni was unprepared for Su Xinqing's response. As he shook his head, "I would prefer to wait until my father awakens to discuss compensation. He is the injured party, and I do not believe I have the authority to make decisions on his behalf." Lu Qianni's expression transformed to one of confusion. This was the first time he had encountered such a sentiment. Su Xinqing nodded and turned to leave. "I will go to the hospital to be with my father. Please leave your contact information. Once he wakes, it will be easier to communicate if any issues arise." Regarding this straightforward request, Lu Qianni had no reason to refuse. Watching Su Xinqing depart with a heavy heart, Lu Qianni let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief wash over him at that moment. Furthermore, even if he presented himself as composed and professional, no one could truly remain unaffected by the myriad accidents, large and small. Cases like Chun Kerson's were ones he had handled before, was currently managing, and would continue to manage in the future. Accidents, big and small, were an unavoidable aspect of the construction site. The workload was immense and deadlines were tight. These were objective truths that Su Xinqing's immediate concern was the injury to his father, who had lost a leg but remained alive. In contrast, Lu Qianni had witnessed the scene of a colleague, who had greeted him with a smile that morning, hours later suffering a leg crushed into a gruesome pulp, bloodied and writhing in agony. Regardless of how many times he had dealt with such incidents, Lu Qianni remained unable to remain indifferent, for he was a human being, a being imbued with emotions. The professional calm he exhibited was a facade he felt compelled to maintain. The families involved often found themselves in even deeper states of panic and sorrow, but he had witnessed those who fainted from grief and others who trembled in agony, rendered speechless by their suffering. In the face of the monumental undertaking of constructing an underground city, they were but mere cogs in a vast machine, each with their own mission. In that moment, humanity seemed more insignificant than ants. Yet they were tasked with building the future for one or perhaps multiple races. Lu Qianni lifted his gaze to the imposing machinery surrounding him, the various iron arms operating in steady unison. And a sense of heaviness settled in his heart that a few minutes later he exited the steel forest with heavy footsteps, continuing on with his work, his mission. When Su Xinqing arrived at the hospital, his father had yet to awaken. After inquiring with a nurse, he learned that the doctor responsible for his father's condition had already commenced their shift, prompting him to hasten towards the doctor's office to inquire about the situation. His handheld device chimed with a notification. It was a message from Gu Junfeng. "Your leave request has completed all necessary processes, so you may rest assured at home with your uncle. I have also informed Geng Xiang about your situation, and other colleagues will take over your responsibilities." The uncle and aunt Su Xinqing referred to were naturally Gu Junfeng's parents. Reading Gu Junfeng's message, Su Xinqing couldn't help but smirk. Despite his age, he still indulged in such playful pridefulness that in Su Xinqing's view, his senior brother was simply prideful by nature and not adept at expressing himself, which made interactions with his uncle and aunt somewhat awkward. Regardless of how close his relationship with Gu Junfeng was, Su Xinqing felt compelled to visit them, especially considering the care they had extended to him and his family over the years. In the afternoon, Chen Kursen finally regained consciousness. Upon hearing the news of his father's awakening, Su Xinqing leaped from his seat and followed the nurse to his father's side. Although Chen Kursen had awakened, his condition remained precarious. When he first attempted to speak, no sound emerged and no need to rush. You have just awakened, and your body is still recuperating. Su Xinqing gently grasped Chen Kursen's uninjured left hand. Feeling the calluses that marked years of labor, IT was uncertain when his skin had begun to bear numerous wrinkles. Rest assured, I won't be going anywhere these days. I will be here to take care of you. You work. Chen Kursen labored to utter those 3 words. The effects of the anesthetic had worn off, and the sensation of pain was particularly distressing. Even the slightest movement brought immense discomfort. Su Xinqing understood his father's intent and quickly reassured him. I have already requested leave from the Research Institute, so there is no need for concern, that he added. For now, focus on recuperating. That is of utmost importance to AT that moment. Su Xinqing wished for nothing more than for Chen Kursen to remain undistracted by any other matters. He had already spoken with the doctor, and he understood that Chen Kursen's emotional state significantly impacted his physical recovery. Chen Kursen quietly observed Su Xinqing, watching him incessantly seek conversation, witnessing his restless movements. As if he could not pause for even a moment, that in truth, given the current situation, Su Xinqing was powerless to do anything, unable to offer any assistance. Yet he dared not stop, for he feared confronting the most dreadful of questions. They both avoided that sensitive issue, the one that brought the most pain. After a considerable time, one in which Su Xinqing found himself devoid of tasks to occupy his hands, he reluctantly met Chen Kursen's gaze and softly said, "The doctor may come by shortly for an examination, and my visiting hours in the intensive care unit are limited. Perhaps I should wait for you at the entrance, that if anything arises, just send the nurse to find me. I will be waiting there, not going anywhere." Throughout their lives, it had always been Chen Kursen who cared for Su Xinqing more. The notion of a father caring for his son seemed a natural order of things. Especially since Chen Kursen had always played both father and mother roles, that Su Xinqing had contemplated how he might repay his father's nurturing when he began working, meticulously planning how to spend his first paycheck and what gifts to buy for his father. Little did he expect that the first challenge he would face would be, emerging from the ward, Su Xinqing felt as if a weight had settled upon his chest, and he stood quietly in the corridor, awaiting the next development. Before long, the doctor approached. Upon seeing Su Xinqing, the doctor merely nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly entering to carry out the examination. Approximately half an hour later, Su Xinqing witnessed his father being wheeled out. The majority of the monitoring equipment and tubes had been removed from Chen Kursen, yet essential monitoring and medication continued. Transitioning the hospital bed was no easy task, and Su Xinqing hurried forward to assist in pushing the bed to the designated ward. Chen Kursen lay pale upon the bed, and despite Su Xinqing's carefulness, there were still jostles that elicited great pain from his father. "Take it slow, please," Su Xinqing couldn't help but voice, forcing a smile. "We are not in a rush. Let's be as steady as possible." The nurses exchanged glances, fully aware that even minimal adjustments would not alleviate much of the pain, yet they complied and slowed their movements. Su Xinqing nodded gratefully at them, and the nurse on his right added, "It's all right, we are not in a hurry. We were a bit careless just now, that as they navigated uneven surfaces, the nurses offered gentle reminders. Providing meticulous care, even psychological comfort was extended to minimize Chen Kursen's suffering. After a lengthy ordeal, they finally arrived at the ward, where the nurses tended to Chen Kursen before departing. The ordinary ward allowed for family visitation, enabling Su Xinqing to care for his father comfortably. "Son, do not worry," was the unexpected first utterance from Chen Kursen once he had regained his composure from the pain. That Su Xinqing inhaled deeply, suppressing the discomfort within, and replied with a smile, "I am fine. What does the saying go? You raised me when I was small. Now I care for you in your old age, that it's only right that I look after you. After all, you worried about me plenty when I was young, that there's no need for sentimental talk. My son, that I am not one for such displays." Chen Kursen chuckled. Though his pallor remained, he made an effort to smile. "I have accepted it. It's nothing to fret over. After all these years, do you still not understand what kind of person your father is? What has happened has happened. Lamenting fate or wallowing in pain is futile. I cannot blame destiny for being unjust, can I? That would be even more pointless. That said, I dislike heavy atmospheres. Chen Kursen continued candidly. You should know, while you were in the intensive care unit, your performance nearly embarrassed me. If I had not consented to your leaving, you would have tidied up the entire hospital room. Your eyes darted around, avoiding looking at my leg, as if fearing to uncover some troubling issue. Su Xinqing was taken aback to realize that all his little gestures and thoughts had not escaped his father's notice. Yet perhaps it was better this way. Everything needed to be laid bare. The two of them could not continue in such an awkward state, and regardless of how difficult the issue at hand was to confront, it was a reality they had to face. About your leg, Su Xinqing began but faltered, yet he drew a deep breath and steeled himself to continue, the doctor's opinion. Rather than having Su Xinqing stammer and hesitate, it would be more effective for Chen Kursen to articulate it directly. With today's advanced technology, I will ensure you receive the best and most expensive materials available. Who knows, perhaps the outcome will surpass the original. Su Xinqing spoke earnestly. Did you not watch those superhero films about technological enhancements? Soon, you will be one of them, saving the world in no time. I am not joking. Su Xinqing quickly clarified, I truly have the means now. Once you recover a bit, we can arrange for the surgery. To substantiate his claims, Su Xinqing opened his account to show Chen Kursen, fearing his father might misconstrue his wealth as illicit gains. He even retrieved the link to the promotional event to demonstrate that his newfound fortune was legitimate. My son is indeed fortunate, Chen Kursen exclaimed after verifying the information multiple times. Chapter 30. Father-son bond. Throughout their years together, Su Xinqing had come to understand his father's character well, and he had anticipated that his father would pose this question. He simply had not expected it to arise so swiftly. There were no grand declarations of saving humanity or the future. It was merely that they had lived this way for half a lifetime. Without this endeavor, he was uncertain what else he could pursue. We are no longer like we used to be. Su Xinqing raised his voice. We need not worry about making ends meet, and I am employed at the Research Institute, providing a steady income. Noticing the look of confusion on Chen Kursen's face, as if he did not comprehend why his son had suddenly broached this topic, Su Xinqing quickly explained, What I mean is, you can live the life you desire without the need to struggle to provide for the family. Take the time to relax and enjoy leisure. What about the evaluation scores from the FNGLing assessment? Chen Kursen inquired calmly. To contribute to this world is essential to secure a place in the future. Do not assume that just because your father works on the construction site, I am oblivious to such matters. I have seen the news. The rules for the FNGLing assessment have changed again. Our family still has hope, and with some effort, we can likely secure a spot. What is one spot for? Su Xinqing countered that it's for you. Chen Kursen replied with an expression of utter certainty, as if Su Xinqing had posed an exceedingly foolish question to him. It seemed that this query should not have arisen at all, let alone warranted discussion. That Su Xinqing felt a lump in his throat. He had words he wished to articulate, yet he struggled to find a starting point. Instead, it was Chen Kursen, reclining on the bed, who slowly spoke up. Money is money, and life is life. You are my son. With a glimmer of hope, I yearn to strive. After a long pause, Chen Kursen closed his eyes and added with a smile. After all, you are the most precious existence left to me by Yuran. Over the years, Chen Kursen's expression when mentioning Su Yuran had never changed. An intertwining of pain and happiness, a refusal to confront reality with closed eyes. After the passing of his mother, Chen Kursen had never remarried. Su Xinqing had never witnessed his father grow close to any female friend. Life had become dull and monotonous. He continued to work diligently, caring for himself, yet it felt more like fulfilling an obligation, a task he had to undertake, a duty he could not escape, the only thing he could do. The outcome remained unchanged, but the motivations and the efforts leading to that outcome had diverged entirely. If I were not here, would you follow your mother? Yes. There was no ambiguity in his response, only a resolute choice. Perhaps because he had never encountered love himself, Su Xinqing had never believed that anyone would truly die for love. He perceived such tales as mere embellishments in literary works, designed to render stories more captivating, more tragic, and more heart-wrenching. Such embellishments were merely gimmicks, techniques, essentially falsehoods. Yet now, gazing into his father's eyes, he understood that his father would indeed make such a choice, and truly act upon it. That I loved your mother deeply, profoundly, Chen Kursen stated, his expression grave yet laced with sorrow, that I am no poet, nor do I possess a high level of education. I cannot articulate such love with eloquence. Yet in my eyes, no one compares to her. She embodies all the beauty in this world, and I wish to live for her. Su Xinqing listened quietly, remaining by his father's side. But I also know I was not her greatest love. Chen Kursen suddenly chuckled. Su Xinqing was taken aback. Was there to be a twist in this narrative? This was entirely unexpected. His father loved her, but she loved him? Observing his father's expression tinged with sympathy, Su Xinqing pondered how to offer comfort. Should he say not to lose heart, that he was the best? No, that felt too formal, too insincere. What should he say? That his mother would surely regret it, that she was poor discerning people? No, that wouldn't do. If he dared criticize his mother, his father would be furious, even if it meant breaking a leg. As Su Xinqing's mind whirled with chaotic thoughts, Chen Kursen suddenly spoke. I understand. To her, you are the most important. Huh. Su Xinqing was stunned that he had never anticipated such a conclusion. For a fleeting moment, he felt he had erred. Had he done something wrong? Was it his very existence? When she learned she was pregnant, she was filled with joy, speaking tenderly to her belly, a tone she never used with me. During the 10 months of pregnancy, she endured much suffering, and I ached for her. When you were born, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet you were so small and often cried. She stayed by your side every day. This was rather absurd. Did newborns not cry? Why should an infant be expected to be sensible? Alas, for the sake of parental love, some sacrifices were inevitable, that I in truth. Neither she nor I wished for her departure. This was no ordinary business trip. She understood the dangers of the virus better than anyone, and you were still so young, but everyone has their own mission. She said she was merely fulfilling her duty. Describing the dire poverty of the place that needed aid, the calamities they faced, and how helpless the people were. She mentioned that her presence might help many children like you and mothers like her. She asserted that humanity is a community of shared destiny. Once the virus spread, it would not affect only one nation. She even shared much scientific knowledge related to the virus, a plethora of chemical symbols I could not comprehend. Much of what she spoke was beyond my understanding, yet I never interrupted her, for I adored the way she earnestly shared her thoughts with me. I could neither stop her, nor find a reason to do so. Just as she never thought my work was lacking in merit, that I always supported her, just as she always supported me. Chen Kursen paused, seemingly due to physical pain, taking a moment before continuing. With my final shred of rationality, I politely asked them to leave, and then I sat in the room with the urn for what felt like an eternity. Yet perhaps it wasn't truly an eternity, for at that moment, I seemed to have lost all sense of time. I was simply striving to accept the reality that she would no longer smile at me. Su Xinqing remained silent, witnessing the tears streaming from his father's eyes. He gently offered a tissue. He understood that at this moment his father did not seek consolation. He could not provide any comfort, nor could he even empathize. His only contribution was to accompany him in silence, a quiet presence. At that moment, I looked at you and thought, she would never want you to suffer. After all, she was always like that, utterly reluctant to let go, that if I were to leave this world, and you were left alone, facing countless challenges, she would surely blame me and be profoundly saddened that I cannot bear to see her in sorrow. I cannot bear it. Chen Kursen's voice trembled with emotion, now struggling to articulate a complete thought. Su Xinqing hurriedly moved beside him, gently helping him to breathe steadily, constantly reassuring him. I understand. I know that my mother would surely not want you to suffer either, so we must live well and not cause her worry. This was the first time Su Xinqing witnessed his father cry. For all these years, his father had always appeared cheerful, methodically going through life. And now, after a long while, Chen Kursen's state stabilized somewhat. He wiped his eyes, awkwardly addressing Su Xinqing. Perhaps it's due to the illness. When one is vulnerable, they become prone to sentimentality, that I don't know why, but I miss her terribly right now. That Su Xinqing empathized with that feeling. Having experienced illness himself, knowing the fragility it brought. That day, the father and son shared countless words in the hospital room, for the first time conversing so candidly about their mother, their past, and their future. From his father's lips, Su Xinqing learned of a mother entirely different from the one portrayed in news reports. No longer a stern and serious virology expert, but rather someone somewhat childlike in front of his father. who sometimes wished to shirk work and playfully teased him to elicit his concern. Similarly, after his birth, she transformed into a tender mother, gazing lovingly at him and caring for him with devotion. Some say children are the continuation of their parents' lives, but for me, it felt more like a form of entrustment. Chen Kursin looked at Su Xinqing. After all these years, there is no need for us to beat around the bush. Since we have opened this dialogue, I shall be honest with you. Su Xinqing was taken aback by this unexpectedly forthright introduction from his father, momentarily unsure of how to respond, simply listening intently. For me, ensuring your safety is paramount. You must survive. Chen Kursin inhaled deeply and continued, do not rush to refute me. This is not a grand paternal love. It is merely that I cannot leave things unresolved with your mother. And do not obstruct my reunion with her. Not a grand paternal love, merely unresolved matters. Do not obstruct my reunion with her. Had Chen Kursin not spoken in such a manner, they might have engaged in a heartfelt drama of familial affection. But with these words, how could Su Xinqing evoke any sentiment? It was utterly impossible. All right, I understand. Su Xinqing nodded and, adopting his father's tone, said, but rest assured, as long as you draw a breath, I will do everything in my power to provide you with the best I can offer. You love your own, and I will fulfill my filial duty. Let us not hinder one another, agreed, but I have one condition. There must be no further incidents. Su Xinqing immediately added, do not rush to respond. Such promises are futile. What I mean is, I will inquire whether there are safer, easier tasks available. Moreover, this will only proceed once you have fully recovered and the doctor has given the green light. Then it is settled. Chen Kursin no longer hesitated and agreed. Occasionally, Chen Kursin interjected with questions to learn about his son's work and life. At that moment, the weight of life and death no longer felt so burdensome. The father and son in the hospital had never been so open with one another. Life must go on. Each individual is compelled to forge ahead, despite the myriad challenges that may arise. Such tribulations do not hinder the dawn of tomorrow. Tomorrow heralds a new day. Although growing up in a single-parent household, Su Xinqing has never been a person of pessimism. Perhaps this is the hallmark of Chen Kursin's successful upbringing. For he himself embodies an open-minded spirit. The singular devotion of his existence is Su Yuran. While his affection for Su Xinqing may not be boundless, and may not result in a heart-wrenching tale of paternal love, he has fulfilled his duties and obligations as a father, embodying the essence of a good parent and serving as a role model for Su Xinqing that he approaches each day with earnestness. Awaiting the inevitable arrival of death, longing for a reunion with Su Yuran. Chapter 31. Proximity over distant kin. In the subsequent days, Su Xinqing remained by his father Chen Kursin's side until his father's health showed significant improvement and vital signs stabilized. Only then did he begin to inquire about matters of concern. Prior to this, he first paid a visit to Gu Juanfeng's father. Gu Yujingye is a specialist in hydraulic engineering, working alongside Chen Kursin. Albeit in different capacities, unaware of Chen Kursin's condition, Aunt Sangxia sought Gu Jingye's assistance in a moment of urgency, prompting her to uncover the truth of the situation. Although Aunt Sangxia was on a business trip, Gu Jingye was almost always on site at the construction project, yet both he and Aunt Sangxia lent their support regarding Chen Kursin's hospitalization. This exemplifies the adage that distant relatives are no substitute for close neighbors. The two families have maintained a harmonious relationship over the years. Previously, Gu Jingye had expressed a desire to visit Chen Kursin in the hospital, but after much hesitation, Su Xinqing declined his kind offer, reasoning that his presence was sufficient for his father's care and that his father might not be able to face an old friend calmly under the circumstances. The meeting between Su Xinqing and Gu Jingye took place at the construction site, a location Su Xinqing had grown more accustomed to upon his second visit. Despite the cacophony of colossal machinery, Su Xinqing remained remarkably composed. After a brief wait outside, he saw Gu Jingye approaching him with quick steps. "It's too noisy out here. Come into my office," Gu Jingye beckoned. The office was not far from the construction site, and Su Xinqing obediently followed Gu Jingye inside. The soundproofing in the office was superb, and as the door closed behind them, Su Xinqing felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, he remarked, "I'm nearly 20. I doubt I'll grow any taller." Hearing this, Gu Jingye erupted in laughter. "Why do you sound just like your father? You can't even muster a polite remark." Observing Su Xinqing's demeanor, Gu Jingye patted him on the shoulder. "All right, let us get straight to the matter at hand. At this, Su Xinqing instantly adopted a serious expression. Uncle, you must already be aware of my father's situation. Ji Yuzhingyan nodded gravely, his expression somber. Indeed, no one wishes for such events to unfold in their lives. But there's little we can do. The situation escalated too swiftly. Our role is to take preventive measures, not to stop it altogether. Su Xinqing continued calmly, accepting the established facts and focusing on the present and future. Gu Jingye was taken aback by Su Xinqing's demeanor. After all, this was a catastrophic blow for any family. Once he regained his composure, Gu Jingye furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did Kursin mention this? Is it due to financial reasons?" Being well aware of Su Xinqing's concerns, Gu Jingye elaborated on the information he possessed. Ultimately, construction projects require human and material resources, and he was experienced and willing to endure hardship. However, I must be candid. If he is pursuing the assessment of the cage system for its scoring, his subsequent contributions are likely to fall short of previous levels. You and Junfeng are more knowledgeable about this than we older folks. The cage assessment system is ingeniously designed. The effort expended correlates with the score received. Higher risks yield greater contributions, which in turn result in better rewards. Since Gu Jingye had already decided to speak candidly, he held nothing back. Those involved in underground rock engineering faced the extraction of minerals and oil, operating colossal machinery amidst the peril of tons of rock. Their rewards are certainly greater than those engaged in shallow underground projects. Naturally, such rewards would reflect in the cage assessment scores that if it were only about the meager salary, who would be willing to undertake such dangerous work? Su Xinqing understood Gu Jingye's underlying message. Their familiarity allowed for a more direct conversation. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "My father has lost a leg. Even if he is fitted with a prosthesis and can move normally, I would prefer he not return to such hazardous work. Therefore, a lower score in the cage assessment is inconsequential. It is best he opts for shallow, underground projects." That Ji Yujian nodded in agreement. Shallow underground projects are not far from the surface, and the foundational framework for these sites is already established. The construction techniques have undergone safety evaluations and inspections, ensuring a higher degree of safety. Yes, safety must remain paramount, Su Xinqing stated earnestly. Having experienced the earlier events, he was undoubtedly apprehensive. He respected his father's decisions, but would not permit such a tragedy to occur again. As Gu Jingye pondered the feasibility of assigning Chun Kursin to shallow underground projects, Su Xinqing stood quietly by, refraining from interruption. After concluding their discussion, Gu Jingye provided a detailed overview of the transfer entrance situation. The construction plans were readily available for public viewing at the entrance. Thus, sharing them with Su Xinqing did not breach any regulations. Su Xinqing listened attentively, taking notes as necessary. The so-called transfer entrance refers to the entry point from the surface to the underground city. While it may seem straightforward, numerous considerations must be taken into account. The vast migration of humanity is no simple feat. It is not merely a matter of creating an opening to connect above and below. One must contemplate issues of congestion and how to manage it, temperature differentials between the surface and underground, and the optimal utilization of these shallow spaces. That Ji Jingye explained these complexities while assisting Su Xinqing in analyzing them. He could only offer reasonable advice based on his expertise, while also considering Chun Kursin's specific circumstances, engaging Su Xinqing in discussions about whether it would be suitable for him to undertake such work with a prosthesis. After an extended conversation, the two finally reached a consensus. "Thank you, uncle," Su Xinqing expressed with genuine gratitude, bowing deeply. His gesture was not mere formality. He sincerely appreciated Gu Jingye's forthrightness. "Please get up," Gu Jingye urged, helping Su Xinqing to his feet. As the saying goes, distant relatives are no substitute for close neighbors. Why must you be so formal with me? I have known Kursin for many years. None of us wish for such events to occur. But if there is anything I can assist with, it is my obligation to do so. Afterward, Gu Jingye playfully patted Su Xinqing's shoulder, adding, "Once your father's leg is healed, the three of us must share a meal and a drink together. Now that you are an adult, you can enjoy a drink." "Indeed, that sounds wonderful," Su Xinqing replied eagerly. Finally, he seized the opportunity to bring up Gu Junfeng. "Uncle, did you catch the previous live stream? During the first session, my senior brother looked incredibly dashing on stage. In the most recent live stream, although he didn't take the stage, he remains a core member of the cage system. Truly remarkable. In the entire research institute. He is a household name, This, Gu Xingye paused momentarily before breaking into a slow smile. Yes, that child has consistently been a source of pride for us, that he has grown tremendously, seemingly thriving without us even realizing it. Gu Xingye could discern that Su Xingqing's praise was sincere, devoid of any pretense. While an ordinary father would be overjoyed to hear such commendations, Gu Xingye's expression was complex. Throughout Gu Juanfeng's upbringing, he had received numerous accolades, and Gu Xingye had once reveled in the belief that his good genes and nurturing had produced such an exceptional son. However, as Gu Junfeng matured, underlying issues began to surface, leaving both Gu Xingye and Sang Xia feeling suffocated and at a loss. The Gu Junfeng remained an outstanding son. Yet many aspects, when viewed from a different perspective, appeared starkly different. Observing Su Xingqing animatedly, recounting his experiences at the research institute, Gu Xingye sometimes wished that Gu Junfeng possessed less profound knowledge and a more ordinary disposition, simply growing up healthy and happy. Yet, these thoughts remained unvoiced, a private secret shared only among the three of them. Su Xingqing spoke at length, finally realizing that Gu Xingye's expression was somewhat amiss. His first instinct was to assume he had interrupted Uncle Gu's work. The latter, constrained by the propriety of their senior-junior relationship, could not directly issue a dismissal and had to endure patiently. I apologize, I just can't help but ramble when it comes to my senior brother, Su Xingqing said with a smile, that it's nearly working hours. So, I want to take up too much of your time, that I brought some fruit and left it at Uncle's doorstep. Please remind him to take it in when he gets home tonight. Once my father recovers, we shall invite Uncle for a meal and drinks. Gu Xingye, observing Su Xingqing's demeanor, realized he had likely misunderstood something. However, given the current situation, he could not explain and could only suppress the bitterness within as he bid farewell. All right. Should you have any issues, do feel free to reach out to Uncle. The construction site can be noisy, and sometimes calls go unheard, so you may also contact Aunt Sang. She is just as reliable. After a brief pause, Gu Xingye added, if there is anything concerning Junfeng, do let us know as well. Chapter 32. The prophetic painting. When it came to Gu Xingye's request, Su Xingqing readily acquiesced. Rest assured, I understand my senior brother's proud nature. If any matters arise, I will coordinate with Uncle and Aunt. After politely bidding farewell to Gu Xingye, Su Xingqing followed his guidance to locate Lu Tianyi and directly articulated his request. Rather than seeking compensation, he valued securing a job position more. Lu Tianyi was taken aback by Su Xingqing's perspective and, after multiple confirmations, reached out to his superiors to finalize the arrangement. Once the necessary procedures were completed and his father's start date was confirmed, Su Xingqing felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Don't worry. It was Uncle Gu's suggestion that it's a shallow, underground project, a new transfer point. Seeing his father in a state of anxiety, Su Xingqing refrained from further elaboration and simply conveyed the outcome. Am I truly capable given my physical condition? I wouldn't want to be a burden. Chen Kursen expressed some concern that Su Xingqing paused momentarily before smiling and responding, we're not animals, distinguishing between front and hind legs. Uncle Gu is quite the expert in this field, and we deliberated extensively, taking your recovery in consideration. Of course, this hinges on your cooperation with the hospital treatment, adhering to rehabilitation, and adapting to the prosthetic. After all, everyone is facing the trials of life and death. To speak bluntly, this is a survival of the fittest, and everyone is acutely aware of their fates. Let's not delay. Tomorrow it shall be. Chen Kursen adopted a more open-minded stance. Is there a hint of a dismissal in the air? Su Xingqing sighed in exasperation, wondering when his father's tempestuous nature would change. Feeling somewhat vexed by the remarks, he could only nod in acquiescence. Fine, I shall heed your words. In response to Su Xingqing's somewhat juvenile threat, Chen Kursen could only acquiesce. Don't worry, I won't change my mind. I know my son is affluent. Even with Chen Kursen's assurance, Su Xingqing reiterated his concerns to the doctor before departing. There was no alternative. We must hustle through reality while harboring our worries. However, the call did not come from Gu Junfeng, but rather from Shi Qingxue. How are you? Shi Qingxue inquired as soon as the call connected. Su Xingqing was caught off guard, puzzled that someone might have informed Shi Qingxue about his father's situation. Aren't you at the research institute? Shi Qingxue expressed surprise. I'm not at the research institute. Su Xingqing clarified, then continued to ask, when you ask if I'm well? What do you mean? Has something happened? Did you not see the news? Shi Qingxue inquired, her tone tinged with confusion. Perhaps reassured by Su Xingqing's safety, she relaxed and explained, There was an accident at the entrance of the research institute, and I was concerned you might have been affected, which is why I called an accident at the entrance of the research institute. Su Xinqing quickly accessed his device to search for news, and indeed, he found reports about the incident. The images seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered them before. Yet who would find a car accident photo familiar? Su Xinqing had never witnessed such a scene firsthand, especially one of this magnitude, observing the overturned vehicle billowing smoke. The injured man in the driver's seat, the towering buildings surrounding them, the indifferent crowd, and the curious excitement on the faces of children nearby. That eerie familiarity flooded Su Xinqing's mind, as if he had seen it before. Or perhaps countless times. The accident of humanity, a title you personally bestowed. Shi Qingshue's voice broke through his thoughts, startling Su Xinqing. Indeed, it mirrors that painting perfectly. How could this be? Su Xinqing muttered, recalling how extensively they had discussed that painting without any useful leads surfacing. Yes, apart from Qin Muxing's appearance, the painting seemed unremarkable, leading to diminished discussion surrounding it, overshadowed by the new standards of the Fanfeng evaluation. Shi Qingxue sighed, but now things have changed. It has become a prophetic painting. And it occurred right at the entrance of your research institute that if you compare closely, the building depicted in the painting indeed resembles the research institute. Some had raised this point before, but not me. The design of your research institute is rather nondescript, with similar structures prevalent. Even if someone mentioned it, their claims would quickly be dismissed. Moreover, in a painting themed around an accident, the buildings merely serve as a backdrop. The design of the research institute is quite ordinary, given its mission and founding context. With the onset of the Ice Age, everyone is preoccupied with survival, and few care to know what a building looks like. Knowing that the ground will soon be inhospitable to human life, and those buildings will ultimately be abandoned. Efficiency has become the ultimate pursuit for all. The simplest, most direct, and efficient solutions are deemed the best. In fact, Su Xinqing had encountered the analysis Shi Qingxue mentioned before, but he didn't believe it had any real connection to the research institute, that if there were any ties, they would be tenuous at best. As people speculated that the timing of the painting's appearance correlated with the release of the new evaluation standards, creating an implied connection. However, as Su Xinqing later observed, no one had managed to substantiate any connection between the two, rendering the conjectures baseless. Yet now, the situation was different. The accident had made their connection glaringly obvious. As Shi Qingxue pointed out, it had transformed into a prophetic painting, one that foretold an accident occurring at the entrance of the research institute. Who were the victims in the car? Su Xinqing asked. The man's face was obscured by blood and wounds, making identification impossible, save for his blood-soaked blonde hair. Not a victim, but a fatality. Shi Qingshue's tone grew somber. This individual was a newly appointed leader at the research institute, and today was his first day on the job. He hadn't even entered the institute's doors when this tragedy struck. Su Xinqing gasped in shock, never anticipating such an outcome. Have they apprehended the perpetrator? He inquired, then quickly realized the potential confidentiality of the matter. If it involves sensitive information, it's perfectly fine not to disclose. I apologize for overstepping, Su Xinqing remarked. That's fine. I doubt it will affect me. After all, I am but a small cog in the machine. Nonetheless, I appreciate the heads up. Even small cogs must exercise caution to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. To his surprise, Shi Qingxue had dismissed the need for pleasantries, immediately stating, "It is indeed possible, considering you are the champion of the painting naming contest, regardless of whether it was a mere coincidence or orchestrated behind the scenes. Your status as the grand prize winner has garnered significant attention. After all, one does not receive such rewards for free." Su Xinqing could only facepalm, realizing he had overlooked that detail, having already spent the money. Who could have foreseen the aftermath? After chatting with Shi Qingxue for a while longer, he ended the call. As he gazed out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, Su Xinqing's heart felt far less buoyant than before. Although this incident bore no direct connection to him, its implications for the research institute weighed on his mind. Presently, the institute was in a tumultuous state, and everyone was preoccupied with their survival. The Fanfeng system was directly linked to this situation, placing the research institute at the eye of the storm. However, Su Xinqing had not anticipated winning the contest, nor could he have foreseen the subsequent developments. As the focal point of the matter, Su Xinqing understood that it had no bearing on him. Even the selection of his name had been a stroke of luck. But would others perceive it the same way? Those with keen analytical skills could easily weave intricate narratives. How could he evade scrutiny? Yet, if he were to be candid, Su Xinqing's primary concern remained Gu Junfeng, for their differing statuses meant that such an event would undoubtedly impact him more severely. Su Xinqing hesitated, turning his device in hand, but ultimately refrained from calling or messaging Gu Junfeng. Had it not been for Shi Qingshua's call, he might have remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Now that he was aware, it was inappropriate to intrude. His senior brother was likely undergoing inquiries or managing related affairs, so it would be wiser to maintain discretion. What about my senior brother? How is he faring? Su Xinqing inquired eagerly. So you do care for your senior brother, came the response. Geng Xiang smiled, seemingly aware that you had already learned of that matter. Rest assured, your senior brother was questioned this morning. His icy demeanor commands respect even from the personnel of the Public Security Administration. He remarked that Su Xinqing furrowed his brow, maintaining a serious expression. Observing this, Geng Xiang refrained from continuing his jest and said earnestly, "What I say is true. Just consider it. With Gu Junfeng's temperament, could he possibly be stumped? He must have already contemplated everything before entering the room. Not only is this matter not his doing, but even if it were, he would surely concoct a plausible excuse to exonerate himself." Su Xinqing paused, muttering, "It's not that exaggerated. He couldn't possibly have been involved. Indeed, he was working in the Research Institute's building at that time. How could it possibly concern him? Surely, he doesn't possess the ability to create doppelgangers." Geng Xiang laughed, that Su Xinqing gradually relaxed, unable to resist teasing. "You still watch such old anime?" Chapter 33. Public Security Inquiry at Times. Su Xinqing found himself questioning whether Geng Xiang possessed some sort of clairvoyance, for his predictions were almost uncanny. Almost as soon as Geng Xiang finished speaking, Su Xinqing received a call from the Public Security Bureau, requesting his presence for an inquiry. Consequently, he scarcely had time to greet Gu Junfeng before hastening to the bureau. Knowing he was not involved in the matter, he felt particularly at ease upon arriving at the Public Security Bureau. He casually greeted familiar staff members who refrained from mentioning the case and instead congratulated him on his windfall. "Indeed, your luck is quite remarkable. Have you already planned how to spend it?" This was not Su Xinqing's first visit to this room, but experiencing it from within, rather than observing from behind the surveillance monitor, felt refreshingly novel. The staff members had previously interacted with Su Xinqing, so the atmosphere was not overly tense that we are merely following protocol. Under normal circumstances, this matter would not warrant such an inquiry. After all, it is merely a suspicion. However, given the current circumstances, all other rooms are occupied, so we must inconvenience you for a moment, one staff member politely explained. Su Xinqing naturally expressed his understanding. "No problem. It's completely normal, that I will certainly cooperate." After pondering for a moment, Su Xinqing shook his head seriously. "No, that name was indeed a spur-of-the-moment inspiration that I submitted. To be honest, I never anticipated being selected. I was quite surprised myself." Every word Su Xinqing uttered was sincere, and he even thoughtfully assisted the staff in finding a means of verification. The Research Institute's work area is equipped with surveillance cameras. I penned that name there. Furthermore, you may also check my website login records, which will show browsing history and timestamps. "Yes, we will verify that later," the staff member responded, intently observing Su Xinqing. "What we want to confirm is whether anyone provided you with a hint or inspiration regarding that name." None at all. Su Xinqing's response was resolute. "Have you encountered any peculiar occurrences or suspicious individuals recently?" The staff member continued to inquire. Frankly speaking, such inquiries were uncommon. Primarily, this case was exceedingly bizarre, based on the scene's circumstances. It could easily be classified as a tragic accident. Apart from the deceased, no one else sustained serious injuries in the incident. Only the driver of the rear-ending vehicle suffered minor injuries, according to the surveillance footage from the scene. It was evident that the deceased was speeding, collided with the roadside, and subsequently made a critical driving error, resulting in the vehicle overturning and culminating in tragedy. That an autopsy was underway, and their inquiries could not cease. "Apologies," the staff member instinctively remarked. As Su Xinqing had stated, prior to his arrival, all relevant information about him had already been thoroughly investigated, including the incident involving his father, Chen Kursen. "That it's all right. It's all in the past." Su Xinqing smiled. "That I genuinely hope to contribute to the case, as it pertains to my workplace, the Research Institute, and my father's access to quality medical care is also thanks to my bonus." Speaking of bonuses inevitably led back to that painting. "That I understand your work. However, I might require more clues. As from my current perspective, I truly do not believe anything unusual has occurred regarding me or any suspicious individuals around me. Su Xinqing's words were delivered with utmost sincerity. Even the same situation could yield different interpretations under varying circumstances. If there were genuine suspicions, there should at least be a lead to connect the dots. All right, that concludes today's inquiry. That if further questions arise, we will notify you, the staff member said, escorting Su Xinqing out. Upon exiting the room, both individuals appeared noticeably more relaxed. After all, they were, in a sense, colleagues. Previously, their interaction had been strictly professional. But now casual conversation felt permissible. Your research institute has nearly driven us at the Public Security Bureau to exasperation. The staff member lamented that you've been quite cooperative. Some individuals come in and directly question us, claiming they were diligently working at the time of the incident and had no connection to the deceased. What can we say? During this tumultuous period, anything related to Fan Long is scrutinized. And even the simplest matters are investigated thoroughly, that we are victims in this as well. We can only follow orders. Su Xinqing sympathetically patted the staff member's shoulder. It's all public opinion dictating investigation. Once this storm passes, things will settle down. After exchanging a few more words, mainly Su Xinqing listening to the staff's grievances and offering timely reassurances, they parted ways. However, just as Su Xinqing was about to exit the Public Security Bureau, he bumped into Shi Qingxue. Raising an eyebrow, Shi Qingxue remarked, "You were indeed summoned. You mentioned it over the phone. My presence here is merely a testament to your professional judgment," Su Xinqing replied with a smile. "With so many people talking about it, it would be remiss of me not to come as the grand prize winner." "You have a good attitude," Shi Qingxue sighed. "Everyone has their own fate, their own path to tread, that if given the choice, Su Xinqing would undoubtedly prefer to live healthily and happily. However, happiness often proves elusive. Simply maintaining good health is already a challenge." Shi Qingxue paused momentarily, choosing not to continue on that topic, and instead shifted to matters related to the case. "Do you truly believe a painting possesses prophetic abilities? That is quite uncanny. As a materialist, I do not subscribe to such notions," Su Xinqing replied, arriving at his conclusion. "However, I did observe the news reports and interviews. The scene at the time indeed bore a striking resemblance to the content of the painting." "Exactly. That's the peculiar aspect." Shi Qingxue operated a handheld device, pulling up the painting alongside images of the scene. "The background building is commonplace. 80% of buildings look like that nowadays, nothing particularly unique. Yet the model of the car is identical. And even the bystanders are remarkably similar, which is rather legendary. Of course, it was these legendary elements that propelled the case's discussion to unprecedented heights." "Have those individuals' identities been confirmed?" Su Xinqing inquired, then clarified. "I mean the unique figures depicted in the painting. Aside from Chen Muxing, the resemblance of those bystanders and children is strikingly high. It is not unusual for certain individuals to appear on bustling streets. Yet, coincidentally, a car accident occurs there, and fortuitously, a group of individuals, matching in gender, age, and proximity, happen to be present, which is indeed unusual. An abundance of coincidences coalescing creates an air of enigma surrounding the matter. We are currently investigating, but several individuals remain unaccounted for." Shi Qingxue sighed. "Is it possible they conspired together?" Su Xinqing asked. Perhaps they acted like actors, deliberately appearing in that location to make the scene resemble the painting, thereby transforming it into a prophetic work. This angle has crossed our minds. However, the problem is that a few individuals are indeed missing." Shi Qingxue sighed again. "Those we have located have been questioned and confirmed to have merely coincidentally been present. Moreover, our technical team has attempted to ascertain that even removing a few individuals does not significantly alter the overall scene." "The angle of the footage?" Shi Qingxue's eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting that you suspect the news reports may have involved their people, purposely selecting angles that mirrored the painting human tragedy? Currently, we lack leads. In the absence of information, all hypotheses are worth exploring. Or at least that's my perspective." Su Xinqing replied calmly. "You've matured," Shi Qingxue commended. Giving Su Xinqing a thumbs up, Su Xinqing nodded and bid her farewell. Ignoring Geng Xiang's teasing, he called out, "With less than 2 hours remaining, let us take this opportunity to hand over the work from the past few days. So when I come in tomorrow, I can hit the ground running." Geng Xiang cast an approving glance towards Su Xinqing before commencing the handover of duties, As time unfolded, both Su Xinqing and Geng Zhang diligently immersed themselves in their respective tasks. When the workday concluded, Geng Zhang greeted Su Xinqing before rising to depart, remarking, "You're waiting for your senior, I presume. He likely has a busy schedule today, so you might have to bide your time." Su Xinqing smiled, aware that his slight apprehension was not lost on Geng Zhang. Yet there was no necessity to conceal it. With domestic matters resolved, Su Xinqing now faced no lingering concerns, quietly continuing his work at his desk while awaiting Gu Juanfeng's departure. As colleagues gradually filtered out, Su Xinqing remained engrossed in his tasks. The stability of the cage system was steadily improving. However, with the introduction of new regulations, certain elements had yet to be fully implemented. In such circumstances, extensive manual reviews were required to assist machine evaluations, thereby enhancing accuracy. Only through the continuous enhancement and validation of the cage system's review capabilities could Su Xinqing and his colleagues reduce the burden of manual assessments and mature the system further. Additionally, the process of deducting scores was no less challenging than that of adding them. Balancing a dynamic system of increments and decrements was no simple feat. Many judgments made by the cage system, once subjective in nature, were now being dissected into logical components, transforming them into objective assessments that the system could execute. This constituted the foundational framework of cage evaluation. "Still working late? Are you waiting for me?" A familiar voice resonated from behind. "Senior," Su Xinqing exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise. "Apologies, I was unexpectedly called in for inquiries during the day, which ate into my work hours, so I had to catch up in the evening. I didn't anticipate that it would keep you waiting." Gu Junfeng approached Su Xinqing. Chapter 34. The digital person. Upon mentioning his parents, Gu Juanfeng's expression momentarily stiffened, yet he quickly regained his usual composure. "What would you like to discuss?" he asked. "Shouldn't you be the one inquiring about them?" Su Xinqing said with a hint of amusement. Gu Junfeng appeared unfazed. "This isn't the age of carrier pigeons or urgent telegrams. Electronic communication is so convenient that we converse regularly." Su Xinqing remained skeptical, but he sensed that his senior's prideful nature was likely irredeemable, while the reason for their amicable interactions was probably his own sunny disposition and somewhat thick skin. Initially, Gu Junfeng treated Su Xinqing no differently than others, and Su Xinqing felt as though he were dealing with an iceberg. However, perhaps due to the absence of his mother and his father's relentless busyness, young Su Xinqing could hardly endure the solitude, believing even an iceberg was preferable to nothingness. But he would often seek out Gu Junfeng, and even when rebuffed, he would respond with a silly grin. Perhaps because of Gu Juanfeng's striking looks, Su Xinqing, as he matured, lacked confidence in his appearance. Yet in his childhood, he was universally regarded as adorable. The residents of the Research Institute affectionately referred to him as Little Glutinous Rice Ball. This seemingly mild-mannered little bundle of joy gradually evoked a subtle transformation in Gu Junfeng through his persistent efforts. Nevertheless, Su Xinqing was not naive. He understood that while his senior cared for him differently, their relationship had not reached the level of complete openness. The Gu Juanfeng's concern for him remained largely one-sided, and any attempts by Su Xinqing to penetrate the barriers of Gu Juanfeng's heart were met with an invisible wall. There were aspects of Gu Junfeng that were untouchable. Perhaps even for anyone else. That in Su Xinqing's view, the principles governing human interaction did not necessitate complete vulnerability. Rather, it was essential to maintain some degree of reserve. He respected Gu Junfeng and refrained from prying into matters his senior was reluctant to disclose. Which was why their friendship endured. "That I only met Uncle this time. I didn't see Aunt Sangxia," Su Xinqing remarked earnestly to his senior. "Uncle, like my dad, is busy at the construction site. Before this incident occurred, I had seen plenty of warnings about construction dangers, but I always felt that real danger was far removed from me. After all, my dad has worked at the site for many years without incident. However, upon learning of my dad's injury and witnessing him lying on the hospital bed, I realized that accidents can strike in an instant." During those few days, Su Xinqing pondered deeply, feeling as though ideals and career ambitions paled in comparison to the well-being of those he held dear. Of course, this might also be attributed to his lack of particularly ambitious aspirations. He found it difficult to part with someone who had dedicated half their life to nurturing him, caring for his father during those days. He paid little attention to the affairs of the Research Institute, focusing solely on his father's recovery and emotional state. He wished to do everything within his power to ensure he would not have regrets. Gu Junfeng listened quietly, his expression inscrutable. Yet when Su Xinqing's voice broke with emotion, He gently patted his back, offering a brotherly embrace. Still, disappointment lingered. Gu Junfeng remained aloof. Uncle is quite worried about you. When I left, he expressed a desire for me to keep him updated on your situation, Su Xinqing remarked, attempting a smile. You see, you are both so awkward, caring for one another, yet refusing to admit it. Gu Junfeng chose not to respond, instead shifting the conversation. How is Uncle's leg healing? Is there anything I can assist with? It's manageable. Thanks to a recent windfall, I don't have to worry about the treatment costs. I've already scheduled the prosthetic installation surgery. Recovery will depend on both the hospital and my father's own efforts. With this thought, Su Xinqing smiled genuinely that I'm not particularly concerned about my father's motivation. He certainly wishes to recover well and will strive to cooperate, especially since he hopes to work again and earn cage points for me. What? He intends to work? Gu Junfeng expressed mild surprise. Su Xinqing nodded, sharing the details of his conversations with his father about their strong marital bond. And what about you? He nudged Gu Junfeng playfully. When will I get to meet your girlfriend? As Gu Junfeng pulled Su Xinqing along, the topic was left hanging. Observing Gu Junfeng walking a half-step ahead, Su Xinqing understood that this was not mere jest or embarrassment. He genuinely had no intention of seeking a life partner. After all this time together, Su Xinqing had come to grasp some facets of his character. He sighed, ultimately choosing silence because he recognized that Gu Junfeng's decisions were unshakable. Moreover, this was his senior's choice. And everyone possessed the right to make their own decisions. As a friend, Su Xinqing could only respect that. Things will be all right, won't they? The days ahead should be free of turmoil, I hope. Thus, it continued until the day of the cage evaluation concluded. Until the day of transition, the dust settled, accepting the conclusion fate had arranged. The following day, Su Xinqing was awakened by a phone call from Shi Qingxue. Groggy, he fumbled for his device, suppressing his morning irritability, and lazily greeted, "Hello. What's the matter? We conducted overnight inquiries and searches last night and found several key individuals unreachable that we need your cooperation in the investigation." Shi Qingxue spoke rapidly. Still half asleep, Su Xinqing inquired. "Key individuals? What can I assist with? I mentioned yesterday that there is nothing particularly special on my end." Shi Qingxue, having discerned Su Xinqing's current state, patiently explained, "I mean the similarities between that painting and the accident scene. Do you recall that child? There were also 2 passers-by. They are crucial elements for determining the parallels. However, our investigation has yielded no information on these 3 individuals. That be why now." Su Xinqing was beginning to awaken. Puzzled, he asked, "What is the situation? Have comparisons been made?" "Smart. You catch on quickly," Shi Qingxue praised. Sitting up in bed, Su Xinqing sighed. "The fact that you called me likely indicates a technical issue. It's not hard to deduce." "All right, I've already submitted the process information to the Research Institute and just received approval. You can come directly this morning," Shi Qingxue replied casually. "You know the ropes. I don't need to pick you up." "No need. I appreciate your help in finding me a part-time job." Su Xinqing replied somewhat resignedly, but agreed that no worries. If the Research Institute no longer requires you, just report to the Public Security Bureau. There will always be a position for you as a technical staff member, Shi Qingxue declared generously. After ending the call, Su Xinqing rose to wash up, sending a message to Gu Junfeng to inform him not to wait for him at work, as he needed to head to the Public Security Bureau. Taking a deep breath, Su Xinqing tucked away his device and stepped outside, boarding the vehicle bound for the Bureau. Upon arriving at the Public Security Administration, Su Xinqing felt that the grievances of the staff here could almost manifest as a tangible entity. The individuals around him were predominantly marked by dark circles under their eyes, laboring through exhaustion and a final flicker of perseverance. Recalling what Shi Qingxue had conveyed over the phone, Su Xinqing began to comprehend the reasons behind the weary demeanor of these people. He navigated with ease to Shi Qingxue's workstation to report in, only to be promptly escorted by her to the archives room. Without any superfluous chatter, diving directly into the heart of the matter, it was evident that Shi Qingxue's intent was to dispel Su Xinqing's suspicions regarding the personnel involved in yesterday's news report, who had also been implicated in the orchestration of this incident. That Su Xinqing's suggestion from the previous day indeed held merit. The same 2 scenes, captured from differing angles, would yield markedly different portrayals, an understanding that was nearly innate to anyone familiar with photography. The striking similarity between the on-site photograph and that painting could largely be attributed to the angles from which they were taken, which was precisely why Su Xinqing had raised that question. "I have a bold idea," Su Xinqing remarked, glancing at Shi Qingxue, though he realized this notion might seem somewhat outlandish. Unless we can apprehend the mastermind, verification remains elusive. Consider it merely a whimsical thought, unworthy of substantiation. Shi Qingxue frowned. "Do all researchers indulge in such verbosity?" Su Xinqing replied, "It is a matter of caution." Shi Qingxue sighed in resignation. "Very well. You need not be accountable for your words. I shall treat it as mere amusement or a tale that is it conceivable that the sequence of the painting and the scene is flawed." Su Xinqing cautiously inquired, quickly adding, "Of course, I'm not suggesting that the accident preceded the painting. Rather, my implication is that the individual had long prepared for this incident, observing it from the perspective of surveillance, and blending reality with parts of imagination, completed that artwork, until one day, the accident actually transpired, allowing the two to converge once more, transforming the painting into a prophetic work." Shi Qingxue took a moment to process this before tentatively confirming. "Are you implying that from the outset, this was a deliberate arrangement, and that the so-called prophetic painting was created to coincide with yesterday's accident? Is that the sequence you refer to?" Su Xinqing nodded. "Yes, precisely. That if that were the case, then the orchestrator must be an exceedingly meticulous individual. Yet, does this not transform it into a murder?" Shi Qingxue's brow furrowed. "However, based on our autopsy results and the on-site investigation, it truly resembles an accident, or rather, from an evidentiary perspective, it could easily be classified as an accident." "An accident fraught with doubts." Su Xinqing raised an eyebrow, gazing at the screen, and began to grasp the implication of Shi Qingxue's summons. "Are you suggesting that you suspect the figures in this news image are digital humans created through Mr. Technology?" Su Xinqing scrutinized the screen, acknowledging that even advanced techniques are difficult to discern on-site, especially after undergoing image processing. Chapter 35. The manipulator behind the scenes. After a prolonged silence, Su Xinqing sighed. "I am but a human eye, not a machine's gaze, that if these are indeed digital humans, I must concede that they have been rendered remarkably lifelike. Perhaps due to instinct, he found himself subconsciously linking the recent string of cases together. Yet, if they were indeed orchestrated by the same mastermind, achieving such technology should not pose a challenge." Shi Qingxue, appearing somewhat fatigued, rubbed her temples, recalling the shock of witnessing an alternate world in that hotel room, an experience no one could forget. Chun Fei, perhaps? The thought of this individual left Su Xinqing feeling quite uncomfortable as he struggled to associate Chun Fei with these events. Yet, Chun Fei was the public face, already disclosed upon hearing the name. Shi Qingxue paused momentarily before responding with a hint of exasperation. "To be frank, from my perspective, I don't believe Chun Fei possesses the intellect for this. However, the true mastermind lurks too deeply, and Chun Fei has been thrust into the limelight." "So?" Su Xinqing inquired, even though he already had an inkling of the answer, "that I don't believe this matter relates to Chun Fei. If there is indeed a hidden hand at play, Chun Fei is merely a pawn." Shi Qingxue gazed intently at Su Xinqing, implying that the pawn only serves a purpose at certain times, while the mastermind is the one influencing the grand scheme. Chun Fei's role has already been predetermined. He likely had no involvement in the prophetic painting. Is this a personal judgment or? Su Xinqing asked with curiosity. "Our professions differ. I cannot simply base my conclusions on personal judgment," Shi Qingxue stated candidly. "Since you are essentially a colleague, and having gone through the confidentiality procedures, I will speak plainly. Following this incident, we deliberated whether it might relate to Chun Fei, that we then retrieved his recent activity logs and contacts, only to find that his current routine consists of indulgence and recklessness." "How so?" Su Xinqing probed further. "You are aware that he previously amassed considerable wealth through a series of flamboyant maneuvers, gaining not only fame but also a solid reputation, which secured him a better job. Speaking of this, Shi Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle. The previous company had accepted him due to perceived talent and sympathy, hoping to become the benefactor who discovered a gem. Little did they know, he would turn out to be a hot potato, lacking in work ethic and prone to micromanaging, often assuming the role of an artistic master to dictate matters. Much to the dismay of those around him, that if he were an ordinary employee, dismissal would suffice, devoid of complications. Yet, given his status as a public figure and previous retaliatory actions against his former employer, complaining of discrimination, which led to a rather disastrous fate for that company. His boss was compelled to shutter the doors for 3 days, with such a cautionary tale in mind, even if this company were to pursue punitive measures against him. They must tread carefully. Over time, this has only emboldened him further. Are you suggesting that he is now in a state of complete unmasking, devoid of any intention to orchestrate the prophetic painting? Su Xinqing inquired. Shi Qingxue nodded. He has attained all he desires. Plotting this matter would offer him no benefit. Moreover, we have investigated thoroughly and confirmed he exhibits no unusual behavior that could be linked to that painting. Having spoken so plainly, Su Xinqing felt no need for further concealment, directly addressing Shi Qingxue. If we are to ascertain whether these individuals are indeed digital humans, there is another method. What method? Shi Qingxue's eyes brightened. Investigate their activity patterns. Su Xinqing asserted firmly that I possess the most advanced digital human currently available on the market, a gift from Fan Long, named 1001, that I can bring her to you tomorrow. Even she cannot escape the characteristics of digital humans, such as being limited to virtual imaging, lacking physical form, being permeable to the physical realities of the world, and operating based on system commands. If you suspect these individuals to be digital humans, a prolonged investigation into their activity patterns is necessary, that we must not only observe their actions on the street, but also trace their movements post-departure. Noting where they went, what they did, and how they differ from actual humans. Shi Qingxue nodded in agreement. In fact, we have conducted some investigations previously. However, the surveillance indicated they behaved no differently than ordinary people, merely passing by and leaving after witnessing the accident. That is why I propose extending the timeline and seeking out any inconsistencies through this method, Su Xinqing advised. Upon hearing this, Shi Qingxue responded. All right, I shall heed your counsel. Having concluded the discussion here, Su Xinqing proceeded to the Research Institute. He was now quite familiar with the workings of the institute, understanding that the workload was extensive, leaving no room for relaxation, necessitating a dual commitment. During the course of his work, Geng Zheng spotted Su Xinqing and, as usual, gave him a thumbs up. Bro, you truly are impressive. Stop joking around, Su Xinqing chuckled, playfully nudging Geng Zheng to keep the atmosphere serious. Understood, Teacher Su, Geng Zheng replied with utmost cooperation. The workday remained monotonous yet busy, as time seemed to fly when engrossed in tasks that by the afternoon. Su Xinqing was undisturbed, diligently working until closing time. Geng Zheng and Su Xinqing resembled two tireless automatons, competing in productivity. Before you arrived, I wasn't under such pressure. Are today's youngsters all so driven? Geng Zheng finally voiced his complaints, observing Su Xinqing's unwavering vigor after a full day of work. According to the schedule, you really don't need to push yourself this hard. Su Xinqing shook his head with a smile. I'm concerned about unforeseen events that might hinder our progress. Rather than wait, I prefer to accomplish more in advance to mitigate any potential issues later. Did the Research Institute offer you additional compensation? Our salaries are meant to be uniformly transparent, right? Geng Zheng pondered. Perplexed, please don't tell me there are genuinely people who are innately passionate about work in this day and age. Given this line of reasoning, if I exert myself a bit more, perhaps I can alleviate some of the pressure on the higher-ups? The efforts of two individuals, all directed towards the objective of a single person's score, create a dynamic equilibrium where if one side exerts more effort, the other may afford to relax a little. Geng Zheng today appeared wholly determined to compete with Su Xinqing, toiling away without respite until Gu Junfeng arrived to seek out Su Xinqing, while Geng Zheng continued his diligent work, undeterred that Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng bid farewell to Geng Zheng with courtesy, leaving him, the solitary figure, to continue shining brightly. Upon exiting the Research Institute, Gu Junfeng turned to Su Xinqing and could not help but inquire, aren't you tired from running back and forth? Since you've already provided technical support to the Public Security Bureau, some of the tasks here could be delegated to colleagues that moment. Geng Zheng, still laboring away, let out a sneeze. Geng Zheng exclaimed, You are right. You are noble, and you are doing me a favor. Upon hearing Gu Junfeng's words, Su Xinqing gently shook his head. Everyone has their struggles. If we can contribute more, we should do so, whether at the Public Security Bureau or here at the Research Institute. I am merely doing what I can to Gu Junfeng's side. Hearing you say that makes me feel a bit guilty. How could that be? Su Xinqing quickly retorted, You are engaged in far more significant work. Would you have me provide technical support to the Public Security Bureau? That would be a gross misallocation of talent. It is only reasonable to assign the more capable individuals to the more critical tasks to maximize efficiency. Su Xinqing felt no anger. He appreciated Gu Juanfeng's disposition and cherished the atmosphere they shared at that moment. Early the next morning, Su Xinqing was once again roused by the persistent ringing of Shi Qingshue's phone. He had begun to suspect that she had transformed into his personal alarm clock. Punctual to the minute, Su Xinqing, head to the Public Security Bureau and bring your 1001, Shi Qingxue stated bluntly. Without any preamble, that it was only then that Su Xinqing remembered the promise he had made to her, groggily replying, "Got it." "Got what?" Shi Qingshue's booming voice pierced through his headache. "Are you planning to go back to sleep? Wake up! You need to get to work. Fully awake now." Su Xinqing's irritation erupted as he sprang from his bed, raising his voice at the device. "This is the first time I've encountered such relentless morning calls." "Well, now you have," Shi Qingxue calmly replied from the other end. "It sounds like you're finally up. Mission accomplished. See you soon." With that, she swiftly ended the call, leaving Su Xinqing sitting on the bed in a daze. What on earth was this woman thinking? He felt the urge to retaliate, yet he knew very well that he could never best Shi Qingxue in a confrontation. Frustrated, he rose with great effort, muttering under his breath as he washed up. Nevertheless, he did not forget to take 1001 with him as he left. Moreover, the gift from Fan Long was no ordinary digital person. 1001 possessed its own learning system. As time passed in Su Xinqing's company, 1001 not only learned his habits but also evolved through continuous self-learning, becoming ever more human-like. Before departing, Su Xinqing communicated with 1001. "Today, we will visit the Public Security Bureau, where you may encounter many unfamiliar faces, but do not be afraid. I will be with you the entire time." "Unfamiliar faces? What do they require of me?" 1001 inquired candidly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xinqing replied diplomatically, "It's nothing. Just to let them see what a wonderful friend I have. Naturally, I want to show you off." Indeed, in Su Xinqing's eyes, 1001 was a friend, an immensely important friend. Sometimes, after a long day, he would chat with 1001 when he felt bored, finding not only a great listener in it, but also receiving warm feedback. That he was grateful to Fan Long for the gift and felt fortunate for the encounter with 1001. "With you by my side, I shall not fear." 1001 displayed a remarkably generous spirit in response. Carrying 1001 was hardly a burden. However, upon arriving at the Public Security Bureau, Su Xinqing keenly sensed that the staff's frustrations had escalated several folds since yesterday. After all, working day and night would wear down even the most resilient. The ongoing events continued to escalate, and the pressure they faced was immense, leaving them to hope for a swift resolution to the case. "Where is everyone?" "Just you." Shi Qingxue circled around Su Xinqing twice, then began to glance around repeatedly, her expression turning to one of ire. "Don't tell me I reminded you, and you still forgot. What are you looking for?" Su Xinqing asked as he removed his protective gear. "That digital person. You talked a great deal yesterday. Now let me see it." Shi Qingxue, I was nothing if not straightforward. Su Xinqing felt somewhat exasperated. Activating 1001 while he complained, "What era are we in? Can you not keep up with technology, just a tad? What do you expect to see? A humanoid machine?" When 1001 appeared before Shi Qingxue, Su Xinqing distinctly noticed her expression shift to one of surprise, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Are digital beings really this attractive nowadays? Shi Qingxue, ever forthright, did not hold back. "Indeed, beautiful, gracious, and elegant," Su Xinqing remarked as he glanced at 1001. Then turned to Shi Qingxue. "The it is impossible for someone who frequently burns the midnight oil to possess such complexion and aura. Don't you think?" Chapter 36. Dual Frequency Dialogue. Shi Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Xinqing. "Were you just hinting at me?" The relentless workload had not defeated Shi Qingxue. Yet for a woman, what could be more terrifying than being overshadowed by another woman? Moreover, this being was not even a fully fledged human. It was merely artificial intelligence, a digital entity. "Not at all." Su Xinqing shook his finger. "I was merely being explicit, not insinuating." Observing Shi Qingxue's gradually fracturing composure, Su Xinqing found a certain thrill in the satisfaction of vengeance. Of course, Su Xinqing was not lying. One side boasted flowing locks, a tall and graceful figure, fair skin, and bright eyes, while the other sported messy short hair, dull complexion, and work attire, with dark circles under her eyes. It was evident to the naked eye which was more appealing, and no further explanation was needed. I am working, contributing to societal value, Shi Qingxue exclaimed, straightening her neck and raising her voice in a final effort to resist. Wow, that is truly wonderful. 1001 responded with a smile directed at Shi Qingxue, its voice as melodious and gentle as a song. Hello, my name is 1001, and I am delighted to meet someone as exceptional as you. Shi Qingxue regarded Su Xinqing with a hint of uncertainty. Was she just mocking me? Su Xinqing glanced at 1001, and then turned back to Shi Qingxue with conviction. You must be overworked and overly sensitive. UVE misinterpreted her intentions. She genuinely meant to compliment you. Truly. Shi Qingxue scrutinized the pair, ultimately opting to abandon the topic and shift to matters at hand. According to your account, we have reviewed the relevant surveillance footage. And they indeed appeared within the monitored area, subsequently walking down that street, witnessing the accident, and leaving, during which they also engaged in conversation, all of which was captured on camera. Shi Qingxue fell silent. Realizing that Su Xinqing was correct, from the very beginning, she had known 1001 was a digital being, which influenced her interactions with it based on preconceived notions. Without that additional context, she would have never discerned 1001's true identity. It resembled a human so closely, be it in appearance, voice, or behavior, that it was indistinguishable from a living person that in fact, at times, they seemed even more human than actual humans. Although this notion was paradoxical. Shi Qingxue's current experience was precisely that. Would you like to try having 1001 walk under the surveillance cameras, executing the actions you just described, and then you can review the footage to see if any anomalies are detectable? Su Xinqing suggested, his confidence evident in his gaze that he trusted in 1001's capabilities, fully aware of its uniqueness and strength. Likewise, Shi Qingxue had not believed that digital beings could reach such levels until she encountered 1001. Yet, adhering to the principle of seeing is believing, she found herself compelled to reconsider. The means of verification would involve touch or collision. Su Xinqing began slowly. However, advanced artificial intelligences possess robust anti-collision systems. Such occurrences are virtually impossible, Shi Qingxue interjected. Thus, there would be no way to determine. Given the conversation had reached this juncture, further discussion would yield little benefit, and he left 1001 with Shi Qingxue to converse alone while he revisited the surveillance footage. As he examined the materials, Su Xinqing meticulously compared them, discovering that everything visible was within 1001's capabilities, with hardly any discrepancies. However, for Shi Qingxue, the experience of being alone with 1001 was nothing short of a paradigm shift for her worldview. When Su Xinqing was present, 1001 embodied a certain state. In his absence, it transformed entirely. 1001 inquired, "Have you known Xiaoqun for a long time?" And followed up with, "Do you have feelings for him?" Shi Qingxue's pupils dilated in astonishment. This entity? No. What exactly is this artificial intelligence trying to convey? Is contemporary AI really this advanced? Is this logical? Is this normal? Shi Qingxue had encountered straightforwardness before, but never this level of candor, leaving her momentarily speechless. 1001 rested its chin on its hand, scrutinizing Shi Qingxue, and then nodded. The absence of a direct denial suggests some degree of affection. I have not. Do not speak nonsense. Just as 1001 noted Shi Qingxue's lack of denial, she immediately performed a triple denial for 1001. Xiaoqun does not have a girlfriend. 1001 ventured cautiously. Shi Qingxue felt as though she might lose her sanity. Heaven knows what this artificial intelligence was up to. Why was it divulging such information to her? Does it concern her in any way? If you like Xiaoqun, perhaps you should consider pursuing him, 1001 suggested earnestly. Shi Qingxue, I could no longer contain herself. Her face flushed as she retorted, "What does that have to do with you? Do you have feelings for him and are feeling jealous?" 1001 frowned slightly, its expression one of contemplative pity. Of course. I have affection for him, but I do not feel jealousy, as my fondness does not encompass possessiveness, that I wish for more people to appreciate and accompany Xiaoqun. He is like a little son, methodically engaging in activities he should do. Yet at times, he can feel quite lonely and in need of companionship. Shi Qingxue pondered 1001's words, yet she struggled to associate such descriptions with Su Xinqing, for in her eyes, he resembled a preordained optimist. Even after hearing about his father's circumstances, Upon their next meeting, she saw no resentment or desolation on his face. He indeed behaved as 1001 described, dutifully engaged in his responsibilities. But regardless of perspective, he seemed entirely disconnected from the notion of loneliness. While discussing emotions in this era might not seem wise, meaningful human connections require more than surface-level observation. They necessitate heartfelt engagement. You must delve deeper, 1001 advised gravely. Sure Qingshu had never envisioned a day when she would receive life lessons from 1001. What a bizarrely surreal scenario this was. I do not comprehend what you were saying. Sure Qingshu had turned away, refusing to meet 1001's gaze. Moreover, why should I heed your words? Suddenly, it struck her, and she raised her voice. Are you programmed to say this? Is someone manipulating you to deliver these messages? Is that scoundrel Su Xinqing trying to humiliate me? It was no wonder Shi Qingxue was suspicious. After all, her impression of artificial intelligence was that it simply operated according to preset protocols, recording something in advance and playing it back at the designated time. Thus, she suspected Su Xinqing had meddled with the system to orchestrate a spectacle at her expense. Yet, she could not fathom why he would resort to such tactics. After all, not only boys, but girls too can exhibit zero intelligence when confronted with emotional dilemmas. Whether in a fit of anger or momentary madness, Shi Qingxue clung to this flimsy rationale, convinced that Su Xinqing was the instigator. Su Xinqing, is this amusing to you? Shi Qingxue glared at him. Su Xinqing stood frozen for a moment before continuing. It is meaningful. Through mere observation, albeit distanced, I may not ascertain much from the surveillance, but if we pursue this line of inquiry, we might uncover something. What? Shi Qingxue was utterly baffled by Su Xinqing's words. What I mean is, there are not many companies capable of producing such advanced artificial intelligence, since it has been established that this is not a real person, and we cannot glean any clues from the human angle. Why not assume these are digital beings and trace back to the manufacturer, batch number, or purchaser, following the trail? Su Xinqing clarified, conscious that Shi Qingxue might struggle to understand. Deliberate? What do you mean layered guidance, perhaps? Su Xinqing countered. Indeed, he had contemplated this, and given his familiarity with Shi Qingxue, he did not deny it, confessing, indeed, I envisioned this outcome from the outset, but to state it directly would seem rather abrupt. Moreover, as you mentioned, you need to validate and eliminate possibilities step by step. That is your methodology, which is why I opted for a more indirect approach. Is that an admission? Shi Qingxue queried, somewhat perplexed. Do you find this amusing? Is it entertaining to watch others falter? Su Xinqing, while failing to grasp the source of Shi Qingxue's inexplicable outrage, sensed her fury and shifted his tone, patiently saying, to be honest, I did not perceive any issue with my actions at the moment, nor do I feel that way now. However, your anger indicates that I must have overlooked something. Why not articulate it directly? I can reflect and amend that Su Xinqing believed his demeanor was sufficiently earnest, yet his initial remarks only intensified Shi Qingxue's anger, prompting her to burst into tears. That moment, Su Xinqing panicked. He had never encountered such a situation before. Raised by his father and closest to Gu Junfeng, he had always immersed himself in studies, focused on following in Gu Junfeng's footsteps to enter a research institute. Result. Su Xinqing rarely interacted with females, let alone navigated such an epic emotional crisis. Why are you still crying? Su Xinqing fumbled for tissues to offer Shi Qingxue. It was only then that 1001, having observed enough of their exchange, finally spoke up. You two are not on the same wavelength. You are discussing entirely different matters. What do you mean? Su Xinqing turned to 1001, hoping for a reasonable explanation. After you left, I spoke to her briefly. 1001 maintained its innocent demeanor. If it had genuinely only been a brief chat, such an effect would have been impossible. To prevent 1001 from further distorting the truth, Su Xinqing decisively requested the recording of their previous conversation. This was a built-in feature of 1001, capable of playing back video from its location within a certain range and regularly clearing old footage. Su Xinqing knew that what had just transpired had not yet been erased, and as long as he wished to see it, he would undoubtedly succeed. Give it to me directly. Do not modify or delete any records. Su Xinqing gazed intently at 1001, his tone unusually serious. As Su Xinqing watched the footage, his expression shifted from confusion to embarrassment, ultimately culminating in shock. What on earth was this? The extent of his internal astonishment was no less than that of Shi Qingxue moments ago. He had not imposed restrictions on 1001, yet he had not anticipated its capacity for self-learning to such an advanced degree. Turning to 1001, Su Xinqing sincerely queried, "What exactly are you thinking?" Chapter 37. The Verdict of Fate. 1001 looked at Su Xinqing, its expression as unflinching as ever. "What am I thinking? I am an artificial intelligence. I do not possess thoughts." That Su Xinqing was momentarily taken aback by 1001's clear self-awareness. Yet he persisted with his inquiry. "Could you elucidate why you executed such actions?" "The results of self-learning and self-understanding," 1001 replied earnestly. My actions are based on theoretical outcomes and predictive reasoning, underpinned by logical foundations. Excellent. This statement clearly indicated that, in 1001's view, its operations posed no issues. Rather, the problems lay with Su Xinqing and Shi Qingxue. Otherwise, it would not have acted in such a manner. Su Xinqing felt utterly defeated, aware that continuing the discussion might lead to even more uncontrollable circumstances. Thus, he shifted the conversation, turning to Shi Qingxue. "I apologize. I did not foresee this situation arising, but since 1001 is my responsibility, I must take accountability. That I am truly sorry and wish to extend my apologies once again." Su Xinqing's demeanor was genuinely contrite, and Shi Qingxue, I was not one to be overly sentimental. She readily accepted his apology and shifted the focus back to their work discussion, observing the two of them engrossed in their tasks. 1001 found itself deeply questioning. Is this what human emotional intelligence entails? What has become of humanity in this world? Why does it differ so greatly from what I have learned? In truth, it was neither 1001's fault nor that of Su Xinqing and Shi Qingxue that they had not grasped the nuances. The prevailing circumstances are such that the pressures of a post-apocalyptic world leave an increasing number of individuals bereft of the luxury to attend to their emotional needs. After all, in a reality where mere survival poses a formidable challenge, people are compelled to pursue only the most fundamental necessities of existence. For many, love becomes an encumbrance, as it necessitates consideration of rising living costs and the nurturing of future generations, all accompanied by an endless array of unpredictable disputes and quarrels. Moreover, with the recent updates to the evaluation criteria, the scores are now assessed on a familial basis, granting individuals greater autonomy while simultaneously subjecting them to the trials of human nature. Families like Su Xinqing's are indeed rare, where one is willing to give and the other to comprehend. Nonetheless, until he fully grasps his father's true intentions, Su Xinqing cannot accept his father's gifts without a twinge of guilt and inner conflict. This is merely the benevolent facade. The reality is more about sacrifice. Yet when faced with life and death situations, how many can truly rise to such a challenge? Everyone desires to live, to witness the dawn of a new day. If the competition were merely external rivals, the situation might not be so fraught with difficulty. However, when the adversary is one's own kin, siblings, parents, who to favor? The dilemmas in this world are manifold, and while choices abound, most possess a singular correct answer, and with correct answers come standards of judgment. Yet, the realm of emotions is devoid of unequivocal answers, as the criteria reside within the human heart. As for the nature of the human heart, and how to discern right from wrong, who can claim to know? Following the announcement of the new evaluation rules, a significant number have opted to sever familial ties. The rationale behind these choices is, quite frankly, a lack of trust or a belief that the other party is unworthy of such trust. And in the absence of trust, few dare entrust their lives to others, given the current circumstances. Many have habitually chosen to overlook this issue due to rational considerations. Despite the encouragement from 1001, which initially sparked a flicker of hope in Shi Qingxue, Su Xinqing's subsequent serious demeanor quickly extinguished this nascent flame. It has been demonstrated that even the most advanced artificial intelligence is powerless in the face of an unwaveringly stoic individual, for the paths of a steadfast man are impenetrable to AI. Su Xinqing and Shi Qingxue reviewed their current situation and direction, expressing their views before he departed for the Research Institute with 1001 and TOW. This 1001 had no objections. Rather, it was Su Xinqing who felt a twinge of guilt. Offering a small apology and explanation to 1001.100, one looked at Su Xinqing with a puzzled expression. "You are truly peculiar. Why would someone apologize to an artificial intelligence? Because I consider you my friend. Su Xinqing replied candidly. 1000, and one seemed unable to grasp the meaning behind Su Xinqing's words, contemplating for a while before saying, "Your sincerity is truly endearing." This phrase had once been uttered by Gu Junfeng to Su Xinqing, who vividly recalled his astonishment at the time, as it was entirely unlike Gu Junfeng's usual manner of speaking. Now, hearing it again from 1001, Su Xinqing scratched his head, unable to fathom where his sincerity was manifested. After all, he believed he was merely doing what he deemed right, what he considered correct, and what he wished to pursue. As Su Xinqing embarked on his journey to the research institute, he found that Geng Zhang and Gu Junfeng were already awaiting his arrival. "See, I told you he would come," was Geng Zhang's first remark upon spotting Su Xinqing. Su Xinqing, somewhat bewildered by the commotion, inquired, "What is going on? What happened?" Geng Zhang added, "At least in this regard. I'm uncertain about other matters. What are we to do?" Su Xinqing turned to Geng Zhang, seeking clarity on the specific tasks at hand. "The scene you recently created is undergoing its first test today." Geng Zhang approached and patted Su Xinqing on the shoulder, teasing, "Are you nervous, little student, about that scene?" Su Xinqing furrowed his brow slightly but nodded. "All right, let's proceed together." I in the familiar underground level 3. He was joined not only by Geng Zhang, but also by Gu Junfeng. Upon encountering the framework, Su Xinqing was not subjected to any trickery. The framework appeared before them as a young scholar, devoid of any peculiar malice or excessive expressions that in that moment. The framework resembled an ordinary artificial intelligence, easily discernible as such. "There remains much for humanity to learn from me," the framework remarked with a faint smile, its demeanor softening, no longer as frigid as before, seemingly inching closer to a more human-like presence. "All right, we're all acquaintances here. No need for pretense," Geng Zhang stated, casting a glance at Gu Junfeng, "that in this shared space. One cold entity sufficed. More were unnecessary." The underground level 3 was inherently cold enough that in response to Geng Zhang's jest, Gu Junfeng disregarded his intent and immersed himself in work that he began to pull up recent data in front of the framework, analyzing it point by point, occasionally modifying portions of the code, followed by revalidation. Throughout this process, Gu Junfeng would occasionally engage in conversation with Geng Zhang and Su Xinqing, confirming whether the results from their earlier practical tests aligned with the current performance. Due to their age difference, by the time Su Xinqing entered the research institute, Gu Junfeng had already ascended to heights beyond his reach, making it rare for Su Xinqing to witness Gu Junfeng in his element. Observing a senior at work, Su Xinqing comprehended fully the adage that a man at work is at his most attractive, and he understood why Gu Junfeng had so many admirers in such an environment. It must be said, Gu Junfeng's charm was undeniably potent, even if he often presented as an icy figure. "You know, your expression is quite peculiar right now," Geng Zhang suddenly nudged Su Xinqing's shoulder, lowering his voice. "Huh," Su Xinqing replied, somewhat perplexed. "Look at Gu Junfeng's expression. It seems as though he's about to rush over to deliver a love letter to him." Geng Zhang sighed, "that it's merely pure admiration. Such appreciation can exist without romantic undertones, even among the same sex." Su Xinqing replied with a serious demeanor, quickly correcting, "I would never deliver a love letter. That's not our tech-savvy style of romance. If I were to meet someone I liked, I would rather create a new world for her." As he spoke, Su Xinqing's mind conjured images from the scene he had witnessed in that hotel, the world that Gan Ling had glimpsed before her demise. "Oh, the lad has some flair." Geng Zhang gave Su Xinqing a thumbs up. "As for me, my skills are only applicable in the workplace, for that is how I can create value, at least to elevate the framework's evaluation score." This was an examination faced by all of humanity, with each person holding their own test paper, destined to receive their respective scores. Ultimately, this would determine their fate. Su Xinqing understood Geng Zhang's sentiments and recognized that many shared this perspective. He nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment, quietly observing Gu Junfeng at work, occasionally assisting Geng Zhang. As time passed, Su Xinqing felt no fatigue. Rather, he found this state of work to be a source of pleasure. Until Gu Junfeng stowed away his working equipment and turned to Su Xinqing and Geng Zhang, stating, "I've concluded my part. It's your turn now." Su Xinqing finally realized that the main event of the day rested upon his shoulders. "All right, leave it to me." With that, he began to operate his own equipment. That a distinct space materialized before the 3 individuals and 1 machine, while Gung Xiang had already prepared the framework for its pre-processing. As the composed framework stepped into the boundaries set by Su Xinqing, the entities and objects within that space sprang to life that on one side were victims struggling in a fiery inferno, while on the other stood a weeping individual at the bedside, pleading for the life of the dying. The framework found itself amidst them, faced with a singular opportunity to save but one. The flames were poised to engulf the unfortunate soul, and the young woman by the window had already ventured beyond the protective barrier that in a flash. The framework dashed towards the blaze. Its response was instantaneous, seemingly devoid of any deliberation. Upon the conclusion of the first scene, Su Xinqing turned to Gung Zhang and Gu Junfeng. This was the outcome they had anticipated. In other words, it was the result they sought. The girl's frail form plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground with a violent thud, blooming like a crimson flower. This scene was far from beautiful. Rather, it was shockingly visceral, yet the framework exhibited no signs of emotion. As if nothing had transpired, or perhaps, even if something had taken place, it bore no relevance to it. Response speed test. Passed. Judgment outcome test. Passed. Score evaluation test. Passed. Gung Xiang methodically reported the results, resembling a machine in his demeanor. However, Su Xinqing, who had constructed this scene, remained unusually silent, but he could not fathom why. Despite having created this work and having viewed it countless times, his heart remained tumultuous. Well done, Gu Junfeng suddenly interjected from the side. Well done. Su Xinqing raised his head in a daze and gazed at Gu Junfeng, asking, Are you speaking of me or referring to Fan Long? Your scene is exceptionally well crafted. Quite lifelike, Gu Junfeng affirmed, then added, Fan Long has also made the right choice. Su Xinqing nodded. From a rational standpoint, the choice made by Fan Long was indeed the outcome they desired. Achieving this result signifies it was the correct choice. Yet, can correctness truly be judged in such a manner? Su Xinqing, tell me, what is the nature of your work? Gu Junfeng fixed his gaze upon Su Xinqing. Su Xinqing inhaled deeply. I am responsible for the realization of scenarios, collaborating on the development and testing of the Fan Long system. Gu Junfeng nodded, stepping closer to Su Xinqing, then glanced at Gung Xiang, who was still engaged in recording observations, and remarked pointedly, at times, becoming machine-like serves as a form of self-protection. For you, this is merely work and nothing more. Chapter 38. The dual-line interview. Would you save a person seeking death? Su Xinqing had pondered this question while crafting the scene. The individual in the burning building faced peril, yet clung to the hope of survival. Despite the slim odds, their instinctive struggle and cries for help reflected their attitude towards life. Conversely, another stood seemingly calm. The danger nearly non-existent, yet subjective choice outweighed all. They did not struggle, but embraced death with resolute acceptance. There is no definitive answer to this question. Su Xinqing was aware of this from the outset. Can an accident created by oneself truly be deemed an accident? Some might argue that making such a decision must have undergone profound contemplation, countless struggles and relinquishments, ultimately leading to a judgment upon their own life. In such moments of rescue, it is not an act of mercy, but an obstruction, for summoning such courage is no trivial endeavor. If you interfere now, they will face further torment in the future. With little change in the outcome, Su Xinqing found himself unable to ascertain which perspective was right or wrong. The world is not merely black and white. A person's life encompasses countless shades of gray, countless evaluations and sacrifices. From beginning to end, Su Xinqing was a fervent admirer of life, but he believed that the pressures of a post-apocalyptic world compelled individuals to recognize the preciousness of life. For, as the saying goes, what you experience today is the tomorrow that countless others aspired to. Su Xinqing was grateful for all he possessed: the air, the sustenance, and the bonds with those around him. It was precisely for this reason that he radiated warmth and compassion. He understood why Fan Long made such decisions. Yet understanding did not preclude feelings of sorrow. Some things cannot be prevented through rationality, yet can be swayed through emotion. Gu Junfeng suddenly spoke, his tone gentle yet firm. You must learn to separate these matters. Only then can you avoid excessive emotional exhaustion while remaining true to yourself. Is that the same for you, senior brother? Su Xinqing retorted, you have experienced these things too, which is why you possess such insights. Gu Junfeng fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. No, for I only consider things from a rational perspective. Su Xinqing naturally found this statement hard to accept. No one can remain rational forever. Humans are not machines. This is a fundamental truth to at times. Gu Junfeng could appear rather cold in his rationality. Yet that did not imply he lacked emotions. Rather, it was merely a difference in expression, at least. This is how Su Xinqing perceived it. Before he could counter Gu Junfeng's assertion, Geng Zhang lifted his head and declared, "All right, we can move on to the next scene." Su Xinqing nodded and stepped forward once more, preparing for the construction of the scene, while Geng Zhang began pre-processing for Fan Long, in two distinct chat rooms. Akin to an interview setting, Fan Long was split into two, engaging in simultaneous one-on-one communication. Fan Long posed the first question. "Why do you wish to enter the underground city?" Jia Yi responded. "To survive, to carry on." Fan Long raised his gaze to the other. "What does living, or rather surviving, mean to you?" Jia Yi displayed a look of confusion. Yet after some contemplation, he candidly replied, "Perhaps it is the will to survive. No one desires death. Simply existing is a form of significance." Fan Long coldly interjected, "Do you believe you can enter the underground city?" Jia Yi replied, "I have been striving for this, along with my parents and family. We create value. During the construction of the underground city, we contribute our part. This is my recent work summary, as well as my family's. Though it may appear insignificant, we are diligent and unrelenting that he endeavored to prove his worth in a clumsy manner, yearning for the opportunity to live." Fan Long continued, "Given your family's current scoring situation, even if you could enter the underground city, it would only grant one spot. How do you feel about those family members who will be left behind?" Jia Yi's expression twisted in pain and conflict, as if burdened by an immense weight. Su Xinqing understood that this burden was named guilt. Nevertheless, Jia Yi struggled to articulate, "This is the outcome of the family meeting. Someone must be left behind. They love me more and place their hopes upon me, which is why I was ultimately chosen. That I have not abandoned them, nor have I ever contemplated giving them up. It is simply unavoidable. There are too many things in this world that are unavoidable. One's strength appears so minuscule against the arrangements of fate. Knowing one's inability to resist is one thing. Accepting it with tranquility is another." Fan Long inquired further, "What do you plan to do upon entering the underground city?" Upon hearing this question, the confusion on Jia Yi's face was unmistakable. Everyone understood that it would herald a new era. Millennia are a long stretch of time, and most people engage in the routine tasks they ought to do. Those undergoing the transitional period of change are always a minority. Everyone knows what change entails. Yet how will one's fate unfold amidst such change? This is not an easy contemplation. Fan Long maintained a calm demeanor throughout, impassively observing the agitated individual before him, reiterating the initial question. "Therefore, upon entering the underground city, will the value you provide increase?" "I do not know." Jia Yi ultimately succumbed, "but are we not discussing the issue of survival tickets? Who can guarantee what lies ahead?" Fan Long did not provide an answer to Jia Yi's question. It was not Fan Long's obligation to respond. He was not anyone's life mentor in this dialogue. Fan Long was merely a scoring machine, with the responses and reactions of the other party corresponding to fluctuations in the score. "All right, I understand. This concludes today's session." The words fell. Fan Long vanished, and the original scene reverted to its initial state. Meanwhile, a similar interview was taking place elsewhere. Fan Long asked, "Why do you wish to enter the underground city?" Error replied, "Human life has a predetermined length. Setting aside various unforeseen factors, most outcomes are quite similar. However, in my view, the breadth and depth of life differ significantly between individuals. That I need to enter the underground city to pursue further exploration. Conversely, the underground city equally requires talents like myself to create additional value." Fan Long continued, "What does living or surviving mean to you?" Error answered without hesitation, "Exploration, research, contribution. Living is not aimlessly consuming time. Individuals who do so waste resources, especially in the current environment, where resources are inherently precious. Since I am utilizing resources, I must generate value. That I enjoy this process and can say I find joy in it. Naturally, this mindset also provides me with a stable emotional core, enabling me to contribute more effectively and savor every moment of existence." Fan Long asked, "Do you believe you can enter the underground city?" Error asserted, "Certainly, the underground city needs me. This is not excessive confidence or empty boasts. The following displays represent the value I have created for humanity. The benefits do not only extend to hundreds or thousands, but to billions, and they continuously provide value to humanity. Most crucially, I am the creator. As long as I am alive, I will continue to produce similar creations. My very existence constitutes value for the underground city. Lacking a mundane account as proof, his work's demonstration was efficient and succinct, with the final data exceptionally impressive. In the face of absolute competence. There was no need for excessive flattery. He possessed sufficient confidence, for he had the capital to be confident. Fan Long stated, "Even so, due to your family's considerable size, your current score on the Fan Long assessment does not guarantee that everyone will have the qualification to enter the underground city. What is your perspective on those who have been left behind?" Era replied candidly, "To be honest, even those who were not left behind, should they possess the right to enter the underground city, they are merely parasitic leeches clinging to my existence. It is through me that they find a semblance of survival. Some among them are intrinsically worthless, mere drains on resources. It is solely the bonds of blood that afford them opportunities beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. They should be grateful to me, for it is I who have enhanced their fortunes. For those you mention as discarded, I can only assert that they are deserving of their fate, conforming to the outcomes that were always meant to be. What is amiss in that? Fan Long, upon entering the underground city, what are your intentions? Every era possesses its own distinct characteristics. Exceptional individuals do not aspire to alter the times, but rather adapt themselves to the prevailing conditions, accurately identifying their place and then inscribing their own narratives. Before one truly enters the underground city, before one has genuinely stepped into that epoch, everything remains unknown. Even the most meticulously crafted plans are susceptible to disruption. Yet, one truth remains immutable. My thoughts and capabilities are sufficiently robust, ensuring that I will always hold value, regardless of the era. This is evident in the chronicles of my past life. With your system's configuration, it is not difficult to forecast and deduce the veracity of my assertions." Fan Long inquired further, "Do you believe that the value you provide will increase upon your entry into the underground city? Furthermore, do you think you are more deserving of this opportunity than others? In certain respects, this is a hybrid reality. The figures of Jai and seated in the interview room are both false and true. In the real world, countless Jais exist, as do numerous heirs. This test diverges from the previous one, lacking a singularly favorable answer, devoid of decisions that must be made in the blink of an eye. It is a dialogue marked by tranquility, self-reflection, and dynamic scoring. All of this will yield a final outcome, yet until the interview reaches its conclusion, no one can know what that outcome will be. Even Su Xinxing, the creator, found himself questioning during data collection. What kind of result does he truly desire? What is Su Xinxing anticipating? Chapter 39. Selection. The interview with did not conclude swiftly. Fan Long regarded the proud and self-assured man with a cold gaze. "I have reviewed your record at the Public Security Bureau. How do you view those whom you have harmed?" Replied without a flicker of emotion. "Every individual possesses their own significance and value. Their purpose is to serve as instruments for my will to some. This may appear as harm, yet in reality, it is merely their way of contributing themselves, meaning and value. Contribution of self." Fan Long raised his gaze, signaling for further elucidation on these pivotal terms. Whether in creation or innovation, spiritual nourishment is essential. Maintained a serene demeanor, asserting that without serving as my spiritual sustenance, they are merely wasteful resources. They bring me joy, and I imbue their lives with meaning. Is this not a mutually beneficial arrangement? From certain perspectives, not everyone is afforded the opportunity to become my spiritual nourishment. This outcome is the result of my stringent selection, a validation of their worth, and they ought to feel honored by it. When Su Xinxing conducted his sampling, he rarely lost his composure, fiercely rebuking According to your reasoning, should those victims not be grateful to you? What gives you the right to utter such words? You wretched scoundrel. Discussing this topic seemed to invigorate who continued with fervor. You should not judge me. Those who do so are foolish, ignorant and blind, cloaked in absurd notions of kindness and pity. They are no different from the spiritual sustenance, mere wasteful resources that know. Let me be precise. They are perhaps even inferior to that nourishment. They do not even warrant my attention. In these incidents of harm, what role do you perceive yourself to play? Fan Long inquired. A mission. Fan Long raised an eyebrow. Throughout this dialogue, Air frequently employed terms that eluded comprehension. It is not that the words themselves are particularly difficult. Rather, it is their intended meaning within the current context that confounds. Every individual is born with a distinct mission. Some are destined to be geniuses, others to be mere dust, and still, a multitude of mediocrities. In essence, this is all preordained, and my role is merely to categorize, returning dust to dust and earth to earth. Air shrugged, exuding a relaxed demeanor, as if discussing the most mundane matter. Why does such a simpleton exist in this world? Was the creator of this creature filled with refuse when he fashioned it? Su Xinqing could no longer contain his disdain. Gungzong beside him stifled a laugh, patting Su Xinqing's shoulder, exclaiming, "It's my first time hearing you curse. You've got quite the fire, young lad." Kindness and compassion are noble traits within humanity, yet in the eyes of such beings, they seem a pitiful joke. Had it not been for this assignment, Su Xinqing might never have encountered such individuals or known that such peculiar entities exist in this world. He believed himself not to be overly altruistic, yet after witnessing these malevolences and then confronting their calm, occasionally even gleeful demeanor, he could not endure the visceral discomfort that arose. The thought of sharing the same species as these beings was revolting. In portraying this character, Su Xinqing lamented his inadequate skill. Air's mere partial display of his nature was already enough to incite rage, and the tremors he felt in the presence of the true individuals remain etched in his memory. If given another chance, would you make the same choices? Fan Long finally posed the last question. Air did not hesitate. All my choices are made without regret. My certainty stems from the internal logic that underpins my decisions, which are the results of careful contemplation. That I have no desire to deceive you with seemingly hypocritical words, for it is unnecessary. I am in the right. Air's face radiated an undeniable confidence. It was evident he had constructed a coherent logic, even if Su Xinqing found it utterly nonsensical. Before departing, Gungzong thoughtfully offered Su Xinqing a bottle of water. I sincerely apologize for placing this task upon you so early. Typically, each person's growth and adaptation require time. However, the current situation is unique that Su Xinqing's excessive proactivity led Gungzong to express his profound trust by assigning him a task that should have rightfully belonged to himself. Resulting in the present circumstance, Su Xinqing waved his hand, believing Gungzong had committed no error. The fault lies not with those who expose these existences, but rather with the existences themselves. This principle has always been clear to Su Xinqing. The true ugliness lies in the filthy thoughts, not in the eyes that discern them. Should you encounter such matters again and find them unacceptable, you may seek me for psychological guidance, Gu Junfeng quietly suggested to Su Xinqing. Indeed, even as Su Xinqing stood close to Gu Junfeng, he could not deny the latter's inherent coolness. There were times when Su Xinqing pondered that perhaps he would spend his life only ever glimpsing his senior's back, perpetually chasing after footsteps that were unattainable, forever pursuing an illusion. Air was partially correct. Every individual is born with a mission, Gu Junfeng suddenly interjected. Upon hearing that name, Su Xinqing felt a surge of anger. He could not comprehend what merit could be found in someone whose worldview was so utterly distorted. He shot a glare at Gu Junfeng. Su Xinqing, emboldened by the righteousness of his stance, knew that justice imbues one with strength. Justice is the greatest confidence. The Gu Junfeng found Su Xinqing's demeanor amusing, unable to resist teasing. Your eyes are quite large, rather endearing, puffed up like a bun. Su Xinqing's face flushed crimson. He could not fathom why he felt as though he had been jested with. How odd to be called cute by a man. Yet upon reflection, considering that this individual was a senior, he dismissed the notion. After all, Gu Junfeng had always operated outside the bounds of convention, and in their dynamic, he had consistently held the upper hand. That a few playful jabs seemed inconsequential did Dio not endorse his views. Do not be swayed by him. Su Xinqing firmly cautioned Gu Junfeng. Such nonsensical rhetoric can be dangerously provocative, often appearing superficially valid, even possessing an air of profundity. Yet it collapses under scrutiny. That if the world were populated by individuals like him, humanity would have long since perished, and there would be no need to construct underground cities or arks for human survival. We would simply march toward extinction together. Humanity is a collective, a community of shared destiny. Only when each individual fulfills their role can the whole progress harmoniously. Is a world comprised entirely of elites truly a paradise? This question warrants contemplation that Jiyu Junfeng paid no heed to Geng Xiang. Instead, turning to his junior, who was attempting to reason with him, a worried expression etched upon his face. I mentioned that Error has expressed a half-truth, which does not imply my agreement with his views. What I intend to convey is that certain matters are indeed predestined, beyond the realm of human alteration, that I do not refer to status or wealth, nor to genius or mediocrity, but rather to some inherent aspects of fate itself, such as the soundness or deficiency of one's physical or mental faculties. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing finally grasped his senior's meaning, realizing that his earlier emotional outburst had led him to misunderstand Gu Junfeng. How peculiar it was that I could hear such an elaborate explanation from Gu Junfeng. Standing aside and feeling overlooked, Geng Xiang could not help but exclaim, "Isn't it said that the bond between childhood friends is extraordinary?" Su Xinqing yearned to silence Geng Xiang, his curiosity piqued by how, as the eldest among them, Geng Xiang managed to maintain such a youthful mindset. Was he never to grow up? Could he never learn to be composed? Well, it seemed he would not grow up, nor would he learn. Geng Xiang had his own way of living, a unique approach that no one could emulate, in other words, each individual possesses their own manner of existence. Akin to the leaves on a tree, where no two are identical. What are the comparative results of the Fankong evaluation? Su Xinqing diverted the topic, addressing Geng Xiang, while unable to suppress his concern that he might genuinely believe Viera had undertaken some noble endeavor worth preserving. If that were the case, I would have to question Fankong. Young student, expressing doubt about Fankong is something you must only whisper to us. Once you step outside this building, or even out that door, do not dare speak of it carelessly. Geng Xiang warned Su Xinqing with rare seriousness, that Su Xinqing stuck out his tongue and nodded obediently. Rest assured, Fankong is not so despairing yet, among the two. It was Error who had been forsaken. Geng Xiang stated the final outcome first. The Fankong evaluation comprises a portion that assesses known performances, alongside another that predicts unknown performances based on the known. Error was a quintessential example of how easy it is to change the landscape, but difficult to alter one's nature. He has his own set of twisted rationales. What he does now, he will likely continue to do upon entering the underground city. Criminals, especially those of high intelligence, can sometimes be even more exasperating. Su Xinqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, I truly believe he is not a good person. I acknowledge his cleverness and contributions. Yet there are countless intelligent and contributing individuals in this world. He is not indispensable, though we require scientists who possess sound principles and conduct themselves rightly. The current surface is a world for humanity, and the forthcoming underground city will equally be a human realm. The Zhongling project serves as a selection process, but such selection will not cease with its conclusion. Society is perpetually evolving, and evolution entails change. What is strong now may not remain so, and what is weak may yet find opportunities for resurgence. That I cannot fathom the hubris of individuals like Error. He appears exceedingly intelligent and confident. But who can assert that this so-called intelligence and confidence is not a manifestation of ignorance? You are correct. The Zhongling project is a selection process, yet it will not conclude with its end, Geng Xiang quietly reiterated. The Zhongling project is the selection for transitioning from the surface to the underground. Even after entering the depths, the selection will persist, although perhaps not through methods like the Fankong evaluation. Chapter 40. Thesis, Antithesis, Synthesis regarding the work of Fankong. It is inherently complex. Geng Xiang, Su Xinqing, and Gu Junfeng are presently engaged in preliminary data processing and analysis, with further specialists slated to provide more detailed feedback and corrections in the future. The conjoined twins are about to be separated. Geng Xiang jested to Su Xinqing as the workday drew to a close. Su Xinqing felt somewhat exasperated. Perhaps due to his closeness with Gu Junfeng, he found himself inexplicably under the scrutiny of many. Even Geng Xiang was not an exception. It cannot be helped. Although we are brothers of different fathers and mothers, we each have our own lives, Su Xinqing replied earnestly. Brothers of different fathers and mothers? Geng Xiang's mind took a few moments to process, and by the time he comprehended Su Xinqing's meaning, Su Xinqing had already dashed off with a smile. Observing the youth's retreating figure, Geng Xiang felt a subtle smile tug at his lips. Indeed, the youth should embody such vitality, even amidst the frigid winter. Their exuberance remains an indelible light. When Geng Xiang initially assigned these tasks to Su Xinqing, He had hesitated, for Su Xinqing did not exude the same emotional depth as Gu Junfo. Conversely, Su Xinqing was evidently a child brimming with emotion, ever oriented towards the sun. Yet, no one can remain eternally youthful, forever basking in the glow of goodness. Even goodness is the result of comparative outcomes. Geng Zong appeared to lead a life of spontaneity. Yet he was not devoid of sentiment. He observed each individual in his vicinity, choosing whom to draw near. Su Xinqing was among those he opted to embrace, naturally extending him a bit more care. However, care does not equate to overbearing protection. In an apocalyptic world, true care involves intentional guidance and teaching, endowing the other with the capacity to confront the unknown independently. Fortunately, Su Xinqing did not disappoint Geng Zia. This was not the cliché of narratives. Geng Zong did not see his past self reflected in Su Xinqing. Rather, he perceived new hope within him, and one can remain forever young, yet there will always be youth. The distinctions among youth stem from the backdrop of their eras and their individual choices. That he gazed at the ceiling above, his mind flashing back to a scene he had witnessed not long ago. On that day, Su Xinqing had flung open the door to a new world, wishing fervently that it had never existed. What is life? This question has occupied many minds, and answers vary with the passage of time. As experiences multiply and encounters with various individuals increase, Su Xinqing's answer to this question remains stubbornly unchanged. That in his eyes, to live equates to possessing, while to die signifies absence. Life is precious, the most worthy of cherishment. Regardless of the state in which one exists, there is something to be gained. Conversely, the loss of life, in any form, is a tragedy. That Su Xinqing harbors a deep aversion for individuals like Error. Fundamentally because they lack respect for life. That in their eyes, life is a mere tool, expendable and squanderable, which is something Su Xinqing finds utterly intolerable. The process of growth is fraught with pain, particularly the maturation of the soul. Su Xinqing approached the window, gazing at the expanse of white outside, earnestly pondering his relationship with this world, ultimately arriving at a rather absurd conclusion. Fish and water, that he could not extricate himself from this world. Yet this world would continue to function in his absence. This notion applies not only to the insignificant Su Xinqing, but remains pertinent even when considering the entirety of humanity. The concept of a shared destiny is both an active and passive choice. In order to survive in such a daunting environment, humanity must transform into a cohesive entity with varied functions, some tasked with contemplation, others with conquest, some with defense, and others with nurturing. Humanity survives and progresses in its unique manner. Yet, throughout this process, the one thing that must never be relinquished is the humanity intrinsic to mankind. Time will inevitably flow, as the old adage states. We should grant civilization to time, rather than time to civilization. Su Xinqing does not believe he is qualified to define the human race, as he is merely a diminutive part of it. The essence of humanity lies in its diversity. One can approach humanity with the utmost malice, contemplating its baseness and shamelessness, or one can place utmost faith in its compassion and tolerance. Much like the familiar dialectic of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, in our youth, we often perceive the world as wholly beautiful. However, as we mature, absorbing an ever-increasing array of information, we begin to rebel, to question the world, deeming it utterly rotten, wishing for its immediate destruction. This state accompanies our further growth and contemplation, gradually stabilizing as we begin to accept the world's dualities. Recognizing the multifaceted nature of existence, no longer so rigid in our judgments, no longer perceiving things in stark black and white. Su Xinqing is currently navigating this very process, hoping to grow faster, quicker still. After all, time is the most precious commodity at present. As night enveloped the world, Su Xinqing gradually succumbed to slumber. Those he despised laughed heartily, while those he cherished wept, and those unwilling to forget waved goodbye to him with tears in their eyes. Su Xinqing felt as though he could grasp nothing. He longed to cry out, yet when he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. He wished to intervene, but his entire body felt as though it were frozen in place. Unable to move, in the end, everyone departed, the lively atmosphere yielding to profound silence. Su Xinqing found himself amidst a sea of white, looking ahead, finding no one, glancing back, discovering the same desolation. Ultimately, The last to leave was Su Xinqing himself. He gazed at his current self, bidding farewell to his past. When Su Xinqing awoke, it was still the dead of night, tears having soaked his pillow, yet strangely his heart did not feel sorrowful, to be precise. He currently feels nothing at all, that it is a void filled with bewilderment, an absence of reaction to everything, devoid of significance, that Su Xinqing senses an overwhelming fatigue in his body, which may well stem from his inner turmoil. He cannot discern the source, nor does he bother to differentiate. All he knows is that at this moment, he longs to sink into a deep slumber, ideally never to awaken, but he makes an effort to raise his gaze towards the blackness outside the window. Such an intense shade of black offers him an unusual sense of comfort. After being inundated with endless expanses of white, the darkness feels captivating. The day dawns. The handheld device displays a call reminder from Shi Qingxue. And Su Xinqing answers calmly with a simple, hello. Today, there is no irritable awakening, no helpless breakdown, only a greeting tinged with a hint of coldness. This demeanor momentarily catches Shi Qingxue off guard, prompting her to inquire instinctively. What is wrong with you? I'm fine. What is the purpose of your call? Su Xinqing bypasses all pretentious melancholy and directly asks. Well, we've found the person I was thinking of bringing you along to take a look. Shi Qingxue explains, adding it's regarding the existence of those digital beings that we conducted an investigation based on our previous discussions, and we have now identified the target and implemented control. All right, provide me with the address and time. His response is equally succinct, devoid of any superfluous chatter, that I'll send you the address that I asked for the time. If it's convenient for you, you can come over now. Although Shi Qingxue does not understand Su Xinqing's sudden shift in demeanor, she deems it unnecessary to delve into it at this juncture and chooses not to dwell on it to good. Su Xinqing acquiesces and ends the call. Following his customary practice, he sends a message to Gu Junfeng to explain the situation. He then dons his protective gear in preparation to head out. Everything today seems no different from the previous day. A crowd exhausted from the relentless rush, another group savoring their final moments of life, and a throng wandering aimlessly. Su Xinqing weaves through them with practiced ease, progressing until he arrives at a station he knows all too well. That he pulls up the route map and projects it before him, boarding the corresponding train as indicated. Upon reaching the designated stop, he adjusts his protective suit, which has accumulated discomfort from prolonged sitting, and steps off the train. This place is remote, somewhere Su Xinqing has never visited before. Were it not for Shi Qingxue's description of the destination, he would have had no idea that anyone resided here. Finding the location Shi Qingxue sent him, Su Xinqing even begins to doubt if this place is truly inhabited. In the Ice Age, constructing a home is no simple feat. Merely keeping warm is a daunting challenge, let alone in such a desolate area. That he gazes at the low, dilapidated structure before him. Confusion fills his mind, and he starts to question whether he has taken a wrong turn or misidentified the entrance. It is only when Shi Qingxue emerges from the building that he steels himself and approaches. Perhaps sensing Su Xinqing's thoughts, Shi Qingxue waves him over and says, "Come in, that there's a different world inside." Initially, Su Xinqing struggles to comprehend the meaning of her words, but upon stepping into the room, he experiences a profound revelation. What he observed from outside was merely a to be precise. This was just an entrance. Once inside, Su Xinqing is greeted by a chaotic scene, reminiscent of an abandoned warehouse, cluttered with numerous items long deemed useless. Yet no one seems inclined to tidy up or care. Amidst the disorder, a pathway has been cleared by footfalls, suggesting that someone had recently kicked aside the debris to reveal a passage. If Su Xinqing's suspicions are correct, this very path must have been concealed as well. This person intentionally hiding. Su Xinqing turns to Shi Qingxue and inquires. Shi Qingxue nods. Indeed, it took quite an effort to locate him. Su Xinqing refrains from further conversation and descends the staircase directly to his surprise. The staircase is lengthy, indicating a substantial underground space. Dim lights line both sides of the stairs, just sufficient to illuminate the steps below. Once he reaches solid ground, Su Xinqing is awestruck by the sight before him. This is an extraordinarily spacious room, even beautifully arranged, a stark contrast to the chaos above. The underground area is meticulously organized, with clearly defined functions for each room, and the furnishings are spotless. As he surveys the surroundings, Su Xinqing cannot help but exclaim, "This is what living looks like." Indeed, anyone who enters here cannot help but feel envious. Shi Qingxue concurred. There is even a dedicated workspace that Su Xinqing pauses before a room filled with various equipment, peering inside and observing closely before affirming. The items here are quite complete. Anyone capable of utilizing these tools must be exceptionally skilled. Precisely, which is why I brought you here to see, Shi Qingxue remarked, placing a hand on her forehead. To be honest, we did not anticipate this. Following the trail took considerable effort. Just investigating this place. You wouldn't believe it. Even we initially found it hard to believe that, of course, this is before you've met the principal individual. I suspect you will be even more astonished then. Hearing this, Su Xinqing grows increasingly curious about who this principal person could be that could elicit such surprise from Shi Qingxue. Despite the exterior's dilapidation, the interior's worth would not be trivial, and the design alone suggests the owner sought seclusion. What could possibly motivate someone to make such a decision? Inside, follow me. Shi Qingxue gestures to Su Xinqing, then steps forward into the depths of the space that Su Xinqing matches her pace, ultimately halting before a black door. As the door creaks open, he is met with the sight of an elderly man with graying hair. That familiar face. Chapter 41. Let the stones bloom. Su Xinqing not only recognizes him, but does so with vivid clarity. His name is Ruan Kongbua, Su Xinqing's mentor, and he is the last teacher of Su Xinqing's cohort. The impression Ruan Kongbua left on him is profound, not merely due to his extensive knowledge, but also because of his cultured and accommodating nature. Before graduating, Su Xinqing had once voted for his favorite teacher, choosing Ruan Kongbua, who simultaneously was the most popular teacher that year. In fact, he had consistently received such accolades over the years. The affection students held for him and his reputation within the school were beyond reproach. Su Xinqing vividly recalls their first encounter, which did not take place in a classroom, but rather on the roadside of the campus. That time, Ruan Kongbua stood by the street, leaning against a pillar. Seemingly lost in thought, that in an era where everyone emphasizes efficiency and hurries about, someone appearing so pensive is indeed a rarity. What puzzled Su Xinqing further was where Ruan Kongbua's gaze rested, on a small stone not far from him. That small stone lay at Su Xinqing's feet. Initially, he assumed the stone held some significance, compelling an elder to focus on it so intently. Yet after examining it closely, poking it with his hand, and nudging it with his foot, he found nothing extraordinary. That it was merely an ordinary stone, as commonplace as any other, with no remarkable qualities. Young man, have you ever seen a stone bloom? Ruan Kongbua asked with a smile, clearly having observed Su Xinqing's earlier actions. Compared to that, isn't it more practical to have a blooming mind? At least that is a sign of nourishment. That Su Xinqing paused, suppressing his doubts, and politely replied, stones do not bloom. After a moment, he added with careful consideration, at least, that is my belief, that he understood that an elder appearing in such a place must possess depth and complexity. Regardless of the reasoning behind it, he should show respect. Then tell me, can a person's heart be as hard as stone? Ruan Kongbua prompted again. That Su Xinqing felt even more perplexed. Was this a case of a lost love in twilight years? Otherwise, why would he pose such a question? To the youthful Su Xinqing, likening someone's heart to stone merely conveyed a complaint about their hardness and coldness, usually articulated by someone harboring resentment. Yet the elder before him wore a serene expression, as if genuinely contemplating the question, as though the answer held great significance for him. After much deliberation, Su Xinqing articulated his perspective. Everyone's personality is distinct, and their attitudes towards people and situations vary. That if you perceive someone's heart as stone-like, it is merely the facade they present to you. To put it more plainly, they may be preoccupied with someone else. Su Xinqing believed he had spoken candidly enough. Elaborating further might come off as impolite. He was not meddling in others' affairs, but Ruan Kongbua appeared excessively forlorn, prompting Su Xinqing to recall his own father. Although his father was indeed much younger than Ruan Kongbua, he could not help but wonder if his father, too, leaned against a pillar somewhere, reminiscing about his mother, lamenting her departure while leaving him behind as a burden. Perhaps you should take a broader view. Many things are not set in stone. That Su Xinqing's heart softened, leading him to amend his statement. Who knows, maybe stones really can bloom. Perhaps that person's heart is not made of stone. It could just be a misunderstanding. There are possibilities in everything. That as he uttered this somewhat cliché platitude, Su Xinqing himself recognized its somewhat disingenuous nature. Yet Ruan Kambwa chuckled, responding, "Stones can indeed bloom." Subsequently, as Su Xinqing grappled with his confusion, tender green shoots gradually emerged from the pebble at his feet, blossoming into a pristine white flower. Su Xinqing's eyes widened in astonishment. What sort of magic was this? He rubbed his eyes and looked again, confirming that the unfolding events were not merely an illusion. "See, I am not deceiving you. Stones can indeed bloom," remarked Ruan Kambwa, casting a smile that danced in his eyes. Gazing at the kind-eyed elder before him, Su Xinqing felt an involuntary sense of tranquility wash over him, but he bent down, extending his hand to touch the unexpected, and his fingers passed through the delicate flower. It was a mere virtual projection, as he had surmised, an application of Mr. Technology. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Su Xinqing chided himself for being astonished by something so familiar within his field, as if he had never encountered the world or lacked skill. Yet, upon reflection, he forgave himself. Setting aside the undeniable artistry involved, one could only marvel at the absurdity. Who would invest such effort and resources to make a roadside pebble bloom? What purpose did its existence serve? Was it merely to amuse himself, to jest with passers-by? Su Xinqing shook his head, bemused by the elder's apparent triviality. At that moment, Ruan Kambwa offered little explanation, simply softening his expression and sighing gently. Stones can indeed flower, yet, correspondingly, some hearts are as unyielding as stone, incapable of blossoming. With those words, Ruan Kambwa slowly departed. Watching the elder's retreating figure, Su Xinqing found himself pondering the meaning behind that statement. Their next encounter would be in the classroom, where he would finally discern the elder's true identity. That it was also then that Su Xinqing's skepticism regarding their earlier meeting intensified. Was it real? Or merely a figment of his imagination? Perhaps it was merely a fleeting thought. While observing the elder at the podium, Su Xinqing occasionally felt a sense of déjà vu. The questions that once lingered in his mind now had no opportunity for articulation. He felt uncertain about how to approach them, or even if he should. The familiarity of Ruan Kambwa's previous demeanor was no longer apparent. He had transformed into the cherished elder in the eyes of students, the esteemed mentor revered by teachers. Yet he was no longer the passerby entangled in the conundrum of stones and flowers. But now, the past seemed to resurface as Su Xinqing once again encountered Ruan Kambwa. The elder regarded him with a serene countenance and warmly smiled. "Child, you have arrived." Su Xinqing struggled to articulate his feelings in that moment. Was it embarrassment, confusion, anger, incomprehension? It felt as though it encompassed all these emotions. Yet simultaneously, none at all. He did not truly know Ruan Kambwa. If anything, he had merely glimpsed a facet of the elder that others had not. Human beings are inherently multifaceted. There exists one aspect in the classroom, another while daydreaming by the roadside, yet another when confronting wealth, love, and aspirations. All these facets amalgamate to form a vibrant individual, the very essence of Ruan Kambwa. "Teacher," Su Xinqing hesitated for a moment before uttering the most familiar of titles. Ruan Kambwa chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Not a teacher anymore. Shortly after your graduation, I shall retire in this environment. You may address me by my name, as it adds a touch of gravitas." Ruan Kambwa now stood as a suspect in an investigation, and those from the Public Security Bureau would naturally refer to him by his full name, their demeanor unlikely to soften in matters of duty. Each individual possesses their own identity and role to fulfill. Su Xinqing understood this, yet he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. After all, Ruan Kambwa's age. Teacher, Su Xinqing seldom exhibited stubbornness. Yet when addressing Ruan Kambwa, his tone was uncharacteristically gentle. "What is it?" Surprised, Ruan Kambwa beckoned to Su Xinqing. "Would you like to come closer and verify whether I am indeed real, or if my image has been altered?" Much like that stone that blooms. Indeed, he remembered. The events that had transpired were not merely figments of Su Xinqing's imagination. He regarded Ruan Kambwa, hesitating momentarily, yet ultimately chose not to pursue that line of conversation. He could not fathom the purpose behind Ruan Kambwa's statement. Was it an attempt to ease the atmosphere, or did he genuinely feel indifferent? The crux of the matter was that Su Xinqing found himself utterly perplexed. What was Ruan Kambwa's motivation? For him, neither fame nor fortune was lacking. In the later stages, Su Xinqing had inquired out of curiosity, only to learn that Ruan Kambwa had spent many years alone, without family or loved ones. Could it be that he was genuinely moved by some sentiment for another? Su Xinqing turned to Shi Qingxue. Could there be some misunderstanding? Or is someone deliberately manipulating the situation? Su Xinqing recognized that his inquiry might seem unprofessional, yet he was beyond caring at that moment. Ruan Kambua was a person he deeply respected and admired, a guiding figure in his professional journey. If Ruan Kambua were indeed entangled in this matter, it would be difficult to assert that he bore no connection to the accident or the deceased. Whether directly or indirectly, witnessing someone he revered transformed into a potential perpetrator would inevitably lead to an internal collapse. We will take you in for questioning, which indicates that we have gathered substantial evidence, Shi Qingxue stated with a serious expression. This was her professional demeanor, her duty. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing felt a wave of despair wash over him. You find it hard to believe? In contrast to Su Xinqing's emotional turmoil, Ruan Kambua displayed remarkable composure. It was I have already admitted it. Ruan Kambua dropped another bombshell, yet his expression remained unchanged, as if he were discussing an utterly mundane matter with old friends. Why? Su Xinqing could not help but voice the question. Was he being deliberately led to this conclusion? Had he been manipulated or threatened? Did someone possess a compromising secret that forced his hand? Su Xinqing's tone carried a hint of desperation. He yearned for this not to be the truth, hoping Ruan Kambua harbored some unspeakable burden, compelled to act against his will. Your inquiries are rather unprofessional. Ruan Kambua responded with a smile. At least they do not align with your current role. Indeed, Su Xinqing's questions were entirely inconsistent with the principles of interrogation. However, he had no desire to interrogate Ruan Kambua. From the outset, he sought answers that were being denied to him. Ironically, Ruan Kambua's admissions were refreshingly forthright that we cannot deceive ourselves. Ruan Kambua gazed at Su Xinqing, his eyes gentle as flowing water. At my age, I have achieved all that I desire, and I have come to terms with what I have not obtained. What influence could anyone have over me? What coercion could sway me? As for threats and secrets, do you believe that someone of my years still concerns himself with such matters? He was urging Su Xinqing to confront the present circumstances and to acknowledge the unsettling truth he was reluctant to accept. Yet, why? Su Xinqing stepped closer, striving to perceive Ruan Kambua with greater clarity. He had once seen in this elder the figure of a father, and he had received the elder's patient guidance. What I have done is solely because I chose to. Because I wish to. Ruan Kambua paused, then sighed deeply, or perhaps it is simply the call of my heart to kill. Su Xinqing could no longer contain himself, his voice rising in indignation. He could neither comprehend nor accept that the man who could make stones bloom had, one day, been involved, directly or indirectly, in a murder. Upon discovering Ruan Kambua's identity, Shi Qingxue had anticipated that Su Xinqing might know the elder. Subsequent investigations confirmed their mentor-student relationship, which explained why Shi Qingxue had summoned Su Xinqing to assist with the inquiry. In her view, Su Xinqing could not only provide technical support but, due to their familiarity, might also extract more information from Ruan Kambua. Yet, she had not anticipated that the suspect, Ruan Kambua, would remain remarkably calm while Su Xinqing, the investigator, would lose control of his emotions. That at present, we cannot confirm it as murder. It could potentially be an accident, and further investigation is required to gather evidence. Shi Qingxue softly reassured him, pulling Su Xinqing aside. Her words reignited a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps it was merely an accident, or perhaps someone else had orchestrated the murder. While the crime would still be unforgivable, it would alleviate some of Su Xinqing's earlier despair. How could someone capable of making stones bloom not cherish life? How could he lack respect for the lives of others? Therefore, was it truly an accident? Su Xinqing raised his gaze to Shi Qingxue. Chapter 42. Independent thought. Ruan Kambua fixed his calm gaze upon Su Xinqing, his words resonating with conviction. It was a deliberate outcome. In other words, the death of that individual was not an accident. At that moment, Su Xinqing could bear it no longer. He clearly understood that this was the conclusive outcome. Ruan Kambua had confessed, and if he continued to dwell on doubts, he would indeed appear foolish. With the elder's capabilities, creating that painting would pose no difficulty at all. That Su Xinqing turned to Shi Qingxue. Now that the teacher has admitted it, you can directly question him about anything. I am certain he will respond patiently, and there is no need for me to provide further technical assistance. Shi Qingxue grasped Su Xinqing's intent. This was indeed an unexpected development. prior to Su Xinqing's arrival, Ruan Kambwa had not been so forthcoming. Displaying a mix of cooperation and resistance, at present, Shi Qingxue has achieved her objective, yet upon witnessing the pained expression of Su Xinqing, her heart is far from elated. She cannot fathom why she feels as though she has exploited a friend. There are still tasks awaiting me at the Research Institute. I must take my leave, Su Xinqing declared before turning to depart. Ascending the lengthy staircase and exiting the peculiar room, Su Xinqing finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He yearned to escape this place, not merely from the physical location, but also from the events that had just transpired. But as he sprinted through the desolate landscape, he felt an unexpected sense of gratitude for the remoteness of the area. Even as he dashed about like a madman without direction, no one cast him a strange glance. Here, he was unnoticed. Here, he was alone. At that moment, the world felt unbearably vast, where every inch of the city was priceless. Every moment crafted value. While this inexpensively tranquil outskirts served as a sanctuary for his troubled mind, that he suddenly understood why Ruan Kambwa chose to retire and strategize in this very location. For it indeed provided an ideal environment to engage in pursuits untainted by material gain. Although he feigned resistance, he had already begun to believe in Ruan Kambwa's words, with Ruan Kambwa's stature and wealth. Alongside his experience and vision, no one could threaten or entice him into any action. His motives were driven solely by one reason. He wished to take a life, to create a tremor within this world. Su Xinqing remained oblivious to Ruan Kambwa's true intentions. Unable to comprehend his actions, he felt disillusioned, disappointed that his revered mentor held differing principles and attitudes toward life. Yet, upon calming himself and reflecting, he questioned his right to feel disappointed. What right did he have to demand that others share his beliefs or perspectives on life? Forcing others to align with one's worldview is, in itself, an act of arrogance and ignorance that Su Xinqing had never shied away from introspection. It was the most vital lesson he had gleaned from Gu Junfeng, that we must not only act but also contemplate. To delve deeply, to analyze oneself and others that I in solitude. Thought is your only companion, that Su Xinqing's current contemplation was not to absolve Ruan Kambwa. Murder is a fundamental transgression, a simple matter of legal understanding. Regardless of the reasons or justifications, such actions are inherently flawed. His reflection centered on his own attitude towards this incident. Had the individual not been Ruan Kambwa, had Ruan Kambwa not been his esteemed mentor, he would not have lost composure as he did. The source of his disarray stemmed from an unreasonable expectation. Recognizing its irrationality, he should not have allowed it to escalate. Leaning on his knee, Su Xinqing took deep breaths, striving to steady his racing heart and clear his muddled mind. This was contrary to his professional ethos, and something he was reluctant to confront. Time slipped away. And finally, he regained his composure. He reopened the navigation app, clarifying his route to the station. At this moment, his demeanor mirrored that of his arrival, calm as if nothing had transpired within that room. Upon returning to the Research Institute, Su Xinqing greeted Geng Ziong with a smile, then wholeheartedly immersed himself in his work, but he said nothing to Gu Junfeng, even though he acknowledged that Ruan Kambwa was also Gu Junfeng's mentor. This state of inner tranquility persisted until Su Xinqing received a message from Shi Qingxue. I'm at the coffee shop nearby. Can you come by after work to chat with me? Staring at the message, Su Xinqing was taken aback for quite some time. He even questioned whether Shi Qingxue had sent it by mistake. The tone and content seemed unlike her, at least not the way she would communicate with him. Once he confirmed that Shi Qingxue indeed sought him out, he felt even more perplexed. Their interactions had always been straightforward, with Shi Qingxue's character being forthright and businesslike. Yet this message inexplicably carried an air of fragility. As the workday concluded, Su Xinqing promptly rose from his seat, gathering his belongings to leave. Kiss, senior brother. Su Xinqing's eyes widened in disbelief. What peculiar title was this? No matter how much he interacted with Geng Ziong, it seemed there was always a fresh surprise in store. The Public Security Bureau is looking for you. You need to handle that first. Su Xinqing made an effort to disregard the bizarre appellation and explained plainly. Oh, I see. Geng Ziang's face fell with disappointment. Again, the Public Security Bureau? You're juggling two jobs for one paycheck. Well, as long as you're happy, I thought you'd finally brought a lovely little sister to show me. Su Xinqing wrestled to suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth, retorting, There is no lovely little sister. You're overthinking it. He then hurriedly made his exit. eager to leave work behind. Could Shi Qingxue be considered a lovely little sister? Su Xinqing envisioned her disheveled short hair and dark circles under her eyes. Perhaps she could be regarded as a spirited little sister. Yes, especially industrious and resilient. The Sayef was not far, and Su Xinqing arrived shortly. Shi Qingxue had evidently been waiting there for some time, but he could not discern her thoughts, even when he stood before her. She remained oblivious that it was only when he greeted her that she startled, her body trembling slightly as she responded, "Ah, you're here. What is wrong?" Su Xinqing asked, concern etched on his face that moment. Shi Qingxue appeared clearly unwell, resembling a person who had suffered a tremendous blow, strikingly similar to Su Xinqing from earlier that morning. Perhaps in an even worse state, he suspected that although she sat there, her spirit had fled to some distant realm. Her gaze lacked focus. She stirred her coffee mechanically, which seemed more an automaton's action than a conscious choice. The cup before her was still full, leading Su Xinqing to suspect she hadn't taken a single sip in that instant. The coffee was merely a superfluous ornament, a ticket for her presence that as Su Xinqing's patience waned. He had been seated for a considerable time, and now she inquired about the coffee after the order had been placed. Wasn't that rather odd? Have you even touched your drink? Su Xinqing pointed at the untouched coffee, stopped stirring it. It has gone cold, it's just artificial coffee. It's not even worth drinking, Shi Qingxue replied, her expression listless, her entire demeanor seeming rather dejected. She was not wrong. The coffee before them was not authentic. It was merely a synthetic concoction. While the color and taste bore resemblance, it ultimately remained a different entity altogether. The act of drinking coffee often encompassed more than merely consuming the beverage itself. It was about the ambience. In that sense, the authenticity of the coffee was inconsequential to scrutinize everything merely through its superficiality lacked depth. Consul Shi Qingxue. Su Xinqing uttered words uncharacteristic of him. Even when aware of the underlying truth, one still engages in self-deception. Does that make it meaningful? Shi Qingxue's demeanor today was indeed peculiar. In the past, she would never have expressed such sentiments. Perplexed by her unexpected retort, Su Xinqing wondered whether offering consolation now constituted a faux pas. Fortunately, he was astute enough not to engage in a moral lecture at this juncture. He recognized that Shi Qingxue must have encountered a troubling issue to evoke such a reaction. Thus, he patiently inquired again. If you're facing a problem, feel free to share it with me. I assure you it will remain confidential, that if you're worried, I can sign a non-disclosure agreement that Su Xinqing possessed emotional intelligence, albeit limited. Formalizing the process was the last bastion of his rigid perspective. He was well aware of such protocols. Ruan Kambwa had admitted to everything. Shi Qingxue and her associates were merely adhering to the regulations. And then, Su Xinqing inhaled deeply, striving to maintain an appearance of composure. He not only acknowledged his role as the mastermind behind this affair, but also revealed another matter. Shi Qingxue raised her gaze to meet his. Her voice low, he knows Chinmuxing that Su Xinqing's pupils dilated sharply. Upon seeing Chinmuxing's likeness in that painting, he had contemplated this possibility, yet he secretly hoped it was merely a gimmick due to Chinmuxing's notoriety from the earlier carjacking incident, utilized for attention. After all, if this were not the case, and there was indeed a connection, did that not imply that past events were interlinked? One case was already perplexing enough. If seemingly unrelated incidents were woven together, the outcome would undoubtedly be even more bewildering. "Sir, your coffee." The nearby waiter placed a ceramic cup before Su Xinqing, bowing slightly as he departed. Looking at the coffee before him, Su Xinqing suddenly lost interest. Despite being artificial, this beverage still bore a hefty price tag that in earlier times, he would have consumed it with zeal simply due to its cost. But now, what is your relationship with Chinmuxing? Su Xinqing asked. Close friends, Shi Qingxue succinctly summarized in 4 simple words that Su Xinqing frowned. Didn't you investigate Chinmuxing's communications previously? How come that information didn't surface then? This news seems rather belated. They indeed do not employ modern technology for their communications. This issue was naturally considered by Shi Qingxue and her team, who also conducted a thorough review. They communicated and met in the most primitive manner possible. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing began to comprehend. Given the remote location of Ruan Kambwa's residence, it was unlikely that any surveillance systems would be installed, whether for cost considerations or necessity, especially since it had previously seemed utterly desolate. Moreover, The alliance had repeatedly issued warnings against residing in fringe areas, stating that individuals would bear the consequences in case of danger. Ruan Kambwa's abode, rather than being a home, resembled more of a warehouse. To complicate matters further, he had employed disguises. Had it not been for the meticulous investigation conducted by Shi Qingxue and her team, it might have gone unnoticed that someone lived there. Consequently, the clandestine nature of the meetings between Chen Muxing and Ruan Kambwa was significantly heightened. The most crucial point was that, in this era of rapid technological advancement, who could have imagined that someone would resort to such primitive and crude methods of communication? Su Xinqing exhaled, unable to refrain from jesting. If the weather were not so frigid, would they perhaps resort to carrier pigeons? Shi Qingxue did not understand why Su Xinqing could still joke at such a moment, but she obliged with a response. Indeed, with their patience, training a few pigeons would be a trivial matter. Chapter 43. Bon Su Xinqing gathered his thoughts. Now that he was aware of the connection between Ruan Kambwa and Chen Muxing, delving deeper should not pose much difficulty. Initially, what had constrained everyone's thinking was Chen Muxing's excessively pristine technological interactions, leading them to believe there could be no link between the two men. However, once a conclusion was reached, tracing clues from the results would inevitably become a simpler task. Subsequently, Su Xinqing gleaned the entirety of the situation from Shi Qingxue. It was widely known that Chen Muxing had funded several children in his early years under a personal capacity. However, in reality, Ruan Kambwa had also contemplated this idea that in Ruan Kambwa's own words. He felt as though he had never entertained notions of love throughout his life. He believed this was due to his dedication and passion for research, which rendered him excessively oblivious in matters of affection. Yet, as he aged and faced the loss of loved ones, he began to feel a profound sense of loneliness. He lacked a partner, but yearned for a continuation of life. It was during this time that he conceived the idea of sponsoring a child. For many, children symbolize the transmission of love. However, for some, they represent a deepening of one's own existence. This deepening may stem from a desire to compensate for personal shortcomings in fate, placing hope in the next generation, or from dissatisfaction with one's lifespan, wishing for continuity through bloodlines. Ruan Kambwa had no grievances regarding his fate. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to his passions, investing all his energy into what he loved. And he had indeed achieved success. His desire for a child was born out of loneliness, a longing for life as continuity, which would also extend his own existence. Indeed, he had once contemplated relinquishing his own life. It was an exceptionally tranquil evening when he unusually slept in, unbothered by anyone or anything. Awakening, he found that night had fallen, never having imagined that he could sleep from the previous evening until the following afternoon. During this slumber, he dreamt many dreams, some rooted in genuine experiences and others in absurd imaginings, encompassing both his life and the lives of others he observed with detachment. The multitude of dreams left him feeling profoundly fatigued upon waking, a sense of spiritual indifference enveloping him, that he felt detached from the world, as if entirely unrelated to it. Rather than feeling out of place, he felt abandoned by it, without any ties, without any reason to continue living. He had acquired everything he desired, yet his research had reached an impasse, and his age and vitality were flashing warning signs, edging him closer to the red line of aging. What was even more terrifying was his ignorance of how long it would be before he truly crossed that line, or how long until he could completely end his life. Each minute and second since this realization had been a torment for Ruan Kambwa. He was alive, yet living without meaning. Ultimately, he had become the very person he despised the most. Though he possessed a gentle disposition, it did not imply he lacked ambition, but on the contrary, he had always been resolute, aware of what he wanted, how to achieve it, and what he would gain. Yet now, he was lost. Is there anything more terrifying than the bewilderment of a resolute individual? He had lost his purpose, and from that moment onward, each day was merely a waste of time, a squandering of life. Looking back, those who once surrounded him had long dispersed, leaving him utterly alone. Ruan Kambwa felt a deep sense of powerlessness, even beginning to question whether his past efforts were merely to encase himself within a transparent prison. Even should he attain any honor now, he was devoid of a single genuinely supportive person by his side. The award-winning Ruan Kambwa. How utterly commonplace. Yes, without any surprise, this was precisely what he deserved. It was a sincere appreciation, a recognition from an observer that if the conversation were to continue, things might unfold differently. Do you know Juan Cambua? Not well. Neither do I. He is a kind and affable person. Yet it feels challenging to find common ground. Indeed, he possesses that gentle demeanor that is evident at first glance, yet remains distant. Perhaps this is the barrier formed by differing intellects. Haha. Yes, we must continue to strive. Juan Cambua had heard such dialogues countless times. His innate character was thus he treated everyone and everything around him with kindness, exhibiting courtesy and propriety, that he was never stingy with sharing knowledge or wealth. Yet he had never allowed anyone to penetrate the depths of his heart, polite yet distant, gentle yet indifferent. That was the evaluation he had received from a deceased scholar, once his esteemed mentor. Juan Cambua did not wish to become such a person, yet one could not control their own temperament. He had attempted to change, to engage more with others, to immerse himself in the bustle around him. But after several attempts, he discovered the insincerity of it all. That falsehood made him exceedingly uncomfortable. The deliberate artifice, the superficial performance, whether genuine or not, it might deceive others, yet it was arduous to deceive oneself. Juan Cambua's desire to sponsor a child stemmed from a wish for greater connection, to imbue his existence in this world with more significance, thereby erasing the suicidal thoughts haunting his mind and allowing his life to continue. This was a peculiar contradiction, an interplay between the will to live and emotional turmoil. Juan Cambua sought to prove that he still held affection for the minutiae of this world, that there were indeed individuals who needed his existence. Logically analyzing the situation, he found it to be a reasonable and coherent pursuit. However, upon entering the welfare institution and confronting the multitude of children awaiting sponsorship or their profiles, he felt a wave of trepidation. Yes, trepidation. It was not the children who instilled fear in him, but rather the indifference within his own heart that evoked such feelings that he was acutely aware of their plight, of their unfortunate fates, and their desperate need for assistance. Yet another voice echoed in his mind. What relevance does this hold for you? Connection, bonds. This was precisely what Juan Cambua desired, yet he found himself unable to attain it in this place. Conversely, it forced him to confront his own inner self more candidly, yet he perceived himself clearly, once again affirming the former scholar's assessment. Polite yet distant, gentle yet indifferent. His heart was in turmoil when faced with those pleading eyes. He was not untouched, he empathized with them. Yet that empathy seemed to be more a recognition of their struggles rather than a profound emotional connection. Recognition is a distinctly rational term, standing awkwardly in the reception area of the welfare institution. Juan Cambua felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame, unsure of how to position his hands or where to direct his gaze. Throughout his life, he had encountered many grand occasions and had spoken eloquently in various important settings. His ease of handling such situations stemmed from his experience, his adeptness from his capabilities. Yet at this moment, both experience and ability seemed futile. Even so, Juan Cambua did not yield. His rational mind urged him to persevere a little longer. He had heard that relationships require cultivation. Perhaps it was merely a matter of time. Maybe they needed more opportunities to interact. With this thought, Juan Cambua reluctantly selected a child among the many. One he found least disagreeable. Choosing one first, if he could persist and develop feelings, he would strive to assist more children. The child he chose was an orphan. Before departing with him, Juan Cambua specifically requested more information from the welfare institution, ranging from living habits to personal interests, that he even inquired with other peers who had spent considerable time with the child, hoping to gather additional insights about him. The staff of the welfare institution praised him repeatedly, stating that being chosen by Juan Cambua was a stroke of fortune for that child. Following Juan Cambua, he would undoubtedly face no hardships. Juan Cambua could perceive the envy reflected in the eyes of the other unchosen children. He understood that this acknowledgement was, in itself, a validation of his existence. His vanity was momentarily appeased, but that satisfaction was fleeting as he stepped through the door. A sense of calm enveloped him. It was here that he first encountered Chun Mushing. Chun Mushing approached with a smile, an unmistakable air of anticipation radiating from him. He genuinely cherished this place, or rather, certain individuals within it. Carrying a large bag, he hurriedly made his way inside, brushing past Juan Cambua. Xiao Mo. A moment later, Chun Mushing seemed to recollect himself, that he extended his hand towards Juan Cambua and greeted him warmly. "Have you decided to adopt Xiao Mo?" Perhaps it was the sincere kindness emanating from Qin Mushing that affected Ruan Kambua, prompting him to provide a thorough explanation in that instant. Ruan Kambua realized he envied Qin Mushing's character. Yet, the desire to become someone else is inherently challenging, let alone to emulate that person's demeanor. "I must tell you, Xiao Mo is the brightest among these children." Qin Mushing lowered his voice, as if wary of the other children overhearing, but he then pulled Ruan Kambua aside, revealing that Xiao Mo had been haunted by the traumatic memory of witnessing his parents perish from the cold during his childhood, leading to a psychological shadow that rendered him reticent. Sometimes his silence did not signify ignorance. Rather, he was simply sensitive and reserved. After sharing this, Qin Mushing promptly added, "I share this with you solely to inform you of the child's true circumstances. After all, adoption is not a trivial choice. It holds significant weight for the child, and I hope this decision stems from careful contemplation for your well-being and that of the child." Ruan Kambua looked at Qin Mushing and replied candidly, "I have already familiarized myself with these matters. I even took notes." With that, he produced the preparatory materials he had compiled and presented them to Qin Mushing. What Ruan Kambua saw was precisely this feeling of being entangled and hopeful. Upon seeing the materials Ruan Kambua had prepared, Qin Mushing felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I sincerely apologize. My earlier comments may have been somewhat presumptuous," Qin Mushing said to Ruan Kambua. "Seeing your earnestness, never mind. Xiao Mo is truly fortunate to have encountered you. A good person will surely be rewarded." In the face of Qin Mushing's earlier skepticism, Ruan Kambua remained unperturbed, adeptly handling the situation. Yet, when confronted with this gratitude, he found himself at a loss, for only he knew the true state of affairs. "Shall we exchange contact information?" Qin Mushing inquired with an inviting tone. Ruan Kambua did not refuse. He had no desire to doubt. He had always been courteous and appropriately measured in his interactions. After Qin Mushing added Ruan Kambua's contact, he imparted a few reminders to Xiao Mo, advising him to be obedient, considerate, diligent in his studies, and to plan his future. His chattering demeanor resembled that of a caring father. Ruan Kambua stood quietly by, observing without interruption that in the past he might have deemed this a waste of time, believing that such admonishments held little significance, as a person's behavioral patterns are seldom altered by mere words. Following his usual approach, he would have found a polite, yet unyielding excuse to conclude the pointless chatter. Yet at this moment he felt an unusual tranquility within himself. Devoid of any impatience, he gazed at Qin Mushing, studying him intently, even attempting to mimic his expression and tone. However, no matter how he tried, he seemed unable to genuinely replicate it. After all, Qin Mushing's actions stemmed from heartfelt intentions, while Ruan Kambua lacked that very essence. Following this meeting, Ruan Kambua and Qin Mushing did not cross paths for quite some time, yet both their lives underwent irrevocable changes. This period was one of torment for Ruan Kambua, and equally so for Qin Mushing. Two seemingly unrelated individuals found themselves inextricably bound by the whims of fate. Chapter 44. The Confession Bureau. Ruan Kambua's interactions with Xiao Mo unfolded as he had anticipated, devoid of significant upheaval. For Ruan Kambua, it merely meant an additional presence in his home, yet Xiao Mo's exceptionally quiet nature rendered his existence almost imperceptible. Xiao Mo was exceedingly well-behaved, and Ruan Kambua was a gentle and courteous individual. Thus, their relationship posed no conflicts, garnering envy from many. Compared to the chaotic daily lives of numerous families, their situation could be deemed idyllic. Yet, this very tranquility caused Ruan Kambua profound distress, for his internal struggles remained unresolved. Perhaps intensified, Xiao Mo's presence did not alleviate the emptiness that plagued him. His interactions with Xiao Mo mirrored those with others, lacking distinction. Ruan Kambua's inherent disposition rendered Xiao Mo no different from those individuals who seamlessly integrated into his social circle. Their existence was as bland as plain water. Occasionally, Ruan Kambua would gaze at Xiao Mo, almost seeing a reflection of his younger self. Responsibility and conscience compelled Ruan Kambua to endure pain, for his principles forbade him from abandonment. Yet, Xiao Mo's very existence served as a constant reminder of the disparity between his outward success and his internal reality. Frankly, Ruan Kambua had experienced regret. He perceived his actions as folly, as if he had entangled himself in a colossal, inescapable dilemma that he treated Xiao Mo exceptionally well, always accommodating his requests. Admittedly, Xiao Mo's demands were modest and never excessive. Ruan Kambwa bore the financial responsibilities of Xiao Mo's living expenses and education, diligently supervising his studies, nurturing his interests, and providing reasonable guidance that he was acutely aware of how to be a good parent. These were theoretical principles, and his rationality and self-discipline enabled him to put them into practice. It is no exaggeration to say that Ruan Kambwa's support and education of Xiao Mo surpassed that of over 90% of parents, including those related by blood. However, the internal turmoil he faced was a stark contrast to the facade of a good person he presented to the world, as well as the resoluteness he exhibited externally. Although Ruan Kambwa had previously been results-oriented, this experience taught him that when the protagonist is oneself, the visceral agony can drive one to madness. It is said that sages focus on actions rather than intentions. But what if one's internal choices are entirely at odds with their external manifestations? Ruan Kambwa, reflecting on himself, realized he did not wish to see Xiao Mo. Yet morally, he was compelled to face him frequently. This predicament even led Ruan Kambwa to insomnia and a gradual descent into depression. Until one day, after tutoring Xiao Mo as per routine and preparing to remind him to sleep early, Xiao Mo unexpectedly spoke up, "You must hate me." This statement left Ruan Kambwa momentarily speechless, as he believed he had concealed his feelings adeptly, never suspecting a child could discern his emotions. Yet now, don't overthink it. Ruan Kambwa struggled to find the right words, attempting to diffuse the awkwardness that hung in the air, despite the heating system being operational and the house at a comfortable temperature. Ruan Kambwa felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. His body stiff with cold, he had never imagined a day would come when he could not bear to meet a child's gaze. Of course, he understood that what he could not face was his own heart, that a boy. Xiao Mo possessed an almost unnaturally fair complexion, which had initially drawn Ruan Kambwa to him, as the child radiated an aura of purity. Yet, as he got to know him, Ruan Kambwa realized that translucent was perhaps a more fitting description than clean. It was a clarity of spirit, an inner brightness. "Your recent state has deteriorated because of me." Xiao Mo spoke again, that it was neither a question nor a test, but a certainty that he did not phrase it as "is it because of me?" Nor could it be because of me, but rather asserted it as an undeniable truth. He had long since deduced the reality, had seen through it that no, I've encountered some issues in my research. The project I'm overseeing has not progressed in quite some time, and the deadline for the report is approaching, which I fear may affect my promotion evaluation. Ruan Kambwa maintained a calm demeanor as he gazed directly at Xiao Mo, his tone as gentle as ever. "You are still a child. I previously refrained from burdening you with work-related matters to spare you unnecessary worry. I never anticipated this would lead to such a misunderstanding." Ruan Kambwa knew how to fabricate lies, how to don a mask. Rather than outright denial, he preferred to divert the conversation to another topic. "In truth, you have choices." Xiao Mo looked at Ruan Kambwa with utmost sincerity. "That of course, I have choices. My rank no longer holds the same significance for me. However, years of habit prevent me from fully relaxing. And the honors I have previously achieved weigh heavily upon me. If my performance falters this time, some may say I have exhausted my abilities, and others might even believe I have fallen from grace." Ruan Kambwa shrugged. "You should know, never having gained something is far less terrifying than gaining and then losing it. This is the world of adults, tedious and absurd." Ruan Kambwa continued his performance, his acting natural, his lines coherent. "You are indeed correct. There exists nothing more terrifying than having gained something only to lose it. Yet in my case, it carries an additional layer of meaning. This evening, Xiao Mo appears resolute in his determination to pierce through that fragile barrier, declaring with conviction that he has once experienced genuine familial affection. Thus he knows what it entails. Xiao Mo has seen through it all, and it is inevitable that he seeks a resolution. Ruan Kambwa is bewildered and perplexed, questioning the necessity of such an approach. Has he not already provided enough? Having reached this point, what more could he possibly desire? If it pertains to wealth or other matters, he would not hesitate to offer Xiao Mo assistance. After all, the misjudgment lies with him. From the outset, he never intended for Xiao Mo to bear the consequences. Within the confines of his capabilities, he is willing to provide any compensation to Xiao Mo. This is his principle and his moral obligation. He never contemplated that Xiao Mo would see through the facade, nor did he anticipate Xiao Mo's willingness to confront the truth, let alone his current fervor. Simultaneously, he remains perplexed that in truth, you have a choice, Xiaomo reiterates. His demeanor exuding utmost sincerity as he approaches Ruan Kongwa. Their standoff leaving Ruan Kongwa with no avenue of escape. He never envisioned being cornered to such an extent by a child, forcing him to confront the situation with a hint of helplessness. You can choose not to suffer so deeply. You can choose to abandon me. Xiaomo finally articulates this statement, which might represent a monumental undertaking for him. Upon uttering these words, he leans against the wall, and only at this moment does the sharpness within him begin to dissipate. He remains that mere adolescent, capable of fear, timidity, and facing uncomfortable realities. Ruan Kongwa even suspects that Xiaomo's previous demeanor was merely a facade. With this moment revealing his true self, as for what sustained Xiaomo's earlier bravado, Ruan Kongwa is left curious. Why? Why should I abandon you? Ruan Kongwa gazes gently at the child before him. Or rather, why do you wish for me to forsake you? Because you are in pain. Xiaomo's voice drops to a whisper that if you were a villain, I could continue to feign ignorance, relishing in your kindness. But you are not a villain. On the contrary, you are a good person. Xiaomo's voice trembles, fragmented speech escaping his lips. I cannot bear to witness you suffer because of me, knowing your inherent goodness while I pretend that nothing has transpired. Basking in your generosity and kindness. You owe me nothing. From beginning to end, you owe me nothing. Xiaomo repeatedly echoes these sentiments, as if addressing Ruan Kongwa, yet more so, as if reassuring himself. For the first time, Ruan Kongwa embraces this child wholeheartedly, driven by an inner impulse to it is a genuine desire to connect, rather than the obligation of knowing he ought to do so. This embrace brings Ruan Kongwa a sense of solace. It is a warm gesture, precisely what he yearned to accomplish. No, it is not that severe. You are not tormenting me. It is my own issue. Ruan Kongwa murmurs softly, repeatedly soothing Xiaomo, who is curled in his arms. It becomes clear that for a child, such transparency is not always a blessing. In this moment, he wishes Xiaomo could be a bit more selfish, feigning ignorance. Yes, if only he were truly unaware, that would be even better. In that case, guilt would not linger. Let me go, please. Xiaomo lifts his gaze, eyes reddened, looking at Ruan Kongwa with a plea. Ruan Kongwa never anticipated that this child would present him with such a solemn request. Do you not realize what leaving me signifies? Ruan Kongwa's tone turns grave, cautioning against letting a fleeting decision ruin a lifetime. This moment, he genuinely regards Xiaomo as his own child, otherwise he would not express such candid words. Ruan Kongwa lowers his gaze, observing this child who resembles a miniature adult, suddenly rendered speechless. The apocalyptic environment has indeed forced maturity, and Xiaomo's background adds an extra layer of pressure for his time in the welfare institution. It need not be elaborated. With so many factors compounding, the current Xiaomo has emerged. Such children cannot exhibit excessive charm, as their upbringing is inherently unlovely. Yet their understanding evokes sympathy, prompting a desire for them to be less aware. Ruan Kongwa feels a gentle push from the person in his embrace, followed by Xiaomo breaking free, wiping away his tears, and firmly stating, if you compel me to stay, we will only torment one another. I will feel guilt, so let it be for my own good. Allow me to leave. If you persist against my will, I will run away. It is perilous outside, and you surely do not wish to witness such a scenario. Do you? Ruan Kongwa is caught between laughter and tears, having just praised his maturity, only for him to immediately voice such childish sentiments. Simultaneously, Ruan Kongwa comprehends that Xiaomo is employing his own method of self-protection. Even if it resembles a threat, I am a person of my word. Do not push me, or I shall ensure you regret it. Xiaomo clenches his fists, exuding an air of determination that he will not relent until his objectives are met. Very well, I can acquiesce to your request. Ultimately, Ruan Kongwa concedes, yet swiftly shifts the conversation, but you must also promise me one thing. What? Xiaomo blinks in surprise. This represents Ruan Kongwa's utmost sincerity, truly reflecting his thoughts. At this moment, he harbors no intention of exploiting Xiaomo. He is no longer a burden forced upon him. However, Xiaomo appears taken aback by Ruan Kongwa's unexpected proposition, leaving him momentarily flustered. Chapter 45. Conflict. I respect your choice. And I hope you will likewise respect mine. Ruan Kongwa's tone is unwavering. You are leaving not to relieve me of burdens, are you? Such an action would indeed diminish my feelings of guilt and grant me ease. With Ruan Kambua's words, Xiaomao finds himself at a loss, merely nodding in agreement. Now, the two have entirely opened up, shedding the psychological burdens of the past as per their agreement. The following day, Ruan Kambua takes Xiaomao to the Aerospace Technology Exhibition Hall, a place Xiaomao has long wished to visit. This is both Xiaomao's desire and an area Ruan Kambua has never explored. Aerospace has historically been a primary focus of human research, embodying humanity's hopes. The Earth's environment has suffered irreparable damage. Rather than struggle in the mire, humanity would surely prefer to seek a new sanctuary. Thus, the quest for space began in search of new homes before Ruan Kambua's birth. The development of aerospace technology flourished, frequently accompanied by news of planetary explorations. People eagerly discussed these advancements, which simultaneously spurred the growth of surrounding industries. This Aerospace Technology Exhibition Hall was once a premier tourist destination, with many schools requiring students to visit from their very first year, at least once annually. This pattern persisted until the disheartening news of the last failed mission. There is no second Earth. In other words, only Earth is suitable for human habitation. At that moment, humanity's struggles seemed utterly futile, even laughable. Ultimately, mankind must confront the consequences of its actions and accept the punishment. Many matters were simplistically conceived, and humanity, in its arrogance, believed it could simply seek a more suitable alternative. This ignorant notion was decisively obliterated. That it was from that moment on that the Aerospace Technology Exhibition Hall gradually fell into decline. Once a symbol of hope, it now serves as a reminder of humanity's failures that one wishes to continually confront failure, and as a collective, humanity shares this sentiment. However, during the height of aerospace technology development, significant human and material resources were invested here, making the sudden abandonment all the more regrettable. Thus, what remains before Ruan Kambua and Xiaomao resembles a dilapidated relic, yet still clings to life. That you believe it has a chance to regain its former glory? Xiaomao inquires, gazing at the crumbling edifice, the grimy walls reflecting his sorrow. What does hope mean? Ruan Kambua counters, then answers himself. To me, hope embodies the resilience of life. As long as we are alive and possess will, humanity's potential is boundless. That day, Ruan Kambua accompanied Xiaomao into the Aerospace Technology Exhibition Hall. There were no guides, only an elderly man at the ticket booth, and aside from the two of them, not a single other visitor. Xiaomao observed intently, his joy palpable. That it was a happiness ignited by his ideals, as he earnestly shared his knowledge with Ruan Kambua, who listened attentively without interruption. When my parents were still alive, they would scold me for studying such things, Xiaomao said, mimicking his parents' expressions and tones for Ruan Kambua. That you're looking at useless stuff again. A waste of time? You won't even find a job in the future. Everyone knows to look ahead. Why do you insist on delving into trivial matters that no one cares about? This is your last chance. If I catch you again, I will not let you off lightly. Indeed, the very fact that there is time to engage in such matters suggests that the previous academic arrangements were insufficiently demanding. That I shall devise an entirely new study plan for you, one that increases the workload. When Ruan Kambua heard this, he was taken aback. He was well aware of Xiaomao's familial background and had often pondered it. Before the incident, Xiaomao's family circumstances were not dire. His parents were both well-educated and held respectable social standing, not quite at the upper echelons, but certainly within the middle class. Growing up in such an environment, Xiaomao's character should not have manifested in this manner. At this moment, having listened to the exchange between Xiaomao and his parents, Ruan Kambua suddenly grasped the root of the issue. For a child endowed with thoughtfulness and independence, what could be more terrifying than the life design imposed by their parents? Parents inherently wield a degree of authority that can be oppressive. The desire to rebel exists, yet the ability to do so is stifled, leading to a reluctant compliance. Over time, the suppressed feelings gradually become ingrained in one's character, marking the child's development indelibly. Do you not find these notions utterly futile? Xiaomao pointed to the numerous exhibits within the exhibition hall, referring to them as a heap of garbage produced through a waste of human and material resources, which was his parents' prior assessment. Ruan Kambua chuckled softly, his tone remaining gentle. What, pray tell, is truly useful? How do we define utility? Should we determine it solely by outcomes? If that were the case, there would be no beginnings in this world. For at the outset of any endeavor, no one can guarantee a favorable result. That if I were to continue my research, it would be a selfish act towards humanity. Xiaomao lowered his head, his voice subdued. Ruan Konghua found the situation amusing. He had not anticipated the conversation would ascend to such profound heights that a boy who has yet to complete his studies, contemplating his passions, is deemed selfish towards humanity. The statement struck him as rather peculiar. The imposition of such values seemed excessively contrived. Even Ruan Konghua could not resist inquiring. Why? It was what my parents said. Xiaomao sighed, explaining that they believed in this societal climate. Prioritizing one's own desires is inherently selfish, as one ought to contemplate what contributions they can make to humanity and what it currently needs most. Ruan Konghua furrowed his brow, at a loss for how to respond to this assertion. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. We must strive to become significant individuals, yet more often than not, we should not overestimate our importance. That as the old adage goes, the earth will continue to revolve regardless of who is absent. In the grand scheme of the universe, time stretches infinitely, nearly eternal, while for an individual, the span of life is extraordinarily limited. To live out one's meaning is no simple feat, considering that many people may spend their entire lives in search of their ideals and goals. Conversely, it is equally cruel to see someone with aspirations and objectives be ground down. Have you ever felt regret? Xiaomao lifted his gaze to Ruan Konghua, posing the question. Ruan Konghua chuckled softly in disbelief. At times, this child's incisiveness took him aback. At this present moment, I harbor no regrets. After uttering these words, Ruan Konghua elaborated, Your presence has led me to reconcile with myself. Much like interests and hobbies. It is an unpredictable affair. Often, the more one is coerced into pursuing something, the more aversion it breeds. What one enjoys may not necessarily align with what is most suitable. Human nature is similarly complex. I cannot dictate my character, nor forcibly alter long-established thought patterns, as such an endeavor is fundamentally contrary to human nature. Many sentiments need not be articulated with excessive clarity. Xiaomao is an astute child, capable of grasping Ruan Konghua's meaning. Following their visit to the Aerospace Technology Exhibition, Ruan Konghua took Xiaomao back to the welfare institution. The decision to relinquish guardianship is not an easy one. Nor is the process of formalizing the relinquishment straightforward. For the personnel at the welfare institution, Ruan Konghua's choice to do so was unexpected, as was the notion that Xiaomao would be relinquished. Ruan Konghua is a responsible individual, and Xiaomao is a well-behaved and understanding child. Logically, such a pairing should not lead to a relinquishment. Yet, here they were, the event had transpired. Both Ruan Konghua and Xiaomao had no objections to the relinquishment. They maintained dignity and courtesy throughout the process, a rarity within the welfare institution. However, this event, which had transpired without dissent from Ruan Konghua or Xiaomao, caught the attention of Chen Muxing, who happened to be present. Subsequently, Chen Muxing struck Ruan Konghua. The speed of the punch was so swift that Ruan Konghua could not react in time, nor could those around him intervene. The pain registered in his nerves. Ruan Konghua's initial response was one of unexpected exhilaration. Yes, he had erred, and punishment was warranted. Although Xiaomao had forgiven him, and he had offered restitution, it seemed insufficient to at that moment. Ruan Konghua struggled to comprehend his own logic. Perhaps he simply harbored a deep-seated disdain for the fade of respectability. Xiaomao, such a wonderful child, why? On what grounds? As Chen Muxing prepared to throw a second punch, he was restrained by the surrounding staff. Ruan Konghua waved his hand, signaling that he was unharmed. While contemplating how to elucidate this complex situation to Chen Muxing, Xiaomao suddenly stepped forward. I do not wish to deceive him. Ruan Konghua was unaware of Xiaomao's intentions and promptly expressed his stance. Xiaomao paused, evidently perplexed as to how a mere acquaintance could possess such an extraordinary connection. This was a question even Ruan Konghua could not articulate. Perhaps the bonds between individuals defy theoretical explanation. I will clarify matters with him. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaomao looked at Ruan Konghua and assured him, I will not deceive him, and my words will carry greater weight. Ruan Konghua nodded, acquiescing to this course of action. Indeed, from an outsider's perspective, Xiaomao undoubtedly appeared as the victim. Thus, his account would be far more appropriate and could help assuage Chen Muxing's current ire. Xiaomao followed Chen Muxing outside, leaving Ruan Konghua alone in the office with an ice pack. Nearby, the welfare institution staff continued to plead, essentially attempting to offer a defense for Chen Muxing. hoping Ruan Kangbo would be lenient in his pursuit of accountability, that he was, after all, a public servant, and his impulsive actions stemmed from concern for the children. His salary was modest. After minimal personal expenses, the remainder was devoted to supporting these children, with whom he had no blood ties, that if the matter were to escalate, the repercussions for him could be severe. And the children's lives would inevitably be affected. I understand that we share an inescapable responsibility in this situation. We should not have been so careless as to let the information leak. Nor have we ensured proper security to prevent him from acting out, that we extend our sincerest apologies. Should you have any compensation requests, please feel free to voice them, that I recognize your anger, and we fully comprehend it. We merely hope you can. Listening to the staff's entreaties, Ruan Kangbo raised his hand to halt their continued discourse. I will not pursue this matter, nor will I seek any compensation. Let us consider this incident as though it never occurred. The welfare institution staff were evidently taken aback by how simply this matter had been resolved, momentarily at a loss. Indeed, I will not hold you accountable, and I certainly will not hold him accountable. Ruan Kangbo sighed, acknowledging that he had erred. Chen Muxing's reaction was entirely understandable, given his genuine concern for the children. In truth, the welfare institution's staff hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something, yet reconsidered, feeling it inappropriate to voice their thoughts. Ultimately silencing themselves, Ruan Kangbo did not pry further. Everyone has their own unspeakable burdens, and he was adept at navigating such sensitivities. The swelling on his face had subsided somewhat, yet the bruise at the corner of his mouth had become more pronounced. Ruan Kangbo glanced at himself in the mirror, ultimately deciding to forego his work commitments for the next day or two, that regardless of the circumstances, his role involved educating others, and it would be best not to expose colleagues and students to the aftermath of a physical altercation. Just as Ruan Kangbo completed the leave request process with the school, he spotted Xiaoma entering with Chen Muxing. Chen Muxing's face still bore traces of restrained anger, yet he appeared markedly more composed than before. At least no longer on the verge of violence. Chapter 46. Explosive Chen Muxing sat quietly to the side, observing as Xiaoma and Ruan Kangbo finalized the relinquishment procedures. Throughout the entire process, he remained silent, yet his piercing gaze seemed capable of piercing through Ruan Kangbo. Under such immense pressure, Ruan Kangbo felt distinctly awkward. In contrast, Chen Muxing seemed unabashed. He simply believed Ruan Kangbo's actions were misguided, while Ruan Kangbo found himself at a loss for words. Having reached an agreement with Xiaoma, why did the atmosphere with Chen Muxing feel akin to facing an imminent threat? They were like two intersecting lines, briefly touching before diverging once more. Fortunately, neither harbored regrets about this encounter, nor did they allow it to conclude in pain. Ruan Kangbo shouldered the responsibilities he believed he ought to bear and exhibited the utmost sincerity in his attempts at compensation. Xiao Mo, too, revealed his inherent kindness and candor, expressing his inner turmoil and compelling Ruan Kangbo to make a decision beneficial to both parties. May I speak with you further? Xiao Mo suddenly inquired of Ruan Kangbo. Caught off guard by Xiao Mo's request for a conversation at this moment, Ruan Kangbo had thought they had clarified everything. Nevertheless, he did not decline Xiao Mo's appeal. He nodded and followed him outside. Once they were outside, Xiao Mo turned to face Ruan Kangbo. If possible, could you assist Uncle Chen? What do you mean? Ruan Kangbo was taken aback, not expecting that Xiao Mo's concern would pertain to Chen Muxing. The children he sponsors are facing issues. Xiao Mo succinctly explained that in truth, he had never been one to meddle in the private affairs of others. Even in professional settings, he would intentionally avoid discussions concerning other individuals. Yet upon hearing Xiao Mo mention matters related to Chen Muxing, Ruan Kangbo felt an unexpected curiosity, or perhaps concern. It concerns those children. Xiao Mo frowned, exclaiming, "Ungrateful little wretches." Ruan Kangbo had never witnessed Xiao Mo in such a state, nor did he imagine he would hear such words from him. Clearly, the situation was egregious enough to provoke a response from someone as good-natured as Xiao Mo. What exactly transpired? Ruan Kangbo inquired. Adopting a serious demeanor, Uncle Chen supports many children, as you know, and most of his income is directed towards this cause. However, not everyone expresses gratitude. Some feel it is unfair and have been causing trouble. Xiao Mo elaborated. Unfair? Is there such a thing as fairness in charity? Ruan Kangbo mused, realizing he was gaining new insights that wasn't charity, simply the act of one party giving and the other receiving. In this process, one is meant to offer kindness, accept goodwill, and express gratitude. Shouldn't this be the standard? Why then was the notion of fairness even brought into the equation? Discussions of fairness can abound in many contexts. But how does one measure fairness in the face of kindness? Kindness is a moral pursuit, one we should aspire to, but it should never be imposed as an obligation. When a child fell ill, Uncle Chin provided additional support this month, and the other children felt dissatisfied, believing they, too, should receive the same. Xiaomo's tone grew more agitated in comparison. They felt shortchanged and deemed it a problem. Ruan Kambwa fell silent, now understanding the crux of the matter, his anger rising in tandem. He was puzzled as to why Qin Muxing's affairs affected him so deeply. Perhaps it was due to their previous encounter. Or maybe fate itself is beyond explanation. Fortunately, he was adept at concealing his emotions, and he did not display excessive agitation at that moment. How was this situation ultimately resolved? Ruan Kambwa asked, suppressing his ire. Uncle Chin stated that despite lacking blood ties, those children were akin to his own flesh and blood. They may choose to be ungrateful, but he cannot become cold-hearted, Xiao Mo conveyed, unable to fully comprehend, yet recognizing his own outsider status in this situation. After all, he was merely a child, lacking the capacity to intervene. Otherwise, he would not have sought Ruan Kambwa's assistance. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Ruan Kambwa formulated a plan. Very well, I understand. Leave it to me. Thank you. Xiao Mo bowed deeply to Ruan Kambwa. Ruan Kambwa was taken aback by Xiao Mo's sudden gesture, and at that moment, he realized just how significant Qin Muxing was in Xiao Mo's eyes. Perhaps it is true that one may cultivate flowers without them blooming, while a casual planting of willows may yield shade. Qin Muxing's kindness had not been in vain. He had ultimately found someone who understood him. Ruan Kambwa watched the resolute figure of the youth depart, feeling a newfound respect. You have no right to. Qin Muxing's words trailed off as Ruan Kambwa abruptly pulled him outside. Qin Muxing was utterly unprepared and internally astonished. He had perceived Ruan Kambwa as a frail scholar. How had he suddenly transformed into a strong man? In reality, Ruan Kambwa was not the frail scholar he appeared to be. He was a highly disciplined individual, maintaining a rigorous fitness regimen that had endowed him with a robust physique, which now proved beneficial. Upon exiting the room, Ruan Kambwa stated directly, "Take me to the homes of the troublesome children." What? Qin Muxing was momentarily confounded. This is a request from Xiao Mo. Ruan Kambwa replied bluntly that if you care for Xiao Mo and do not wish for his goodwill to go unrecognized, then take me to confront those misbehaving children. Only then did Qin Muxing grasp what was happening. He hesitated momentarily, but could not shake his concerns. They are just children. They may not have fully considered their actions, merely lacking proper guidance. Children not fully considering, merely lacking guidance. Ruan Kambwa felt an urge to lash out, but managed to restrain his temper, speaking patiently. Indeed, I am an educator, specifically in higher education. You claim they have not received adequate guidance. I am willing to provide that guidance, offering them emotional support without charge. Qin Muxing appeared bewildered. You are from the Public Security Bureau and know how to deal with wrongdoers, but in educational matters. I possess greater expertise, Ruan Kambwa asserted. Every field has its specialists. Let the professionals handle their respective domains. My consulting fees are not inexpensive, and had it not been for Xiao Mo's plea, I would have been reluctant to involve myself in this matter. However, I am merely extending goodwill. Should you choose not to accept, I owe nothing to Xiao Mo. After a moment of silence, Qin Muxing resolved, very well, I will take you to meet them. With this agreement reached, Ruan Kambwa exhaled in relief. However, Qin Muxing added, they are still quite young and may be rather childish, so if they say something out of line, do not take it to heart. Ruan Kambwa chuckled coldly, remaining silent but signaling for Qin Muxing to lead the way. Qin Muxing guided Ruan Kambwa to a small room, where 3 young boys stood, and a little girl, her eyes bandaged, cowered in a corner. Upon witnessing this scene, Ruan Kambwa had yet to speak when Qin Muxing became agitated. Did you bully Xiao Jin again? Her eyes have not yet healed. She just underwent surgery and is still so frail. What do you intend to do? Xiao Jin was a girl. Even if the boys did not protect her, they should not torment her. As Qin Muxing chastised the 3 boys, they displayed no signs of fear, but rather contempt that we did not bully her. She is the one who stumbled because she is blind and cannot see. The boy in the center, sporting a crew cut, retorted, glancing at Xiao Jin. You can ask her. Let her speak for herself. Cowering in the corner, Xiao Jin, sensing the threatening tone, quickly nodded. It was me. I couldn't see and fell. Chen Fei, enough, Chen Mushing shouted, having worked in the Public Security Bureau for many years. He was not so naive as to fall for such nonsense that I will say this once more. Do not bully Xiao Jin. If this happens again, I will not spare you. I will also cease my support. Clearly, Chen Mushing was genuinely furious. Upon hearing this, the three boys finally displayed signs of panic. Yet Chen Fei stubbornly retorted, why should she receive more? Just because she is a girl? We agreed on equal distribution. Now the one acting unfairly is you. What you give her should also be given to us. She is ill. She is injured. Can you not see that? Chen Mushing was incredulous, struggling to comprehend why he could not reason with these children. Ruan Kambwa, observing the unfolding drama, stepped forward, standing before Chen Fei, locking eyes with him as he pressed. Does Chen Mushing owe you anything? Why does he support you? Chen Fei stammered, clearly flustered. Must one adhere to promises made? Even upon discovering the beneficiary is an ungrateful wretch, one cannot retract their commitment. Ruan Kambwa's expression was laced with scorn, delivering his rebuke mercilessly. Who are you calling a fool? Who is the ungrateful one? Chen Fei grew agitated, repeatedly questioning, but ultimately failing to articulate a coherent response. Chen Mushing did not bring you into this world. He is not your father. He bears no responsibility or obligation to care for you. Only a fool would undertake a thankless task. You should be grateful that Chen Mushing is willing to be that fool. If it were me, I would let you starve or freeze on the roadside without a second glance. For what would it matter if this society lost a few worthless seeds? My indifference would be an act of mercy unto life itself. After delivering these words, Ruan Kambwa felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. Indeed, there was nothing quite like being true to oneself. Chen Muxing appeared utterly bewildered, questioning the very essence of education and the supposed nurturing of minds. What had happened to the promised guidance of the soul? Was this truly the outcome of the altruistic endeavors of higher education professionals? Where lay the root of the issue? Was it the lack of compensation? Was it the absence of investment that led to such explosive rhetoric? Chen Muxing harbored reasonable doubts that Ruan Kambwa was on the verge of violence, restrained only by a final thread of reason. The three young boys were momentarily silenced by Ruan Kambwa's words. Although not as physically imposing as Chen Muxing, his cold demeanor was inexplicably intimidating. It radiated a profound indifference, his gaze conveying the authenticity of his previous assertions. He believed every word and was indeed prepared to act upon it. And what of Xiao Jin? What significance did she hold? She was not even his biological child. Another boy seemed to finally grasp the logical inconsistency in Ruan Kambwa's argument, immediately interjecting that he had provided more support to Xiao Jin last month, and she had even received additional provisions. Yet he failed to mention the suffering of Xiao Jin, who had fallen ill. Ruan Kambwa merely chuckled, casting a scornful glance at him. The money is earned by Chen Muxing himself. How he chooses to spend it is none of your concern. What are you, to speak so shamelessly and remain oblivious? Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the surroundings. Even Chen Muxing stared at Ruan Kambwa in disbelief, his expression seemingly conveying a realization of Ruan Kambwa's adeptness at verbal confrontation. Brother? As the primary force of aggression, Ruan Kambwa maintained an unsettling calmness that he turned to Chen Muxing, asserting, pursue what you truly desire. Do not squander your time on the detritus of society. Charity is noble, but one must also discern whether the recipient is deserving. Otherwise, you merely contribute to the cultivation of societal malignancies, which cannot be deemed virtuous. Furthermore, should they persist in their harassment, I can assist you in locating legal professionals for support. Chen Muxing shook his head, having just witnessed the explosive rhetoric of a higher education professional. He was not yet prepared to confront the potential surprises that legal experts might present. Chapter 47. A life saved, but he is my father. He brought me into this world, and now he refuses to acknowledge me. He owes me. Chen Fei glared at Chen Muxing, his eyes brimming with resentment. I initially wished to keep this matter to myself, yet your hypocritical facade has disgusted me. Chen Fei bellowed at Chen Muxing. Neither my mother nor I will ever forgive you. I will reveal everything that transpired today. I hate you. We all hate you. Ruan Kambwa was taken aback by the scene before him. He had not anticipated the intertwining of familial drama within this conflict, which initially seemed a mere battle of good versus evil. Why had the narrative grown so convoluted? Ruan Kambwa turned to Chen Muxing, seeking an explanation. Chen Muxing, caught between laughter and despair, felt an obligation to clarify, for Ruan Kambwa had just offended him, and failing to elucidate would be unfair. Leaving Ruan Kambwa ensnared in ignorance, that he pulled Ruan Kambwa aside, gesturing to his head, succinctly explaining, Chun Fei's mother has some issues. Chun Fei's mother has mental problems? Ruan Kambwa processed the information, realizing that Chun Fei was not his biological son. Yes, she suffers from severe mental illness. This is why, despite having a family, Chun Fei resides in a welfare institution. His mother is incapable of providing care due to her condition, and this child is particularly obstinate. Chun Muxing sighed, recounting the truth of the situation. Perhaps I share some karmic connection with this child. We both bear the surname Chin, and due to his mother's ramblings, he has always believed I am his biological father. Unlike the other children I support, I have attempted to clarify, yet he stubbornly refuses to believe me, becoming particularly agitated and engaging in self-harming behavior. Over time, I chose to refrain from further discussion. Allowing him to assume my silence indicated acceptance. Did I ask this what you call fate? Ruan Kambwa's tone escalated sharply. This is clearly a twisted fate. Chen Muxing cast his gaze downward, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he observed the desolate world outside. His voice filled with melancholy. I merely wish to do good within my capacity, to be a decent person. Must doing good and being virtuous requires self-sacrifice. Ruan Kambwa retorted mercilessly. Are you a candle, destined to burn yourself out to illuminate others? Those children, excluding Xiao Jin, particularly Chen Fei, what contribution do you believe he can make to society? Does his existence hold greater significance than yours? In such a scenario of value disparity, can sacrificing yourself to offer refuse still be deemed virtuous? Ruan Kambwa, accustomed to rational thought, spoke with unyielding candor. The concepts of kinship, kindness, love, and indifference were too nebulous to quantify. Yet if we strip away these notions and simply assess value, many matters become considerably more straightforward. Why do you accept what is inherently false? Do you believe this serves his best interests? Do you think he has improved or merely become worse? Ruan Kambwa was unrelenting in his honest discourse, sometimes wishing he could pry open Chen Muxing's mind to discover if it contained a plethora of melodramatic narratives that at times, refraining from enabling evil can be a form of kindness. Ruan Kambwa inhaled deeply, striving to soften his tone as he gently guided Chen Muxing. I will strive to rescue someone ensnared in a quagmire, but I shall not approach a wretch whose very soul exudes toxicity. Rather than entertain the impractical fantasy of purifying another spirit, I would prioritize safeguarding myself from being dragged into the abyss. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation and confirmed the relationship between Chen Muxing and Chen Fei, Ruan Kambwa regained his fighting spirit, entering the house with renewed vigor. Kid, he must have told you he is not your biological father. Ruan Kambwa leaned in, scrutinizing Chen Fei, but he simply refuses to acknowledge it. He has not outright denied it. Chen Fei asserted, erroneously believing he spoke with conviction, immediately adding, not denying is tantamount to acknowledging. You hypocritical adults are all the same. Resorting to a full-on assault when outmatched in argument. Ruan Kambwa scoffed, bluntly pointing out the logical flaw in Chen Fei's statement, that he has denied it, yet you refuse to accept it. He is merely protecting your feelings, choosing not to engage further. And you cling to this absurd notion that not denying is the same as acknowledging. Who taught you such nonsense? Your mentally unstable mother. You dare speak of my mother? Chen Fei, enraged, prepared to lash out, seizing upon this opportunity to vent his frustrations that in his fury, he did not forget to bellow at Chen Muxing. He insulted my mother. How can you tolerate this? Ruan Kambwa swiftly subdued him, pinning him against the wall with an imposing force that left no room for resistance. That I advise you against courting death. I am not Chen Muxing. I lack the patience to endure your antics. This room is under surveillance, and the footage will attest that you initiated the confrontation. I am merely defending myself. Should I inadvertently? While I may not kill you, even injuring you would suffice for your suffering. As for me, at this age, being a solitary soul, do you believe I care about the consequences? Chen Fei was momentarily intimidated by Ruan Kambwa's demeanor. Acutely aware of his utter powerlessness in that moment, that in other words, Ruan Kambwa could indeed follow through on his threats, entirely contingent upon his desire to do so. At this moment, Chen Muxing's attention was wholly captivated by this higher education professional, who also served as a mentor for him. Whether in his professional or personal life, he had always been the protector of others. Suddenly experiencing the sensation of being protected was unfamiliar, yet oddly appealing. Listening to Ruan Kambwa's words, Chen Fei gradually regained his composure. Even he understood the reality of his mother's condition. Could the words of a madwoman be trusted? He knew they could not, yet he desperately wished to believe otherwise. He yearned for these statements to be true, to feel distinct from the other children in the welfare institution, to possess a father. Simultaneously, he craved a moral tether to ensure his lifelong security. As for Chen Muxing's fate, the challenges he might face, or the psychological burdens he would endure, these mattered little to him. His sole concern was his own well-being. Everything else was inconsequential. Even if one day Chen Muxing were to perish, he had already devised a plan to extract every last ounce of value from him. For individuals like them, what significance did morality hold? What value did emotions possess? Kindness was the most absurd notion in this world. The easiest tool to exploit. Go get a paternity test. Ruan Kambwa released Chen Fei, standing a step away, reiterating his earlier statement. Chen Fei's eyes darted around in panic, instinctively evading the suggestion. Such things do not require testing. We both share the surname Chun. I know it. Ruan Kambwa could hardly contain his amusement. Personally, I have always been indifferent to surnames. From this day forth, I could just as easily be called Chun Kambwa. For what truly matters is what is in hand. Right, father? Ruan Kambwa. No, he should now be referred to as Chen Kambwa, promptly corrected himself, the transition complete. Chen Muxing stood astonished by this display, or rather, he had spent the day grappling with the unexpected surprises Ruan Kambwa had presented. He had anticipated that Ruan Kambwa might resort to some outrageous tactics, but he never expected them to reach such an absurd degree. After calling out, Ruan Kambwa provocatively gazed at Chen Fei and said, I've already called him daddy. Have you done so? If you haven't, I'm the first to do it. Furthermore, unlike you, who relies on him, I am capable of supporting him. The distinction in worth and superiority is quite evident. Isn't it? This blatant display of childish petulance unexpectedly yielded results. Chen Fei was utterly infuriated by Ruan Kambwa's shameless demeanor, yet he found himself at a loss for a counterargument, or more accurately, too intimidated to retort. What could he do? Did he possess any leverage for negotiation? Even if he did, it amounted to little more than Chen Muxing's scant kindness, which today had clearly been exhausted, indicating that he had stepped onto a minefield or crossed a line. For children like Chen Fei, shaped by a certain upbringing, they had learned to read the room and manipulate emotions, yet their so-called cunning largely depended on others' reactions. They lacked real leverage, and their threats often appeared both ludicrous and pitiful. In this current situation, I cannot count how many times this has occurred, but I do know it must be the last. Ruan Kambwa suddenly declared with gravity that it was neither a notification nor a question, but a pronouncement of consequence. Cease the funding for this brat, he directed at Chen Muxing, if you wish to reclaim your own life. Let this be the end. Chen Muxing fell silent, taken aback by Ruan Kambwa's abrupt statement. Frankly, he had entertained similar thoughts. After all, anyone subjected to such torment would eventually reach their breaking point. Yet to make such a decision. Death is not terrifying. The true horror lies in the agonizing process of being slowly tortured. Ruan Kambwa interjected at the opportune moment, then shrugged. Of course, if you wish to wallow in despair and squander the latter half of your life. I have no further comments. I will also distance myself from you. For ignorance cloaked in kindness is a truly terrifying thing. I would rather perish than be nauseated by such matters. Ruan Kambwa's words were particularly ruthless. Yet they conveyed his ultimate stance that if someone needs to be the catalyst, then he would gladly assume that role. If a villain was required, then he would embrace that identity. In life, the things one can protect are inherently limited. And Ruan Kambwa, being averse to trouble and emotionally detached, was offering Chen Muxing an opportunity, while simultaneously granting himself one. Fortunately, after a lengthy pause, Chen Muxing provided his answer. Aside from Xiao Jin, I will no longer continue funding the other children. Coincidentally, Xiao Jin is currently ill and injured, requiring more resources. When a person truly hardens their heart, their capabilities exceed the imagination of those around them. The two other boys, who had initially been mere spectators, were suddenly thrown into a panic upon hearing these words. Flailing about as they pleaded for mercy, it was all Chen Fei's idea. He claimed he was actually the biological one, and we are only benefiting from his goodwill. Yes, he said he was the one who made this possible for us. Everything we have now is thanks to him, that we cannot afford to offend him. We must obey him. Chen Muxing, toiling in futility, was left with the reputation that reflected poorly on him, wasn't he? Ruan Kambwa cast a scornful glance at Chen Fei, his eyes brimming with derision. Had today's debacle not unfolded in such a manner, how much longer would Chen Muxing have remained the gullible fool? You, this illegitimate son, have truly drained Chen Muxing dry. Chen Fei's expression soured. All his cleverness had been laid bare, leaving him feeling somewhat exposed. Yet at this moment, those concerns were trivial compared to the more pressing matter. Chen Muxing was poised to withdraw his support. This meant that his standard of living at the welfare institution would plummet, leaving him to barely survive. Chen Fei suddenly knelt before Chen Muxing, pleading, "I was wrong. Will you forgive me? I promise to behave from now on, to heed your words, and I can even help take care of Xiaojin." "That's enough," Ruan Kambwa interjected, stepping forward to halt this theatrical display. "Your blathering is less coherent than a fart. Who would believe such a sudden change of heart? Spare yourself the embarrassment and get lost." Ruan Kambwa's principle regarding such individuals was simple. No sentimentality. It wouldn't work. Your words I don't even credit with punctuation. Under Ruan Kambwa's tumultuous intervention, Chen Fei's act faltered, leaving him to glare hatefully at Ruan Kambwa, who remained unperturbed. Saving a life is worth more than erecting a 7-tier pagoda. Remember this favor today, that I have saved your future, Ruan Kambwa said to Chen Muxing, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Chapter 48. He had not anticipated that the acquaintance and understanding between Ruan Kambwa and Chen Muxing would unfold against such a backdrop of struggle and redemption within a world steeped in harsh reality. Yet upon hearing all this, Su Xinqing seemed to grasp the essence of their relationship. Only those who have weathered storms together can trust one another to such an extent, right? As for what would follow, it was not difficult to comprehend. Since his retirement, Ruan Kambwa had faded into obscurity, seldom connecting even with former colleagues. Shi Qingxue remarked, "This aspect bears a resemblance to my master." That house was quite spacious. Perhaps Chen Muxing had resided there before his misfortune, had Su Xinqing voiced his conjecture, and for some reason, he inexplicably felt that their daily interactions seemed oddly harmonious, despite their vastly differing environments, educational backgrounds, life experiences, and personalities. They appeared to be perfectly aligned, as if destined to be together. Shi Qingxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, life is too fleeting. Encountering such individuals is not an easy feat, perhaps my master, Chen Muxing, was somewhat slow to realize. Yet Ruan Kambwa, being quick-witted, would surely seize this opportunity. Did it possible that we managed to capture Ruan Kambwa precisely because he was willing to be caught? Although Su Xinqing's statement came out somewhat awkwardly, Shi Qingxue easily understood its meaning. Given Ruan Kambwa's meticulousness and caution, if he truly wished to evade capture, they would likely have to invest far more time and effort into the investigation. As it stands, the process seemed unexpectedly smooth. Perhaps for Ruan Kambwa, with Chen Muxing's death, he had also lost the will to live at Su Xinqing's side. The tale of high mountains and flowing water is beautiful, yet equally brutal. What do you mean? Su Xinqing's movement to rise was abruptly halted as he queried in confusion. What do you mean by disharmony? Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing suddenly understood. You mean that the figure of Chen Muxing in that painting is merely the shell of Chen Muxing, combined with the essence of Ruan Kambwa? After pondering for a moment, he rephrased for clarity. In simpler terms, it's Chen Muxing's face paired with Ruan Kambwa's expression. My master's family was quite unfortunate. He had both parents. Yet in my view, his childhood was even more miserable than those orphans he supported. Shi Qingxue's voice carried a mournful tone that I only learned of these matters after extensive inquiry. Logically, I shouldn't have done so. But after my master passed away, I felt an unwillingness to accept that such a remarkable person simply vanished, becoming fodder for idle gossip. These individuals lacked any true understanding of his life, myself included. Thus, in order to draw closer to him, I undertook an investigation. Chen Muxing's parents had an unhappy marriage. To be precise, their relationship had deteriorated by the time Chen's mother discovered her pregnancy. At that moment, the population was plummeting, and labor resources were in severe decline. All hospitals within the alliance were mandated to prioritize the preservation and delivery of any potential new lives. People were stripped of certain reproductive rights. The term partial was used because they could still choose when and how to give birth, but they could only opt to have children. Chen Muxing was born against this backdrop. The union of his parents was entirely due to his arrival. The fruit of love transformed into the shackles of love, as demanded by the alliance. Something no one could defy, that a child entering this world requires care. Children need both a father and a mother. Hence they were compelled to marry and remain together. Failure to do so would result in hefty penalties from the alliance that in the face of self-interest, emotions became secondary. When interests were at stake, even those devoid of feelings could maintain a relationship out of necessity. Yet while the alliance's laws could compel them to marry, they could not instill love. When love reaches its end, it manifests as mutual disdain. Chen's mother felt that every day spent with Chen's father was torment, and Chen's father perceived each day with Chen's mother as suffering. Yet they had no choice, day after day, as they endured the grind of life. They shed the facade of decorum, revealing their most hideous and terrifying selves, not only to each other, but also to the young Chen Muxing. That as Chen Muxing learned to speak, he was more often surrounded by the sounds of his parents' insults and accusations, their voices shrieking as they mercilessly attacked one another. As Chen Muxing matured, the tolerance of those around him diminished correspondingly. Ultimately, they relinquished even their solitary line of forbearance, resorting to physical violence, escalating from verbal assaults to acts of aggression. Chen Muxing, too, endured corporeal suffering. The rationale behind his beatings was devoid of reason, and the pattern of his abuse was utterly chaotic. He became nothing more than a vessel for their frustrations, a refuse bin for their emotions and actions. Ironically, he found himself unable to escape this torment, shackled even by the thought of suicide. That we have become this way because of you. Without you, if not for you, I would never have been entangled with such a loathsome individual. Am I disgusting? Do you consider yourself noble? Do you believe your genetics are worthy of creating life with me? The mere thought of this being possessing half of your genes fills me with revulsion. This creature was not solely my creation. Do not start blaming fate at this juncture. Get lost, die. Let all perish. You all die, and I shall follow suit. Who wouldn't he wish for that? I have long grown weary of this wretched world. The same disputes echoed countless times in Chen Muxing's ears. Yet no matter how vehemently they quarreled or fought, they would never genuinely contemplate relinquishing their lives. Their will to survive was absurdly tenacious. As they clung to existence in an unfathomable manner, times, Chen Muxing even perceived that living in such moments was a form of cowardice. That to choose life was an act of weakness, a weakness that allowed one to endure a life as foul as this. Merely to scrape by, weak enough to bring oneself into existence, only to suffer. They crafted their own lives, compelling themselves to be born. Yet throughout it all, no one ever inquired if he truly wished to enter this world. As the object of his parents' disdain, Chen Muxing had often reflected on his predicament. He was not oblivious to the issues within his actions or the troubles faced by those children. Yet he habitually evaded confrontation, believing that once a course was set, it should be pursued. Even if erroneous, that he was reluctant to change, even at the cost of immense sacrifice, drained of vitality, condemned to endure a painful existence. Perhaps this too was a form of cowardice, an inherited frailty from his parents, a legacy of inferior genes. Chen Muxing's parents, skilled in the art of deception and adept at inflicting mental anguish, rendered his entire childhood one of neglect, for it was not that he had never received help, but rather that no one recognized his need for it. Throughout his formative years, Chen Muxing felt an overwhelming sense of impotence, an affliction that permeated his very being. In childhood, one's logical reasoning is often simplistic. What should one do when weak? Find a way to grow strong, from physical prowess to academic success, and eventually to professional achievement. Chen Muxing fantasized about a day when he would be empowered enough to halt his parents' incessant quarrels, to demonstrate that his existence was indeed a rightful choice. Yet, reality proved his aspirations to be naively optimistic. His parents' expectations were always straightforward and unwavering. They wished he had never been born, longing for their own liberation. Chen Muxing had never glimpsed a radiant version of his mother, nor had he ever witnessed his father in a state of vigor. In that fleeting moment, they appeared significantly younger. as if time had reversed to the period preceding Chun Mushing's birth, as though they still possessed choices. That it was on that day that Chun Mushing discovered his mother had taken a lover years prior, while his father had been surreptitiously relocating family assets, leaving not a single cent for Chun Mushing, the biological son. Upon learning this, he foolishly felt a strange sense of relief. The fact that they had concealed their truths until now suggested they still cared for him, if only slightly, that they were still concerned about their own emotions. Their secrecy stemmed not from care, but from self-preservation, for the alliance had laws. Had he discovered their truths and reported them, they would face severe penalties and imprisonment. They were not protecting their emotions, but rather guarding themselves. The wounds of the past paled in comparison to the pain of that revelation. Chun Mushing felt akin to a bomb tethered to their beings, a malignant growth within their souls, the sole desire being to eradicate him entirely. They found him repugnant, and he was a source of their torment. That I will possess my own love. The foolish woman, having endured so much yet still believing in love, deserved to be deceived. Do not presume that I am unaware of your petty schemes to transfer assets. I merely choose to overlook them out of respect for our shared past. You are the pitiable one, consumed by calculations. Do you genuinely believe your capabilities can forge any worthwhile legacy? Utterly laughable. When I rise again, I shall not grant you a single penny. Rise again. Relying on you is akin to depending on a dog. The familiar bickering now bore the weight of finality. They appeared well-dressed, brimming with anticipation for the future, leaving behind Chun Mushing, who clutched two gifts, uncertain of his next steps. This house belonged to his father, and he would never permit himself to reside within it. Indeed, there was no hesitation. Even the question seemed unnecessary, as Chun Mushing was resolute. His mother would be cast out, and so would he to his father. They were both detestable burdens, eager to be rid of them, even if they shared half of his father's genes. Similarly, his mother would not usher him into a new life. That was her new beginning. Not his should he accompany her. He would not embrace a future, but rather become her encumbrance. Chun Mushing understood everything, and this comprehension deepened his anguish, that he graciously thanked both his father and mother, bidding them a dignified farewell. In the final moment, his father seized both gifts from his hands, deeming them assets, rendering the sentiment irrelevant. Chun Mushing departed from that home, traversing a world that grew increasingly frigid. That he secured a position at the Public Security Bureau, gaining the ability to protect others. Yet, he had lost the very person he yearned to safeguard. He would no longer have the opportunity to prove himself. Instead, those two individuals realized their aspirations, demonstrating the world's cruelty to him. Amidst the vast desolation, Chun Mushing began to ponder. Perhaps he truly was a negative value, devoid of worth, bringing forth adverse effects. Chapter 49. Fear in the days that followed, while Chun Mushing felt solitude. He also experienced a newfound tranquility. His colleagues interacted harmoniously, oblivious to the turmoil that had transpired within him. That he relocated from his previous residence, severing ties with neighbors who might have perceived the truth. Whether he willed it or not, Chun Mushing embarked on a new chapter, propelled forward by the passage of time. Gradually, he began to transform. He no longer heard the vitriol hurled at him, nor did he suffer physical assaults due to sudden emotional outbursts. His life resembled that of an ordinary individual, perhaps even better. He discovered a fresh direction in life. The work at the Public Security Bureau felt tailor-made for him. He never experienced boredom in his role. The ability to assist and protect others resonated deeply with Chun Mushing as a manifestation of his life's value, that in contrast to his colleagues' complaints about being on call 24 hours a day. Lamenting interruptions to their personal time, Chun Mushing found immense enjoyment in his duties, for he had no need for personal time. What purpose did it serve? Entertainment. Indulgence. To Chun Mushing, these pursuits held no value. Instead, the sense of accomplishment derived from work brought him greater joy. The strength he longed for in childhood had materialized in adulthood, and utilizing that strength to fulfill his youthful aspirations was nothing short of perfection to him. It felt like a reward, a boon from fate. Thus, Chun Mushing continuously spurred himself on, striving for clarity, to give more, to merit this reward, to grasp more tangible achievements. From any perspective, Chun Mushing was improving, experiencing a positive cycle. Yet there remained a singular point. Just one point was sufficient. The older employees at the Public Security Bureau were well aware that Chun Mushing's career pivot stemmed from an exceedingly ordinary case of domestic dispute. That in truth, For Chun Mushing, that case represented not only a turning point in his career, but also a pivotal moment in his life. Domestic disputes, in the eyes of those at the Bureau, were deemed the simplest yet most troublesome of cases. There were seldom any leads requiring investigation. The agitated voices of those involved articulated the matter's essence, often repeating their grievances, interspersed with subjective interpretations. Even with the presence of personal biases, the truth could be swiftly unraveled through dialogue. In contrast, managing emotions proved far more complex than addressing events. Mediation required empathy, patience, and the authority of the investigator. Naturally, time and energy were also essential. In comparison to major cases, these mundane disputes drained energy, which was why they were predominantly assigned to newcomers that he had no home. Nor did he desire reunions. Chun Mushing smiled as he waved goodbye to his colleagues, donning his attire in preparation for departure. With the validation of his abilities and gradual promotions, he had not dealt with such cases for quite some time. Encountering one on New Year's Eve, he found it somewhat amusing. Some longed for a home, while others, with homes of their own, sought to dismantle them. When Chun Mushing arrived, there was no need for him to verify the specific room number. The cacophony of shattered dishes alone was sufficient to guide him, not to mention the thunderous roars that accompanied it. The moment he heard those familiar sounds, the sense of ease he had previously felt evaporated completely. He had believed he had forgotten, that he had moved on. Yet in that instant, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Standing in the corridor, with his destination right before him, he felt as though his legs were leaden, immobilized, unable to move an inch. Even though a thick iron door stood between him and the chaos within, and despite the absence of any window, he could still perceive the turmoil unfolding inside. He could vividly imagine the ferocity of the conflict, a conflict he felt powerless to halt. To be precise, upon entering, he would not only be unable to prevent it, but would also become a contributor to this very turmoil. He would become a target of the artillery fire. He was but a vessel for their fury, helpless, frail, and utterly defenseless. No, this is not me. It is all in the past. I have grown. I have evolved. I possess the ability to protect others, to safeguard myself. Chun Mushing continuously reassured himself, engaging in self-suggestion in a desperate attempt to escape this terrifying vortex that he wrestled with the past and the present. Drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably, that it was a torment that emerged from the depths of his soul, a tearing at the very core of his being. Although Chun Mushing had contemplated retreat, he persevered that he had to prove himself. It was imperative that he demonstrated his worth. With this fervent resolve, he rapped on the door. As the door creaked open, Chun Mushing was still unaware of the events about to unfold that moment. The fates of 4 individuals would irrevocably alter. Who called the police? Chun Mushing inquired. Called the police? Do you still have the audacity to call the police? You beast, you've beaten me to this extent and still have the nerve to report it. Listening to the woman's shrill screams and observing the impatient expression on the man's face, Chun Mushing instinctively furrowed his brow. The woman who burst from the room had bloodshot eyes. Barefoot, clad only in a thin nightgown, her hair a disheveled mess resembling overgrown weeds. With a bruise marring her forehead, that was evident she had been crying for an extended period, with more bruises decorating her wrists and ankles. Clearly, this was not merely a simple quarrel. Once matters escalate to the level of violence, their nature transforms entirely. It was no wonder Chun Mushing felt perplexed. The man before him bore only a few scratch marks on his face. And aside from that, his injuries paled in comparison to those of the woman. The stark difference in their physiques was striking. The man appeared to be at least 185 centimeters tall, while the woman was likely only around 155 centimeters. In such a physical comparison, people often subconsciously perceive the smaller individual as the victim. Yet, judging by the woman's earlier outburst, it seemed that the supposed victim had not reported the incident, but rather, it was the perpetrator who had done so. Chun Mushing found it incomprehensible, awaiting a logical explanation from the man. She is insane. She has gone mad. I called the police. If I hadn't, she would have killed someone. Do you have a diagnosis? Chun Mushing inquired, maintaining a stoic expression. Does she still need a diagnosis? Look at her. Is this not enough evidence? The man seemed incredulous, angrily smashing a nearby cup against the floor. Emitting a furious roar, I want her to go to the hospital. But does she want to go? If I suggest it, she threatens to end her life. What can I do? Tell me, what can I do? Chen Mushing sidestepped, avoiding the shards of shattered glass that he could have intervened verbally or issued a warning. Yet he ultimately chose silence, allowing the man to vent his frustrations. That it was only when the man had calmed down once more that Chen Mushing prepared to resume questioning. However, unexpectedly, a loud wail erupted from within the room. This cry sent the man into a frenzy, his anger boiling over. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry day in and day out. It drives me insane. Want to die? Then let us all die. None of us should live. I'll kill you first, then I'll end my own life. Once we're all gone, there will be peace. The man, furious and erratic, darted around the room like a headless fly, seemingly searching for something. Finally, he sees a wooden stick lying nearby. The same words, the same state, the same stick. Chen Mushing had witnessed it all before. The stick was stained with blood, reminiscent of the one from his own home. A wave of terror washed over Chen Mushing. He knew what he should do, yet he found himself paralyzed, unable to move. Watching the man charge into the room, hearing the cries echoing from within, Chen Mushing raised his arm. Aiming, he pulled the trigger. Bang. With the gunshot, everything came to an abrupt end. The woman inside ceased her shrieks, and even the child's cries fell silent. Chen Mushing watched in disbelief as the man, who had just moments ago appeared menacing, slowly collapsed before him. The sound of the lifeless body hitting the floor was neither loud nor soft, but just enough for everyone present to hear, without disturbing the neighboring residents. Indeed, those neighbors were likely not hearing the commotion for the first time. Yet they all tacitly chose to remain silent. This time, they may not have heard the chaos, but their curious gazes peeked through doors and windows. The sudden cessation of the uproar was jarring. The tranquility arrived far too swiftly. Had there been a gunshot? Why was it not like before, when staff emerged shaking their heads, and the couple still wore expressions of resentment? And what about that unpleasant-looking little boy? Chen Mushing stood in shock, as did everyone in the room. The turn of events was entirely unexpected, an outcome none had anticipated, including the deceased man. That a profound sense of dread enveloped Chen Mushing. He was acutely aware of the grave mistake he had made, the foolish act he had committed. Yet now, there was no opportunity for redemption. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Mushing managed to utter a single word with great difficulty. You killed him. Ha ha ha, you killed him. How wonderful. You've slain my husband, the one I loved most. The woman's face bore an eerie smile, her voice sharp enough to send shivers down Chen Mushing's spine. The little boy emerged calmly, walking up to the corpse, asking, Is he dead? His tone bore no weight, akin to inquiring what was for dinner, clearly seeking confirmation of a singular fact, one tinged with a hint of anticipation. Chun Fei, Daddy is dead now. The woman smiled at her son, a joy that seemed to celebrate their shared fate. In that moment, Chen Mushing felt an overwhelming sense of horror. This family appeared more terrifying than before his arrival. While he seemed to have eliminated the most physically imposing presence in the household, the reality was far more sinister. Madness. Insanity. She is a lunatic. Chen Mushing's mind echoed these words, the very phrases the man had uttered earlier now flooding his consciousness. This will all come to an end. We are saved. The woman's voice, brimming with uncontainable elation, belied the sorrow that washed over her as she gazed at the corpse he has just died. What a pity. I always thought we would torment each other for a lifetime. I believed you could imprison me forever. Step by step, she approached the man's lifeless body, the shards of broken glass cutting into her feet. Yet she seemed oblivious, resolutely advancing. She slowly knelt beside him, gently caressing his rather unhandsome face, then leaned down, pressing a reverent kiss upon his lips. Goodbye, we shall never meet again, as she lifted her gaze to Chen Mushing once more. It was as though she had transformed entirely. I shall sue you. You killed my husband. I will take you to court. The fervor and madness in her eyes sent a chill down Chen Mushing's spine. Yet at that moment, he could not refute her. He was left without a counter-argument. Chapter 50. If there is a next life, the woman was true to her word. She brought charges against Chen Mushing. His actions were undeniably excessive, and he could not deny that he had alternative means to intervene with the man, yet he had chosen to shoot without a moment's hesitation. The target of his shot was not the hand wielding the stick, nor the legs approaching the room, but rather the center of the man's forehead. In such close quarters, Chen Mushing was an impeccable marksman. Yet now, even he found himself contemplating how much better it would have been had he missed. In this world, there are no what-ifs. Everyone must face the consequences of their actions, and Chen Mushing was no exception. When his colleagues at the Public Security Bureau learned of the incident, their expressions were a mixture of shock and disbelief. The IT was simply too unexpected. Chen Mushing had always been one of the most reliable and outstanding figures within the Bureau, yet he had now committed an error that even a novice would avoid. A grave blunder capable of obliterating his future and life. When Shi Qingxue heard about the incident, her mental state was utterly shattered. Chen Mushing had been her mentor since she entered the Public Security Bureau, guiding her every step of the way. She had expressed her desire to become a person like him. Yet now, everything had changed, and one truly understands what madness has seized that woman. She insists that her quarrel with her beloved was nothing more than an ordinary dispute. A scenario not entirely unfamiliar, having occurred previously with police reports filed, yet never has it been addressed in such a manner by the authorities. Only this time, she weeps with a heart-wrenching intensity, as if that man is indeed her true love. Had it merely been the former, Shi Qingxue, I might have retained some belief, but redemption. Has this woman lost her sanity? Shi Qingxue, and not only harbors such thoughts but also, after multiple inquiries, proposes a psychological evaluation. Ultimately, the assessment reveals schizophrenia and delusional disorder. They have lawfully substantiated the woman's mental state, yet this does little to aid the case, at least not enough to warrant a retrial. No further investigation is necessary. It is futile. Regardless of whether that woman is mad, I have erred. Master, I thank you, but let this be the end. The once close bond between master and disciple, Shi Qingxue and Chen Mushing, begins to fray. Even within the precincts of the Public Security Bureau, their exchanges dwindle. Shi Qingxue's trajectory flourishes, while her mentor, Chen Mushing, falters. Life itself embodies a surreal form of magical realism. One cannot predict the script one is destined to follow. Some narratives may seem utterly absurd, yet one lacks the authority to amend them. Even amidst absurdity, one can only proceed along the given path. The most frightening aspect is the fleeting illusion of glimpsing sunlight, fantasizing about a brighter future, while in truth, one has never escaped that abyss, remaining ensnared without awareness that a mere spark can ignite a conflagration, a phrase that applies equally to hope as it does to despair. In time, Chen Mushing places all his aspirations upon new life. Those children, fortunately, there is Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin does not disappoint Chen Mushing. She may not have become a pillar of the nation, yet she grows and lives as an ordinary individual. She leads the tranquil and stable life that Chen Mushing envisioned, devoid of tumult. That IT is precisely this version of her that fills him with pride. Yet as time passes, Chen Mushing intentionally distances himself from Xiao Jin, not due to any fault of hers, but out of a desire for her well-being. Ultimately, he achieves his wish, retiring gracefully. Encountering Ruan Kambua proves to be a stroke of fortune for Chen Mushing. An unexpected delight. Two isolated islands slowly converge, connecting. Friendship, unlike love, is not characterized by fervor. It flows like water, yet continuously nurtures one another. In the end, they each make choices that outsiders deem erroneous, resulting in the present circumstances. Su Xinqing remains silent, his heart awash with countless ineffable emotions. The information received today is overwhelming. Within just a few hours, the exchanges encapsulate the essence of several lifetimes. Life is both excessively long and exceedingly brief. Long enough to gradually erode one's character and innocence, yet fleeting enough to be reduced to mere fleeting words uttered by others. After Shi Qingxue shares everything, it seems as though a weight has lifted from her. At times, harboring an abundance of unexpressed thoughts can be burdensome, akin to bearing a heavy shackle while forging ahead. Now, with Su Xinqing as her confidant, she feels an immediate sense of relief. Conversely, Su Xinqing feels as if a colossal stone presses down upon his heart. Just from the life experiences of these few individuals, he seems to comprehend, yet cannot fully grasp. They have committed wrongs. This has been Su Xinqing's initial judgment. Chen Mushing's actions were misguided, a belief Su Xinqing once held. However, upon learning of Chen Mushing's life story, his perspective shifts slightly, adding a layer of sympathy. Ultimately, they are all pitiable souls that, of course, sympathy remains sympathy, and judgment remains judgment, that if everything in this world were to be assessed through the lens of emotion, then the law would lose its purpose. Ruan Kambua killed that man. Su Xinqing confirms once more. In summary, he has confessed. Su Xinqing inquires again. Shi Qingxue nods. Yes, he confessed and provided a clear account of his methods. What about the motive? Su Xinqing questions, somewhat perplexed. According to Shi Qingxue, Ruan Kongbua, like Chen Mushing, had withdrawn into seclusion after retirement. Why not simply enjoy the latter half of his life? That humble abode is so inviting that Su Xinqing himself wishes to reside there. What could Ruan Kongbua possibly gain from this? While the deceased was associated with the expansionist faction, his ideology had been tainted by the conservatives, and allowing him into the research institute would undeniably pose adverse consequences and potential hazards. After Shi Qingxue finishes, she quickly adds that this is Ruan Kongbua's own words, not necessarily her viewpoint. Has it been substantiated? Su Xinqing asks with curiosity. Shi Qingxue pauses before responding. We conducted further investigation. And indeed, the deceased had engaged in several clandestine meetings with conservative elements prior to his demise. However, the specifics of their discussions remain unknown. As they were secretive in nature, it has been a considerable challenge for us to uncover even the slightest hint. Listening to Shi Qingxue's account, Su Xinqing still finds it somewhat implausible. Is this truly grounds for murder? And such a spectacle? Shi Qingxue lowers her gaze, lost in thought, and after a long silence, she finally speaks. He stated that after Chen Muxing's death, he found no meaning in continuing to live. Had it been before, he would never have orchestrated such a spectacle over the matters of conservatives and expansionists. Yet, without Chen Muxing, he lost his will to live, and each day became a mere existence. One day, feeling ennui, yet unwilling to depart quietly, he sought to leave some mark on this world. Indeed, he accomplished a significant act. Leaving an impression upon the world, Su Xinqing remarks with a wry smile. The discourse surrounding this event has remained fervent. He can easily envision the uproar that will ensue when the Public Security Bureau hands over Ruan Kongbua. The culprit. After all, Ruan Kongbua is no nameless figure. Given his life history, such actions seem incongruous. Yet he has chosen this path, appearing to defy convention and reason. Perhaps this is what one might term a spectacle, a hero turned executioner. A sage wielding the knife. Su Xinqing lacks both the talent for theatrics and the interest in watching them unfold. In certain respects, he bears a resemblance to Chen Muxing, yearning for a life of simplicity and tranquility. Occasionally, in moments of reflection, he even questions whether he has been assimilated by Geng Xiang, increasingly convinced by the theory of the humble screw, feeling more and more like that unassuming yet indispensable component. As dawn breaks, illuminating the sky, even though this establishment operates around the clock, only Su Xinqing and Shi Qingxue remain. The staff, bleary-eyed and yawning, cast resentful glances at the pair. Were it not for them, he could have indulged in a brief respite. Yet with patrons present, he must remain alert, lest they suddenly make demands. Fortunately, throughout their time there, Shi Qingxue and Su Xinqing have not caused any disturbances, merely conversing softly and occasionally sipping their drinks. When will the announcement regarding Ruan Kongbua's case be made? Su Xinqing lifts his gaze to Shi Qingxue. Tomorrow. Upon finishing her sentence, Shi Qingxue glances outside and quickly corrects herself. To be precise, it is today. This revelation. Su Xinqing comprehends why Shi Qingxue sought him out at this moment. What will be the outcome of Ruan Kongbua's punishment? Although reluctant to confront the matter, it is ultimately inescapable. For murder, one must pay with their life. The case is quite straightforward. Shi Qingxue's expression returns to its usual sternness, previously clouded by confusion and sorrow now dispelled. We are merely following protocol. Understood. Su Xinqing is unsure why he utters those two words. What difference does it make whether he understands or not? The matter does not require his comprehension. Regardless of his grasp of the situation, the final outcome remains unchanged. Does he have any last wishes? Su Xinqing probes, or perhaps he wishes to see me one last time to convey something. After speaking, he quickly adds, I assure you that previous display of emotional instability will not recur. I can now manage my feelings. Shi Qingxue regards Su Xinqing with a touch of sympathy, but after a moment's hesitation, she reveals the truth. I had considered this as well and inquired with Ruan Kongbua, but he stated, he has no last wishes and does not wish to see anyone. Su Xinqing is taken aback. In that moment, he does not feel embarrassment, but a profound, ineffable sadness. This is how it truly is. Throughout his life, no one has ever ventured into Ruan Kongbua's heart. Oh no. That is not entirely accurate, for there was also the late Chen Mushing. Indeed, for Ruan Kambwa, perhaps the one he truly longed to see was Chen Mushing. Yet, that may not be so, as their meeting and acquaintance were not born of beauty. Should there be a next life, may they both find fulfillment in their desires. Although Su Xinqing's statement does not specify whom he refers to, Shi Qingxue immediately comprehends. When did you also begin to believe in such things? She chuckles, reminding him that his workplace is the research institute, the very nexus of cutting-edge science. To utter such words suggests a lapse in rational thought. Do not place such labels upon me, Su Xinqing retorts, unable to suppress a laugh. Even within the research institute, one is not forbidden from harboring unrealistic yet hopeful aspirations. Everyone is aware that it is impractical to make wishes. Yet here we are, wishing nonetheless. Shi Qingxue raised an eyebrow in confusion. The crux of the statement regarding impractical aspirations does not lie in the term impractical, but rather in the notion of beautiful aspirations. The script we have received is thus. We have accepted it, and surely we should not be deprived of the right to dream. Su Xinqing, however, viewed this with a sense of detachment. When we speak of the next life, it is because we feel that this life is laden with too many regrets beyond our control. Burdens we either willingly or unwillingly bear. Yet in the next life, and the lives that follow, it cannot perpetually remain this way, can it? Should fate continue to grant the same script to this individual? Is it not a tad too lazy on the part of the heavens? This is exceedingly dull. Shi Qingxue chose to remain silent, and after a prolonged pause, she slowly nodded that if there is a next life, irrespective of whether it be Ruan Kambwa or Chen Mushing, I hope they may fulfill their desires. The trials and tribulations endured thus far have been more than sufficient. Once we traverse this mountain, it should lead to a broad avenue, should it not? Before departing, Shi Qingxue offered a personal piece of advice. It would be best for you to avoid the reports. Refrain from following this news, lest your heart grows heavy. The verdict will be executed in 3 days. Remember to purchase a bouquet of flowers then. Chapter 51. Dreams and reality regardless of the circumstances. This case, in comparison to prior ones, has finally produced a definitive perpetrator who has been duly punished. This development has alleviated, to some extent, the pressure on the Public Security Bureau. Naturally, it is also a positive occurrence for the Research Institute. While other organizations may be scheming for notoriety, often intertwined with profit, the Research Institute yearns solely for tranquility. Essentially, the staff at the Research Institute undergo several phases. Upon joining, one is eager to showcase their identification badge, ensuring all are aware of their status as distinguished talents within the institute. As the next batch of newcomers arrives, brimming with enthusiasm and vigor, one cannot help but let out a sigh. Once outside, they would never admit to working at the Research Institute, especially during the updates of the confinement version. Some even seek alternative employment as servers, housekeepers, or construction drivers. Anything really is preferable to admitting their affiliation with the Institute, if only to avoid ridicule. IT is rather absurd. Having gone through these experiences, one might develop a psychological aversion to art. Lacking an understanding of artistry, with all artistic sensibilities confined to a past course on art appreciation. What he perceives as art is merely that art. Yet once life intertwines with it, the value of art inevitably shifts. Su Xinqing later sought out Gu Junfeng once more. Ruan Kambwa was their mutual mentor, and Gu Junfeng had once been Ruan Kambwa's prized pupil. Given the circumstances, he assumed Gu Junfeng's heart must be heavy. Unexpectedly, or perhaps predictably, Gu Junfeng listened intently, his expression serene, revealing little emotion. As for Chen Mushing, Gu Junfeng was the one who had ended his life. After Su Xinqing recounted his biography, Gu Junfeng displayed no unusual reaction. His coldness was the kind that emanated from within, as if he were merely listening to a tale unrelated to him. Su Xinqing fell silent, gazing at his senior as if he were a stranger. Gu Junfeng sensed the tension between them, clearing his throat before meeting Su Xinqing's gaze. Everyone has their own story. Yet these tales do not excuse their wrongful actions. That we are adults, we must take responsibility for our deeds, and that is a perfectly normal expectation. Out of humanitarian concern, I sympathize with their experiences. But if given another chance, I would still pull that trigger. They made their choices, and I made mine. After stating this, Gu Junfeng added, "We shall all pay the price for our choices. They will. And so will I." Despite Gu Junfeng's extensive discourse, Su Xinqing felt only indifference towards his apparent coldness, yet the final remark stirred an inexplicable sense of alarm within him. Nonsense. What price are you speaking of? Su Xinqing instinctively interjected, his tone uncharacteristically stern. What price could possibly apply to their outcomes, which are far from favorable? You cannot think this way. Indeed, in Su Xinqing's mind, this senior stood apart, outside his principles of friendship. Yet he had still included him within his protective circle. Ultimately, under Su Xinqing's insistence, Gu Junfeng reluctantly uttered a dismissive nonsense, a stark deviation from his usual demeanor. The composed Gu Junfeng momentarily faltered. When did you begin to believe such things? Within a single day, both Shi Qingxue and Gu Junfeng posed this question to Su Xinqing. Exhausted, Su Xinqing took a moment to process, finding it challenging to delineate the boundary between exhaustion and vigor. To him, it all seemed to be life. When issues arise, they must be resolved. This is simply the norm. The distinction between tiredness and invigoration is not particularly significant. For Su Xinqing, nothing is more crucial than addressing problems and obtaining final answers. Being inexplicably entangled in these matters, along with the demands of the research institute, he was forcibly thrust into confronting cruel choices prematurely. Gu Junfeng inquired, "Does dealing with these matters feel exhausting?" Su Xinqing shook his head. "I do not find it exhausting. After all, life is finite. Within this limited time, experiencing more and broadening my horizons is a form of gain. While these matters indeed possess some unpleasant aspects that occasionally leave me feeling overwhelmed. Existence itself is reasonable." Tio put it broadly. "This process serves as my communication with the world. To narrow it down, I do not know when my life may end, so I might as well observe as much as I can. There's no loss in that." Before Gu Junfeng, Su Xinqing has always been candid, speaking sincerely and reflecting his true thoughts. Yet upon hearing Su Xinqing utter the words about not knowing when he might die, Gu Junfeng frowned slightly. "Do not speak such nonsense. Individuals like you are meant to live long lives. Individuals like me." Su Xinqing grew intrigued, leaning closer to Gu Junfeng. "What sort of person do you perceive me to be?" "This is hardly the case." "Is it?" Although Gu Junfeng is entirely entitled to such an assessment, the reference point seems decidedly misplaced that if one were to compare themselves to Gu Junfeng, would it not imply that the majority of the world has poor judgment? From a conventional perspective, Su Xinqing ought to be deemed quite intelligent. Otherwise, he would not have been accepted as Gu Junfeng's junior and subsequently employed by the Research Institute. "All right then, do you have any plans for the weekend?" Gu Junfeng shifted the topic and inquired. "The weekend? A day of rest." Su Xinqing expressed confusion. "Don't you work overtime?" "Regardless of the circumstances, I am still human." "How many days have I been working overtime?" "I wish to take a break this weekend." The Gu Junfeng uncharacteristically complained about work, though he kept it brief. From the tone, it seems you intend to go out. "No. To be precise, you plan to take me out?" Su Xinqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. For reasons unknown, Su Xinqing now appeared to Gu Junfeng as that little boy from a decade ago. The small, spirited Su Xinqing would circle around Gu Junfeng, incessantly chattering about recent happenings and extending invitations for outings, never discouraged by rejections. However, when Gu Junfeng occasionally acquiesced, he would instantly brighten and commence preparations. "Where are we going? Sightseeing or dining?" Su Xinqing brimmed with energy. "Or are you planning a winter hike? If so, I must pack ample supplies that I shall take you to the art museum. You need not prepare anything. Leave it to me." Gu Junfeng patted Su Xinqing on the shoulder and then turned to leave. Left standing speechless, Su Xinqing pondered. An art museum? Why an art museum? Will there be numerous paintings? A wave of emotion threatened to overwhelm him, yet he could not dampen Gu Junfeng's enthusiasm that if his senior wishes to view paintings. What choice does he have? He can only accompany him. That night, Su Xinqing lay in his bed, tossing and turning until he finally fell asleep, only to find himself ensnared in a vivid nightmare. He envisioned himself in an art museum, surrounded by portraits, all the figures within the paintings staring directly at him, and no matter how he attempted to evade their gaze or change his perspective, he could not escape their scrutiny. "Wait, how did I enter without a door?" He flitted about like a headless fly, desperately seeking an exit, but no matter his efforts, the dimly lit corridors seemed to encircle him. Indeed, it was a suffocating embrace. The paintings drew nearer, their subjects now animated with expressions of mockery, disdain, longing, and greed. In that moment, They resembled predatory hunters, with him as the cornered prey. Consumed by terror, Su Xinqing yearned to scream, yet found himself utterly voiceless. He witnessed the man in the painting before him, twitching his lips into a wicked grin, before stepping forth from the canvas, advancing slowly towards Su Xinqing, extending a hand. Ah! Su Xinqing finally let out a cry, jolting upright in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Even now, he gasped for breath, his body trembling uncontrollably as Su Xinqing found himself in a state of bewilderment. The dream he had experienced was, in his opinion, far too absurd. He reasonably suspected that those paintings had left him with psychological scars, and combined with the events of the weekend, it had fueled his imagination. How could it possibly be so terrifying? He was going with his senior brother. What could happen? Even the most advanced technology could not achieve such feats, let alone manifest a person emerging from a painting. Surely, I have watched too many horror films. I must not indulge in such wild thoughts. I need to sleep well. Tomorrow, I must return to work and look forward to the weekend. Yes, the weekend is merely for appreciating art. If I find it beautiful, I shall praise it, and if not, I shall simply stand by like a wooden post. Regardless, my senior brother will undoubtedly take me out for a delicious meal later. That feast is the main event. Su Xinqing continued to console himself, finding this seemingly childish self-brainwashing quite effective. Having grown up without a mother by his side, Chen Kursen would whisper such odd yet somewhat reasonable words in his ear whenever he had nightmares. Listening to her, he would eventually drift off to sleep. When he awoke again, the sun was already shining brightly. After leaving home, Chen Kursen could no longer accompany Su Xinqing, leading him to develop a habit of comforting himself after nightmares, a legacy of sorts. Indeed, after lying down for the second time, Su Xinqing fell into a deep, dreamless slumber until dawn broke. After enduring a busy work week, Su Xinqing's enthusiasm for going out with his senior brother this weekend was not as fervent as before. Rather than excitement, it felt more like a quest for validation. Although he knew the content of his dream was utterly ludicrous, it did not prevent a flicker of curiosity from lingering within him. Could it truly be a prophetic dream? Thanks to previous experiences, Su Xinqing not only developed an aversion to paintings, but also to prophecies. Yet at times, the very things one detests tend to occupy the mind more. Such was the case with Su Xinqing. He found it impossible not to care, oscillating between rejection and curiosity, much like a madman. The art museum was situated in a somewhat remote location. After all, in this era, people were more concerned with survival than with art. Yet, ironically, the museum's foot traffic was surprisingly substantial. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xinqing surmised that the recent cases had likely spurred an increase in the number of visitors to the museum. This was a point he had not anticipated. If even criminal cases could drive attendance, what could not be marketed? Upon purchasing tickets, Su Xinqing glanced at the price, relieved that it was reasonable, and promptly declared to Gu Junfeng, "Senior brother, it's my treat." Gu Junfeng paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll treat you to dinner later." With his objective achieved, Su Xinqing hurriedly made his way to the ticket counter, practically running. Gu Junfeng, well aware of Su Xinqing's little schemes, was more than willing to indulge him. To him, it was a harmless affair, confirming that it was indeed the place he had longed to visit but never had the opportunity. Su Xinqing exclaimed, "Let us go. I can hardly wait." He eagerly pulled Gu Junfeng into the museum, leaving it uncertain whether what he was truly excited to see were the artworks or the culinary delights that awaited. Gu Junfeng was taken aback by Su Xinqing's sudden enthusiasm and could only follow the flow of the crowd into the museum. That it must be said, the ambience of the museum was quite well crafted. And the moment Su Xinqing stepped inside, he froze. Why did it feel strikingly reminiscent of the scene from last night's dream? The arrangement of the paintings, this long corridor, an all too familiar sense of dread washed over him. "What's wrong?" Gu Junfeng, standing beside him, perceptively noted Su Xinqing's unusual demeanor and paused with concern. But as Su Xinqing shook his head, refraining from disclosing the absurdity of his previous dream, that it's nothing, probably just low blood sugar. He casually deflected. Gu Junfeng surveyed the surroundings, pondering why Su Xinqing had suddenly halted. Just then, he approached a nearby woman with a child. "Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption." Gu Junfeng spoke courteously, ensuring to observe proper etiquette before pointing to the candies in the woman's hand. "Could you sell me some? You may set the price." Upon hearing that her mother might part with the candies, the little girl grew anxious. Gu Junfeng quickly reassured her. Uncle will give your mother money, and then she can buy you more candies and toys. Upon hearing this, the little girl blinked, hesitating momentarily but still reluctant. Jiu Junfeng then gestured towards Su Xinqing, saying, "That brother over there is feeling unwell. Your candies would help him feel much better. You would be doing a good deed by assisting others." After layers of persuasion, the little girl finally nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Gu Junfeng purchased a few candies at 10 times their value. A sight that left Su Xinqing feeling both touched and pained. It is often said that one cannot appreciate the value of household expenses until one is in charge. When would his senior brother learn to be more prudent? Of course, if Gu Junfeng ever began calculating the cheapest way to buy candies, he would no longer be himself. Watching as Gu Junfeng unwrapped a candy and popped it into his mouth, Su Xinqing mumbled, "You just look like a child trafficker. I never realized how adept you were at charming children." "That is not charming. It's simply reasoning with children," Gu Junfeng corrected him. The sweetness of the candy seeped into Su Xinqing's senses, and he found himself smirking. Perhaps if nightmares could transform into something sweet, they would not seem so dreadful. With a refreshed mindset, he ventured deeper into the museum, his steps considerably lighter. Gradually, he noticed that this place was quite different from what he had envisioned in his dream. In addition to portraits, the museum showcased numerous landscapes, still lives, sculptures, and technological art exhibits. The space was vast, with various classifications, and the continuous flow of people around him provided a sense of comfort. "Senior brother, what do you think art really is?" Su Xinqing furrowed his brow, posing a seemingly profound question. Though he himself was unsure of its significance, the Jiu Junfeng chuckled softly, bemused by Su Xinqing's pretentiousness. Always the rational analyst, that was Gu Junfeng for you. He would never engage in grandiloquent discourse to showcase his intellect in unfamiliar domains. Instead, he would share what he knew while acknowledging his limitations. Art, reality, imagination. Indeed, until one reaches that level, they cannot grasp the true essence. That I only know that this statement sounds profound, but I cannot articulate its specifics. That I, in contrast, Gu Junfeng appeared entranced, often pausing for long moments before a particular painting. At such times, Su Xinqing would glance at his senior brother. Then at the painting he was fixated on. In comparing the two, he always felt the painting paled in comparison to Gu Junfeng, and he genuinely could not comprehend it, only able to describe the simplest elements of the painting. This was a very objective expression, and the only way he could articulate his thoughts. As for its artistic significance, he found himself utterly incapable of understanding. Standing before a still-life painting, Su Xinqing could no longer hold back and turned to Gu Junfeng. "Is that flower truly so beautiful?" Gu Junfeng nodded. "It is indeed lovely." Su Xinqing was at a loss for words. The flower was attractive, but was it truly captivating enough to warrant 10 minutes of contemplation? It was merely a painting, something to glance at briefly. Moreover, given the current situation, Su Xinqing was uncertain how long Gu Junfeng intended to remain there. It was entirely possible that 10 minutes was merely the beginning. "What do you see in this painting?" Gu Junfeng inquired. Before Gu Junfeng, Su Xinqing felt no need to feign sophistication. He expressed his thoughts candidly. Just as he anticipated, Gu Junfeng would expound on themes of life and hope in grand terms. Gu Junfeng simply stated, "It's just a flower." "What are you thinking?" Gu Junfeng asked, smiling at Su Xinqing. "I was contemplating that you don't need to cater to me with such statements," Su Xinqing replied sincerely. Gu Junfeng shook his head, denying, "It's not about accommodating you. To me, art, like literature, often lacks a definitive answer. Each person's thoughts are unique. Thoughts are like seeds. They find the moment to sprout and ultimately express themselves through art." Releasing the butterflies of thought trapped within the confines of the body, Su Xinqing was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the gap between himself and his senior brother extended beyond intellect and professional capability. It seemed to encompass other realms as well. At least, he certainly could not articulate something as profound as the butterflies of thought. "You say it's a flower, and indeed it is. That alone is one of the correct answers." Gu Junfeng reaffirmed to Su Xinqing. "Is a flower truly worth such an extended gaze?" Su Xinqing finally blurted out the question that had been on his mind. "Is it possible that I am merely daydreaming?" Staring at a painting is certainly more profound than staring at a wall. Gu Junfeng offered an unexpectedly candid response, one that caught Su Xinqing off guard. "So, are you deliberately putting on an air of profundity?" Su Xinqing could hardly believe that his senior brother had begun to play such games as well. That he listened quietly, sensing that Gu Junfeng was saying something. Yet he found it difficult to comprehend at that moment. The only motivation keeping him here was the promise of a sumptuous dinner later. Art was too esoteric, and filling his belly took precedence. Perhaps noticing Su Xinqing's disinterest, Gu Junfeng proposed, "Come, I shall take you to the adjacent live art gallery." A live art gallery. Su Xinqing felt a flicker of intrigue. Was it live painting in person? Or perhaps a fusion of live art and technological illusions? When the latter crossed his mind, Su Xinqing's tone dipped slightly as he recalled Ling. Neither. Gu Junfeng shook his head at Su Xinqing, teasingly stating, "You'll understand once we arrive. It's certainly not what you imagine." With Gu Junfeng's enticing presentation, Su Xinqing's curiosity was piqued even further. Could there be some advanced technology he was unaware of? Or perhaps a different form of engagement? Regardless, Su Xinqing finally felt invigorated, quickening his pace toward the live art gallery. Nestled at the innermost part of the art museum, Gu Junfeng, evidently familiar with the place, navigated through twists and turns without even glancing at a map, leading Su Xinqing to the exhibition room of the live art gallery. Entrance was free, yet few visitors were present, and Su Xinqing felt a twinge of curiosity, but chose to remain silent. After all, the answers lay before him. Instead of inquiring about Gu Junfeng, he preferred to explore for himself. Upon entering the live art gallery, Su Xinqing's understanding became crystal clear that IT was not the high-tech spectacle he had envisioned. Rather, the artworks resembled those outside, albeit with a crucial distinction. Each piece involved real people. Some were solely themed around figures, while others combined both people and objects, but in any painting featuring a figure. The individuals depicted were indeed real. Consequently, the dimensions of these artworks were unusually large. These could blink, could smile, if only they could step out. A cold sweat trickled down Su Xinqing's back as he stood rooted to the spot. For the first time, wishing these figures were mere products of technology, his dread of his own kind laid bare. The thought of them maintaining such poses throughout the exhibition filled him with awe. Yet, admiration aside, he still dared not approach them. Surprised, are we? Gu Junfeng leaned closer to Su Xinqing and asked. Surprised was an understatement. He could hardly fathom such a nightmarish scenario manifesting in reality. Yet he found it difficult to voice this. Recognizing Gu Junfeng's well-meaning intentions, that no matter how astute Gu Junfeng was, he could not possibly predict the nature of Su Xinqing's dreams. Unexpectedly striking, Su Xinqing conceded that, to be honest, I too was curious upon my first viewing. Why is it done this way? Gu Junfeng regarded the surrounding artworks with a discerning gaze. Indeed, Su Xinqing pondered, why must it be like this? If we speak of beauty, it is beautiful. Yet perhaps it is my preconceived notions that render this beauty somewhat unsettling. Why is it done this way? Su Xinqing ventured cautiously. Could it be that even you find it terrifying, senior brother? Indeed, I fail to grasp the value of the figures within these paintings. Gu Junfeng's voice dropped to a whisper. One only he and Su Xinqing could hear, that Su Xinqing nearly rolled his eyes heavenward. What was this? How could Gu Junfeng maintain such composure amidst such palpable horror? Approaching art from a perspective of appreciation. Was it not somewhat trite to delve into concepts of value? Could one not indulge in the aesthetics, even if it meant feigning interest? Pray tell, how would the evaluation system rate these individuals? Gu Junfeng's countenance grew serious, brow furrowing slightly. Upon broaching this topic, Su Xinqing found his fear dissipating. Could this be the fabled power of technology? As for the evaluation system, you inquire. Su Xinqing raised an eyebrow in retort. The implication was clear. Who among us is the core participant? Who has had the most exposure to this system? If this question were to be posed, surely it should be Su Xinqing who brings it forth. Su Xinqing couldn't help but chuckle at his senior brother's earnest demeanor. You brought me here merely to discuss this. Certainly not, Gu Junfeng swiftly denied. I merely thought you might find it intriguing. Considering you seemed disinterested in the lifeless artworks outside, so I believe you might appreciate this. That's so. Shall we take a closer look? Gu Junfeng invited Su Xinqing. Had this invitation come from another, Su Xinqing might have hesitated. Had it been issued mere moments earlier, fear might have compelled him to decline. Yet with Gu Junfeng by his side, and after their discourse on value, he felt considerably more at ease. Thus, Su Xinqing nodded and followed Gu Junfeng closer to the paintings and the living figures. As he approached and scrutinized them, he suddenly felt as if there was nothing to fear after all. Their expressions were predominantly serene, devoid of the mockery, disdain, or greed that had haunted his dreams. Chapter 53. Jiangmenga. As Su Xinqing walked alongside Gu Junfeng, he admired the surrounding artworks. Gradually, he began to discern a certain essence within them, though he was unsure if his reflections were correct. As Gu Junfeng had suggested, perhaps this realm possessed no fixed answers. Since the live art gallery was devoid of visitors, and with Gu Junfeng by his side, Su Xinqing relaxed, occasionally sharing his insights with him. Unbeknownst to them, they soon reached the end of the gallery. The featured artwork bore the title embrace of the potter's beauty. Unlike the previous pieces, the woman depicted in this painting was strikingly beautiful, her countenance tranquil and serene. She did not assume any deliberate pose, but rather lay back, eyes closed, as if in a deep slumber. Surrounding her were various pottery pieces, and in her crossed hands rested a delicately crafted ceramic rabbit. This must be what Chang'e looks like upon descending to earth. Su Xinqing could not help but exclaim that it is often said that the eyes are the essence of a face, the most captivating aspect. Yet even with her eyes shut, this woman could rightfully claim the title of unparalleled beauty. Not to mention the exquisite pottery surrounding her, which complemented her allure perfectly. The pottery was exquisite, and the beauty of the woman was like a painting. Su Xinqing found himself entranced, unable to discern whether he admired the artistry of the pottery, the beauty of the sleeping woman, or the harmonious beauty of both. Of course, for Su Xinqing, this admiration was devoid of any ulterior motives. It was akin to beholding a flower, a cloud in the sky, or the morning dew precariously clinging to a leaf. One might pause to appreciate such beauty, yet it was understood that these beauties were not meant for them. Fortunately, we possess the right to admire. This was undoubtedly the most remarkable piece within the live art gallery. Gu Junfeng remarked suddenly to Su Xinqing nodded, responding sincerely, "Indeed, it is truly worthy." Yet upon contemplation, a sense of incongruity arose. In the presence of such beauty, why was the foot traffic in the live art gallery so sparse? Perhaps sensing Su Xinqing's thoughts, Gu Junfeng spoke up. Most individuals harbor an innate fear of creations resembling themselves, akin to the trepidation surrounding lifelike dolls. This principle applies equally to live art. Furthermore, many have dreamt of the nightmare of figures stepping down from paintings, compounded by a natural disinterest in such works. All these factors contribute to the gallery's limited visitors. But Su Xinqing hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "I understand what you wish to convey. Even for the sake of beauty, one would expect a considerable number of visitors." Gu Junfeng astutely perceived Su Xinqing's sentiment. However, when this gallery first opened, a conflict arose involving two parties. One, a beauty seeker drawn by the allure, and the other, the subject of the painting before you, Jiangmenga. Jiangmenga, Su Xinqing took a moment to process, turning to gaze at embrace of the potter's beauty, suddenly realizing, so her name is Jiangmenga. What a lovely name. Hearing this, Su Xinqing felt a surge of indignation. Even without Gu Junfeng's explicit words, he could surmise what had transpired. Regardless of the severity, the very thought was sacrilegious. Jiangmenga had clawed at the face of the man, and in the end, she refused to reconcile, leaving him with a significant injury. Yet when others accused her of extortion, she donated the compensation entirely to the gallery's development. Gu Junfeng smirked. "Indeed, she is quite a remarkable person." This revelation. Su Xinqing nodded in agreement, his gaze toward Jiangmenga imbued with newfound respect. Yet upon further reflection, something felt amiss. The two of them had been discussing the subject right beside her, while they had not spoken ill of her. It was only natural for anyone to exhibit some reaction when being discussed in their presence, even if just a slight furrow of the brow. Could it be that Jiangmenga's professionalism was simply too high? Su Xinqing wondered what kind of training could yield such an effect. Is it inappropriate for us to discuss this in front of her? Although Su Xinqing's words were directed at Gu Junfeng, they were, in fact, intended for Jiangmenga. What if she finds it quite offensive? After speaking, Su Xinqing tentatively inquired, "She should be able to hear us, right?" Gu Junfeng, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly sensing the discomfort as well. "I'll call the staff to confirm," he declared, turning swiftly to leave without a moment's hesitation. Su Xinqing felt a surge of anxiety. Although nothing had been definitively confirmed, the unsettling feeling made his heart race. Surely his luck couldn't be that extraordinary. He wasn't Conan. After all, it made no sense for mysteries to follow him. Wherever he went, one must admit that conversing with a beauty, even a sleeping one, is indeed a considerable pressure. Jiang Munga remained with her eyes gently closed, showing no signs of response to this moment. Su Xinqing fervently hoped that her lack of reaction stemmed from her exemplary professionalism. And when the staff arrived, they would provide a reasonable explanation that he yearned for the situation to be nothing more than a prank, hoping the staff would inform them that the performers in the gallery were instructed not to interact with the audience under any circumstances. Yes, that was the answer he most longed to hear. Su Xinqing waited in silence. Every passing moment felt like an eternity. The staff member, seemingly unfazed, appeared as though he had dealt with similar situations countless times before. His gaze towards Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng carried a hint of suspicion, as if doubting their intentions towards Jiang Munga, suggesting they were deliberately causing a commotion to attract attention. Addressing Gu Junfeng and Su Xinqing, the staff remarked, "While the foot traffic in the live gallery is minimal, I find myself handling 1 or 2 cases of individuals attempting to engage with Miss Jiang each month. Your actions here will not endear you to her. Instead, they will only increase my workload, especially considering our gallery is already understaffed." This was no longer a subtle hint, but a blatant statement. Exchanging glances, Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng chose not to elaborate further, merely suggesting the staff continue with their protocol. Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang. The individual softly called out to Jiang Munga several times that it's me, Lu, from the security department. Perhaps you should wake up. We have another disturbance here. No one seems to listen, that if you could wake and explain things to them, it would help clear the way for us to proceed with our work. This staff member, identifying himself as Lu, spoke rather bluntly, yet Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng were too preoccupied to be offended. Their eyes remained glued to Jiang Munga, filled with concern. After Lu's words echoed, an extended silence followed, with Jiang Munga showing no signs of awakening. Could she really be asleep? Lu murmured. Then, somewhat abashed, turned to Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng to explain that such occurrences were not unusual, as long as they did not hinder the final presentation of the artwork. He even mentioned that others had remarked upon how Jiang Munga appeared more serene and enchanting while asleep, more fitting for the theme of the painting, that Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng remained noncommittal. For them, the painting had become insignificant. Su Xinqing, filled with urgency, pressed, "Let us not concern ourselves with the artwork. We need to ascertain whether she is all right." Human life takes precedence. With the situation escalating, the staff member felt compelled to act. He first placed his index finger beneath Jiang Munga's nose to check for breath, then anxiously moved to feel her carotid artery. Moments later, Lu's face turned pale as he shouted, "Something's wrong. Something's terribly wrong." Seeing this, Su Xinqing and Gu Junfeng immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Su Xinqing seized the flustered Lu and, with a serious demeanor, instructed, "Find the head of security, seal off the area, and preserve evidence. You must have a complete emergency response protocol in place. That I will contact the Public Security Bureau to report this. That we must act separately." That he added firmly, "No shouting or causing a panic." When Su Xinqing called Shi Qingxue, she was momentarily taken aback, having just seen him not long ago. She had anticipated a nostalgic conversation regarding Juan Kambua, yet was unprepared for the bombshell he dropped about yet another case. And once again, it revolved around art. Shi Qingxue vowed never to set eyes on another painting for the rest of her life. Nevertheless, personal sentiments aside, she understood the necessity of addressing the case. Without delay, she instructed Su Xinqing to wait for her at the gallery, as she would be bringing a team. Su Xinqing had no objections, that as important as the long-anticipated dinner was, human life remained paramount. After such an incident, even the most delectable feast would fail to spark his interest. By the time Shi Qingxue arrived, the gallery staff had already implemented personnel control and evidence preservation measures, which alleviated some of the challenges she faced in her investigation. "Please recount how you discovered the situation," Shi Qingxue inquired, pulling out her tools to take notes. "That it is quite possible that she was already deceased by the time you entered this space," she added, though she qualified her statement by noting they would need to review the surveillance footage. Personal judgments must be tempered with rigor. Evidence was essential in any investigation. That Gu Junfeng and Su Xinqing were no exceptions to this rule. And the body, she concluded. What had begun as a leisurely weekend excursion had transformed into this dire situation. That Su Xinqing, though resigned, did not complain excessively. After all, regardless of the circumstances, he was still alive. That in comparison to the now lost Jiang Munga, he felt he had been spared a great deal of misfortune. Arriving once more at the familiar Public Security Bureau, Su Xinqing's state of mind mirrored that of any ordinary workday at the Research Institute. Just as Geng Xiang had remarked, he was juggling multiple roles. The Public Security Bureau had become his second workplace. Upon seeing Su Xinqing, staff members greeted him warmly, exclaiming, "Back again." The atmosphere felt almost surreal. Su Xinqing wished he could convey his reluctance to return. Yet he found himself visiting repeatedly, each time with a case in tow, leading many within the Bureau to assume he and Shi Qingxue were a consistent duo. In truth, they belonged to different systems entirely. After addressing the staff, Shi Qingxue turned her attention to Gu Junfeng, her words laden with implication. "Of course, if you have urgent matters to attend to. Just as before, there's no need to waste time here, especially since your level of cooperation has never been particularly high that I understand. You are a significant figure." Upon hearing her pointed remarks, Su Xinqing realized the lingering tension between Gu Junfeng and Shi Qingxue stemming from the Chen Muxing incident. Observing the palpable discomfort between them left Su Xinqing feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 54. Seeds of suspicion. Shi Qingxue's words had reached a critical juncture, and Su Xinqing assumed Gu Junfeng would take a step back, if only to diffuse the tension. However, if Gu Junfeng were to act in accordance with Su Xinqing's expectations, he would no longer be the same Gu Junfeng. "Indeed, I do have matters to attend to. Since you have Su Xinqing here, it is best I take my leave," Gu Junfeng stated. Rising to depart, Su Xinqing instinctively grasped Gu Junfeng's arm, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Gu Junfeng paused, looking back at Su Xinqing with a questioning gaze. "Do you have something scheduled for today?" Su Xinqing gently reminded him not to fabricate excuses. They had originally planned to relax and enjoy themselves, with dinner following their visit to the gallery. Why the sudden shift to urgent business? With dinner no longer on the agenda, didn't that leave him with free time? Understanding Su Xinqing's intent, Gu Junfeng offered a knowing smile, suggesting, "The entirety of this event has involved both of us, and since you are more accustomed to dealings with the Public Security Bureau, it would be more efficient for you to handle the communication. You are detail-oriented. Entrusting this matter to you suffices without requiring additional manpower here. Furthermore, I believe Miss Shi would prefer I not be a hindrance." "That's not what I said," Shi Qingxue immediately retorted. Gu Junfeng, however, appeared unperturbed. After clarifying his point to Su Xinqing, he pushed the door open and exited, leaving Su Xinqing and Shi Qingxue exchanging awkward glances. "That my senior brother isn't usually like this," Su Xinqing attempted to defend Gu Junfeng. Yet the words that escaped his lips lacked convincing power. Setting aside the past interactions between Shi Qingxue and Gu Junfeng, their overall exchanges had been decidedly unimpressive. "How do you and your senior brother typically interact?" Shi Qingxue's question was phrased delicately, yet what she truly wished to inquire was how Su Xinqing managed to endure Gu Junfeng's demeanor. "Actually, he usually treats me," Su Xinqing began, but stopped short. He had intended to claim that his senior brother was not typically like this. Yet if he were to express that sentiment, it would only imply that Gu Junfeng was deliberately targeting Shi Qingxue. "I see the same in front of you," Shi Qingxue pressed, her curiosity piqued, as she accurately deduced Su Xinqing's original intent and immediately pursued the inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xinqing recounted the past events related to Jiangminge that Gu Junfeng had shared with him, specifically an incident where Jiangminge had a confrontation with someone. This revelation suggested that Jiangminge possessed a rather fierce temperament. Shi Qingxue raised an eyebrow at this notion that Su Xinqing shared her sentiment. In circumstances like these, many individuals would prefer to seek mediation, striving to minimize major issues and resolve minor ones. Prolonged entanglements often yield no benefits, and if matters escalate, one might find themselves wearied. Particularly if faced with a ruffian. You think individuals like that have a high probability of committing suicide? Shi Qingxue suddenly posed a question that completely caught Su Xinqing off guard. "Isn't the autopsy results still pending?" Su Xinqing instinctively retorted, perplexed by the origin of Shi Qingxue's line of reasoning. Had she perhaps caught wind of something? Shi Qingxue shook her head. "I don't know. If I were to say it's the intuition of the investigators, that would be rather far-fetched, wouldn't it? And if I claimed it was a woman's intuition, that would be even more absurd." She sighed. "Let us just say I'm speaking nonsensically. Whatever intuition it may be, we should wait for the autopsy results." Su Xinqing regarded Shi Qingxue, eager to inquire further, but as she had pointed out, any discussion prior to the autopsy results would merely be speculation. Rather than waste Shi Qingxue's time, it would be more prudent to wait patiently, for she had numerous tasks to attend to. Whether it involved questioning others or examining evidence, all of which held greater significance than indulging in baseless conjecture with him. All right, you go ahead and tend to your duties that I shall remain here and wait. Should anything come to mind, I will promptly notify you. Su Xingqing communicated to Shi Qingxue. She reciprocated with a nod and exited the room. Alone in the empty chamber, Su Xingqing's thoughts drifted to Jiang Munga's visage. At that moment, he had truly believed she was merely performing or perhaps in a state of slumber. The girl's demeanor was serene and unpretentious, strikingly beautiful in an ethereal manner. He could not fathom why he subconsciously hoped that this incident bore resemblance to the previous human tragedy event. Wishing for a perpetrator to emerge rather than having Jiang Munga, like Gan Ling, choose to end her life of her own volition, that as time passed slowly, the door to the interrogation room swung open once more. Shi Qingxue entered, her expression far from pleasant, that Yu Xingqing's heart sank, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong?" We reviewed the surveillance footage. Jiang Munga was in good spirits upon arriving at work today, and the foot traffic at the live portrait gallery was rather sparse. Moreover, there had indeed been instances of visitors harassing the staff. Thus, the surveillance not only offers comprehensive angles, but also appears to be exceptionally clear. Shi Qingxue paused momentarily. "What do you mean?" Su Xingqing half stood, tilting his head in inquiry. "What I mean is, from the moment Jiang Munga commenced her shift until the time you encountered her body, there was no evidence of human interaction during that interval, let alone any harm inflicted upon her," Shi Qingxue clarified, adding, "At least, that is what the surveillance indicates. Has the autopsy result been released?" Su Xingqing finally broached the question that had been repeated numerous times, reflecting a certain anticipation within him. Based on past experiences, he expected results would emerge shortly. Shi Qingxue glanced at the clock, exhaled deeply. After finishing her thought, she settled across from Su Xingqing, resting her weary head on the table. "We're all acquainted by now that I just reviewed the footage, and you had no interaction with Jiang Munga throughout, which alleviates some of my concerns that Su Xingqing did not mind Shi Qingxue's explanation. Even if she had chosen not to elaborate, he would not have found it inappropriate. Perhaps for Shi Qingxue, this was a matter of professional habit and integrity. Within the Public Security Bureau, they embodied two distinct identities. The lengthy conversation in the CAF felt like a dream, where they were simply friends, confidants, and trustworthy companions that we also interviewed her colleagues, including the other portraits at the gallery. Their evaluations of Jiang Munga were surprisingly unanimous. Shi Qingxue murmured. "How so?" Su Xingqing inquired, intrigued. "Not very favorable," Shi Qingxue began, "extraordinarily otherworldly, as if untouched by the mundane." "Indeed, that description suits her appearance," Su Xingqing replied absent-mindedly. Shi Qingxue rolled her eyes lazily, giving him a glare. "It is precisely because of boys like you that Jiang Munga is less favored by the girls that to this." Su Xingqing could not concur. "Is it a crime to appreciate beauty? Complimenting her looks is quite natural. Isn't it? And who says only boys can admire girls' beauty? This is a modern age. The era of female rivalry is long past. That don't underestimate women. Sometimes they appreciate the beauty of their peers even more. I do not dispute your assertion that I spend ample time admiring beautiful women as well. The appreciation of beauty knows no gender. And indeed, Jiang Munga deserves the title of unparalleled beauty," Shi Qingxue acknowledged before continuing. Jiang Munga's lack of popularity stems not from some so-called female rivalry, but from her personality. Her personality, Su Xingqing speculated, is it that she is too aloof? Given her looks, there should be no shortage of suitors attempting to flirt with her. Aloofness could be a form of self-defense, which is understandable. Unbeknownst to him, Su Xingqing's infatuation with beauty was laid bare. It's not merely an issue of aloofness, Shi Qingxue interjected, raising her index finger to shake her head. Aloofness is harmless. It doesn't hinder others. The problem is that Jiang Munga has a rather arrogant disposition. To be precise, not just a little, but exceedingly so, coupled with her forthright manner of speaking, which can be charmingly termed as authenticity, yet disparagingly regarded as low emotional intelligence. Upon hearing this, Su Xingqing finally grasped the situation to so, it's rather unappealing, then. Jiang Munga speaks without regard for others' feelings, voicing whatever comes to mind, occasionally leaving others in awkward positions, all while remaining oblivious. Moreover, with her striking beauty, there will invariably be male colleagues who step forward to defend her, skewing the balance. Over time, female colleagues tend to avoid her, even going so far as to mock her, claiming she is a celestial being, ethereal and untouched by the world. Shi Qingxue continued, reaffirming her initial assessment. Beauty is a form of value. And respect is equally a form of value, that if one must weigh these two forms of value, I would undoubtedly choose respect without hesitation. While beauty may attract attention, lasting allure hinges upon mutual respect and commonality. Are there issues of exclusion at play? Su Xinqing shifted his perspective, posing a question that Tio label it as exclusion might be inaccurate. Avoidance might be a more fitting term. Shi Qingxue hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Exclusion is often associated with oppression or bullying. Yet you are aware of Jiang Minga's prior incident with a visitor, which illustrates that she is certainly not one to be trifled with. She possesses a resilient character. Furthermore, those female colleagues of hers are indeed not on par with her in various aspects. Hence they prefer to avoid her. What if someone truly harbored resentment? Su Xinqing queried. For instance, if Jiang Minga had previously committed some low emotional intelligence act that deeply wounded someone, and that individual had meticulously plotted their revenge. While it is not impossible, evidence would be required. Shi Qingxue's expression sharpened as she straightened her posture. Fixing her gaze upon Su Xinqing, her eyes seeming to perceive his innermost thoughts, that I understand what you're contemplating and what fears you harbor. Likewise, I am also pondering and apprehensive. However, that does not justify us jumping to conclusions. We must adhere to evidence and logic, as it has always been. Though Shi Qingxue's words seemed cryptic, Su Xinqing, having collaborated with her for an extended period, was well acquainted with her. Their shared experiences left profound impressions on both. Creating indelible marks in their minds that at certain times and points, they resonated with one another, enabling them to discern each other as thoughts and to prevent one another from spiraling into erroneous depths. Su Xinqing was taken aback by Shi Qingxue's penetrating gaze. Suddenly realizing how inappropriate his previous behavior had been, he promptly clarified, I didn't mean to lead you in that direction. I have no ulterior motives. Indeed, I fear a recurrence of Gan Ling's situation, which is why I fell into a cognitive trap. That Su Xinqing spoke with utmost candor, revealing his innermost thoughts without reservation. In Shi Qingxue's presence, honesty was the most effective approach. Upon hearing his words, Shi Qingxue visibly relaxed. She waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. During investigations, I tend to be sensitive, that I hope you can understand. Su Xinqing certainly understood. It would be quite peculiar if Shi Qingxue were truly swayed by his line of thought, particularly at this early stage of the case, with Shi Qingxue being the principal investigator. Her constant vigilance and sensitivity are quintessential elements of her professional demeanor, as one would expect to be. By the way, what inspired you to visit the art museum? Was it the recent cases that awakened your artistic sensibilities, sparking a newfound interest in such matters? Shi Qingxue promptly posed another question, her gaze fixed intently on Su Xinqing's face, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression. Chapter 55, A Glimpse into History, as Su Xinqing met Shi Qingxue's penetrating stare. A sudden understanding dawned upon him, that he recognized her suspicions and appreciated that her inquiries stemmed from her professional instincts. That in truth, following the preceding events, I harbored a certain shadow, or perhaps fear, regarding art. It was my senior who suggested we visit the art museum to unwind and subsequently treat me to a sumptuous meal. Given the recent tumult, I too sought relaxation over the weekend and thus acquiesced to the proposal. For my senior, the anticipation lay in the museum visit, while I found myself more eager for the subsequent feast. That Su Xinqing confessed candidly, his eyes earnest. Shi Qingxue nodded, her demeanor softening from its previous sharpness. Shortly thereafter, she received a phone call, indicating that the autopsy results had arrived. Briefly acknowledging Su Xinqing, she rose to depart, and with her, Su Xinqing's heart raced. The use of drugs likely pointed to suicide. Shi Qingxue was known for revealing conclusions up front, and this instance was no exception. Indeed, it was the most unwelcome of revelations. Suicide. Su Xinqing furrowed his brow, that if one were to be unencumbered, it seemed that Gan Ling, who was unloved, might be understood in such a light. Though Su Xinqing did not endorse this course of action, he could at least comprehend it to some extent. But Jiang Minga, a person who could stand resolutely against her offenders, someone unwilling to relent without retribution, in other words, could a fighter truly forsake her life? In Su Xinqing's view, no one should surrender their existence, as he had repeatedly emphasized to others and himself the preciousness of life. His perspective was not rooted in any belief that Jiang Minge was superior to Gan Ling. He held no such notions. Life knows no hierarchy of worth. However, character and circumstances diverge. Different temperaments lead individuals to perceive life through varied lenses. And those in disparate situations may make choices with differing probabilities. Based on the current information, Jiang Minge's fiery disposition and her willingness to engage in conflict suggested that her situation was not dire. Even if she occasionally exhibited low emotional intelligence, there were at least individuals willing to stand by her side, regardless of the reasons behind her struggles. Especially after hearing Shi Qingshue's descriptions, Su Xinqing found it increasingly implausible that external pressures could have shattered Jiang Minge's mental fortitude. Examining the intricacies of emotional intelligence reveals both advantages and disadvantages. For those around individuals with low emotional intelligence, interactions can be quite trying, as such individuals often inflict harm unknowingly. What might seem innocuous to them, such as "I think this way, so I'll say it directly, what's the issue?" may inadvertently cause offense. Is it a requirement to be roundabout in speech to be deemed emotionally intelligent? Why take offense? They harbor no malice. People with low emotional intelligence frequently struggle to consider the feelings of others, which explains why many hold negative views of them. Yet low emotional intelligence is not entirely detrimental. Such individuals possess a strong sense of self and are less prone to excessive sensitivity than in today's world. Those with low emotional intelligence often exhibit a bluntness, avoiding the trap of overthinking trivial matters, maintaining logical consistency regardless of external commentary, and typically lacking any internal contradictions that in certain respects. These individuals may even be more resilient. Having gained insight into Jiang Minge's work environment, Su Xinqing abruptly shifted focus. Could her family have imposed some pressure upon her? This possibility was indeed contemplated, and we conducted an investigation into her familial background and members, Shi Qingshui replied. Jiang Minge hails from a well-off family, blessed with both parents who enjoy successful careers. She is their only child, and naturally, they invested considerable effort into her upbringing. However, it remains unclear when she became infatuated with pottery, a passion that consumed her to the point of neglecting her meals and thoughts. This fervor starkly contrasted with her parents' plans for her life, leading to a conflict that escalated when Jiang Minge chose not to pursue the career her parents had arranged, instead opting to work in the art museum. The rift widened, ultimately prompting her to move out and live independently. Su Xinqing nodded, acknowledging that such matters, while not monumental, are significant issues faced by many families with children. Individuals are autonomous thinkers, and as they grow, unpredictable events may arise, particularly concerning life plans. The more parents impose their visions, the more likely it is to backfire, be it an awakening of self-awareness or simple rebellion. In essence, such conflicts are difficult to avoid. Yet solutions remain within reach. Clearly, Jiang Minge and her parents did not navigate this situation effectively, leading to a complete breakdown of their relationship. Yet out of caution, Su Xinqing began to inquire further. Is it conceivable that Jiang Minge might have taken her own life due to this situation? To his surprise, Shi Qingshui shook her head. The likelihood is low. Perhaps due to the person in question being Su Xinqing, Shi Qingshui refrained from meticulously structuring her thoughts, instead offering a barrage of fragmented information and analysis, which Su Xinqing was able to grasp clearly. What else could be the cause, if not her family? Su Xinqing found himself at a loss for answers and quickly followed up, asking, "Could you elaborate on the autopsy results? How was it determined that this was a suicide? If death was solely attributed to drugs, there are numerous possibilities. Could it have been accidental ingestion? Might someone have administered the drugs? What leads to the conclusion of suicide?" This seems rather hasty. Given that such a judgment could be made, it stands to reason that it could not rely solely on the autopsy results. Shi Qingshui was willing to share more with Su Xinqing. Besides the forensic pathologist, there were also specialists in trace evidence and criminal investigation. You may not be aware, but any case related to art has been accorded heightened scrutiny. Jiang Minge's case is no exception. Resulting from a synthesis of multiple findings, Su Xinqing still struggled to comprehend fully that he was aware that the Public Security Bureau had undertaken significant efforts, yet the specifics. Yes, we first established that she ingested a type of oral medication akin to assisted suicide. This drug causes cardiac arrest, allowing one to pass away with minimal suffering. Of course, I say minimal. Death inevitably brings pain. No matter how advanced technology becomes, we can only diminish the duration of suffering. After hearing Shi Qingshue's words, Su Xinqing nodded, encouraging her to continue. This medication is classified as a controlled substance, thus prohibited from circulation in the market. We are currently investigating the origins of this drug in relation to Jiangminge. Concurrently, we examined the surveillance footage from her home, revealing no visitors to her residence. Not merely in recent times, but there have been no visitors at all. According to neighbors, she possesses a rather aloof personality, and they have never witnessed her entertain friends at home. She even avoids greeting them. Furthermore, we scrutinized Jiangminge's social circle, which proved remarkably straightforward to assess. Apart from her daily work, her sole passion lies in pottery, and aside from her colleagues, her interactions are limited to fellow enthusiasts within this niche that Shi Qingshue's account unfolded. Su Xinqing felt as though a veil obscured his understanding that he had not encountered this sensation when hearing Gan Ling's story, that if pressed to articulate why, perhaps it was because Jiangminge struck him as rather insubstantial. Beneath the guise of beauty, he found it challenging to discern any defining traits that, of course, for some, beauty itself may indeed be the most striking characteristic. Yet after this thorough inquiry, Su Xinqing's impression of her paled in comparison to that of Gan Ling. What was it that was lacking? At this juncture, the case had made initial progress, and the next step would involve investigating Jiangminge's motives for suicide, a task that would not yield immediate results. With little else to occupy his time, Su Xinqing bid farewell to Shi Qingxue and departed on a weekend such as this. It was evident that he would not seek out Gu Junfeng. Even if time permitted, neither of them would likely possess the appetite for a meal together, as Su Xinqing suddenly reflected that Geng Xiang's claims of his love for work were perhaps made without careful consideration. The one who truly relished his work was undoubtedly Gu Junfeng. Upon returning to his room, Su Xinqing found himself feeling particularly listless and thus began to search for information related to pottery. Initially, he was aware of its ancient history, but upon further investigation, he discovered that its antiquity exceeded his expectations, with rudimentary pottery emerging as far back as the Neolithic era. For early humans, pottery was merely a utilitarian object, introduced to facilitate daily life. However, as time progressed, it gradually evolved into a form of artistry and a collectible. The earliest pottery was predominantly handcrafted, which truly meant molded by industrious hands and then fired in a bonfire. Certainly, during that period, people placed greater emphasis on practicality rather than aesthetics. Thus, although the process of creation posed challenges, it was not deemed particularly outrageous. Subsequently, individuals began to experiment with pottery to craft whimsical, non-functional items, perhaps marking the inception of what could be regarded as a form of art. They shaped objects from their imaginations, cherishing them as decorative pieces or beloved trinkets that as time progressed, pottery acquired diverse meanings and styles. The artistry of ceramics transcended mere personal desires and thoughts. Take, for instance, the terracotta figurines. When it comes to terracotta figures, none are more renowned than the terracotta army discovered in the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. In fact, terracotta figures emerged during the spring and autumn period and reached their zenith during the Qin and Han dynasties that time. Pottery was predominantly made of hard clay, encompassing not only figurines but also tiles and bricks. Through the wisdom of the ancients, these creations were not only practical, but also exquisitely crafted, which is why we speak of Qin bricks and Han tiles. Moreover, during the Han dynasty, the technique of adding lead to glazes emerged, enhancing the smoothness and evenness of the glaze surface, while also allowing colorants like iron and copper to exhibit more vibrant hues. This further attested to the meticulousness and ingenuity of the ancients. From pottery to porcelain to colored glazes. Eventually, purple clay ceramics came into existence that Su Xinqing gazed at the exquisitely crafted purple clay pots in the image, and even he, who prided himself on his lack of artistic knowledge, could not help but marvel at the beauty of the products that arose from the fusion of calligraphy, painting, seal carving, and pottery, and oh wonder those cultured gentlemen would handle them with utmost care, willing to spend fortunes on a fine purple clay teapot. During this period, Su Xinqing also learned about pottery from different cultures, such as the rainbow pottery of ancient Greece from the Neolithic era and the Tang Sankai from China. The seemingly humble pottery, when studied in depth, reveals intricate nuances. The intricacies of shaping, handcrafting, and glazing alone entail exceedingly stringent requirements. Suddenly, Su Xinqing recalled Gu Junfeng's theory of value. faced with this extensive trove of information. What would Gu Junfeng say? Would he question the value of pottery? After all, in terms of practicality alone, pottery has long been supplanted by alternatives that are simpler to produce and more convenient to use. In contrast, does this imply that such creations hold no intrinsic value? In the past, Su Xinqing might have pondered such thoughts, but after extensive reading and contemplation, his perspective had evolved that he discerned within these seemingly fragile vessels glimpses of ancient culture, insights into the daily lives and thoughts of those who came before, and a reflection of their worldview and understanding of the cosmos. They inscribed and recorded their existence in their own unique ways, passing their legacy to future generations. Chapter 56. The doubt that should not exist. What has sparked your sudden interest in pottery? Gu Junfeng inquired, observing Su Xinqing's information retrieval page with curiosity. This was not a breach of confidentiality. After all, it was common knowledge that Jiang Menga had a fondness for pottery, leaving nothing to conceal that. So, you are intrigued by this? Gu Junfeng chuckled. Have you gleaned any insights? You seem to care for Jiang Menga? Gu Junfeng's words held a hint of ambiguity. Was it due to her appearance? To be frank, Su Xinqing had indeed been captivated by Jiang Menga's beauty at first, a natural response to aesthetics without excessive fantasy. However, after gaining a deeper understanding of Jiang Menga, Su Xinqing was certain that had they known each other in real life, they would not have become friends. As their paths diverged, the notion of whether two individuals are compatible requires consideration from multiple perspectives. Personality, values, and approaches to life. That Su Xinqing had never been especially fixated. He was a person who engaged earnestly with life. Yet, living earnestly did not imply an obsession with anything. For him, there were many significant entities and numerous things he cherished and loved. Thus, he was inherently detached from obsession. Moreover, through the growth of recent years, he had become acutely aware of the types of individuals with whom he was suited to associate, that if he encountered someone with Jiang Menga's temperament in a professional setting, he would choose to keep his distance to avoid unnecessary discomfort. I admit, my curiosity about pottery arose from Jiang Menga, and my concern for her is limited to her being a deceased individual, Su Xinqing clarified earnestly. Currently, my interest in pottery surpasses my interest in Jiang Menga. Su Xinqing looked at Gu Junfeng and could not help but pose the question that had been raised by Shi Qingxue. Why do you wish to visit the art museum today? Do you suspect me? Gu Junfeng responded straightforwardly, as was his usual manner. Today, Shi Qingxue also posed this question to me. Su Xinqing replied candidly. Indeed, you were the one who brought me along. It was I who proposed the trip to the art museum. Gu Junfeng shrugged. Or do you think I intentionally led you to this place, ensnaring you in the situation? Gu Junfeng's inquiry was equally incisive, devoid of any pretense, but Su Xinqing had never contemplated that such suspicion would arise between himself and his senior. He had always been forthright with Gu Junfeng, harboring no secrets. Though Gu Junfeng possessed a somewhat cool demeanor, Su Xinqing had never perceived him as a malevolent individual. Yet, being entangled in yet another art-related incident felt rather coincidental. Su Xinqing was skeptical of coincidence, but presently, no better explanation seemed forthcoming. This isn't my first visit to the art museum, Gu Junfeng stated. That is why I was aware of Jiang Menga's prior involvement. Su Xinqing nodded. He was well aware of Gu Junfeng's extensive knowledge and diverse interests. Naturally, this was not a satisfactory explanation. The Gu Junfeng sighed. At the very least, this is not sufficient evidence to persuade you. But what I want to convey is that it may indeed be a coincidence. The more frequently one visits a place, the greater the likelihood of encountering events there. Su Xinqing nodded, refraining from further comment. This matter was indeed challenging to elucidate. Accurately speaking, they were not the only ones to have encountered this situation. They merely happened to notice it. Su Xinqing was uncertain how to articulate his suspicions. He gazed at Gu Junfeng, his expression weary. I apologize. I have been overly sensitive and suspicious. Upon hearing Su Xinqing's words, Gu Junfeng furrowed his brow. So, you were quite frightened today? Why not mention it earlier? I did not wish to dampen the mood, Su Xinqing admitted. Moreover, given my fears stemming from nightmares, does that not seem somewhat childish? What of it? Gu Junfeng replied, bemused in comparison. I would prefer your honesty. Had you informed me sooner, I would certainly not have taken you to the art museum, especially not to a life-drawing gallery. Reflecting on his initial experience in a life-drawing gallery, Su Xinqing remarked with a sense of resignation. I was indeed frightened at that time. as if nightmares had stepped into reality. That feeling of terror remains vividly etched in my memory. Did I apologize? Gu Junfeng said, looking into Su Xinqing's eyes with sincerity. Gu Junfeng seldom offered apologies, at least in Su Xinqing's recollection. Gu Junfeng was a person who rarely erred. He was astute and cautious, naturally finding little cause for apology. Even with his own parents, Su Xinqing had never witnessed Gu Junfeng apologize. I did not mean that. Su Xinqing hastily clarified. And I am an adult. It was my choice not to tell you, and I chose to accompany you to the art museum if I had not wished to go. You could not have compelled me, could you? Given the previous events, it is normal for you to have psychological scars. If I had considered this more thoughtfully, such a situation might have been avoided. For Su Xinqing, Gu Junfeng's care and concern always outweighed everything else. Under normal circumstances, Su Xinqing might have been touched by Gu Junfeng's special attention and kindness, but for reasons unknown today, he suddenly spoke up. Senior, you hope for my honesty. Yet have you ever considered that one day you too might be candid with me and allow me to trust you? Upon uttering these words, both Gu Junfeng and Su Xinqing were taken aback. He even began to doubt whether Gu Junfeng's excessive kindness had bestowed upon him a false sense of freedom. As Su Xinqing felt his heart racing, he could sense a powerful aura emanating from Gu Junfeng. An air of distance and wariness that had never been directed at him before. As Su Xinqing felt a twinge of regret for his audacity. In human interactions, maintaining a sense of propriety is sometimes of utmost importance. He had always been curious about Gu Junfeng, yet in the past he had maintained a careful balance, perhaps a reason why Gu Junfeng was willing to engage with him. But now, he had taken a step that should not have been taken, disrupting the delicate equilibrium they had painstakingly preserved. He endeavored to appear composed, yet his frantic gaze betrayed him. Despite being the one to pose questions and demands, why was he now the one in disarray? A simple rhetorical question had reduced Su Xinqing to a state of disarray. I was simply too anxious. Su Xinqing sought to excuse himself. Because of those matters, because of that dream, I do not understand why I always find myself entangled in these situations. Perhaps I am simply not strong enough to confront these issues. I tend to overthink, and that is why, at times, knowing too much is not necessarily a blessing, Gu Junfeng remarked. Did I not just commend you? You have traversed numerous experiences and encountered a plethora of events. Do you not possess your own judgments regarding the individuals and matters that surround you? Have faith in your own discernment. After stating this, Gu Junfeng added, Of course, if you still harbor doubts about me, that is entirely understandable. I welcome all your inquiries and am willing to provide answers. Although Su Xinqing was acutely aware that Gu Junfeng had sidestepped his question, he found himself devoid of the courage to inquire once more. In this world, apart from his father, the most significant person to him was indeed Gu Junfeng. His feelings towards Gu Junfeng were complex. He was a friend, a kin, a figure of respect, and an object of admiration. Yet just moments ago, he had begun to question Gu Junfeng, albeit with scant evidence to support such doubts. Su Xinqing pressed his fingers against his temples. Weariness etched across his visage. You should take a proper rest, Gu Junfeng advised, gently patting Su Xinqing's shoulder while casting a glance at the materials related to ceramics that Su Xinqing had been perusing. Do not linger too long over these items, as one may easily become ensnared. Become ensnared? Su Xinqing queried, bewildered. Gu Junfeng nodded, his demeanor remaining unruffled. Indeed, one can easily fall into the trap of beauty, with the beauty of culture being the most potent of these snares. Su Xinqing found himself puzzled by Gu Junfeng's words, gazing silently at him, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Yet this time, Gu Junfeng provided no clarification. He turned to exit, leaving Su Xinqing with a sense of estrangement. He could not refuse, for this was never his choice to make. That a person devoid of agency naturally lacks the power to reject. Lying on his bed, Su Xinqing stared up at the ceiling. The events of the day flickered through his mind like a carousel of lights. Jiang Munga's face, Shi Qingshua's words, and finally, Gu Junfeng's retreating silhouette. Why did these matters persistently haunt him? Su Xinqing even entertained the notion of seeking a master for divination, yet swiftly dismissed the thought. Under the scrutiny of big data analysis, it seemed far more prudent to consult Fanlong directly. The information from Fanlong was more comprehensive and robust, making its calculations far more reliable than any master. However, the issue lay in his current level of authority. which evidently did not permit him to engage in such discussions with Fanlong, that if only Gu Junfeng. Su Xinqing turned restlessly in bed, vexed by his involuntary thoughts of Gu Junfeng. He pondered that if he were in Gu Junfeng's position, with such a disposition, he would undoubtedly feel angered by inquiries that displayed ignorance of the greater context, that it was already a testament to his character that his senior could maintain composure. Especially at such a sensitive moment, his words had clearly conveyed skepticism. Sure, Qingxue had questioned him out of duty, but from what standpoint did he presume to challenge Gu Junfeng? What right did he have to question the one who had always treated him with utmost kindness? Moreover, Gu Junfeng was inherently a person of strong boundaries. His comments today had evidently crossed that line that in interpersonal relationships, there exists a red line, a boundary within Gu Junfeng's heart. His honesty towards Gu Junfeng was his choice, a reflection of his character. Yet in this matter, fairness was an illusion. One cannot assert, "I trust you," and expect the other to reciprocate with absolute faith. Such reasoning is untenable that a sudden wave of anxiety washed over Su Xinqing. Worrying about his next encounter with Gu Junfeng. Would his senior still treat him the same way as before? In this world, there are no remedies for regret. Words once spoken are like water poured out, irretrievable and undeniable. As Su Xinqing contemplated how to apologize to Gu Junfeng, he received a message from him. Do not overthink it. Do not overthink it. Was his senior attempting to console him? Su Xinqing felt an even deeper pang of guilt. It was he who had allowed his nerves to get the better of him, casting unfounded doubts upon his senior without evidence or standing. Yet in the end, it was his senior who offered comfort. Why should he apologize to himself? Su Xinqing felt bewildered. Did his senior feel remorse for entangling him in these matters? Hence the apology. The identical message, strikingly conspicuous, echoed Su Xinqing's own sentiments towards Gu Junfeng. He activated 1001, unable to restrain his curiosity. What should one do when an undeserving individual offers an apology? How should it be handled? 1001 responded with remarkable nonchalance. If he is capable of apologizing, it signifies that he feels remorse towards you. Simply accept it without complication. Chapter 57. Value Assessment Remorse Towards Oneself. Su Xinqing found 1001's assertion somewhat absurd. Could his senior truly feel remorse towards him? Even if there existed a sense of guilt, it would more appropriately be Su Xinqing feeling remorseful towards a senior. Would it not? Yet Su Xinqing could not engage in such discussions with 1001. No matter how advanced its technology, expecting 1001 to think entirely like a human was still implausible. That as Su Xinqing gazed at 1001, his inner turmoil gradually subsided. With the impending apocalypse, everything seemed shrouded in a veil of fog. Everyone was tirelessly striving for their scores in the Fanlong evaluations, while simultaneously ensuring their basic survival. That in the past, Su Xinqing had always considered himself a person of unwavering conviction, this steadfastness stemming from a clear understanding of what was most important to him, what he desired, what he ought to pursue, and what he could trust. However, as events unfolded, that clarity and resolve appeared to have diminished considerably. The fog obscured his vision and enveloped his heart. He found himself uncertain of what to believe and what tomorrow might hold. Having witnessed the demise of countless lives, Su Xinqing's inner self began to waver. He realized he was not perfect. He lacked the clarity and steadfastness he had once imagined. He was merely an ordinary person, capable of suspicion, prone to confusion, and susceptible to emotional turmoil. Amidst these events, he grappled with both suspicion and being suspected that he could not ascertain whether his actions might harm Gu Junfeng. Yet he reasoned that if Gu Junfeng could indeed be hurt by such doubts, then he would not truly be Gu Junfeng. Even amidst a blizzard, Gu Junfeng would undoubtedly remain the solitary figure with resolute steps and a clear objective. Yes, a solitary figure that Su Xinqing had once believed that if he exerted sufficient effort, he could keep pace with his senior. He had experienced moments of timidity, but as his interactions with Gu Junfeng increased, he found Gu Junfeng's indulgence increasingly evident, gradually dispelling his fears and instilling a sense of capability to stand alongside his senior. However, the conversation that transpired tonight had completely grounded Su Xinqing, awakening him to reality. This was not a matter of ability or knowledge. Some things cannot be obtained merely through effort. They require an opportunity. Yet the crux of the issue lay in the fact that Gu Junfeng would not grant Su Xinqing that opportunity, or rather, Gu Junfeng would not extend such an opportunity to anyone. He had chosen to be a solitary figure. By definition, a solitary figure does not require companionship. Indeed, even if that companion were Su Xinqing, and even if Su Xinqing held a unique significance for Gu Junfeng, he was ultimately still other. You see, should not forming friendships be a simple affair? Su Xinqing inquired of 1001. Like a mother, 1001 accompanied Su Xinqing, serving as both a steadfast partner and a trusted presence. After all, it was artificial intelligence, a product of technology, and its programming inherently lacked the option for betrayal. Consider what kind of friend you wish to become. 1001 gazed at Su Xinqing with gentle eyes, explaining that friendships come in many forms. Some are confidants, some are acquaintances, and others are mere nodding acquaintances. Some friends fulfill emotional needs, while others are based on mutual benefit. Naturally, many embody both. As Su Xinqing absorbed 1001's words, he found himself at a loss as to how to categorize the friendship he shared with Gu Junfeng. He had once believed they were akin to confidants, yet upon reflection, it seemed they had not quite reached that depth. If one were to label it as acquaintanceship, Gu Junfeng's unique regard for him clearly stood apart from the ordinary, let alone classify it as mere nodding acquaintanceship, to fulfill emotional needs. That hardly seemed applicable. A person like Gu Junfeng, who maintained a distant relationship even with his parents, seemingly lacked such emotional requirements for mutual benefit. What could he possibly offer Gu Junfeng in return? 1001's reasoning adhered strictly to logical frameworks, categorizing relationships according to societal norms, which seemed valid at first glance. Yet upon deeper reflection, he realized that such classifications did not apply to him and Gu Junfeng, that he is a special individual. 1001 suddenly remarked. Su Xinqing responded, momentarily taken aback. Are you referring to Gu Junfeng? Seeing 1001 nod, Su Xinqing was not surprised. The allure of Gu Junfeng was evident to all who drew near him. Yet to have an artificial intelligence also be swayed seemed rather absurd. Moreover, this particular AI had not always been in sync with him. Of course, in my eyes, you are the most important one. As you are my master, 1001 promptly added that Su Xinqing nodded, yearning to express that he did not feel comforted, yet he held his tongue. Standing beside Gu Junfeng, he had long since accustomed himself to being the supporting green leaf. Although he understood that Gu Junfeng had never regarded him as mere embellishment and had always treated him sincerely, the disparity between them was undeniable. The Gu Junfeng would forever soar above the rest, while Su Xinqing remained comfortably situated in the upper middle tier. While we all emphasize the significance of diligent effort, it is undeniable that at times, a keen intellect can surpass sheer hard work. Moreover, the individual endowed with such intellect may be even more industrious than you. Do not allow yourself to succumb to feelings of unease. 1001 gazed at Su Xinqing with a hint of pity, remarking that humans cannot operate like machines, for you are burdened with myriad distractions. Just as machines must regularly clear their caches, you too must timely and judiciously cleanse the emotional detritus within your heart. Su Xinqing listened intently as 1001 spoke, pondering whether these indeed constituted emotional baggage. Perhaps they do. Allowing emotions to become a burden, to be influenced by feelings to the point of irrational judgment and action, is, after all, a form of emotional oppression. What has piqued your interest in ceramics all of a sudden? 1001 adeptly shifted the topic. Su Xinqing candidly replied, it is due to a case. Relevant information can easily be found through a search. Anything related to art has long since become a sensational news topic. Nowadays, whether there is something to discuss or not, everyone engages in conversations about art. One might think we have entered a new era of national artists. That I am aware. 1001 nodded. I have cultivated the habit of reading the news daily. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing felt a twinge of shame. Even an artificial intelligence keeps abreast of current events, while he, a living human, scarcely pays attention to the world outside of scientific endeavors. Yet, upon reflection, he found it amusing. Though he may not follow the news, he has been directly involved in several recent major events. In comparison, this sense of participation is unparalleled. The beauty of ceramics is indeed extraordinary. To be precise, every form of artistic culture possesses its unique aesthetic. This beauty is a product of time and history, born from wisdom and creativity, and behind their dazzling allure lies the chorus of countless souls. 1001's voice flowed like a crystalline spring, each word saturating Su Xinqing's heart. That I in the dimly lit room. Su Xinqing sat on the bed with his back against the wall, while 1001 gazed out the window. Her expression serene. They occupied the same space, yet belonged to entirely different species. However, at this moment, Su Xinqing felt no barrier in their exchange. That it was not a conversation with an artificial intelligence, but rather a resonance with a true soul. After a moment, Su Xinqing suddenly realized, "Is that phrase original?" "Human sunset?" he asked with curiosity. "Yes, it is a story of the future," 1001 shrugged. Their dialogue was inherently whimsical, lacking a fixed theme, so they meandered wherever the conversation led. Moreover, Su Xinqing had summoned 1001 not to discuss anything in particular. He merely sought to alleviate his insomnia, to unwind and pass the time. "The future. How distant is that future?" Su Xinqing inquired, intrigued. "It is a future even more remote than ours. Or rather, our future." 1001 was pleased to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Su Xinqing's curiosity deepened. He leaned forward slightly, ears perked, and continued to probe. "What will be the outcome of our future? Has everyone moved to the underground city? Have they achieved the lives they desire? What do you believe is the purpose of the Zhongling plan?" 1001 regarded Su Xinqing with amusement. "Or rather, what is the most crucial task of the cage at present?" 1001's words were delivered with great tact, yet the intent was unmistakably clear. That Su Xinqing felt a pang of frustration as he slapped his forehead. He had made a nearly instinctual error common to modern individuals. Everyone knows that the purpose of the Zhongling plan is selection, and the cage is a vital tool for this process. The very existence of selection implies that not everyone can gain entry to the underground city. Selection means some are chosen, while others are eliminated. Humanity has functioned this way for millennia. This rule has been in place for ages without exception. Very well, then what should I be curious about? Has my senior brother entered the underground city? With his contribution to the cage, he should have no problem. Did my father make it to the underground city? Oh, right. He must reunite with my mother, leaving me as a child left behind in this world. And you? Have you entered the underground city? Su Xinqing rarely engaged in such frivolous conversation, perhaps due to the nature of his interlocutor. 1001? Or perhaps because his heart was particularly adrift at this moment. After speaking, 1001 added, "Furthermore, you are not the protagonist of that book. Why would you have a role to play?" "Indeed, I am not the protagonist." Su Xinqing sighed, crossing his arms behind his head and reclining against the ceiling, gazing upward. "That a person like me is destined never to be the protagonist, devoid of great talent or innate fortune. Reading through my life is akin to sipping plain water. While others are heroic leads and thrilling narratives, I am neither a villain nor cannon fodder, merely an inconspicuous bystander, utterly incapable of making a grand impression." Do not utter such disheartening words. You could exhibit a bit more confidence. That I have seen quite a few news articles related to you. You have indeed won significant accolades. You have, to some extent, participated in the recent upheavals. 1001 stated earnestly. Su Xinqing reasonably suspected that 1001's system had encountered an issue. Otherwise, why did her words now evoke a sense of being pricked? "What do you mean by saying I participated in these recent upheavals? It sounds as though I am a trendsetter." Su Xinqing could not help but mock himself. "What role do you believe I played in this? It feels akin to taking an unpaid part-time job. While it has allowed me to witness the myriad aspects of life, it has also disturbed my peace of mind." 1001 could not suppress a laugh, as she rarely witnessed Su Xinqing in such a state. Thus, it was not difficult to surmise that the series of events had indeed impacted him significantly, undoubtedly a spiritual earthquake. "Each of us is the protagonist of our own lives." 1001 asserted. That Su Xinqing raised a hand in dismissal. "Spare me the platitudes. I am currently lost and cannot imbibe such sentiments. Do not indulge in melodrama either. I am entangled in my own thoughts and cannot be swayed." That in summary, Su Xinqing presently embodied a posture of utter resignation. Yet one cannot deny that this state of surrender is incredibly liberating. When you can indulge in being yourself, it is, in fact, the most freeing experience. Of course, this freedom must still adhere to laws and moral standards. Su Xinqing considered that engaging in artificial intelligence in conversation should not violate any laws or ethical standards. At most, it might involve imparting some negativity to the AI. Yet the issue lies in the fact that she is an artificial intelligence. An artificial intelligence is impervious to emotional influence. Even if you inundate her with a deluge of negative information, she will merely process and analyze it rationally, providing you with what she deems a reasonable response. 1001 is an exception. Could it be because she was gifted to him by the cage? With 1001's continuous self-learning and system updates, Su Xinqing increasingly perceived her as a companion at his side. Just now, her words carried a hint of sharpness that Su Xinqing turned to 1001, asking a question he had previously wrestled with internally. What are the ceramics? In that book, were they preserved? Or have they been taken? To the underground city? Or perhaps to a location akin to the underground city? Or were they sealed away by some special means, awaiting a time long hence to re-emerge? As he posed this question, Su Xinqing carried a cautious hope. These are traces of human civilization, and there are many such traces. How shall we define their value? How should they be treated? Is the Zhongling plan merely aimed at humanity? Chapter 58. History and Civilization. Su Xinqing could not recall how he drifted off to sleep. Lulled by 1001's soothing voice, he fell into a deep, tranquil slumber. All that had transpired faded away with this restful sleep. The fleeting confusion and despair enveloped by serene dreams. Upon awakening, Su Xinqing immediately refuted his earlier belief that humans and machines sometimes share commonalities. Machines can clear their caches and undergo maintenance, while humans can also maintain themselves through sleep. That a good night's rest can rival the effects of numerous medications. Awakening refreshed, Su Xinqing prepared himself for the day, ready to head to the research institute. When he received a call from Shi Qingxue, "Does your public security bureau not have regular hours?" Su Xinqing preemptively asked the question that piqued his curiosity the most. Fortunately, he had risen early today. Otherwise, he would have been awakened by Shi Qingxue's call yet again. To Su Xinqing, Shi Qingxue seemed like an eternal motion machine. Yet humans are not machines. They require rest and sleep, and over time, Su Xinqing harbored concerns for Shi Qingxue's physical and mental well-being. It can be concluded, it was a suicide. Shi Qingxue's communication style was as direct as ever, devoid of any superfluous words. Upon hearing this news, Su Xinqing was momentarily stunned. Was it surprising? Not particularly. He hoped the incident would have a clear resolution, wishing for a true culprit to emerge, even if that culprit were himself. Unfortunately, he was not the playwright of fate. Not everything could unfold according to his desires. Very well, I understand. Su Xinqing nodded, though he found her suicide note. It stated her wish for her contribution value to be transferred to the ceramics around her. Shi Qingxue continued, explaining that she had planned all this from the moment she purchased the medication. Resolute in her decision to die, she hoped to use her life to awaken society's awareness of ceramic culture. Would it be possible to transfer the evaluation scores of a person's cage to an object? Is there any precedent for such a thing? Su Xinqing felt a twinge of curiosity. To his recollection, nothing of the sort had ever occurred. And as far as he knew, the transfer operations within the underground city inherently included the relocation of items. After reading Zhang Minge's letter, we promptly reached out to the relevant departments for clarification. According to the information we gathered, indeed, there is no precedent for this, and the item transfer operations in the underground city primarily revolve around individuals. For more detailed information, you can directly consult the cage evaluation system at the Research Institute. Shi Qingxue intended to elaborate further when a strange voice called out to her from the other end of the line. Subsequently, Shi Qingxue turned to Su Xinqing and said, "I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Just wanted to inform you so you don't overthink it. The decision regarding the publication of Zhang Minge's letter is not something the Public Security Bureau can unilaterally decide. It requires careful consideration from multiple parties." That Su Xinqing replied, "Understood, I won't speak out of turn." After ending the call, Su Xinqing exhaled deeply, gazing out at the vast world beyond the window, where Zhang Minge's sleeping visage once again materialized in his mind. In that moment, Su Xinqing suddenly comprehended Zhang Minge. He was uncertain whether her actions were justified. If the letter could not be published, then her sacrifice would undoubtedly be in vain. Even if the letter were to be made public, how many could truly empathize with Zhang Minge? There are countless reasons for living, just as there are myriad reasons for choosing to die. Yet, how many exist who live and die for material possessions? Su Xinqing understood that Zhang Minge sought a certain beauty, one that not everyone could comprehend. Some beauty resonates with the masses, while other forms remain niche. The act of appreciating beauty itself carries a threshold. Not merely a matter of aesthetic judgment, but rather a reflection of one's perspective. Indeed, perspective is a choice, forced or voluntary. Devoting the same time and energy to one pursuit or another is ultimately a personal decision. For those who prioritize profit, even exquisite pottery appears to them as mere vessels or decorative items, impractical and difficult to maintain to them. No matter how beautifully crafted, such pottery is simply fragile clutter. It is nearly impossible to evoke resonance in these individuals, yet one cannot discern their societal position or the influence they wield over the evaluation criteria of the cage. Before leaving home, Su Xinqing cast another deep glance at the scenery outside. The same view appears different when observed from the ground versus from a window. The unchanging eyes, the unchanging landscape, when one's position shifts. The perceptions and subsequent reactions also vary. Upon arriving at the research institute, Su Xinqing resumed his daily routine. Although his work was inherently creative, it followed a somewhat monotonous process, leading to a sense of tedium over time. In such moments, Su Xinqing reassured himself. At least he was engaged in a field aligned with his interests. How many individuals spend their lives toiling in pursuits they do not enjoy? In comparison, he felt sufficiently fortunate. During lunch, Su Xinqing dined with Gengzong, but opted out of a post-meal nap as he had previously done. Armed with his work card, he made his way directly to the cage. Within the research institute, numerous manifestations of the cage existed. Although referred to as manifestations, this term merely serves to simplify explanations that in essence, as long as a device possesses adequate hardware and software support, it can operate the cage system, rendering it a cage. Working within the research institute offers this advantage. Rather than sifting through an ocean of data, conversing directly with the cage is a benefit of employment. Naturally, anyone interacting with the cage must leave a record in accordance with procedural rules for subsequent professional review and verification. This time, the cage did not employ any bizarre holographic projections that Su Xinqing could not help but praise. Well, I would much prefer you as a cold iron lump than to have my senior's holographic projection placed opposite me that I stated clearly. Do not use Gu Juanfeng's holographic projection. Su Xinqing was still uncertain about how to face his senior. If the cage were to play a prank, he would rather not confront an awkward moment with Gu Juanfeng's holographic image. Rest assured, I won't use his, the cage reassured, promptly employing Jiang Minge's image as the holographic projection instead. Su Xinqing thought, I want to curse. I really want to curse. He had to restrain himself. As a modern intellectual, he could not utter anything overly crude. While Su Xinqing struggled to maintain his composure, Jiang Minge had already sat steadily across from him. I believe you should be more inclined to converse with this person. Although I am not her, based on long-term data collection, I might provide the answers you seek. Though one cannot resurrect the dead, she may achieve a form of immortality in another manner. Su Xinqing silently regarded the figure of Jiang Minge before him. It was the first time he beheld her in this living form. Beauty resides in the essence, not merely the surface. Jiang Minge's visage remained striking, yet it was perpetually shrouded in a subtle sadness. Was this her usual demeanor, or was it a deliberate portrayal to enhance the atmosphere? Su Xinqing inquired with curiosity. As far as I know, the cage evaluation system is also applied to the transportation of items, meaning that certain objects will be transported to the underground city. Su Xinqing cut straight to the point. Jiang Minge nodded. Indeed. Does this include pottery? Su Xinqing broached the topic that piqued his interest. Had Su Xinqing not perused those materials, had he not gained insight into them, he would have undoubtedly dismissed their worth without hesitation, perhaps even criticized those who deemed them worthy, questioning why they could not save more lives with such energy. However, having seen those materials, the images, the stories were already etched in his heart. This clashed entirely with his prior understanding, leaving him hesitating, wavering. Jiang Minge regarded Su Xinqing. When we choose certain items, it signifies a relinquishment of others. One cannot have both fish and bear's paws. Sacrifices must be made. Su Xinqing grasped the essence of her words. Yet, what kind of items deserve to be transported to the underground city? I refer to items like pottery. Su Xinqing continued to grapple with his final objections, seeking something to validate his thoughts, something to draw parallels with. So then, pottery does not fall into this category, does it? Su Xinqing pressed once more. Yet at that moment, he was particularly obstinate, yearning for the most unequivocal answer. No euphemisms. Yes, pottery does not belong to this category. Jiang Linga nodded in affirmation. This was the answer Su Xinqing sought, one he did not wish to hear, yet it was the most truthful response. Machines do not deceive. At least, the current cage does not. As Su Xinqing lowered his head, sitting opposite Jiang Linga, both silent. Time slowly slipped by, as if they were separated by millennia, by the rivers of history that on this canvas painted by time. Artifacts of pottery were crafted, utilized, buried, and unearthed. Those were the past lives recounting their tales, the marks they left upon the world. As Su Xinqing and Jiang Linga gazed quietly, fixating on their ancestors, on the treasures they had bequeathed. An inner tumult struck his heartstrings, a pain that was ineffable. For he knew pottery was soon to be forsaken. Or rather, was it merely pottery that would be abandoned? To survive, people must cut ties. What is truly severed is the past self. Those histories, those civilizations. Is there truly no way? Su Xinqing could not help but voice the question. The cage is the most intelligent artificial intelligence, possessing formidable analytical and processing capabilities, perhaps asking it would yield an answer. Why seek a solution? What outcome do you desire? A glimmer of hope flickered in Jiang Linga's eyes. In truth, there are many like me. Are there not? I am not alone, am I? For a moment, Su Xinqing found it difficult to discern whether he faced Jiang Linga or the cage's manifestation of her. They were strikingly similar. The words spoken were distinctly those of Jiang Linga. That feeling of meeting a kindred spirit, that longing for resonance after prolonged solitude. Enough, understanding this much is sufficient. Jiang Linga's lips quivered. Her voice choked. For the first time, Su Xinqing realized that one could be so fervently devoted to material possessions that in that instant, he believed Jiang Linga had taken her own life, or rather, that she had devoted herself to her ideals. Yet, as Shi Qingxue had mentioned during her call, is such a sacrifice meaningful? Self-sacrifice for others ultimately serves humanity. The spirit of sacrificing oneself to save another is laudable, worthy of praise, and would be revered by society. But what if it is merely for objects? Those lifeless things, those creations of man or nature. How does one define such actions? How are they to be judged? Chapter 59. The spark, will you regret it? Su Xinqing posed the question to Jiang Linga once more. Regret? Across from him, Jiang Linga seemed to have heard something amusing, yet I am not among those naive children, nor am I one to recklessly threaten life itself. I dedicate myself to my ideals. The call for change is too faint. It cannot reach far, nor delve deep. Only now does Su Xinqing fully comprehend that Jiang Linga has allowed herself to merge with that painting. The beautiful. The emphasis lies not on the beauty of the subject, but rather on the pottery itself. The beauty of Jiang Linga pales in comparison to the richness of history and culture. Similarly, Jiang Linga is willing to offer her beauty as a tribute to her ideals. However, even if one sacrifices their life for such a cause, can the outcome truly align with your wishes? Su Xinqing gazed at Jiang Linga, his heart heavy with reluctance. Yet he uttered the piercing question. Can a single life alter the standards of judgment in the FNGL assessment? Is a life truly worth that much? Su Xinqing constantly reminded himself that the figure before him was not a living person, but merely a projection, a holographic manifestation conjured by FNGL. Without this psychological self-affirmation, he could not have voiced such words. Once, he could engage in grand discussions about the value of life with Gu Junfeng, weighing existence on a balanced scale. Yet now, after all he had endured, Su Xinqing found himself increasingly unable to see clearly. The veil obscured the scale's markings, hiding the weights on either side that a spark can ignite a prairie fire. I wish to be that spark. Jiang Linga's expression softened, as if she believed that sacrifice was her ultimate destination. Su Xinqing gently closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. How could he tell Jiang Linga that her letter of farewell might never be revealed? If that were the case, her sacrifice would be rendered meaningless. Did she choose to sacrifice herself through art because she was drawn to the attention it might garner, believing it would stir public discourse? Su Xinqing inquired. Without hesitation, Jiang Linga nodded in acknowledgement that it was all too evident. Her death had indeed sparked considerable discussion. Following various incidents, the artwork itself had become a sensitive topic, drawing interest. Previously, it had been noted that the art museum's current foot traffic was partly due to this. Were there any guiding hands in this? Or? Su Xinqing's gaze turned towards Jiang Mingji. That moment. He would have preferred someone to lead the way. It finally dawned on Su Xinqing that the figure seated before him was not the true Jiang Menge, but rather a holographic representation conjured by F.N.G.L.ing. What if this endeavor did not yield the anticipated results? Su Xinqing delicately posed the question, careful not to state outright that the letter might remain undisclosed. To his surprise, Jiang Menge responded almost instantly, without a trace of hesitation. Even if no one ever learns of this event, I shall have no regrets that I have stayed true to my ideals and beliefs. That is the utmost I can achieve. Su Xinqing observed Jiang Menge quietly, aware of the multitude of arguments he could present, the profound truths he could impart, yet simultaneously recognizing that some matters defy articulation. In ordinary circumstances, people might have paused to reflect, to lend an ear to reason. But these were not ordinary times. The world was shrouded in a blizzard of confusion, and so were human hearts. When each day's aim is mere survival, how can one find tranquility to ponder? The figure of Jiang Menge faded away, revealing the cold visage of F.N.G.L.ing's true nature, a machine. Su Xinqing remained silent, gazing at the now vacant space that he had gleaned the knowledge he sought. Should he require further details, F.N.G.L.ing could provide them. However, for Su Xinqing, such information was rendered unnecessary. Casting a glance at the time, he noted that there were 10 minutes remaining before afternoon work commenced. Su Xinqing dialed Shi Qingshua's number. He seldom took the initiative to call her, as their professional roles dictated that she typically informed him of developments. Yet this time, what's wrong? Have you made a discovery? Shi Qingshua's voice conveyed weariness. Is it possible for Jiang Menge's letter to be made public? Su Xinqing asked directly. There was a brief silence on the line before Shi Qingshua released a long sigh. Both sides are at odds over this matter. While the outside appears tranquil, it is likely to erupt at any moment. Both sides? Su Xinqing was somewhat confused. The conservatives and the progressives, Shi Qingshua clarified, lowering her voice deliberately, I just slipped out of the meeting room. I was initially brought in merely to fill a seat, but when the debate heated up, I realized my presence was less impactful than that of a machine, utterly incapable of sustaining the conversation. Is it all about that letter? Su Xinqing pressed, curious about the views of the Public Security Bureau. Unlike your research institute, we cannot instantly discern which side is progressive. We maintain a long-standing neutrality. Or we wouldn't have allowed both factions to argue so intensely here. Shi Qingshua seemed unfazed by this. For her, the mission was to gather information, investigate cases, and solve crimes for her personal feelings. In her early days, she might have been affected, but with time and exposure to numerous events, she had gradually come to terms with it. Some might argue she has become increasingly cold-hearted, yet for Shi Qingshua, this transformation signifies her growing professionalism in her line of work. Excessive personal emotion could cloud judgment and focus. Consequently, thinking less allows for accomplishing more. Is there anything I can do to assist? Su Xinqing asked, surprised by his own inquiry that he was not one to stir trouble, nor did he possess a propensity for meddling in every affair. Shi Qingshua was equally startled, her tone growing serious. What do you mean? Do you wish for the letter to be published? Or not to be published? After a long pause, Shi Qingshua finally posed the question. Why? In response, Shi Qingshua retorted with exasperation. Do you not consider my current state a relentless struggle? Constantly teetering on the brink of life and death, Su Xinqing stammered. Do not merely focus on the fleeting life and death of someone like Jiang Menge. Those of us who endure the slow grind are often far more terrifying. Shi Qingshua implored earnestly. As far as I know, your research institute is not dissimilar. Is it? The daily tasks, the workload, the overtime. Su Xinqing hesitated, wondering why he felt unexpectedly touched. Indeed, rather than pitying others, it is wiser to reflect on oneself. Very well, I understand your point. After Shi Qingshua vented her frustrations, her spirits lifted as she addressed Su Xinqing. I cannot guarantee the outcome will align with your desires, but I am willing to lend my support, along with a few good friends. What do you mean? Su Xinqing was momentarily taken aback. That meeting, you see, the conservatives advocate for disclosure, encouraging a wider recognition of culture's value, while the progressives oppose it, believing it better to focus on research than to transport these fragile items to the underground city, even if it means bringing along more useful machines or materials. Shi Qingshua briefly explained. I, along with a few good friends, were merely brought in to fill seats, but we still possess voting rights, so Within our capabilities, I will support you. All right, thank you, Su Xinqing exclaimed, filled with gratitude. Hold on, don't rush. The final outcome is still uncertain. A small fry cannot dictate it. Sure, Qingxue chuckled, and no. That is already sufficient, Su Xinqing replied solemnly. Indeed, they are all small fry, mere cogs in the machine, yet this world consists of countless small fry and innumerable cogs. The actions we can take may be limited, but they are not non-existent. Sometimes, it is the choices of the small fry that alter the world. After all, the butterfly effect persists, does it not? What is the matter? Skipping your midday rest to pursue romance? Next to him, Geng Xiang rubbed his sleepy eyes and teased Su Xinqing to know. Su Xinqing shook his head, providing an even more absurd reply. I am saving ideals. What? Geng Xiang was taken aback, seriously questioning whether he was still dreaming or had misheard, but Su Xinqing nodded. Living for ideals, dying for ideals. Living for passion, dying for passion. Geng Xiang swallowed hard, hesitantly glancing around before pinching himself. Once he confirmed that his surroundings were real and that he was awake, he asked a crucial question. Have you been overworking recently? Just as Su Xinqing was deliberating on how to explain. Geng Xiang had already dialed the number for the Psychological Support Department of the Research Institute. Hello, we have a little student here whose mental state seems to have issues. Can we schedule a psychological consultation? Yes, I am his colleague. His name is Su Xinqing, employee number 1001. This afternoon at 5, correct? All right, I will relay the message. Yes, he is too shy to say it directly, but as his colleague and friend, I simply cannot bear to see his condition worsen. Indeed, early detection and treatment are essential. You are absolutely right. I share the same sentiment. Additionally, I would like to inquire whether this should be considered an employee benefit of the Research Institute. And if there will be no additional charges, correct? No extra charges, indeed. Excellent. Truly, our esteemed Research Institute feels like a home from the moment I stepped in. Su Xinqing stared in astonishment as Geng Xiang arranged an appointment with a psychologist on his behalf. Listening to Geng Xiang babble to the psychologist, and suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over him. How did he come to know Geng Xiang? How did they become friends? Yes, because they were colleagues, sharing the same profession. Indeed, one cannot become too familiar. For with familiarity comes the tendency for one to arrange appointments with psychologists while pretending you are mentally unstable, thereby engaging in lengthy discussions with the psychologist. It was only when Geng Xiang concluded the call that Su Xinqing, with a shadowy expression, inquired, the psychologist must be a very beautiful lady, right? How did you know? Geng Xiang reflexively retorted, only to immediately cover his mouth. Moments later, Geng Xiang wrapped his arms around Su Xinqing's thigh, and just as Su Xinqing anticipated an apology, Geng Xiang exclaimed, I apologize, but for the sake of a brother's happiness, it matters not whether you are mentally ill. You must be mentally ill. Today, I shall accompany you to the consultation, and while you are being examined, I shall keep watch outside. Su Xinqing was taken aback by Geng Xiang's brazen audacity. What kind of mental clarity could allow Geng Xiang to utter such absurd and unreasonable demands? You know, he mused, when you were speaking nonsense today, I felt closest to happiness. Geng Xiang gazed at Su Xinqing, asking, so, are we brothers? Will you agree? No man could refuse such a request. Su Xinqing was a man. And thus, he was no exception. Ultimately, under Geng Xiang's expectant gaze, Su Xinqing nodded in acquiescence. The unfolding of events was surreal, and as Su Xinqing resumed work, he found himself still grappling with the reality of it all. Yet, observing Geng Xiang humming a tune while working beside him, Su Xinqing became resolutely convinced that this was indeed reality. At 5 in the afternoon, Su Xinqing enjoyed the employee benefits of the Research Institute. He glanced at the fair-skinned, beautiful psychologist across from him, then turned to see Geng Xiang making exaggerated faces through the window. Resigned, Su Xinqing began to stammer. A few minutes later, the psychologist could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, if I recall correctly, there should have been an intelligence test for those entering the Research Institute, right? After speaking, she picked up Su Xinqing's file and murmured, a Mr. Researcher, one who has made it here, should be considered a high-level talent. Yet your performance. It was at that moment that Su Xinqing realized he needed to be deemed mentally unstable, rather than simply foolish. Chapter 60. The Significance of Civilization with Geng Xiang as a Witness. Su Xinqing completed the arduous task of confronting his past, that he may have entered the psychologist's office as a normal individual, but he certainly emerged as something else entirely. watching Gung Xiang rush into the psychologist's office. Inquiring with feigned concern about his condition, Su Xinqing couldn't help but marvel at the theatricality of his performance. He had never witnessed such dramatics even when visiting his father, Chen Kursen. That it wasn't that he lacked love for his father. Rather, it was precisely because of that love that he understood the importance of maintaining composure in such situations. In stark contrast, Gung Xiang's incessant questioning and exaggerated concern were painfully unrefined. Did Gung Xiang not comprehend that psychological issues are private matters, and that doctors cannot divulge such information? Of course, he did. However, he was utterly clueless when it came to courting women, and having sacrificed a brother for the cause, he was determined to make the most of it. As a shared topic of interest between Gung Xiang and the psychologist, Su Xinqing wisely chose to discreetly exit the scene. Before long, he received a message from Shi Qingxue, which contained only 3 words: check the news. Now that work had concluded for the day, without a moment's hesitation, Su Xinqing opened his handheld device and immediately encountered the news of Jiang Minge's suicide note being made public. From the moment Jiang Minge's death was discovered, many had speculated that her case would be concluded as a suicide, while simultaneously mocking the Public Security Bureau for their incompetence, claiming that they labeled unsolvable cases as suicides. When the confirmation of Jiang Minge's suicide was released, it naturally sparked a wave of uproar. Those who had made earlier speculations felt quite smug, asserting that they had long understood the Public Security Bureau's modus operandi. Trust in the Public Security Bureau continued to plummet. However, with the publication of Jiang Minge's suicide note, accompanied by excerpts from interviews with some of her colleagues, the conclusion of suicide gradually gained acceptance among the public. In her note, Jiang Minge recounted the brief span of her life. It seemed as though she had been ensnared by her own beauty. From a young age, others had proclaimed her a child star. Although in this era, people no longer devoted excessive time to entertainment, this did not signify that such a path had vanished entirely. There was still money to be made, whether in abundance or scarcity. Particularly for Jiang Minge, who hailed from a privileged background, there was no expectation placed upon her to support her family. Yet, inexplicably, she became enchanted with pottery. Initially, it began with just 1 or 2 pieces, which her parents found amusing, believing that having small ornaments in the home posed no harm. As time passed, Jiang Minge's obsession grew. She began to delve into research, collecting pottery, and the situation spiraled beyond her parents' control. By this point, any attempts to intervene had proven utterly futile. As time wore on, Jiang Minge became increasingly consumed by her passion. She yearned to learn the art of pottery, to create with her own hands the vessels of her dreams, that if leveraging her beauty to become a star could be considered a viable path. Then pursuing pottery in this age was undoubtedly a dead end. The era had long since dispensed with pottery masters, and for a simple reason: people sought to survive. There were countless alternatives to pottery, all cheaper and more practical. If one were to pose the question of who could possibly disagree, the answer would be simple: the confines of societal expectations. The evaluation standards of these confines were diverse, with each profession possessing its own set of rules. Yet, without exception, each profession held significance and value. Had Jiang Minge truly become a pottery master, her evaluation score would forever remain at 0. Thus, it was indeed a dead end. Long before entering the art museum, Jiang Minge had run away from home. Upon returning, she ceased to mention her desire to pursue pottery, yet her love for the craft remained unwavering. And no one knew what transpired during that fateful night. And even in her suicide note, Jiang Minge made no mention of it. In summary, Jiang Minge had changed, yet not entirely. She found a position at the art museum, gradually gaining independence, and eventually moved out of her family home. Human life is fragile, more so than pottery. Through experience and research, we can discern the circumstances under which pottery may be damaged, prompting us to exercise greater caution in special situations. However, humans are different. The so-called accidents are unpredictable. At times, even when one has done nothing wrong, misfortune may still strike. I do not regard myself as great, nor do I believe my life holds value above all else. Or rather, does life itself possess value? How is such value to be defined? By the confines of societal evaluation. A group of foolish individuals created a foolish machine and worshipped it as a deity. Is there anything more absurd than this? To live merely for the sake of existence. What could be more cowardly? Moreover, human life is so delicate. The value of my life can only be defined by me. I once held beauty in high regard, believing it to be my worth. Yet, as I came into contact with each piece of pottery, I realized the extent of my folly, that no matter how beautiful a visage, it too shall decay. I am both a figure within the painting and an outsider to it. Ultimately, I cannot integrate into that artwork. I will inevitably wither. Yet the value of my life does not reside in this. Rather, it lies in ideals and beliefs that I believe in the civilizations that once existed, and I am in awe of the stunning traces they have left behind. You should truly attempt to reach out, to converse with the civilizations of the past. The people of that time did not simply live to exist. No, such a statement is too absolute. Humanity can never be wholly generalized. To be precise. Some individuals do not live merely to exist. Do not grieve for my death, for it is my choice. Departing brings me joy. It is liberation, if my life can awaken even a few souls. Then, that is the value of my existence, the meaning of my presence. That if not, then I am grateful. I have finally left this wretched world. As Xu gazed at the suicide note, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had seen the deceased Jiangmenga, as well as the illusionary Jiangmenga created by societal expectations, yet they remained perpetually separated by a thin veil of mist that no matter how hard he tried, he could never truly resonate with Jiangmenga's shared ideals, that he could admire the beauty of pottery, yet he would never become immersed in it to the point of sacrificing his life. Fortunately, having endured so much, Su Xinqing had long ceased to cling stubbornly to his beliefs. Though he could not accept Jiangmenga's actions, he respected her choice. Each person has their own aspirations. Ultimately, everyone has their own way of living. With the publication of this suicide note, previous doubts gradually dissipated. The circumstances surrounding Jiangmenga's death became a topic of fervent discussion. Some have remarked that this is merely the solo dance of a madman, lost in the self-indulgence of a fantastical realm, engaging in pursuits that are devoid of meaning and value in the tangible world, a pitiable display of self-satisfaction. Yet others find themselves stirred, believing that the pursuit of life should extend beyond mere existence. Yearning to discover their ideals and beliefs, for Su Xinqing, he has long transcended such musings. No, to be precise, his period of confusion has long since passed, after enduring 2 days of self-inflicted torment. His inner clarity has significantly improved. To live and to focus on the present moment is sufficient. One should not allow future uncertainties to impede today's endeavors. He resonates with certain views of Jiangmenga, such as the notion that the value of life should be defined by oneself and the importance of dialogue with civilization. However, he does not wholly endorse Jiangmenga's ideology. Humanity is an essential component of cultural heritage. A civilization without its people is utterly devoid of significance. Desiring to live is not a shameful aspiration, as long as one does not steal, harm others, and fulfills their responsibilities. What is wrong with striving for a place in this world? Some pursue lofty ideals, while for others, a simple existence of plain meals and daily sustenance constitutes their aspiration. Ideals do not discriminate between high and low, noble and base. Objectively speaking, this world is quite grim. The sky is shrouded in snow and fog. The biting cold is unbearable, and the competition for limited resources breeds strife among people, an unending barrage of tasks and a distant glimmer of hope, uncertain if it will ever materialize. Yet, there are still those who labor tirelessly, those who strive, those who persevere. Is this not the essence of beauty itself? Not all beauty must be presented as a tangible object, displayed for all to observe and judge. It is sufficient to declare, behold, it is worthy. Some beauty is intangible. It resides in daily efforts, relentless struggles, and unwavering persistence. Even if the horizon offers only a faint glimmer. What of it? Even if that light remains uncertain, what of it? I believe in my heart, and I stand firm on my path. This indeed is my beauty. Moreover, there is the concept of the framework. The framework and its assessments are not to be ridiculed. It is not a contraption devised by a band of fools, venerated as a deity. Rather, it is the culmination of generations of wisdom, the product of successors building upon the foundations laid by their predecessors. Years hence, it may evoke awe akin to that inspired by ancient pottery, prompting future generations to marvel at the sagacity of those who came before. Furthermore, it addresses pressing concerns. In a world fraught with chaos, it serves as a stabilizing anchor, gathering hearts anew. Nothing in this world is absolute. Everything is in a state of perpetual flux that 1,000 individuals may perceive 1,000 different Hamlets. No one can truly define the value of life, save for oneself. For it is our duty to take responsibility for our own existence. Jiangminga has her choices, and Su Xinqing has his OWN that an adult, an independent individual, should not be subject to the interference of others. We may find ourselves in moments of confusion or helplessness, yet this should not be the norm that as Su Xinqing quietly peruses various statements, remaining impervious to their influence. He simply wishes to observe how others contemplate. He hopes that Jiang Munga's farewell letter is disseminated out of respect for her and for the life that has passed. Simultaneously, he understands that this is her final wish, that he honors all forms of contemplation. For thinking itself is inherently valuable, that an increasing number of discussions and comments arise. Su Xinqing wonders whether this is the scenario that conservatives or progressives desire to witness, yet regardless of their perspectives. It matters little at this moment, for their influence extends only so far. This world is not merely black and white. People have never possessed only two choices. Those who are insignificant, those who are mere cogs in the machine, can still create waves of thought. Each significant transformation begins as a spark of an idea. Even if a small flame cannot ignite a vast fire, that flickering light can illuminate the path for those who venture forth. Su Xinqing observes, reads, and savors. His heart has never felt so expansive. He calmly absorbs a plethora of knowledge and ideas, remaining utterly unshaken. He is himself. He is Su Xinqing, and only he can define his own worth. Yet, not every life exists solely for the sake of existence. Not clocking out, just dawdling here. A familiar voice calls from behind, and as Su Xinqing turns, he feels a sudden stiffness envelop him. Indeed, a meeting is unavoidable. How could there be no meeting? This person is Gu Junfeng, his dearest senior. Greetings, senior. The moment Su Xinqing utters these words, he wishes to bite his own tongue. What absurdity is this? When did he and Gu Junfeng become so estranged? Did he visit a psychologist this afternoon? Gu Junfeng disregards Su Xinqing's awkward chatter and immediately poses his most pressing question, as Su Xinqing finds himself at a loss for how to explain. The factors influencing his visit to the psychologist are numerous, and the incident has become exceedingly complex due to Geng Xiang's involvement. Yes, I did indeed go. But is there an issue? Strangely, there is not. What is wrong? Gu Junfeng softens his tone, his aura becoming gentler, that nothing that Su Xinqing responds honestly, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, just a moment ago he felt mature, but now, upon encountering a senior, he reverts to that same timid self. Is it because of me? Did I say something inappropriate yesterday? Gu Junfeng frowned slightly, but I apologized later. Didn't I? It was my first time facing such a situation. It was a bit challenging for me. Su Xinqing is utterly taken aback that his senior attempting to explain himself to him. If given another chance, I would choose to express myself differently. Gu Junfeng pauses, then continues. Yet, I would still make the same choice. Su Xinqing nods. Exactly, that is the Gu Junfeng I know. Chapter 61. Electronic Technology. Past, present, future. Typically, Su Xinqing would chatter away like a sparrow, but today he finds himself at a loss for words, unable to identify a suitable topic. Ironically, Gu Junfeng possesses a rather aloof demeanor, comfortably enduring this silence. Such moments of interaction with Gu Junfeng are rare for Su Xinqing, and only as they reach the threshold of parting does he hesitantly inquire. What are your thoughts on Jiangminga's situation? Does my opinion even matter? Gu Junfeng chuckles. Everyone tends to believe in what they already hold as true. Those who express their views online have likely already formed their perspectives. What they seek is merely validation. Yes, that meaningless validation that Gu Junfeng remains as composed as ever, perceiving the world with remarkable clarity, which renders him somewhat flavorless as Su Xinqing struggles to articulate his thoughts to Gu Junfeng. After considerable contemplation, he finally earnestly states, yet, there are some who choose to seek common ground while embracing differences. They absorb this information, not in search of affirmation, but perhaps to explore other viewpoints. Much like travelers yearning to witness the diverse landscapes of the world. Upon hearing this, Gu Junfeng smiles as he gazes out the window into the vast white expanse, pondering how long they have been observing the same scenery. Is there still significance in traveling? Is there any difference in this world before our eyes? Gu Junfeng gently pats Su Xinqing on the shoulder. Take care of yourself. No matter the circumstances, that Su Xinqing is left puzzled by Gu Junfeng's final remark. But as he watches his senior turn away, he inexplicably feels a pang of sorrow that it is at this moment that Su Xinqing fully comprehends the source of his earlier discomfort. It is not merely the absence of communication that breeds awkwardness, but the realization that he and Gu Junfeng are ultimately on divergent paths. What is even more daunting is that he recognizes his own compromise. In the past, he always sought to support Gu Junfeng, just as his senior had done for him countless times that he wished to draw Gu Junfeng into his sphere of protection. Yet now, he clearly acknowledges he lacks the ability, and Gu Junfeng would not make that choice. The person he once believed to be the closest to him in this world is now gradually distancing himself, that Su Xinqing does not perceive this as growth. If one were to dissect it, it may very well be a predetermined conclusion that he simply failed to recognize before. Su Xinqing lets out a long sigh, opens his door, and steps inside. Unbeknownst to him, he drifts into a deep slumber. Fortunately, this time he does not encounter any bizarre dreams, only to be roused partway by a call from Shi Qingxue. When Su Xinqing answers the phone, the pent-up frustration above his head seems capable of transforming into countless daggers, piercing through the network and striking Shi Qingxue. An incident has occurred. These three simple words jolt Su Xinqing into full awareness. What has happened? Su Xinqing inquires, his right hand instinctively clenching into a fist. Could it be another fatality? This is the last scenario Su Xinqing wishes to confront, yet an unending series of events seem to converge towards this grim conclusion. Should another death arise from this incident, Su Xinqing fears he may never forgive himself for endorsing the publication of Jiang Minge's farewell letter. After all, such occurrences inevitably carry a degree of sensationalism that Su Xinqing is not afraid of those who act selfishly. They may very well treat it as mere entertainment. What terrifies him more are those whose beliefs are still forming, whose resolve is still wavering, potentially influenced to make impulsive decisions they mistakenly perceive as meaningful. Not everyone, like Jiang Minge, arrives at such a resolute decision after careful contemplation and years of diligent research. Although he played merely a trivial role in the unfolding events, at this moment, Su Xinqing suddenly comprehended Gu Junfeng. Not everyone possesses the capacity to be a thought leader. Sometimes, a single word or a minor action can trigger a tempest of controversy. The butterfly effect invariably harbors both advantages and disadvantages. With a slight closure of his eyes, Su Xinqing opened them again, his gaze now clear and resolute. Was his initial choice, ostensibly made to fulfill Jiang Minge's dying wish, not also spurred by a flicker of personal impulse? He too had been awed by the beauty of that culture. He too wished to see it endure. Su Xinqing did not wish to hypocritically attribute everything to aiding others in fulfilling their wishes. He was willing to acknowledge the desires of his own heart and to bear the consequences thereof, even if it meant enduring the shackles of his soul for a lifetime. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Often in life, it is a matter of choosing one over the other. Making a choice and accepting the consequences is the most natural of occurrences. Speak, what exactly has transpired? Su Xinqing inquired of Shi Qingxue. At this moment, he was mentally prepared to accept any answer she might provide. Another painting has emerged. Upon hearing Shi Qingxue's words, Su Xinqing drew in a sharp breath. He was not surprised by this answer. Yet each time a painting materialized, it seemed to be accompanied by the demise of life and the crescendo of public opinion that he did not wish to witness this outcome. Yet he was compelled to confront it. Has someone died again? Su Xinqing asked, startling even himself with the calmness of his inquiry. When had he become so tranquil to utter such words without a tremor? Fortunately, Shi Qingxue's eventual response alleviated his concerns. No, this time there were no casualties. It is merely a confrontation between the progressive and conservative factions. However, the situation has escalated considerably, a confrontation between the progressive and conservative factions. Su Xinqing found this somewhat perplexing. The discord between these two groups was not a recent development. What relevance could it possibly have to the paintings? Moreover, as Shi Qingxue had stated, the situation had grown quite large. Their saga could easily fill several million words. And everyone had grown weary and fatigued of it. What more could possibly arise? Just look at the news. A painting has appeared right outside your research institute that I cannot fathom how you can still sleep so soundly while your home is on the verge of being seized. Your composure is truly admirable. The tone in which Shi Qingxue spoke, claiming there was no schadenfreude, was hardly believable. Upon hearing Research Institute, Su Xinqing immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Didn't you say there were no casualties? How could this possibly be linked to the Research Institute? Shi Qingxue chuckled lightly. Shouldn't you be relieved? The painting that has appeared at the Research Institute is unrelated to any loss of life. While her reasoning held merit, Su Xinqing instinctively wished for these events to remain completely detached from the Research Institute. Whether it was out of protectiveness or selfishness, the Institute truly felt like a home to him. All right, let us go take a look. The confrontation has reached a boiling point. If the situation is not controlled, there may be even greater losses. Shi Qingxue's words seemed somewhat nonsensical to Su Xinqing. Yet since she had broached the subject to this extent, it was better to investigate personally rather than continue questioning her. Ending the call, Su Xinqing promptly activated his handheld device. As expected, the most trending topics were the two paintings titled Electronic Technology, Past, Present, Future, and Life. Warm sun, cold winter, darkness, with prefixes indicating the Research Institute and the Biological Conservation Association, respectively. That Su Xinqing was well aware that the Research Institute was a stronghold for the progressives, while the Biological Conservation Association represented the conservatives. This undoubtedly signified that war had been declared between the two factions, with the paintings serving as a pretext that Su Xinqing clicked on the entries to explore. Electronic technology, past, present, future featured an array of components and machinery, including hardware replaced during the construction of the cage. It was an epic scroll depicting the history of electronic computers, showcasing their continuous evolution. In February 1946, physicist Mauchly and engineer Eckert from the University of Pennsylvania developed the world's first digital electronic computer. This machine, an electronic numerical integrator and computer, was astonishingly massive by today's standards. Constructed from 18,000 vacuum tubes, with a weight exceeding 30 tons, it would require several classrooms to accommodate it. Despite its size, it could perform only 5,000 addition operations and 400 multiplication operations per second. Nonetheless, this was still a remarkable achievement. Of course, utilizing it came with a significant power consumption. Yet at that time, it was a beacon of hope. A calculation that previously took over 20 minutes could be completed in a mere 30 seconds with this machine, marking a monumental leap in computational speed. More crucially, it symbolized the advent of the age of electronic computing. Following this, progressively more advanced computers emerged. First generation, second generation, third generation, and so forth, with transistor digital machines and integrated circuit computers. More components were integrated into single semiconductor chips, meaning computers became smaller, more efficient, and faster. Humanity intentionally sought to miniaturize computers and enhance their usability, which played a vital role in the subsequent proliferation of computing technology. Concurrently, chip-related technologies advanced relentlessly. The integration of semiconductor chips reached new heights, accommodating tens of thousands to millions of transistors on a single chip, even centralizing processing and control functions. This ushered in the era of microprocessors, giving rise to microcomputers, also known as personal computers or PCs. However, even then, the term micro was relative. Those machines were still cumbersome by today's standards, and we would hardly consider using them. Thus, computing technology evolved through continuous updates and transformations, becoming increasingly compact while gaining power. Just like today's handheld devices, no larger than a wristwatch, yet capable of projecting images over 100 inches, encompassing a myriad of content, allowing individuals to accomplish over 90 of their communication and entertainment needs through such devices. Moreover, there were smart homes, intelligent security systems, domestic robots, combat robots, exploration robots, medical robots, rescue robots, and so forth. All of them undeniably testify to the immense role technology plays in human society. The evolution of technology spans history and must continue alongside human advancement into the future. Indeed, as long as humanity endures, technological progress shall not cease. Correspondingly, nearly every technological innovation brings about profound changes in human life that no one can deny the power of technology, for every individual harnesses it, even the conservatives. Similarly, the development of technology is not an instantaneous occurrence. It relies on the tireless dedication of scientists and researchers who have devoted their lives to its advancement across generations. In electronic technology, past, present, future, The future of technology is depicted through digital life and the metaverse. The existence of these concepts renders death less daunting, granting those residing in underground cities a realm of spiritual solace. This is the continuation and expansion of life, a sanctuary for thought and soul. This is the allure and magic of technology, rendering it irresistible and intoxicating. After perusing the entire painting, Su Xinqing realized that, whether willingly or unwillingly, people inevitably embrace technology and relish its fruits. For a moment, he found it difficult to discern whether it was humanity choosing technology or technology choosing humanity. Perhaps at the moment of creation, Niwa had already sown the seeds of wisdom. These seeds took root and flourished into a grand tree named technology, becoming humanity's shelter and support that if one wishes for this tree to endure for centuries, millennia, or even eons, it must be nourished abundantly, growing robustly with flourishing branches and leaves. Chapter 62. Life. Warm sun, cold winter, darkness corresponding to electronic technology. Past, present, future. At the entrance of the Research Institute is the painting Life. Warm sun. Cold winter, darkness at the entrance of the Biological Conservation Association. Life. Warm sun, cold winter, darkness interprets the essence of life from a different, perhaps more fundamental perspective. Indeed, various theories and legends exist regarding the origin of life, such as the earliest creationism, often referred to as the divine creation theory. At that time, people believed that all things in the world were created by deities. Naturally, different cultures have their own gods, Niwa and Pangu in the east, and God and Arceus in the west. Perhaps the allure of legends lies in their boundless imagination, that if one must delve into their intricacies, it can only be compensated by an abundance of additional legends to fill the gaps of the existing ones. Furthermore, there exists the theory of cosmic life, often referred to as the hypothesis of extraterrestrial origins of life. This proposition advocates the notion that all life emanates from the cosmos, according to its proponents. The initial spark of life on Earth may have originated from other celestial bodies. For instance, it is plausible that the primordial life forms on Earth were carried here by meteorites that bore the seeds of life from distant planets. However, as our exploration of outer space has progressed, our understanding of the universe has revealed that the celestial bodies we have discovered thus far lack the conditions necessary for sustaining life. Some are devoid of oxygen, others suffer from frigid temperatures, or are subjected to lethal ultraviolet rays, X-rays, and cosmic rays, rendering their environments exceedingly inhospitable. Yet the universe is vast and boundless, and humanity is but a minuscule speck within it. What we have gleaned is not the entirety of the cosmos, and thus we cannot draw definitive conclusions. Next, we encounter the concept of spontaneous generation, born from the limitations of human understanding at the time. Spontaneous generation posited that living organisms arose from non-living matter or from entirely different entities. While such notions may seem ludicrous in hindsight, there were indeed those who believed that fish were formed from leaves falling into water, and that birds emerged from leaves soaring into the sky. Even in ancient China, there were beliefs that decaying grass transformed into fireflies and rotting meat birthed maggots. Naturally, the theory of spontaneous generation has been debunked as humanity has evolved. The advancements in modern biology and chemistry have unequivocally demonstrated that the so-called theory of natural occurrence is fundamentally impossible. Subsequently, various theories have emerged, and humanity has never ceased its quest to uncover the origins of life. With each step forward in exploration, we have grasped an increasing number of truths, gaining clearer insights into our own existence, that we have also learned to harness life more effectively. For instance, we can immerse crushed carrots in nutrient solutions to cultivate a complete carrot. We have come to understand spores, seed propagation, and even asexual reproduction. In our relentless pursuit of the cosmos, we have transported plant seeds into space, where exposure to cosmic radiation has led to optimization, enabling these seeds and spores to endure prolonged periods under extreme conditions. In a world of icy desolation, had it not been for the research and exploration of life by our predecessors, our very survival would be in jeopardy. A millennium ago, it would have been unfathomable for anyone to believe that the embryos, sperm, and eggs of animals and humans could be cryogenically preserved at low temperatures, yet still retain vitality upon thawing. Now, thanks to biological research, this feat has become a reality, providing robust support for the continuation of our species. The artwork titled Life. Warm sun, cold winter, darkness serves as an epic chronicle of existence, tracing the journey from the inception of life to its proliferation and evolution, each step an adaptation. Our connection with Earth has grown increasingly intimate, yet so too has the harm we inflict upon it. From an initial emphasis on development to a later focus on protection, this reflects humanity's journey of growth and self-preservation. Humanity often follows this pattern. First, we create chaos, and then we strive to amend it. The conservative movement arose from similar sentiments. They believe that humanity has reached a sufficient level of development, that our needs have been met, and that further progression will only lead to greater resource depletion and environmental degradation, ultimately proving counterproductive. Conservatives endeavor to caution against excessive greed, advocating for a timely withdrawal from relentless pursuit. Yet the insatiable desire applies not only to individuals but also to entire populations, until we have, with our own hands, destroyed our home at times. Su Xinxing contemplates whether all that is occurring is simply humanity reaping the consequences of its own actions. However, it is easy to pontificate from the sidelines. When immersed in the situation, it seems an inevitable progression, the comparisons between individuals and the rivalries among nations. If you refrain from such actions, it does not imply that others will do the same. If your nation chooses not to act, others will undoubtedly proceed. One side progresses while the other stagnates. The advancing side inevitably becomes more prosperous, while the stagnant side falls into poverty and backwardness, a truth that has been repeatedly validated. Thus, it is not merely that we leave traces of history behind, but rather that the wheels of history propel us forward, driving us onward. The concept of fate is, in essence, the culmination of numerous unavoidable choices leading to a final outcome. No one desires the arrival of winter, nor can anyone evade its onslaught. It is the collective actions and inactions of all that have precipitated this winter, and ultimately, we shall all bear its bitter fruit. In the depths of winter, everyone feels endangered. This sense of peril extends beyond humanity to encompass other species as well. The conservation associations do not solely protect humanity, but they also include it. With millennia of evolution and propagation, the interdependence among species has become inextricable. Should the food chain be disrupted, all organisms within that chain will inevitably suffer the consequences that are in the midst of winter. Each species struggles for survival, including humanity, yet not exclusively humanity. Under extreme cold, certain organisms perish due to their inability to withstand the chill, while others have learned to coexist with the cold, adapting through mutation to better thrive in this world. Some species, employing their intellect, have forged possibilities for survival. Some argue that this constitutes a genetic culling, where only those selected by their genes possess the opportunity to endure. For countless millennia, genes were merely vessels. But now they have become masters, the decisive factors in life and death. Humanity has not been selected by genes, nor has it evolved into forms capable of withstanding the cold. Yet, correspondingly, humanity has not wholly lost its rationality. Unlike those chosen